Deep in the underworld, the heat is enough to melt even the toughest souls. Welcome to the Nine Hells, a place where mercy went to die a long time ago. Down in the absolute pits, the strongest demons in existence spend eternity tearing each other apart. The ninth hell is a literal meat grinder where the violence never stops for even a second. A massive giant demon finds himself targeted by a smaller, way more aggressive opponent today. Our boy, the red demon, doesn't care about size and dives straight into the fray. He catches the big guy off guard, proving that being trash tier in size doesn't mean you lack power. Putting every ounce of his demonic spite into one fist, he prepares to end this quickly. The impact is so violent it practically levels the surrounding terrain in a blinding flash of power. As the dust settles, the red demon soars away, leaving his dumbfounded prey in the rubble. Garcus rises from the smoke, sounding completely unimpressed by the previous assault. He admits he had high hopes for the ninth hell's rumors, but reality is failing him. The great demon Garcus stands tall, mocking the previous attacks as nothing more than a light tickle. Suddenly, the great demon Balak steps forward, looking like he is cut from a much deadlier cloth. Our boy Balak smirks, telling the giant that he sure has a big mouth for someone so slow. Infuriated, Garcus lunges forward and demands to know who exactly he thinks is just talking big. The two powerhouses collide, sending a massive shockwave rippling through the jagged, hellish landscape. A blinding flash erupts as their demonic energies clash, threatening to tear the very ground apart. The explosion intensifies, turning the battlefield into a literal furnace of pure, unadulterated destruction. Even a monster like Garcus finds himself struggling against the sheer weight of the impact. Balak dives back into the fray, his eyes locked onto the target with murderous intent. Suddenly, he clenches his fist, pouring every ounce of his demonic spite into this next strike. Our boy connects a heavy blow right against Garcus's smug face, determined to shut him up. When they hit the ground, the force sends a shockwave shattering the hellish terrain. Turns out, dust and debris fly everywhere, as the raw power levels the immediate area. Balak doesn't stop there, moving with a speed that makes the giant look like a stationary target. If Garcus thought he was safe, he's wrong. As he reels back from the relentless pressure, the red demon slams into the earth, creating a massive crater as he prepares his next move. He looks up just in time to see the giant recovering and coming back for more. Finally, a blinding explosion erupts, signaling that this trash tier warm-up is officially over. Balak slams his fist down, sending the massive giant crashing into the depths below with overwhelming force. He follows up by gathering every ounce of his mana into a single, devastating red energy blast. The impact triggers a massive explosion that completely levels the terrain, leaving nothing but a smoldering crater. Our boy lands amidst the settling dust, his eyes scanning the wreckage for any signs of life. Instead of the giant, a swarm of trash-tier one-eyed demons suddenly crawls out to surround him. Balak just scoffs, calling their pathetic ambush a series of petty tricks as he starts swinging. He is visibly irritated that these weaklings are even trying to lay a finger on his armor. The little pests prove to be a nuisance, swarming over his back and arms in a desperate stall. He begins violently tossing the mobs aside, refusing to let these bottom feeders slow his momentum for a second. Turns out the distraction worked perfectly, as Garcus recovers and looms over our boy with a deafening roar. Garcus unleashes a devastating energy blast that threatens to vaporize everything in its path. The giant glares through the rising smoke, fully expecting to see nothing but a charred corpse. He reaches into the molten crater, confident that his overwhelming strength has finally ended the struggle. However, Balak stands tall amidst the wreckage, looking completely unimpressed by the giant's trash-tier display. Our boy decides he's done fooling around and ignites his fists with a surge of hellfire. He rockets forward with explosive speed, leaving a trail of embers as he closes the distance. The air screams as he breaks the sound barrier, focused entirely on delivering a world-ending counter. Balak connects a flaming haymaker right to the giant's chin, shattering his momentum instantly. Garcus howls in absolute pain as the concentrated heat begins to bypass his legendary durability. The massive beast is sent flying back, dumbfounded that a smaller demon could possess such terrifying power. Balak makes it clear that he is the only one worthy of being called the strongest demon around. He follows through by burying Garcus into the dirt, ending the giant's reign with a single, brutal strike. Our boy touches down, completely unfazed by the destruction he just unleashed on his trash-tier foe. In a world of constant war, he finally stands alone as the undisputed champion of the burning crater. People thought an eternal ruler was a myth, until this legendary figure finally made his grand appearance. Yet, even the most savage warriors like Balak know when they have finally met their match. He humbles himself before the throne, acknowledging that his strength is nothing compared to the true king. The grand hall of the Demon King Castle looms over them, dripping with ancient and terrifying dark energy. There sits the Demon King, a nightmare in obsidian armor who rules the entire realm with an iron fist. He is the undisputed apex of their kind, and his presence alone forces the entire world to go silent. Balak is desperate, asking why his king would ever want to leave when he already owns everything here. The entire hall falls into a heavy silence as the lower demons watch their superior tremble in fear. Suddenly, a terrifying purple aura begins to surge from the king, signaling his growing impatience with the conversation. Balak recoils in shock when he realizes the sheer scale of the dark energy manifesting before his eyes. He breaks into a cold sweat, recognizing the legendary power of gluttony that once devoured the strongest lords. This is the same apex power that consumed the 7 princes of hell, leaving only one true ruler. Even the most savage monsters in the castle start shaking, sensing that their king is genuinely pissed off. Balak feels like a tiny snack as the king's overwhelming shadow threatens to swallow him whole right then. Our boy just looks at his hand, thinking about how he's been stuck in this dump for 10,000 years, has completely sick of the same boring view and the endless cycle of slaughter that defines this hellish realm. Our boy clenches his fist as his purple aura flares, his patience finally hitting rock bottom. Kangwoo screams in absolute frustration, realizing that ruling a wasteland of nothingness means he has absolutely nothing. Terrified by his wrath, Balak and the other trash-tier demons scramble to offer him a special meal. They bring out a silver platter, desperately hoping their loyalty might appease the king's bottomless hunger. Balak slowly reaches for the lid, trembling as he prepares to unveil the finest delicacy in hell. He presents the severed head of Fokalor, a legendary remnant force, expecting the king to be pleased. Instead, Kangwoo loses it and sends the disgusting snack flying with a brutal kick to the demon's face. He stares at the slimy, pulsating mess with pure loathing, refusing to touch such an ugly creature. As his dark mana explodes, he finally admits the one thing he has been craving for 10 millennia. Turns out, the ruler of hell just wants a steaming bowl of homemade kimchi jjigae. Kangwoo stands in his massive throne room, his mind completely consumed by the thought of spicy kimchi jjigae. The trash-tier demons are absolutely dumbfounded, having never heard of the legendary dish their king suddenly desires. Thinking they've figured it out, some idiots present a platter of raw meat, believing red equals delicious. Our boy just facepalms because Palos suggests ripping enemies apart instead of actually cooking a proper meal. Turns out, these hell-dwellers have zero concept of culinary arts, only knowing how to feast on fallen foes. When Palos assumes the king wants more bloodshed for entertainment, Kangwoo reveals he actually just misses reading manhwa. Losing his patience with their stupidity, he slams his fist down with a loud thud as the gap widens. Palos trembles in fear, begging for forgiveness because his puny strength can't satisfy the king's mysterious cravings. The big guy starts bawling and asks to be killed for his failure, leaving Kangwoo completely exhausted. Staring into the abyss, our boy realizes that without his loved ones, hell is just a lonely, tasteless void. Just as Kangwoo thinks things can't get any weirder, a mysterious woman strides confidently toward his throne. The clicking of her heels echoes through the hall as the name Lilith ripples through the air. She is the queen of succubus, and every trash-tier demon in the room is instantly head over heels. Known as the greatest beauty in hell, she greets her king with a look of pure, unadulterated devotion. She bites her lips suggestively, clearly trying to use her charms to win over our boy's cold heart. Suddenly, she drops the act and reveals her true form, sobbing that the king is being far too mean. Our boy is completely dumbfounded, looking like he just walked into a nightmare instead of a royal palace. He desperately orders her to stay back, but she just assumes he is being shy and cute. Slime-covered tentacles wrap around him tightly as he realizes his royal authority is useless against her aggressive affection. The mob demons watch in envy, wishing they were the ones having their essence drained by the queen. Lilith's true form is a total nightmare, and she won't stop pestering the Demon King despite his clear discomfort. Our boy is practically begging for mercy as the multi-eyed queen wraps her tentacles around him in obsession. He realizes that compared to this terrifying queen, even Balak's bloodthirsty nature seems almost cute and manageable. The sheer horror of his current life in hell is finally breaking him, making him tremble in pure disgust. Clenching his fist, he remembers his true home on earth and vows that he must return no matter what. His sudden outburst of authority leaves both Lilith and Balak completely dumbfounded as he makes his final declaration. They look up at their ruler, realizing that his homesickness has reached a dangerous and irreversible breaking point. After 10,000 years of suffering in this pit, his resolve to leave is stronger than any demonic persuasion. Having finally consumed Baal, the last of the 7 great powers, his preparations for the journey are finally complete. With his dark mana surging through his armor, He knows the time has finally come to reclaim his humanity. After 10 millennia of ruling this trash-tier pit, our boy is finally ready to claim his ultimate reward. He turns to his most loyal subordinate and tells him it is time to prepare the final ritual. Balak hesitates for a split second, clearly dumbfounded by the sudden command to begin the forbidden process. Sensing the delay, the Demon King releases a terrifying aura, asking if he really needs to repeat himself. Terrified of his master's cold wrath, the Red Demon immediately bows and promises to get everything ready. He orders the rest of the underlings to summon the shaman and prepare the statues of the dukes. The ancient shaman Amon begins the dark incantations, raising his staff to channel the necessary hellish energy. Stone monuments representing the 7 powers of hell hum with power as the ritual takes hold. With everything finally in place, Balak reports that the path is open, earning a rare nod of approval. As they walk toward the light, Lilith follows behind with a heavy heart, dreading her king's inevitable departure. Lilith and Palos watch in silence as their master sheds his heavy armor for the final time. Our boy, now in his human form, ascends the steps toward the waiting shaman. Amon explains that imbuing the statues with enough infernal energy is the key to breaking the world's boundaries. The Dark Warlock warns that this process will distort space and time to open a dimensional fissure. The Demon King simply tells him it's duly noted and commands the ritual to finally begin. Standing before the massive monuments, he can almost taste the air of his long-lost home. A chaotic surge of pandemonium energy erupts, swirling around him like a violent, purple tide. The concentrated mana reaches its limit, cracking the very fabric of reality before a blinding release. A massive pillar of light thunders through the chamber, signaling the opening of the forbidden path. Amon shields his eyes as our boy vanishes into the flash, leaving the 9th hell behind forever. Amon is absolutely losing it, feeling the raw infernal energy of pandemonium surge through his very soul. The ancient stone monuments begin to rumble as they soak up the massive amount of dark mana. Suddenly, the eyes of the statues flash with a blinding light, signaling the ritual's peak. All 7 monuments resonate in perfect harmony, focusing their power into a single, reality-shattering point. Amon cheers as the gate begins to crack, while our boy prepares to leave this trash-tier hell behind. He knows he's leaving behind every connection he's ever made, but any world is better than this one. Lilith breaks down in tears, begging her master not to abandon her in this desolate wasteland. Our boy just tells her to stop crying, trying to keep his exit as cool as possible. However, he starts sweating when he realizes his simple dismissal has been taken way too weirdly. Lilith is completely dumbfounded by his supposed love, her heart practically bursting from his sweet parting words. Lilith's slime-covered body begins to bubble as her obsessive emotions spiral completely out of control. Our boy feels the dampness in the air and wonders if she is actually going to pop. She desperately begs her king to take her along, unable to face life without his presence. Ignoring the clingy drama, he dives into the rift, eager to leave this trash-tier hell behind. Lilith watches in despair as the gate crumbles, while our boy plummets through the dimensional void. As he falls, a sense of absolute freedom washes over him, and he cannot help but grin. He gives his subjects one final middle finger, telling them it sucked to ever meet them. Floating through the cosmic stream, he reflects on 10,000 years of misery and his longing for Earth. He finally approaches the core of the transit, convinced that his long-awaited homecoming is finally here. Our boy's smile fades when the system suddenly detects a fissure, and reality begins to spark. Suddenly, the Gaia system flashes to life, sensing an intruder trying to bypass the dimensional borders. Our boy finds himself trapped within a glowing grid, wondering what kind of trash-tier trap this is. Alarms blare as the system realizes his sheer power is way beyond its current operating limits. He looks around dumbfounded as every single defense channel activates to stop his homecoming. The strain is too much, and the system begins to overload under the weight of his demonic essence. Violent bolts of energy strike him, making him realize that crossing dimensions isn't going to be a walkover. Even with a total system failure, the core refuses to let him through without a fight. To neutralize the threat, the system initiates a limiting seal to suppress his overwhelming power. He grits his teeth and tries to force his way through, refusing to be held back by some automated junk. But as the seal takes hold, he realizes his return to Earth is going to be a lot more complicated. Kangwoo curses the system as the dimensional seal finally drags him down into the unknown. Our boy wakes up feeling like he's been hit by a truck, squinting against the blinding, unfamiliar light. Looking at the lush greenery, he wonders if he actually made it back to Earth after 10,000 years. He groans in pain and decides to check his status window to see if he is still intact. But as the screen flickers to life, he is left completely dumbfounded by what he sees on the display. It turns out he has been reset to level 1, and his legendary authority of gluttony is mostly sealed. Seeing his god-tier powers locked away, makes him realize the dimensional crossing took a massive toll on his body. Before he can process the loss, a high-pitched screech echoes through the trees, putting him on high alert. He narrows his eyes, sensing a presence that definitely does not belong in a peaceful neighborhood on Earth. Suddenly, a pack of trash-tier goblins charges out of the brush, looking for an easy meal. Our boy is completely stunned, because the Earth he remembers definitely didn't have these green pests running around. He decides to wipe the trash-tier monsters out in one go, gathering his dark energy for a finishing blow. But as he tries to unleash his power, he feels a sickening hollowness where his mana should be. It turns out his infernal energy is currently pathetic, barely a flicker of its former hellish glory. The goblins see his hesitation and lunge forward, thinking they've found an easy meal in the weakened king. Realizing his raw mana won't cut it, he decides he'll have to rely on a specific combat skill instead. He activates Sabnok's Authority of the Blade, transforming his arm into a lethal weapon of pure, jagged destruction. With one swift motion, he carves through the first monster, and receives a notification of his easy victory. He continues the dance of death, harvesting experience points as he effortlessly tears through the remaining pack. After the short-lived bloodbath, he hits level 4, finally starting his long, gritty climb back to the top. Kangwoo stares at the trash-tier corpses, wondering just what kind of weaklings these creatures actually are. Our boy realizes he can actually feel his power surging as he racks up experience from the slaughter. He looks over the blood-soaked clearing, silent as he processes the strange nature of his new environment. Standing amidst the carnage, he decides he needs to squeeze some actual information out of this mysterious place. He unleashes the authority of gluttony, summoning dark, ethereal maws to feast upon the fallen goblin remains. As he devours their essence, he gains a tiny bit of infernal energy, but finds zero useful memories. Suddenly, he freezes in pure shock, dumbfounded by the fact that he just absorbed actual infernal energy here. If this world contains the same energy as the pits of hell, he fears he hasn't reached Earth. The realization hits him like a truck, threatening to shatter the one hope that kept him sane for millennia. Just as despair begins to take hold, a piercing scream echoes through the woods, snapping him back to reality. Our boy freezes, instantly recognizing that the high-pitched shriek echoing through the trees isn't some hellish beast. He realizes with a jolt that the sound is far too melodic and fragile to belong to a demon. It's a human scream, the one sound he's been dying to hear for 10,000 miserable years. Without wasting a second, he activates Valafor's Authority of Speed, whooshing through the forest like a dark blur. After a literal eternity surrounded by multi-limbed freaks and slimy abominations, he's desperate for something normal. He grits his teeth, praying he won't find more tentacles like Lilith's, as the trauma of hell still lingers. He finally spots a pack of trash-tier goblins screeching as they corner a figure against a tree. "Please let it be a human," he pleads, his heart racing as he closes the distance in an instant. He scans her face, confirming she's cut from the same cloth as the people from his home. He stares, completely dumbfounded, as he finally confirms that a real human is right before him. Our boy is absolutely losing it, screaming with joy because he finally found a human instead of more tentacles. The trash-tier goblins ignore his entrance, focusing their bloodlust on the cornered girl instead. She cowers in terror, realizing that these monsters are about to tear her apart at any moment. As the blade swings, she closes her eyes, waiting for the inevitable pain that never actually comes. Turns out, the Demon King isn't letting his first human contact die, intercepting the strike with brutal efficiency. He makes quick work of the rest, leaving the forest floor littered with the remains of the pack. He offers a hand to the girl, trying to keep his cool despite his heart racing with excitement. She looks up in awe, softly thanking her mysterious savior, while still trembling from the intense shock. The second their hands touch, he feels a spark, his face flushing as he realizes how soft she is. He starts quivering uncontrollably, completely dumbfounded by the sensation of actual human skin after 10,000 years. Hansiola looks up with sparkling eyes, thanking her savior and introducing herself to the mysterious man. Our boy is shaking like a leaf, leaving her completely confused about why her hero is acting so weird. Suddenly, he grabs her hand with a desperate pull that catches the poor girl completely off guard. Driven by 10,000 years of loneliness, he blurs out a marriage proposal that leaves her jaw on the floor. He is blushing like a total amateur while she just stares back, wondering if he has actually lost his mind. Realizing he is being a total creep, he quickly lets go and admits he just got way too excited. Kangwoo tries to play it cool, introducing himself properly while hoping she forgets that trash-tier proposal he just made. He asks if she is injured, and though she tries to act tough, a sharp pain suddenly shoots through her. Her leg is a bloody mess from the previous struggle, causing her to wobble as her strength finally gives out. She collapses right into his chest, dropping her strange device as Kang-woo catches her before she hits the dirt. Our boy spots a familiar square object and realizes it's a smartphone, confirming he's finally back on Earth. He tells the girl to stay put so he can provide some much-needed first aid to her mangled leg. Ripping his own clothes for bandages, he's relieved that they can actually understand each other's human speech. Turns out he banned demon speech in hell, forcing subordinates like Palos to learn human just to stay sane. After patching her up, he hands her phone back while playing the part of a helpful, mysterious stranger. Seeing the date is 2023, he calculates that only 5 years passed on Earth during his 10-millennium hellish exile. He suggests a break, secretly desperate for information about these monsters that have apparently plagued Earth for years. When he asks what she's doing here, Seola admits she was out hunting at the gate all alone. She explains she's a newly awakened player who made a trash-tier mistake by trying to solo this dungeon. Kang-woo is completely dumbfounded by terms like player and level, while she wonders why a pro is here. Our boy plays it cool, claiming his low level is just due to some mysterious personal circumstances. They rest among the trash-tier goblin corpses while Seola processes how humble her powerful savior seems. When she accidentally bumps into him, the sudden physical contact catches the exhausted girl completely off guard. Seola turns bright red with embarrassment, while Kang-woo remains clueless about why she is acting so weird. She tries to stand up to leave, but Kang-woo warns her that those wounds are still quite serious. Her leg gives out with a painful crack, proving she is in no condition to walk out alone. Kang-woo catches her before she falls, making her even more flustered as he insists on helping her. He asks for directions to the entrance, determined to escort his new source of information to safety. Our boy is secretly thrilled that his first human interaction in 10 millennia is actually going smoothly. As they walk away, he feels confident that adapting to Earth society will be a total breeze. Seola happily points out they've reached the exit, signaling the end of their long forest trek. A massive, swirling blue gate stands before them, acting as a bridge between two different dimensions. Our boy realizes that if people use these fissures, this place isn't exactly the Earth he knew. He stares at the portal, wondering what kind of insane power is required to keep it stable. Seola says she's feeling much better, so they finally prepare to step back into human society. They dive into the portal, the world blurring as they transition through the dimensional gap. The sudden clamor of the city hits Kang-woo's ears, making him wince as his senses adjust. A recruiter yells for goblin hunters, while Kang-woo curiously notes that humans only have 2 eyes. Other players grumble about the lack of tankers, but our boy is just focused on their single noses. As a thief gets turned away, Kang-woo stands dumbfounded by a world where nobody has any tentacles. Kang-woo stares at the bustling city, completely overwhelmed by the sight of a world populated only by ordinary humans. Seola clutches his cloak, her hands trembling as she realizes they have truly made it out of that nightmare. Our boy finally breaks down, sobbing uncontrollably now that his 10,000-year journey back home is finally over. Seola watches him with a puzzled expression, wondering why this legendary warrior is suddenly crying like a baby. She looks down at her bruised leg, realizing just how much they have been through to get here. Bowing politely, she asks if he would be willing to stay with her just a little while longer. When she invites him to her place for a meal, Kang-woo's face turns beet red from the sudden offer. He starts acting all smug and cool, but their wholesome moment is interrupted by a loud, authoritative shout. 2 guards approach and demand to see their player cards, leaving our boy totally dumbfounded by the strange request. While Seola fumbles to find hers, Kang-woo realizes he is in deep trouble because he technically does not exist. Kang-woo realizes he has no choice but to dip into his demonic arsenal to bypass the modern security. He activates a forbidden power, his eye glowing with the predatory light of a high-ranking hellish entity. By invoking Dantalion's authority of blindness, he weaves an illusion that completely overwrites the guard's sense of reality. The guard's mind turns to mush under the mental pressure, and he mindlessly signals that they are clear. Our boy breathes a sigh of relief and leads Seola away while the guards stand there looking totally dazed. They eventually arrive at a weathered apartment building that looks like a total dump compared to a demonic palace. Seola warns him about the broken elevator, but Kang-woo is just thrilled to experience something so wonderfully mundane. The nostalgic scent of an old building hits him, grounding him in the world he fought so hard for. Climbing the cramped staircase feels like a luxury after spending 10,000 years surrounded by fire and brimstone. Even the touch of a chilly handrail is enough to make our boy realize he is finally truly home. The sight of dusty windows and cramped hallways finally makes the reality of his return sink in. Our boy can't help but grin, thinking his luck is finally turning as he approaches Seola's place. The vibe shifts instantly when Seola calls out to her mother, leaving Kang-woo completely dumbfounded in the back. He freezes up, his mind racing as he tries to process the sudden appearance of a parent. Seeing the warm reunion, he realizes she literally meant a family dinner, rather than anything more private. Ciola introduces him as her savior, and our boy quickly puts on his best behavior with a polite bow. The mother immediately lunges forward, grabbing his hand with a grip fueled by pure, raw gratitude. She starts tearing up while thanking him, making the former ruler of hell feel a bit out of place. Despite the humble surroundings, she welcomes him inside with the promise of the best meal she can provide. Even if it's not a solo date, Kangwoo is just happy to finally taste some real human cooking. Ciola heads to the kitchen to help her mom, while Kangwoo reflects on how much better this is than hell. While Ciola checks her messages, her mother reminds her to always stay in touch when things get dangerous. Our boy suddenly realizes he is missing a vital tool for survival in the modern world: a smartphone. He quickly makes up an excuse about losing his phone to borrow Ciola's for a few minutes. She happily hands it over, telling him he can use it while they finish up the meal. Swiping the screen feels like a divine blessing to a man who spent 10 millennia in a desolate wasteland. However, he suppresses his excitement because he needs to figure out what happened to Earth while he was gone. He starts digging through the archives, specifically looking for any news from the year he disappeared. He reads about the gates appearing, the massacre of armies, and the eventual rise of superpowered players. His eyes widen when he finds an article about the very first gate that appeared in Seoul back in 2018. Our boy realizes the day he vanished was the exact moment the gates first ravaged the world. He pieces it together, realizing he wasn't just unlucky but was actually swallowed by a dimensional rift. He swipes through trash-tier articles but stops when Seola's mother announces that dinner is finally served. Kangwoo puts the phone away, ready to be polite, but his heart skips a beat at the aroma. His demonic eyes widen as a core memory from 10,000 years ago suddenly hits him like a truck. There it is, a steaming pot of kimchi stew, the one thing he craved most in the abyss. He stares at the bowl, dumbfounded that a simple home-cooked meal could make a demon king tremble. Tears nearly well up as he realizes this isn't a dream. He's finally back to taste real food. He takes a shaky scoop, savoring the sight of the tofu and broth before taking the first bite. While the ladies chat about their meal, our boy is having a spiritual experience over a bowl of soup. Ciola watches him, completely caught off guard by the intensity of his reaction to her mother's cooking. His hand shakes as he lifts the spoon, the weight of 10 millennia of hunger resting on this bite. The ladies can only stare in silence as our boy starts inhaling the meal like a man possessed. He gulps it down, the spicy broth finally extinguishing the cold void that has been his life. Without a second's delay, he goes back in for more, terrified this flavor might vanish if he stops. He chews slowly at first, letting the nostalgic heat of the kimchi ground him back to reality. Then he dives into the rice, his movements becoming more frantic as his survival instincts kick in. As he gobbles down the food, his mind drifts back 10,000 years to the day he fell. He remembers being reborn in that infernal wasteland, forced to consume dark energy to keep his soul intact. Even while sitting atop a mountain of slaughtered demons, he could never find anything to satisfy his taste. He recalls the absolute nightmare of the ninth hell, forced to consume trash-tier demon flesh just to survive. Every single bite of those monsters tasted like literal sewage, a constant reminder of his eternal suffering. For 10,000 years, that disgusting cycle was the only thing keeping his soul from completely rotting away. The only light in that dark void was his desperate, burning longing to see his home again. Now that he is finally tasting real food, the dam finally breaks and the tears start flowing uncontrollably. Shoveling rice into his mouth, our boy realizes the impossible has happened. He is actually back on Earth. Ciola and her mother are completely dumbfounded, watching this mysterious man break down over a simple meal. He tries to say Ciola's name, but his voice is choked with the weight of 10,000 years. Hunched over the table, he tells them through his sobs that this is the most delicious meal ever. Ciola watches him with a pained expression, realizing her small gesture meant the entire world to him. Ciola looks at him with soft eyes, insisting she's the one who owes him a debt of gratitude. She was worried this humble spread wouldn't be enough, but seeing him eat makes her heart swell. Our boy doesn't give a damn about fancy plating and begs for a second helping of rice. Ciola's mother is delighted, thinking it's a blessing to see someone enjoy her cooking this much. Tears hit the bowl as he realizes the nightmare of the ninth hell is finally over. Ciola rushes to grab the rice cooker, happy to keep the man who saved her life fed. Just as things get cozy, a violent blast turns the front door into a pile of scrap metal. Through the dust, a vulgar intruder starts barking insults, completely ruining the vibe of their dinner. The poor women are paralyzed with fear, realizing their peaceful night just took a dark turn. A heavy boot stomps through the rubble, proving that some trash-tier thugs never know when to quit. The blonde trash-tier thug screams for Ciola to show her face right this second. With a heavy tap of his boot, he demands to know who gave her permission to enter gates. Seola stares him down with eyes full of fire, refusing to be intimidated by his pathetic posturing. She doesn't hesitate for a second and tells the intruder to get the hell out of her home. Taehyun scowls, visibly dumbfounded that the girl he used to bully is actually talking back to him. Protecting her mother, Seola screams for Taehyun to leave since he was never invited to their house. She warns him not to come any closer, claiming she's finally become a respectable player herself. Taehyun just freezes for a moment before letting out a pfft and bursting into hysterical, mocking laughter. He can't believe his ears, laughing at the idea of a total loser like her reaching player status. With a loud wham, he slams his fist into the wall, calling her a pathetic noob. Seola stands her ground, shielding her terrified mother and warning the thug to stay back. Taehyun just stares with cold indifference while the poor mother quivers in absolute fear behind her daughter. He starts trash-talking her family, mocking her deadbeat father and her mother's pathetic income. Seola finally snaps, screaming that their family's misery is entirely his fault as her anger boils over. Tired of the talk, Taehyun roughly grabs her, intending to drag her off to the Andres Guild. She tries to dig her heels in, refusing to be taken to such a trash-tier organization. Taehyun just smirks, tightening his grip while promising to put her in a very special party. Trapped and desperate, Seola grits her teeth, realizing she needs to do something drastic to escape. She sinks her teeth into his arm with a wet chomp, drawing blood to force him to let go. Infuriated by the pain, Taehyun sends her spinning with a brutal slap that echoes through the room. Seola hits the floor hard, her mother's heart breaking as she watches her daughter get treated like trash. Taehyun winces at his bloody arm, wondering how this low-rank brat actually managed to draw blood. He loses his cool, snarling that being a good person won't help her survive in this cruel world. Looking down at the trembling pair, he mocks her for thinking she was ever a respectable player. A dark aura surrounds him as he decides it's time to settle things between them like real hunters. Seola's mother desperately begs for mercy, even offering to take all the blame just to save her child. The trash-tier bully doesn't care and violently shoves the poor woman away like she's nothing but a nuisance. Seola can only watch in pure horror, her world shattering as she sees her mother strike the ground. She scrambles to her mother's side while Taehyun just stands there, completely unfazed by his own cruelty. His face twists into a demonic mask of irritation, claiming their pathetic crying is finally starting to annoy him. Seola glares through her tears, screaming the name of the man currently ruining her life. Taehyun just smirks and steps closer, mocking her for thinking a simple look will change her fate. He gets right in her face, bragging about his superior level and newly awakened second trait. The trash-tier bully laughs like a maniac, asking if she actually believes she stands a chance. He violently grabs her face, sneering that her only redeeming quality is her looks. Taehyun continues his rant, explaining how handing her over to a guild will secure his promotion. Suddenly, a loud slurping sound cuts through his power trip, leaving the blonde bully completely confused. He turns around only to find our boy Kangwoo casually chugging the rest of the stew. Taehyun is absolutely dumbfounded, wondering why this guy is eating during such a tense situation. Kangwoo doesn't give a single damn, focusing entirely on scarfing down every last drop of his meal. Taehyun mocks the situation, asking if this tiny apartment is suddenly some five-star restaurant. Seola watches in tears, completely dumbfounded that her savior can't even read the room right now. Our boy Kangwoo just keeps on eating, ignoring the trash-tier bully tapping his foot in pure annoyance. He continues to munch away happily, making Taehyun wonder if this guy is actually insane or just starving. The blonde bully scratches his head in disbelief, while Kangwoo finishes every last drop of that precious stew. Finally snapping, Taehyun kicks the table and sends the entire meal flying across the room in a rage. As the soup splashes, Kangwoo's eyes glow a dangerous red, realizing his long-awaited meal is officially ruined. Seola gasps in horror, realizing that the situation just took a turn for the absolute worst. Taehyun grits his teeth, ready to beat some sense into the guy who dared to ignore him. With the pot shattered and food everywhere, Seola screams out in terror as the atmosphere turns suffocatingly heavy. Kangwoo lets out a soul-crushing scream, mourning the loss of the only decent meal he's had in millennia. He falls to his knees over the orange puddle, while Taehyun just stands there wondering what's wrong with him. Seola can only watch in pure disbelief, wondering where on earth she managed to find such a strange guy. Our boy continues to wail like his world ended, making the trash-tier bully even more annoyed by his behavior. Taehyun starts tapping him with his foot, demandingly telling the pathetic-looking man to just shut up and stand up. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifts as Kangwoo's eyes glow with a murderous intent that feels like it's from another world. The blonde bully begins to sweat, sensing an overwhelming pressure that makes him question what he's actually dealing with. A massive, terrifying shadow looms over Kangwoo as he realizes this human just crossed a line he can't uncross. Taehyun falters and wavers, his body instinctively reacting to the pure demonic energy radiating from the man he mocked. Gritting his teeth, he clenches his fist to hide the trembling, trying to regain control of the situation. Taehyun ignites his blue flames, fully intending to turn our boy into a pile of charcoal. He starts sweating buckets, realizing that this supposed bum might actually be completely out of his mind. Before he can even react, a sudden flare of energy disrupts his focus and catches him off guard. Taehyun's eyes glow with a mix of rage and confusion, wondering what the hell is actually happening. Seola desperately screams for Kangwoo to get out of there, her eyes welling up with tears. Suddenly, Kangwoo vanishes in a blur of speed, leaving nothing but a trail of murderous intent. Seola stands there dumbfounded, unable to process how her savior just moved like a literal ghost. Taehyun swings a flame-enhanced fist, but he is just punching air, as Kangwoo effortlessly slips past him. He tries to convince himself that the speed is not that high, but his instincts say otherwise. Panic finally sets in as he realizes a heavy fist is already coming in from his left. Kangwoo lands a brutal blow to the gut, making the bully realize he was completely played by a feint. Taehyun coughs up saliva, his eyes wide as he struggles to breathe after that heavy demonic impact. Infuriated, the trash tier hunter ignites his blue flames and curses the man who just humiliated him. He swings wildly with his fire, but our boy doesn't even flinch as the attack misses its mark. Before he can recover, a heavy kick sends him reeling, proving his flames are useless against true strength. Wiping blood from his nose, Taehyun desperately tries to convince himself that his opponent isn't actually that powerful. His delusions are shattered when another strike connects with his face, sending blood flying everywhere. Kangwoo effortlessly skips around the next desperate flare of blue fire, treating the player like a mere child. The bully is left gasping and broken, realizing his status as a top player means nothing here. Our boy winds up for the finishing blow, ready to show this trash exactly what happens when you ruin dinner. Taehyun swings a desperate blue flame punch, but our boy effortlessly slips past the trash tier attack. Falling for a simple feint, the bully takes a brutal gut punch that makes him cough up blood. The former ruler of hell slams the pathetic player into the floor, leaving him wondering who this monster is. Taehyun lies broken on the living room rug, as Kangwoo looms over him like a literal shadow of death. Our boy grinds his heel into the bully's head, showing him exactly where he sits on the food chain. The lesson gets even bloodier when Kangwoo stabs a dark blade through the hunter's arm, ignoring his screams. Looking down with cold indifference, he tells the trash tier hunter to stop whining like a spoiled brat. With glowing red eyes, he explains that the debt for ruining his kimchi stew hasn't been paid yet. The bully is completely dumbfounded that he's being tortured and maimed over a simple bowl of soup. Offended by the word just, our boy grabs a handful of blonde hair to remind him who's in charge. Kangwoo leans in close, reminding the trash tier hunter exactly what he spilled earlier. Taehyun can only tremble as the former ruler of hell crushes his skull with a single hand. With a sickening thud, our boy slams the bully's face into the floor to drive the point home. He loses himself in a demonic rage, repeatedly pummeling the hunter for ruining his precious meal. Gritting his teeth, Kangwoo shows that his hunger for vengeance is just as strong as his actual hunger. The beating stops momentarily as he taps the broken hunter's head, signaling a twisted new game. He leans over his prey, instructing the bully to repeat a specific phrase to stay alive. As Taehyun quivers in his own blood, he realizes he better get every single word right. The terrified hunter screams about the stew, hoping this pathetic chant will finally end his nightmare. Kangwoo isn't satisfied and presses into the wound, demanding the trash tier hunter shout even louder. Taehyun is a sobbing mess as Kangwoo starts a countdown that feels like a literal death sentence. Our boy's shadow looms large, while the bully stammers out the first part of his forced apology. The hunter screams that the stew is a sacred dish, hoping this humiliation finally satisfies his tormentor. Kangwoo isn't buying it and snaps that the trash tier hunter has the wrong attitude entirely. He demands the bully scream like he's praying to God or proving his love to someone special. Seola watches from the sidelines, completely dumbfounded by the sheer absurdity and violence of the situation. Both of them end up screaming about the sacred stew in a twisted, high-pitched duet of pure madness. Even with all that noise, our boy grits his teeth because the performance is still lacking. He grabs the hunter again, ordering him to hit a pitch 7 octaves higher to show real conviction. Taehyun takes a massive breath, ready to shatter his own vocal cords just to survive the night. Taehyun finally hits that high note, screaming about the sacred stew while tears and blood stream down his face. Our boy stands over him, both of them catching their breath after that absolutely unhinged vocal performance. Kangwoo gives him a little reward by carving into his arm, praising the trash-tier hunter for finally showing conviction. With the bully broken and bleeding on the floor, the former ruler of Hell stands tall in total dominance. He stares down with those glowing red eyes, warning the hunter to never disrespect the kimchi stew ever again. Taehyun lies there in a pool of his own blood, wondering what kind of absolute lunatic he just crossed. The apartment is a total wreck, showing just how much damage these thugs caused before our boy stepped in. Amidst the debris and broken furniture, the weight of the situation finally starts to settle in the quiet room. Seola's mother lies still with her head bandaged, a painful reminder of why this lesson was so necessary. Seola looks on with a heavy heart, realizing her life just got a whole lot more complicated with Kangwoo around. Seola stays close to her mother, her heart heavy as she processes the chaotic events of the day. Over at the sink, the sound of running water signals that the cleanup crew has officially started. Han Taehyun snivels in pain, his face a swollen wreck after being thoroughly humbled by the former king. Our boy has turned the high-rank hunter into a personal maid, forcing him to scrub pots in his boxers. Kangwoo relaxes in the jumpsuit he stole from the bully, casually checking his phone while sipping some tea. The trash-tier hunter weeps while he works, cursing the day he ever disrespected a simple bowl of stew. He stares into the water, still dumbfounded that his entire career was ended by a kimchi-obsessed lunatic. A brief moment of internal rage flashes in his eyes as he wonders why he has to endure this. The sharp clack of a cup on the table sends him into a panic, instantly shattering his fragile ego. When Kangwoo asks if he finds this unfair, the terrified hunter screams that he is actually having a blast. Kangwoo watches the trash-tier hunter with a cold gaze, silently judging if the man is worth the effort. He reflects on the 9th hell, where basic comforts like food and a bed were impossible, distant luxuries. Our boy remembers the grit required to survive, having spent eons devouring demonic beasts just to stay alive. He tells the bully to cherish his life, knowing exactly how quickly everything can be ripped away. Taehyun screams his obedience while inwardly cursing Kangwoo, desperate to find a way to flip the script. The broken hunter plans to report to Andras, convinced his powerful connections will eventually end this nightmare. Kangwoo calls his new maid over from the sink, causing the terrified man to jump in absolute fright. Resting his hand on the broken table, he casually mentions that he has been doing some deep thinking. Taehyun flinches when the former king admits there is really no merit in keeping such a loser alive. He mockingly asks if the bully truly believes that doing good deeds is enough to survive this world. Kangwoo grabs the trash-tier bully by the collar, telling him not to worry just yet. Our boy leans in with a demonic grin, clarifying that death would be way too easy. He promises that Taehyun will soon be begging for the sweet release of the grave. The hunter begins to tremble as he realizes he has messed with a literal monster. Suddenly, the authority of terror manifests, summoning the nightmare known as Ouroboros to crush his spirit. A massive demonic hand snatches him up, making the high-rank player feel like a helpless insect. Taehyun pathetically begs for mercy as the beast prepares to devour his very sanity. The skill carves pure horror into his soul, leaving him screaming in a void of absolute despair. Back in reality, the bully collapses on the kitchen floor, completely broken by the mental assault. Kangwoo coldly warns his new servant to never speak a word about what just happened. Kangwoo finishes shattering the bully's spirit, coldly ordering his new puppet to finally get lost. The once arrogant hunter is now a shivering, pathetic mess, literally soaking his clothes in absolute terror. As the trash-tier player stumbles out in shame, Seola can only watch the bizarre aftermath in silence. She looks at our boy with growing admiration, feeling deeply grateful for his constant protection. While she is caught in her feelings, Kangwoo is busy brooding over his current lack of resources. He realizes that despite his past status, he is currently just a broke bum in this world. Stress starts to mount as he realizes he desperately needs cash to survive on Earth. A sudden spark of inspiration hits him while he scrolls through the local player database. He learns that magic crystals from monsters are the key to wealth in this new society. Eager for a lead, he asks Seola if she has any of these valuable stones on her. Seola happily agrees to help and starts rummaging through her bag to find exactly what our boy needs. She pulls out a low-rank crystal snagged from those trash-tier goblins and hands it over to him. He takes the stone, noting that darker colors usually signify a much higher rank and more value. Kangwoo inspects the loot, but feels dumbfounded when he realizes it lacks any trace of infernal energy. His demonic eyes narrow as he confirms the power within is definitely not the hellish kind he knows. He remembers his own energy spiking recently, making the contrast between these two sources even more obvious. Turns out, these crystals hold a completely different essence than the dark power he once commanded in Hell. It leaves him brooding over where exactly a former demon king can find his familiar energy on Earth. Shaking it off, He thanks her, and decides selling these rocks is his best shot at making bank. To get things moving, he approaches the gate guards to find a way into the local player market. Our boy asks Sayola where the nearest player office is, and she points him towards Seoul Station. When he asks if she is coming along, she admits she has her own business to handle there. Looking at her injured mother, Sayola explains that her family's struggle pushed her to take desperate risks. She gazes at the crystal, confessing that she was reckless to enter a gate way out of her league. Sayola thanks him again, realizing she would have been trash-tier food if he hadn't stepped in. Kangwoo just laughs it off, thinking how strange it is to hear this after 10,000 years with demons. She is fired up to retake her basic courses, hoping to awaken a second trait and help others. He calls her a total angel in his head, but knows he can't actually help her reach his level. Our boy suggests they head out, and Sayola rushes to get her gear ready for the trip. As she leaves, he coldly notes that her lack of strength will only end up slowing him down. Kangwoo knows the world is a cold place where only the absolute strongest get to survive. While Sayola preps her gear, he reminds himself to eliminate any risks and reclaim his lost demonic authority. Looking out at the city, he realizes Earth is just another battlefield he must conquer to stay alive. His reflection reminds him that despite the peaceful scenery, his soul is still forged in fires of hell. Sayola snaps him out of his thoughts by asking if he actually has a legal ID for this world. Turns out, our boy managed to get his hands on a fresh resident registration card to blend in. They hop on a train filled with other players, heading toward the government office in the busy city. He stares at the reissued card, marveling at how easy it was to reclaim his human identity. At the desk, he double-checks with the clerk to see if there was anything else he needed. He feels a bit dumbfounded that absolutely no one even noticed he was gone for 10,000 years. Kangwoo stares at his new ID, realizing that to the world, he never actually left. Even though 10,000 years passed in hell, only 5 years have ticked by on Earth. He remembers his past life as a lonely loser, eating instant noodles with no one to call a friend. That isolation turned him into a beast who survived by devouring the literal filth of the ninth hell. Sayola suddenly snaps him out of his dark thoughts, excitedly pointing toward the window as they travel. She tells him they are almost at their destination, while he tries to shake off those bloody memories. Outside, the city looks like a futuristic paradise compared to the scorched, bone-filled wasteland he once ruled. Sayola asks if he finds the view amazing, clearly proud of the world she calls home. Tucking his new identity away, our boy agrees that this new life is definitely going to be spectacular. As the train rattles along, he vows that his second chance at humanity won't be wasted like before. They finally arrive at the player management office, the massive heart of the city's elite hunter society. Sayola waves our boy over, her excitement bubbling as they prepare to step into his new life. Looking at the towering glass structure, Kangwoo is struck by how much humans have built while he was gone. He admits the place is bigger than an airport, feeling completely dumbfounded by the sheer scale of it all. Before they head in, Sayola offers him her old phone so he can navigate this modern world. Our boy is genuinely moved by the gesture, thinking she might actually be an angel in human form. She explains she needs to register for courses but promises to contact him as soon as she is done. With a bright smile, she suggests they grab a proper dinner together once her long day finally ends. Kangwoo happily agrees, feeling a warmth that definitely beats the cold, lonely filth of the ninth hell. Stepping into the lobby, he finds himself dwarfed by the massive interior of the player headquarters. Kangwoo realizes how much society revolves around players, seeing them treated like celebrities in this massive building. He spots an automated kiosk and figures he needs to use it to get on the waiting list. Our boy slides his ID into the machine, hoping his fake credentials hold up under modern scrutiny. The system flashes green, confirming his identity and assigning him waiting number 18 for his official evaluation. He grabs the high-tech ticket, wondering if this whole process is really necessary for a former Hell King. Suddenly, the device in his hand starts buzzing, catching him off guard with its strange, modern vibrations. A glowing blue guide path lights up the floor, directing him toward the designated testing area. He follows the trail to test room 9, finding a bunch of other hopefuls already loitering around. Two guys nearby brag about their D-rank scores, acting like they just conquered the world with trash-tier skills. They laugh off their mediocrity, admitting they are nothing compared to the legendary players ruling the current rankings. Kangwoo scrolls through his phone, researching the top-tier players who seem to be the real deal in this world. He notes that the S-rank guildmasters of the Big Five are supposedly incomparable to the trash-tier hunters he's seen. These 5 legends established the major guilds, standing as the absolute peak of human strength in this era. Our boy realizes that once he unlocks his full potential, he'll definitely be crossing paths with these heavy hitters. He figures that since power usually corrupts, there's a high chance hell end up clashing with them eventually. To stay ahead of the game, He knows he needs to recover his original demonic authorities immediately. Looking at his current level, he realizes the player system might actually help him surpass his former self. Suddenly, the doors hiss open as the staff calls for number 18 to finally step up for evaluation. He steps into the testing area with a heavy stride, ready to prove his worth to the system. A professional clerk directs him to a seat in the high-tech room to begin his official rank assessment. Kang-woo confirms his identity to the staff, ready to finally get his official player rank. The clerk explains that the orb will change color based on his power, with darker shades meaning higher ranks. Our boy starts sweating, worried that his demonic energy might accidentally break the scale and attract unwanted attention. He carefully places his hand on the device, trying his best to suppress the overwhelming power within. Suddenly, the entire room is engulfed in a blinding flash as the orb reacts violently to his touch. He winces, thinking he definitely overdid it, and that his secret is about to be blown wide open. The intense glow leaves the staff completely dazed as they struggle to see the final result. Once the light fades, the clerk blinks in confusion while checking the data on her screen. She casually announces that his rank is a measly F, which seems like a win for his cover. However, the sheer absurdity of the result leaves him completely dumbfounded as he processes his new trash tier status. The clerk starts laying out the ground rules for those stuck in the bottom tier brackets. Our boy stares at the orb, unable to believe his godlike power resulted in a trash tier F rank. As she explains he's restricted to low-level gates, he figures the machine just couldn't calculate his true strength. He can already imagine Balak losing his mind and screaming about how a king needs zero protection. Feeling the weight of 10,000 years of hell, he desperately asks how to climb this pathetic ladder. She mentions taking basic classes like Ciola for a quick promotion, but that sounds way too boring. When she brings up turning in magic crystals for rank-ups, he finally finds a path he actually likes. The clerk taps away, officially registering Kang-woo as an E-rank player while he prepares to move out. He politely declines the schoolboy route, deciding he's better off handling things his own way. The poor clerk just watches him go, convinced he's acting tough to hide the trauma of being weak. The clerk sighs, certain our boy is just a walking corpse if he actually steps into a gate. She thinks it's better to quit than live as a trash tier F rank, but then something suddenly changes. The testing orb starts darkening into a deep, ominous void that defies every law of the system. Panic sets in as the device begins to crack under a pressure it was never meant to hold. With a violent shatter, the machine explodes, leaving the poor woman screaming in pure, unadulterated terror. She sits there completely dumbfounded, staring at the smoking wreckage of what should have been a routine test. Realizing even S ranks don't turn crystals pitch black, she desperately calls for a replacement to fix the mess. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to a chaotic gate where players are frantically shouting for damage dealers and mages. Everyone is hunting for high-ranked tanks and healers, while the low-tier thieves get treated like total outcasts. Kang-woo just watches the circus, wondering why nobody wants to team up with the sneaky types in this world. Our boy flashes his trash-tier E-rank card, deciding the surrounding recruitment circus is none of his business. The guard confirms his lowly status and lets him pass, oblivious to the demonic king walking right by. He steps through the shimmering portal, feeling the familiar pull of mana as he enters the gate. The teleportation leaves him feeling nauseous, making him realize how much he hates this human way of traveling. Just as he gets pumped to find some local prey, a loud voice suddenly commands him to stop. He looks up with a cold stare, wondering who has the guts to interrupt his first hunt on Earth. A massive tank of a man looms over him, wondering if he just stumbled upon a wild bear. Kang-woo grows annoyed as Tae-soo questions his solo status, asking if he has even awakened a second trait. The rest of the party approaches, including a nervous mage and a thief who are finally ready to move. The party is left dumbfounded and flinches when their leader suddenly bellows out in the middle of the woods. Tae-soo lectures our boy about how trash tier it is for an E-rank to hunt without a party. He offers a spot in his group, but Kang-woo just stares back with a look of pure boredom. The rest of the squad isn't feeling it, arguing that a random newbie will just be dead weight. Tae-soo explodes in a fit of rage, claiming they are literally saving a life by bringing him along. Kang-woo thinks the big guy is actually decent, though he really doesn't want to join their little club. The tank introduces himself as Tae-soo while giving a firm handshake that would crush a normal human's hand. He then asks for our boy's name, clearly eager to take this rookie under his massive wing. Kang-woo introduces himself but tries to politely decline the offer before the big guy starts laughing again. Tae-soo claims he's only 24, leaving Kang-woo completely dumbfounded by how rough the man looks for his age. He even flashes his ID card to prove it, making Kang-woo realize this guy has lived a brutal life. Kang-woo decides to drop the formalities, since the big guy is actually younger than he looks. He politely insists on hunting solo, assuring the tank that he isn't just some clueless rookie. The rest of the party just stands there looking skeptical, probably thinking he's got a death wish. Tae-soo reluctantly gives in, scratching his head because he can't force the kid to stay. He warns our boy that this forest is crawling with goblins, and something much worse. Turns out a massive hobgoblin rules this place, and it's way deadlier than any trash-tier monster. Kang-woo genuinely appreciates the concern, thinking this tank is actually a pretty decent guy. They part ways with a friendly wave, though the squad still thinks he's doomed. As the group disappears into the woods, Kang-woo reflects on how easy life would be as a noob, but he knows he's better off alone, ready to unleash his true power without any witnesses. Kang-woo takes a deep breath and decides it is finally time to get to work. Our boy marches into the dense woods, ready to show these monsters who the real predator is. He activates his demonic speed, blurring through the foliage like a dark streak of lethal lightning. Following the scent of filth, he tracks the tracks back to a hidden nest of trash-tier goblins. Without a moment of hesitation, he drops right into the camp to catch the group off guard. He catches the first one by surprise, driving his blade home before the creature can even scream. Blood sprays as he dances through their ranks, his movements far too fast for them to track. Surveying the chaos, he realizes he has hit the jackpot with so many targets to feast upon. The remaining monsters start sweating, finally realizing they are not the ones doing the hunting today. With a twisted grin, the former king unleashes his dark authority and begins the real slaughter. Our boy spins like a whirlwind of death, turning these trash-tier monsters into literal minced meat. He doesn't even need a blade for everyone, simply punching straight through a goblin's chest with raw power. The pack tries to swarm him, but he is already 3 steps ahead, carving through the green filth. Every swing of his hand is a death sentence, and the air grows heavy with the metallic scent. His eyes glow with a predatory light as he realizes just how much mana he can harvest here. The remaining monsters shriek in terror, realizing their crude clubs are useless against a former king of hell. One tries to mount a final desperate attack, but a clean horizontal slash opens him up instantly. With a casual backhand, he sends a head flying, treating this slaughter like a simple stroll in the park. He moves like a shadow, flickering between targets so fast they cannot even process their own demise. As the last few fall, his gaze sharpens, fully embracing the cold thrill of the hunt once again. Kang-woo tears through the fodder like paper, his blade leaving nothing but a bloody mess behind. The remaining goblins can only watch in pure terror, their bodies shaking as they realize they are next. Blood drips from his fingers as he stares them down, wondering how many more are left to kill. A twisted smirk grows on his face because our boy is finally starting to have some real fun. He casually flicks the filth off his hand, completely unfazed by the absolute carnage he just created. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he admits that even trash-tier mobs can provide a decent workout. Surveying the field of corpses, he notes that their sheer numbers actually made the hunt slightly interesting. Suddenly, a familiar chime rings out, catching him off guard as a system window flickers to life. He realizes that leveling up grants him more infernal energy, a crucial step toward regaining his throne. But before he moves on, he reaches down to claim the real prize from his fallen prey. Kang-woo inspects the corpses, hoping to find a way to extract energy without ruining the loot. He activates the authority of gluttony, a massive demonic maw devouring the lingering essence of his kills. Our boy immediately senses the familiar, intoxicating hum of infernal energy flowing back into his veins. He realizes the source of this power isn't the crystals themselves, but the monster's very souls. Examining the remains, he confirms that the magic crystals are actually clean of any demonic taint. He figures out that devouring fresh kills is the key to maximizing his gains in this world. A system chime confirms his theory, as his infernal energy reserves finally start to tick upward. A wicked grin spreads across his face because he just found the ultimate way to double dip on rewards. With the energy absorbed, he turns his attention back to the physical loot scattered among the bones. He happily stuffs his bag, wondering how many orders of fried chicken these shiny rocks will get him. Looking at the picked clean skeletons, our boy realizes he's basically treated these monsters like a bucket of chicken. The thought of a greasy meal makes him realize he should probably treat Seola to a feast after this. He imagines her being a total sweetheart and handing over the best drumstick just for him. Driven by the promise of spicy sauce, he sprints through the clearing, leaving a trail of dust and bone. Suddenly, a massive boom echoes through the forest, forcing him to skid to a halt. He glances back, wondering what kind of trash-tier monster could possibly be making that much noise. Our boy is momentarily dumbfounded as the ground begins to shake under the weight of something much larger. Emerging from the trees is the hobgoblin Tae-soo warned him about, and this thing is definitely not a pushover. The beast snarls with glowing eyes, looking like it's ready to turn our boy into its next meal. When the monster charges with a fist full of blue energy, Kangwoo realizes even these weaklings can use magic. Kangwoo is surprised the beast can use magic, but he isn't backing down from a fight. He manifests his own power, knowing his infernal energy is leagues above this trash-tier monster's mana. As the beast swings, Kangwoo analyzes the strike, confident that pure power will decide the winner. The monster's eyes burn with rage, completely unaware it's facing the former ruler of the ninth hell. A massive strike shatters the ground, but our boy is already moving, dodging the blow with ease. The beast follows up with a wide sweep, trying to catch the slippery human in its range. Kangwoo crosses his blades to brace for the impact, testing the weight of the creature's physical strength. Their weapons collide with a heavy clang, sending sparks flying as the two forces finally meet. Not letting up for a second, the hobgoblin puts its entire weight into another crushing overhead swing. The ground trembles under the pressure, but Kangwoo holds his ground, refusing to be pushed back. Kangwoo struggles under the weight, realizing this trash-tier mob has a massive physical advantage over his current form. He grits his teeth as the ground shatters, barely dodging a blow that would have turned him into paste. The beast is relentless, its primitive rage driving it to crush the tiny human darting beneath its massive frame. Our boy finds a small opening and strikes the creature's armor, but the impact feels like hitting solid mountain. His weapon cracks under the strain, reminding him that his current stats are still far too low for comfort. The monster doesn't give him a chance to breathe, launching a massive horizontal sweep that cuts through the air. Kangwoo stays low, feeling the wind of the blade pass just inches above his head as he keeps moving. Even a simple kick from this behemoth carries enough force to end the fight if it manages to connect. He slides through the dirt, narrowly escaping a crushing blow as he searches for a way to turn the tide. The hobgoblin resets for another strike, but Kangwoo is already repositioning, refusing to let the beast dictate the pace. Kangwoo realizes this boss is on a different level than the trash-tier mobs he faced earlier. The beast's massive blade cleaves through the air, nearly turning our boy into a pancake. Amidst the chaos, a stray goblin skull gets kicked up from the forest floor. He snatches the bone out of the air, already forming a plan to exploit the monster's arrogance. While the behemoth destroys its own territory in a blind rage, Kangwoo slides into a better position. With a confident smirk, he flings the skull like a projectile toward the massive green beast. It lands with a pathetic tap, barely even scratching the hobgoblin's thick, muscular hide. The monster looks more annoyed than hurt, clearly dumbfounded by such a weak-looking attack. As the ground shakes from the boss's heavy stomps, Kangwoo stands his ground without flinching. He knows his suppressed powers are returning, and this simple trick should be enough to win. Kangwoo clenches his fist tight, deciding to harness pure rage to draw out the strength he needs. He activates the authority of rage, letting the demonic essence of Crocell surge through his veins. Our boy realizes it is more efficient to borrow a subordinate's fury than to waste his own energy. The hobgoblin suddenly stops its advance, looking completely dumbfounded by the terrifying pressure radiating from the human. Consumed by primitive instinct, the monster lets out a deafening roar as it enters a state of total frenzy. The massive beast lunges forward with zero restraint, ready to turn the forest into a graveyard for our boy. Kangwoo just wears a wicked grin, satisfied that his plan to bait the monster into a rage worked. The trash-tier boss grips its stone blade, channeling blue magic into the weapon for one final, desperate strike. The heavy blade whistles through the air, but Kangwoo effortlessly ducks beneath the swing with perfect timing. The monster's wild attack carves through the surrounding trees instead, leaving its entire flank wide open for punishment. The monster's blade cleaves through the forest, but its wild power is exactly what our boy wanted. Kangwoo notes that while this authority multiplies the target's strength, it comes with a massive downside. The hobgoblin continues its mindless rampage, smashing everything in sight with terrifying, uncoordinated force. Every swing from the trash-tier boss is heavier than the last, yet it lacks any semblance of strategy. The ground shatters under the weight of the monster's blade as it desperately tries to crush its prey. Our boy realizes that the true price of this power-up is the monster's very ability to think. He just wears a wicked smirk, knowing a berserk enemy is nothing more than a predictable target. With the beast's intelligence gone, its movements become telegraphed and incredibly easy for him to read. Kangwoo effortlessly slips inside the monster's guard, driving his blade deep into its leg to create an opening. The massive beast roars in pain, but its mindless rage only makes it easier for our boy to dismantle it. The hobgoblin's massive fist hits the dirt, but it's clear the beast is running on fumes. Our boy clenches his fist, preparing to deliver the final blow to this mindless monster. The beast roars and raises its stone blade, completely unaware that its fate is already sealed. Kangwoo moves like a shadow, slipping past the clumsy strike to find the perfect killing blow. Blood sprays as his blade finds its mark, ending the hobgoblin's pathetic rampage once and for all. The giant falls with a satisfying thud, leaving our boy standing victorious over the fresh corpse. He wipes the blood away, thinking about how much faster he could have finished this back in hell. He realizes he's truly starting from the bottom, before system alerts reward him for the solo kill. Reaching level 11 triggers his second awakening, granting him a C-rank trait known as Insatiable Hunger. He wears a wicked smirk, realizing the player system is the perfect tool to regain his lost power. Standing over the fresh corpse, our boy decides it's finally time to test out his new trait. He reaches out and triggers his ability, ready to feast on the fallen monster's lingering essence. Dark energy erupts and swallows the beast whole, accompanied by the bone-chilling sound of a demonic crunch. Kangwoo watches the thick purple fumes swirl around his hand, noticing the energy feels far more potent now. The system confirms his insatiable hunger is working overtime, siphoning every drop of infernal energy available. As his stats climb, he realizes that hunting these elite monsters is the ultimate shortcut to regaining power. His gaze sharpens with a cold intensity, already planning his next move in this twisted game. A dark smirk plays on his lips as the raw, demonic energy begins to reshape his very soul. He expected a minor boost, but he's actually dumbfounded to find his total power has effectively tripled. Clenching his fist, he marvels at how much faster he'll reclaim his throne with this broken ability. Our boy stares at the remains, wary that unearned power usually comes with a deadly price tag. A chilling realization begins to dawn on him as the dark energy swirls around his silhouette. He wonders if he is actually tapping back into Pandemonium, the hellish realm he once ruled. Stepping into the mental manifestation of his domain, he confirms his suspicions are right on the money. Kangwoo senses that the seal on his true home has finally started to crack and weaken. However, he is still puzzled about what exactly triggered this sudden shift in the cosmic balance. Checking his system, he notices the only major change was his recent awakening into a higher rank. It turns out that every time he levels up, the chains holding back his hellish power snap. A dark chuckle escapes him as he realizes how broken this leveling system truly is for him. He grins like a madman, knowing he will reclaim his throne just by farming these trash-tier monsters. Kangwoo realizes he needs to hit higher-ranked gates to keep this momentum going. He spots a high-quality mana crystal left behind in the remains of his latest kill. Our boy snatches up the loot, knowing every bit of essence counts toward his goal. He grins, setting his sights on level 20 to trigger his third awakening and reclaim more power. Later, he and Siola hit up a local spot to celebrate with some top-tier fried chicken. Kangwoo dives in like he hasn't eaten in 10,000 years, completely ignoring his surroundings. He tears through the meat, finding human food far more satisfying than the trash-tier demons in hell. To wash it all down, he chugs a cold beer that hits him like a freight train. He slams the mug down with a satisfied shout, feeling more alive than ever before. Siola just smiles at his appetite while he confirms that this meal is the absolute best. Siola playfully challenges him, asking if this greasy chicken actually beats her home-cooked kimchi stew. Our boy is sweating bullets, caught in a life-or-death struggle between culinary perfection and social survival. He quickly pivots, declaring the stew superior just to keep his only ally on Earth happy. Relieved that he dodged that bullet, he goes back to enjoying his ice-cold brew with a grin. Siola even offers him her own drumstick, clearly won over by his simple-minded devotion to food. She watches him with a soft gaze, perhaps seeing something more than just a hungry monster. Kangwoo keeps stuffing his face, his demonic instincts satisfied for the first time in literal millennia. Suddenly, she drops a heavy question, wondering if he has any friends or family back home. He just keeps chugging his beer, the silence stretching as he reflects on his lonely reign. He slams the mug down and bluntly admits he has nobody, leaving Siola completely dumbfounded. The reality of having no home or family finally hits the table with a heavy clatter. Siola looks genuinely worried, asking where hell even sleeps since our boy is basically a high-tier hobo. Kangwoo just grabs his utensil, acting like being homeless in a foreign world is just another Tuesday. She realizes he's stuck, and suggests that she might be able to find him a temporary spot. Then she drops the bombshell, asking if he'd just want to crash at her place instead. Our boy is completely dumbfounded, his brain short-circuiting at the thought of actually having a roof over his head. Siola grabs another utensil while explaining that he has already helped her out so much lately. With a warm smile, she tells him to stop stressing because they are officially a team now. Kangwoo finally cracks a genuine grin, deciding to take her up on that surprisingly generous offer. He thanks Siola as they finish their meal, finally securing a home base in this strange new world. Siola welcomes him to the team, and our boy finally feels like he has a place to belong. While Siola pities his supposedly rough past, Kangwoo starts rummaging through his gear for a little surprise. He slides over a thick envelope containing 3 million won, leaving Seola completely dumbfounded by the sudden cash. Kangwoo plays it cool and insists it is just rent, but Seola immediately tries to wave the money away. She feels like she is already in his debt and cannot possibly accept such a massive stack of currency. Knowing her family is struggling, Kangwoo points out that she has been burning through her savings lately. He tells her to consider it food costs if rent sounds too formal, refusing to take no for an answer. The envelope sits there, representing a life-changing amount of money for a struggling player and her family. Seola finally reaches out, her heart melting at the realization that her new partner is actually looking out for her. She starts tearing up while thanking him profusely, but our boy just laughs it off like it is pocket change. Seola promises to use the money for high-quality pork, making Kangwoo realize he might get top-tier stew every day. Our boy starts seeing her as a literal angel, vowing to grind for crystals just to keep her smiling. While finishing his meal, he shifts focus back to business and asks if any D-rank gates are nearby. Seola mentions a local spot infested with lizard men, though she hasn't personally braved that particular gate yet. The mention of new prey gets his blood pumping, and he decides to scout the location first thing tomorrow. He knows he needs to hunt stronger monsters, to awaken his dormant powers, and stockpile more magic crystals. As he pokes at his food, his demonic hunger kicks in, making him wonder if lizard meat is actually tasty. Later that night, the lights flicker on in a quiet suburban home as the pair finally settles in. Seola leads him into her brother's old room, insisting that he makes himself at home in their humble space. Kangwoo finally relaxes on the bed, thanking her for the hospitality while mentally preparing for the upcoming hunt. Seola bids our boy goodnight as she flicks the switch, leaving him alone with his thoughts. In the quiet darkness, Kangwoo cracks a small smile as the floorboards creak under his weight. He flops onto the mattress with a soft thud, letting the weight of hell finally melt away. Staring at the ceiling, he realizes that no throne in the underworld ever felt this cozy. The silence is a luxury he never had, making him appreciate just how comfortable human life can be. As he drifts off, he feels a rare sense of gratitude for finally making it back home. The next morning, the gate entrance is a chaotic mess of trash-tier players hunting for carries. Kangwoo ignores a desperate thief, knowing they aren't cut from the same cloth as a true king. After a quick ID check, he steps through the portal with a quiet schwoom, never looking back. Finally arriving at the D-rank gate, he prepares to turn this peaceful forest into his personal buffet. Kangwoo stretches his limbs, feeling the familiar hum of the gate as he prepares for a quick hunt. He decides to keep things low-key while scouting the area to avoid any unnecessary attention from nearby parties. Activating the authority of silence, our boy moves like a ghost, his footsteps making zero noise on the grass. The portal hums behind him as he ventures deeper into the lush, dangerous territory of the D-rank gate. He recalls Seola mentioning that lizard men have trash-tier eyesight, but can hear a pin drop from miles away. Locking onto his targets, he spots 3 of the reptilian freaks lurking nearby, completely unaware of his presence. Remembering they are weak to heat, he realizes a bit of fire is the perfect solution for them. He calls upon the authority of hellfire, summoning the blazing essence of Andros to incinerate his scaly foes. With a burst of speed, he tears through their ranks, turning the forest floor into a literal grill. The last lizard man hisses in pure terror, realizing too late that it just became our boy's main course. The flare hits home, catching the scaly freak completely off guard as the heat begins to spread rapidly. A massive explosion rocks the area, proving that our boy's hellfire is definitely not just for show. The creature hisses in agony, its skin bubbling as the relentless flames refuse to be extinguished by anything natural. Watching them burn, he notes that this specialized fire is perfect for dealing with these cold-blooded trash-tier monsters. Since hellfire burns the very life force rather than just flesh, there is no escaping this agonizing end. The lizard lets out one final, silent scream, as its soul is charred to a crisp by the infernal heat. With the hunt finished, he activates gluttony to start the real feast, tearing through their remains with dark energy. He wonders why that bully Han Tae-hyun's guild shared a name with a demon, but decides it doesn't matter. Double-fisting his meal, he absorbs every scrap of mana to fuel his climb back to the top. Suddenly, a rustle in the bushes catches his attention, making him realize he isn't alone in this forest. Kangwoo doesn't hesitate, using gluttony to swallow the mana of his fallen prey while more lizardmen surround him. The trash-tier monsters grit their teeth, unaware that they are just walking snacks for the former Demon King. Our boy just smirks, his red eyes glowing with the anticipation of a quick and easy slaughter. He unleashes a massive wave of hellfire, turning the forest into a literal oven for the cold-blooded reptiles. To keep things quiet, he activates the authority of silence so the screams don't attract too much unwanted attention. Walking through the carnage, he continues to absorb every scrap of energy to fuel his rapid growth. The lizardmen are utterly helpless, their bodies dissolving into nothingness under the intense heat of his demonic flames. A system notification pops up, informing him that he is finally reaching level 14 after that massive feast. Looking at his stats, he realizes that leveling is becoming a real grind, and this just isn't enough. While he considers hunting even larger packs to speed things up, a sudden voice calls out to him. Kangwoo stops in his tracks, wondering who the hell would bother him in a place like this. Two strangers look down on him, assuming he's just some trash-tier rookie because of his basic gear. Our boy just stares back with those cold red eyes as they offer him a spot in their hunt. A whole squad of players is waiting on the bank, clearly looking for some easy manual labor. The leader flashes a fake smile, introducing his crew as members of the so-called Andros Guild. He proudly shows off his guild medallion, thinking the name alone is enough to impress a beginner. Kangwoo isn't even slightly moved, finding their little recruitment pitch more annoying than a fly. He simply turns his back on them, making it clear he has zero interest in their pathetic games. The leader's face twists in rage, realizing this newbie isn't as gullible as the others they've scammed. Since he won't come quietly, they decide to just beat him to a pulp and take him anyway. The trash-tier squad surrounds our boy, itching to use him as a punching bag to blow off steam. They clench their fists, thinking they are about to give this rookie a lesson he will never forget. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, a massive burst of hellfire erupts as the real hunt begins. A lizardman gets absolutely cooked, its scales melting under the overwhelming heat of the demonic flames. Kangwoo just sits back and snacks on the charred remains, finding the local monsters surprisingly tasty. He wipes his mouth, realizing he has already cleared out most of the snacks in this low-level zone. Our boy decides it is time to find some tougher prey if he wants to level up faster. As he ponders his next move, he feels a dark energy swirling, wondering how to maximize his gains. Suddenly, a voice interrupts his thoughts, making him turn around to see who is bothering him now. It is that same arrogant player from before, still acting like he is some kind of big-shot mentor. Kangwoo turns to see a group of players approaching, led by a guy who clearly loves preying on rookies. Our boy isn't interested in help, coolly stating he is more than capable of handling things on his own. Hojun just sneers, pointing out that Kangwoo's clean clothes prove he hasn't actually killed a single monster yet. Kangwoo doesn't even blink, casually claiming he was just taking a well-deserved break from all the non-existent action. When the senior player demands respect, Kangwoo just quips that he probably learned his attitude from nosy seniors. The insult hits home, making Hojun grit his teeth in a fit of pure, trash-tier rage. Unfazed, Kangwoo pushes his luck even further by asking exactly what they plan to do about his attitude. One of the lackeys loses his cool and reaches for his weapon, but Hojun stops him from interfering. The hot-headed mage is still fuming, but his leader tells him to back off for a moment. Hojun decides it is time to personally teach this cocky rookie some manners, completely unaware of who he's facing. Hojun sneers, calling our boy a lousy show-off and guessing he is barely a mid-tier B-rank hunter. Instead of being intimidated, Kangwoo just smiles and says he is actually looking forward to the lesson. Hojun draws his blade, clanging it against his gear to prove he is ready to humble this rookie. The trash-tier leader explains that lizardmen are sensitive to sound, revealing his loud plan to attract trouble. Our boy just watches with a deadpan expression, completely unimpressed by the noisy display of amateur tactics. He can't help but let out a small scoff, wondering if this pathetic racket is really all they've got. Hojun keeps clanging his equipment, calling Kangwoo's confidence cute, while the rest of the party stays on guard. Suddenly, the ground begins to rumble, sending ripples through the nearby water as the monsters finally respond. Sensing the approaching horde, Hojun barks orders at his team to prepare their defense magic for the impact. He asks if Kangwoo is scared yet, bragging that dozens of monsters are currently sprinting straight toward them. Hojun mocks our boy, suggesting he might save him if he starts begging on his knees. Kangwoo just smirks, finding it hilarious that this trash-tier hunter thinks he can teach him anything. As Hojun stammers in confusion, the former Demon King decides to show them how to actually summon monsters. He activates the authority of resonance, slamming his hands together to create a massive, bone-rattling shockwave. The party cowers behind their barrier, dumbfounded as Kangwoo begins stomping the ground with insane force. Hojun screams for him to cut it out, but Kangwoo just laughs while making enough noise to wake hell. He stops and stares back at the terrified hunters, his eyes glowing with a predatory red light. With a chilling smile, he simply agrees to help them deal with the mess they started. Hojun is left trembling, realizing he's trapped in a cage with something far worse than any lizardmen. The group huddles together, looking like frightened children as the forest grows dark and heavy with demonic mana. The forest floor crawls with blue scales as a massive swarm of lizardmen emerges from the pitch-black shadows. Our boy's noisemaking worked too well, and now the party is completely surrounded by a sea of monsters. Hojun loses his cool, screaming at the mage to strengthen the barrier, as the girl trembles in terror. He looks toward Kangwoo and shrieks, asking if the rookie is actually trying to get them all killed. Kangwoo just scoffs and leaps from the ledge, completely unbothered by the chaotic death trap he just created. Perched high on a branch, he casually asks Hojun to confirm if these things really are sensitive to sound. With a predatory smirk and glowing red eyes, he admits he already knew their weakness before he started. The monsters let out ear-piercing screeches, charging the group with a hunger that matches the Demon King's own. The barrier groans under the weight of the assault as the trash-tier hunters realize their lives are on the line. Hojun finally snaps, calling Kangwoo a total psycho for dragging the entire party into this suicidal mess. Kangwoo looks down at the trash-tier party, mockingly telling them that they are the ones who will die. He activates the authority of silence with a sadistic grin, ensuring no one can hear the coming slaughter. Our boy watches from the shadows as the monsters dive into the fray, completely ignoring his presence. Hojun realizes with pure horror that Kangwoo has a skill specifically designed to manipulate sound against them. The barrier fails instantly, and the lizardmen start tearing the hunters apart in a bloody frenzy. Desperate and covered in sweat, Hojun screams for his team to put the shields back up immediately. It is too late, as a lizardman impales the mage, ending their only hope for magical protection. The girl gasps for help, but her pleas are silenced as the monster begins its gruesome feast. Hojun collapses in shock, his mind breaking as he watches his entire squad get turned into monster snacks. He covers his mouth to stifle a sob, while the lifeless bodies of his friends drop like flies. A lizardman continues its feast on the trash-tier party, while Hojun watches his world crumble in absolute terror. His hand trembles as he reaches for his spear, the last shred of his pathetic will to survive. But the weight of the slaughter is too much, and he collapses while dropping his only weapon. Snot and tears stream down his face as he realizes he is completely alone and utterly doomed. Looking up, he spots our boy watching from above and desperately reaches out for a miracle. He begs for his life, admitting his mistakes if only the Demon King would step in and save him. Kangwoo looks down with cold eyes and begins to whisper a response that sounds like salvation. Turns out, he was just playing with his food and flatly refuses to lift a single finger. With a sadistic smile, our boy mockingly cheers him on, telling the coward to keep fighting his own battle. Hojun screams one last curse before a lizardman's claw pierces his chest, ending his miserable life for good. Kangwoo watches the lizardmen tear into the trash-tier bully, finally getting the show he wanted. He believes evil should be met with something even more sinister, letting nature take its course. Our boy flashes a demonic grin, fully embracing the idea that murderers deserve a gruesome end. Once the lizardmen finish their meal, he unleashes hellfire to clear the field and claim his prize. He stands amidst the flames, looking completely unfazed as his demonic energy crackles through the air. With a satisfied sigh, he puts out the fire, ready to start the real feast. He activates his authority of gluttony, sending out dark tendrils to consume the essence of the fallen. Suddenly, a system notification stops him, mentioning a mysterious Gaia system that protects human players. This triggers a memory from his return to Earth, making him realize he's heard of this restriction before. He concludes that while he can't devour the hunters, the monsters are still fair game for his hunger. Kangwoo looks down at the trash-tier hunter, disappointed that his gluttony doesn't work on human players. He doesn't let it get him down though, as his infernal energy finally hits level 30. Our boy is genuinely impressed by how fast his power is returning in this environment. Testing his limits, he summons the authority of Hellfire, feeling the scorching heat of his subordinate's essence. The quality of his energy is skyrocketing, and now he just needs to focus on leveling up. Staring at the corpse, he grows impatient for his third trait to finally manifest. He grabs the Mana Stone and decides to squeeze in a few more hunts before heading out. 3 days pass in a flash as he settles into a routine back in the city. He's currently busy devouring a home-cooked meal, proving his hunger isn't just for demonic souls. After thanking Seola for the food, she wonders if he's heading back to the gates today. Kangwoo promises to return by dinner, keeping his schedule tight to maximize his growth. Seola worries he's pushing himself too hard, but our boy just laughs off the concern. While preparing some tea, she asks when his current training phase will finally be complete. She mentions that her own group is heading out to farm some trash-tier goblins today. Her main goal is to finally break through and unlock her second stage trait. Kangwoo offers a rare bit of encouragement, telling her that she'll definitely reach that milestone soon. He thinks she's a total angel for being so considerate of his supposed exhaustion. Suddenly, she remembers something important regarding the current state of the gates. Our boy gets curious and asks what kind of rumors are circulating among the local hunters. She reveals that dangerous chaos players have been spotted lately, which could spell trouble. Our boy ponders if the rumors about chaos players are actually just the aftermath of his previous messy work. He remembers making sure there were absolutely no witnesses left alive when he was out hunting back then. Since the corpses look like they were shredded by lizardmen, he figures he doesn't need to worry about discovery. He continues his grind, letting his demonic authority snatch up another lizardman to fuel his insatiable hunger. After a quick munch, he finally hits level 20 and triggers his third awakening to boost his stats. The surge of power is on a whole different level this time as he feels his infernal energy skyrocket. To test his new limits, he summons a massive flare using his authority of hellfire to torch the surroundings. He realizes that every awakening weakens the seal on Pandemonium, allowing even more demonic power to flow through. His new trait, Magic Lusting Demon, allows him to convert ordinary magic crystals directly into raw infernal energy. Curious to see how it works, he prepares to feed a high-grade crystal to his hungry shadow. The shadow maw devours the crystal, and our boy realizes this new trait is a total game-changer for him. Turns out, one little crystal gives him as much infernal energy as hunting down an entire trash-tier monster. He lets his authority feast on a lizardman, knowing he can now double his growth speed with ease. Since he is already loaded with cash, he decides he does not need the exchange market anytime soon. With so much free time on his hands, he starts itching to push his new demonic traits even further. He ties his jacket around his waist, preparing to go on another high-octane run through the forest. Taking a deep breath, he feels the raw power of the ninth hell surging through his awakened body. He crouches low to the ground, focusing his energy for a move that would leave any normal player dumbfounded. With a sudden burst of speed, he leaps toward the canopy to see the world from a different perspective. Activating the authority of the heavens, he soars through the air like the true demon king he is. Kangwoo scans the forest for boss monsters but finds the thick foliage is a total pain for his hunt. He considers using his vision authority but realizes his infernal energy is currently running way too low. Suddenly, a metallic clang echoes through the trees, making our boy wonder who is making all that noise. He sneaks closer and spots a group of trash-tier thugs ganging up on their own teammate for loot. Hiding behind a trunk, he realizes this isn't some normal monster encounter, but a cold-blooded backstabbing. A poor thief lies bleeding on the dirt while Taesu demands to know why they are attacking. Taesu is absolutely dumbfounded that his own comrades would turn their blades on him so suddenly. The attackers just snicker, and Kangwoo realizes these must be the infamous chaos players he's heard about. He feels a bit relieved the local rumors weren't about him as the red-haired psycho swings his weapon. Metal shrieks against metal as Taesu barely manages to block a strike that would have ended him. Taesu is huffing and puffing, barely holding on as the pressure from his former teammates mounts. The red-haired psycho mocks him, wondering if his sudden sturdiness comes from awakening a second trait. Our boy Taesu isn't going down without a fight, gripping his shield handle until his knuckles turn white. A massive blow rings out against the metal, but he refuses to let his guard crumble just yet. He bellows that he won't fall easily, channeling every bit of energy into his defensive stance. The attackers aren't impressed, claiming a guy without a third awakening trait stands zero chance against them. Taesu grits his teeth in pure desperation, knowing he's trapped between a rock and a hard place. The lead thug licks his blade with a sickening grin, reminding his partner they can't actually kill him. Watching from the shadows, Kangwoo is left wondering what they could possibly mean by not being able to kill. His red eyes narrow as he realizes there's a much deeper game being played in this forest. Kangwoo watches Taesu struggle, debating whether this musclehead is actually worth the effort of saving. The red-haired trash-tier thug sneers, telling our boy to brace himself because things are about to get painful. Suddenly, Kangwoo's eyes sharpen as he catches a scent that definitely doesn't belong in a low-rank gate. He decides he's seen enough, pushing through the brush to make his presence known to these low-life killers. As he steps out, he's dumbfounded to see the axes are dripping with familiar, dark, infernal energy. The thugs are caught off guard, demanding to know if he's just some unlucky passerby looking to die. The lead killer snickers, deciding that since he's a witness, he won't be leaving this forest in one piece. Taesu looks up in disbelief, barely able to process why the rookie he met earlier is standing there. The red-haired psycho casually asks his partner if they can just slaughter this new guy without any consequences. They agree he's fair game, especially since they've already filled their quota with the other dying party members. The red-haired psycho just sneers, thinking he's found another easy victim to add to his body count. He raises his axe, dripping with stolen infernal energy, while Taesu watches in absolute terror from behind. Our boy doesn't even flinch, deciding to handle this trash-tier thug just like he did back in hell. Taesu screams for him to dodge, but the killer is already swinging down with everything he's got. Instead of running, Kangwoo delivers a casual slap that hits with the force of a literal freight train. The green-haired partner stands there, completely dumbfounded, unable to process how a rookie just countered that strike. The blow sends the red-haired thug crashing into the dirt, his pride shattered along with his jaw. His partner thinks he's just messing around, clearly not realizing they've stepped into a predator's den. Reality finally sets in for the killer, as he realizes this isn't a human is facing, but a nightmare. Before he can even beg for mercy, Kangwoo follows up with another soul-crushing slap to keep him quiet. Tae-soo watches in absolute horror as the sounds of a brutal one-sided beatdown echo through the forest. Our boy is just getting started, treating the high-rank killer like a misbehaving toddler with a series of slaps. Seeing his partner get wrecked, the green-haired thug loses it and charges in with his dark-infused blade. He swings with everything he has, desperate to end the monster that is making a mockery of his team. Kangwoo doesn't even bother dodging, instead unleashing a flurry of palm strikes that shatter the air itself. The sheer pressure of the authority sends the trash-tier hunter flying back like a broken ragdoll. His eyes roll back as his brain rattles against his skull, realizing too late he is completely outclassed. The sword hits the dirt as the thug collapses, leaving Kangwoo standing there like it was a light workout. Meanwhile, the red-haired leader is still coughing up blood, his face a mess of regret and broken teeth. Kangwoo grabs him by the hair, his eyes glowing with a terrifying intent to get some real answers. Kangwoo's eyes glow with a cold intensity as he demands to know the source of their demonic power. He slams the trash-tier hunter into the dirt, making it clear that he isn't playing games anymore. Grabbing the red-haired thug by his hair, our boy tells him to start talking or face the consequences. The broken hunter whimpers that he can't speak, his face a mess of blood and pure, unadulterated regret. Since he wants to be difficult, Kangwoo unleashes the authority of terror, manifesting a nightmare to break his mind. Trapped in a psychological hell, the thug realizes he's staring into the eyes of a true primordial monster. The pressure is too much, and he starts wailing about some mysterious guild that gave them their power. Kangwoo listens with a bored expression as the man desperately mentions his guildmaster to save his own skin. Suddenly, the green-haired partner screams for him to shut his mouth before he spills every dark secret they have. He looks absolutely terrified, knowing that revealing their master's identity is a death sentence far worse than this. Our boy decides he's heard enough from the peanut gallery and orders the green-haired trash to stay silent. With a casual flick of power, he sends the loudmouth flying, leaving him coughing up blood and regrets. Turning his cold gaze back to the red-haired survivor, Kangwoo demands more details about this mysterious guildmaster. The broken hunter finally cracks, wailing that they belong to something called the Andros Guild. He frantically explains that their boss granted them these demonic powers through some twisted, dark ritual. Kangwoo finds the mention of a ritual interesting, wondering what kind of back-alley magic could produce such trash-tier results. The man is so paralyzed by fear that he can barely form a coherent sentence through his tears. Losing his patience, our boy grabs him by the throat and forces another dose of pure nightmare into his mind. As the man tries to explain the ritual, his body begins to crack and glow with a volatile energy. It turns out the guildmaster left a nasty insurance policy, as the man's bones snap and foam fills his mouth. The red-haired trash-tier hunter's head suddenly erupts in a fountain of gore as the guildmaster's curse takes hold. Our boy clicks his tongue in annoyance, frustrated that his only source of information just literally blew up. He realizes these chaos players were implanted with a magical kill switch to ensure the ritual's secrets stayed buried. Just as he is processing the mess, Tae-soo calls out his name, dumbfounded to see a familiar face here. The survivor with the headband slowly wakes up, barely believing that the rookie he met before is standing there. Tae-soo lets out a sigh of relief, happy to see his teammate is finally conscious after that brutal ambush. He points toward Kangwoo, explaining to his friend that this man is the reason they are not currently corpses. The big guy then asks why a powerhouse like him was wandering around a bottom-tier E-rank gate earlier. Kangwoo just gives a nonchalant shrug, spinning a lie about how he was simply running some minor errands. Tae-soo buys it completely, figuring our boy was a high ranker just hiding his true strength the whole time. Tae-soo grabs our boy, laughing while thanking him for saving them from those insane attackers. He then turns to his recovering teammate, shaking hands and celebrating their narrow escape from death. Grinning ear to ear, the big guy admits he never suspected Kangwoo was actually a high-level powerhouse. Kangwoo just plays it cool, accepting the gratitude while keeping his true demonic nature hidden behind a smirk. Tae-soo starts rummaging through his gear, cursing the Andros Guild for their trash-tier reputation and recent actions. Looking at the corpses, he realizes that even for them, recruiting chaos players is a new low. He pulls out his phone, determined to report this mess to the government-run Hwarang squad immediately. Tae-soo explains that this elite squad will hunt down the Andros Guild once they hear about the betrayal. Our boy pauses to think, wondering if involving the authorities might actually mess up his own plans. Suddenly, he tells Tae-soo to drop it, leaving the tank completely dumbfounded by the strange request. Kang-woo makes it clear he plans to handle the trash-tier Andras Guild personally, without any outside interference. The massive tank stares back, processing the weight of such a bold claim from someone he just met. Deciding to trust our boy, Tae-soo drops his phone with a heavy thud and abandons his official report. Kang-woo is caught off guard when the big guy suddenly starts declaring himself a man of his word. With fire in his eyes, Tae-soo vows to help Kang-woo conquer his enemies and deliver some righteous justice. The tank's shouting echoes through the woods, leaving the others wondering if he has finally lost his mind. Lying in the dirt, the injured teammate is totally dumbfounded and cannot understand a single word of this. Tae-soo starts rambling about legendary codes of honor, making Kang-woo wonder who even asked for this history lesson. He slams his fist into the ground with a loud boom, pledging his absolute loyalty to the end. Kneeling with a heavy dadun, he begs to follow the Demon King to repay his life-saving grace. Kang-woo is completely thrown off by the big guy's sudden and over-the-top display of loyalty. Looking at Tae-soo, our boy realizes he is cut from the same cloth as his loyal subordinate, Balak. The thief joins in, bowing low and admitting he is nothing more than a trash-tier player. Kang-woo is just confused, wondering what on earth a thieves only bandage even means. Turns out, it is a derogatory term for weak players that no one ever wants in their party. The thief is moved to tears, believing that meeting a powerhouse like Kang-woo is his true destiny. Tae-soo laughs and suggests they all form a team, but Kang-woo is clearly not feeling it. Overwhelmed with emotion, the young thief struggles to find the right words to express his gratitude. He squeezes his fist tight, swearing to never forget the kindness shown to him this day. Tae-soo looks on as his teammate admits he was nothing but a trash-tier burden during the ambush. The young thief vows to train until he is strong enough to actually help his two saviors. Our boy just stands there dumbfounded, wondering why these guys are so lost in their own little world. Deciding he has had enough of the emotional drama, Kang-woo waves goodbye and prepares to head out. He smirks to himself, realizing that having a few loyal subordinates in his debt is always a plus. Still, he realizes that dealing with Tae-soo's overwhelming personality is going to be a massive headache. Before leaving, Kang-woo gets curious and asks the big guy what his current level actually is. Tae-soo reveals he is only level 12, having just recently reached his second awakening milestone. Because his initial trait was C-ranked, he explains that he started hunting immediately to bridge the power gap. Our boy gets curious and asks what rank the big guy's second awakening trait actually ended up being. Tae-soo proudly reveals it is A-ranked, making Kang-woo realize this tank is way more talented than he first thought. When asked why he hasn't joined a major guild yet, the big guy admits he was just scoping them out. Suddenly, Tae-soo claims that scouting is no longer necessary, leaving Kang-woo wondering what the heck he is planning. With a burst of passion, the tank officially pledges his life and loyalty to Kang-woo as his new master. He laughs with pure joy, making it clear that he has absolutely no complaints about serving his legendary savior. Kang-woo realizes that players with high-ranked early traits usually end up with even more broken powers later on. Thinking of Seola's future, he decides to take Tae-soo under his wing, sending the big guy into a frenzy. Tae-soo immediately offers his number, promising to come running whenever our boy needs a meat shield or some muscle. Kang-woo decides to cash in that loyalty immediately, since he has a specific favor in mind. Our boy tells the overeager tank to give him some space while he saves the new contact. He explains that a certain someone is finishing training soon and needs a reliable meat shield for leveling. Tae-soo gets hyped when he hears the new teammate is a healer, a rare and valuable class. With the deal sealed, Kang-woo shifts his focus toward the suspicious movements of the notorious Andras Guild. He stands alone for a moment, calculating his next move in this high-stakes game of power. Nearby, one of the trash-tier Chaos players is still clinging to life despite the absolute beatdown. Kang-woo wakes the rat up with a rough grab, making sure he feels every bit of his terror. He looms over the survivor and warns him that any lies will result in a very painful end. Kang-woo makes it clear that nodding is the only way this trash-tier player survives the next minute. He tosses the rat aside, letting him choke on his own fear, while the others watch in silence. Our boy turns to the massive tank and asks for his name, learning he is called Kang Chulho. Kang-woo shifts back to the survivor, recalling how the guy mentioned bringing a certain player in alive earlier. The terrified scout gulps, his bloodied face twitching as he realizes he is caught in a massive lie. When the coward claims he suddenly cannot remember, Kang-woo decides a little physical therapy is in order. He delivers a brutal kick that sends the Chaos player flying through the air like a total ragdoll. The guy hits the dirt hard, tumbling across the ground as his world spins from the heavy impact. Kang-woo grips his face again, asking if his memory has magically returned after that blunt force reminder. The scout finally cracks, stammering that they needed to capture a player to use as a literal sacrifice. He frantically nods his head, confirming the dark ritual, while his bloodied face twitches in absolute terror. Our boy pauses, genuinely surprised that there are humans even more twisted than the demons he left behind. He tosses the trash tier scout aside, realizing the surface world is crawling with way more lunatics than expected. Kangwoo recalls that the bully Han Tae-hyun mentioned something similar, connecting the dots between these different groups. A dark, jagged smirk spreads across his face as a wicked new plan begins to take shape. He roughly grabs the coward's face again, making sure he has the guy's undivided, trembling attention. His expression shifts into something truly demonic, telling the scout that he suddenly has a very specific favor. With a terrifying glint in his eye, he prepares to use this human rat for his own twisted ends. Chulho drags the suitcase through the grime, praying his acting is enough to fool his own kind. A flashlight beam hits him as a superior officer demands an explanation for his late arrival. She takes one look at his trash tier face and realizes things went south during the hunt. He drops the bombshell that their partner is dead, offering up a new sacrifice to appease her. The leader is skeptical, knowing a D-rank gate shouldn't be lethal for someone of their caliber. His knuckles turn white as he prepares to deliver the lie that will save his pathetic life. He spins a tale about a high-level encounter, revealing the bloodied prize tucked away in the bag. Our boy Kangwoo is deep undercover, faking a beating to get a front-row seat to their hideout. Chulho pretends to be rattled by the death, masking the fact that he's actually terrified of his passenger. The woman just zips him back up, ruthlessly deciding that fewer survivors just means a bigger payday. The leader promises Chulho a blessing and more infernal energy now that his partner is out of the picture. Hez absolutely dumbfounded, realizing this lie might actually grant him the demonic authority Hez always craved. The white-haired woman mocks his greed, prompting him to snap and storm off to avoid further questioning. He makes a frantic dash for the exit, leaving the leader suspicious of his sudden, erratic behavior. As he sprints away, he's sweating bullets, knowing he just delivered a literal devil to their front door. The leader watches him go, wondering if the trash tier hunter actually had the guts to kill his own teammate. Deep within the hideout, a hooded figure hauls the suitcase into a ritual chamber filled with dark cultists. The guild leader notes their tardiness, his voice cold as he demands the ceremony begin without further delay. Amon listens to the report of the high-level player, his bird-like mask hiding his focus on the sacrifice. The suitcase is brought to the altar, and our boy Kangwoo is finally exactly where he needs to be. The suitcase finally zips open as the cultists prepare to receive what they think is a helpless sacrifice. They chant for immortality and authority, completely unaware that our boy Kangwoo is just playing along for now. Amon slowly pulls off his mask, reflecting on the year since his own dark baptism into this twisted faith. His followers have been steadily increasing, all of them desperate players looking for a shortcut to absolute power. He knows exactly how to quench their thirst for strength by using the corrupting influence of infernal energy. As the ritual begins, Amon's face twists with demonic delight, his eyes glowing with a truly sinister hunger. He barks orders to prepare the magic crystals, eager to start the process that turns men into monsters. The greed for power in this room is thick enough to choke on as they reach for the catalysts. Amon explains that as their greed grows, their bodies and minds will slowly transform into something purely demonic. With a wicked grin, he wonders which of his loyal trash tier followers is worthy of a blessing today. Amon realizes Chulho isn't showing up, leaving the spot for the blessing completely vacant for now. The trash tier cultists start panicking until Amon slams his staff down, demanding absolute silence from the crowd. He warns them that blessings require hard work, specifically bringing in more sacrifices and precious magic crystals. Tapping his staff, he reminds the kneeling mob that they owe every ounce of their power to his teachings. With a twisted grin, he declares that any unclaimed sacrifices on the altar now belong solely to him. The high shaman signals for the ritual to begin as his followers shout their compliance in unison. He shatters the crystals, activating a ritual circle directly under our boy Kangwoo as the energy surges. Amon gloats about his haul, realizing these crystals will allow him to perform countless more dark ceremonies. He laughs like a maniac, obsessed with the idea of becoming even stronger through this forbidden process. As the air cracks with infernal energy, he prepares to drain every drop of power leaking from the fissure. Amon realizes raw infernal energy is too volatile to handle directly without a medium to filter it. He decides to pump the energy into the sacrifice first, planning to drink the refined results later. With a trash tier grin, the shaman begins the process, using our boy as a living battery. He is surprised that the sacrifice is holding up so well, wondering if he stumbled upon an A-ranker. The more the vessel absorbs, the more power Amon can eventually siphon for himself. He estimates his strength will skyrocket by 15 times once he consumes this concentrated essence. Amon laughs like a lunatic, demanding his victim scream in despair while the intake counter keeps climbing. Suddenly, the energy turns a dark, ominous purple as the ritual starts spiraling out of control. The shaman is dumbfounded, realizing the surge isn't stopping and is far exceeding his wildest expectations. Panic sets in as he tries to back away, sensing that something is horribly wrong with his sacrifice. The ritual reaches a breaking point as the cultists scream for the overwhelming energy to finally stop. These trash-tier followers are sweating bullets, begging for an end to the terrifying mana surge. Even the shaman is losing his mind, his face contorting in pure agony as he pleads for mercy. A massive explosion rocks the entire chamber, signaling that the ritual has completely backfired on the cult. Amon hits the floor hard, his confidence shattered as he stares at the aftermath of his failed plan. He desperately scrapes at the ground, unable to believe that his perfect sacrifice has turned into a nightmare. Suddenly, our boy rises from the smoke, casually noting that he just gained 20 free stat points. The shaman is speechless when he sees his victim looking refreshed and asking for another round. With a terrifyingly wide grin, the former Demon King suggests they repeat the ritual just once more. Amon can only tremble in silence, realizing he didn't summon a battery, but a monster that eats warlocks. Amon completely loses his cool, screaming insults at our boy for making a mockery of his grand ritual. Driven by pure rage, the shaman launches a massive fireball, hoping to incinerate the smug look off his face. The fire hits with a loud bang, but it feels like throwing a pebble at a mountain. Kangwoo just smirks, thinking that the shaman's desperate attempt at offense isn't half bad for a trash-tier mage. Refusing to accept defeat, Amon unleashes a frantic barrage of fire, desperate to find even a single opening. The entire chamber is consumed by a violent bombardment as the shaman pours every ounce of mana into his spells. Yet, our boy casually deflects the flames like they're nothing, leaving the high shaman absolutely dumbfounded. Amon freezes in terror as he finally senses the overwhelming infernal energy radiating from the man he tried to sacrifice. Activating the authority of Ironwall, Kangwoo notes he finally has enough energy to feel like his old, demonic self. Realizing he's outmatched, the shaman desperately orders his cultists to charge in and die for his failed cause. The cultists jump in, but they're just fodder meant to buy the shaman a few more desperate seconds. Our boy doesn't even break a sweat as he starts carving through the trash-tier mob with ease. Every strike lands with bone-shattering force, sending the hooded weaklings flying across the ritual chamber. He moves like a blur, making sure these cultists realize exactly how outclassed they truly are. One by one, they're crushed under his overwhelming power, while the shaman watches his meat shields vanish. Seeing his men get slaughtered, Amon finally snaps and screams that they're all utterly useless to him. The high shaman steps forward, grinning like a madman as he prepares to show off his trump card. He unleashes a massive sphere of flames, arrogantly claiming he's mastered the legendary authority of Hellfire. Kangwoo just stares back with a blank expression, feeling absolutely nothing from the pathetic, lukewarm sparks. It's so ridiculous that our boy has to cover his mouth just to keep from laughing out loud. Amon laughs like a maniac, wondering how a mere human could possibly manipulate the sacred infernal energy. He tries to flex his power, but the high shaman's confidence starts wavering as the flames do nothing. The realization hits him like a truck, and he starts stuttering that this whole situation shouldn't be possible. As our boy steps forward through the heat, Amon staggers back, completely dumbfounded by the sheer pressure. Sweat pours down his face because he finally understands that he's playing with a literal god of death. Kangwoo flashes a terrifying grin, making it clear that the shaman never stood a single chance against him. Amon's hands begin to tremble violently, his pathetic little fireball flickering out as his spirit finally breaks. He clenches his fist in a desperate attempt to save face, but the flame vanishes into thin air. With a heavy thud, the trash-tier shaman drops to his knees, completely surrendering to the overwhelming demonic aura. Suddenly, the old man starts screaming praises, mistaking our boy for some legendary vassal of the fire demon. Kangwoo is caught completely off guard by the sudden and bizarre shift in the shaman's attitude. Amon is practically vibrating with worship, claiming our boy is the literal embodiment of their dark messiah. The surrounding cultists look just as confused as they watch their boss have a total mental breakdown. He barks at his subordinates to hit the floor, promising that Kangwoo will lead them to immortality. Our boy can't help but smirk, realizing this trash-tier shaman is actually slick enough to try and survive. The entire room falls into a deep bow as they hail the coming of their supposed great demon. Amon is spitting out pure nonsense about waiting for a king, and Kangwoo finds the performance hilarious. The old man's hands shake, with a mix of genuine terror and the jubilance of a true believer. Deciding to put on a show, Kangwoo activates the authority of the heavens and lets dark wings unfurl. Seeing the divine demonic display, Amon breaks into hysterical laughter, his eyes filled with absolute, crazed devotion. Amon is completely lost in his delusions, screaming that he is the legendary Blazing Emperor. He throws himself to the ground, hailing the King of Kings, while Kangwoo watches the pathetic display. Our boy leans in with a wicked grin, ordering the shaman to get rid of his useless underlings. Once they are alone, Kangwoo starts the interrogation, demanding to know the trash-tier shaman's real name. The act ends instantly as Kangwoo tells him to stop the nonsense since they both know the truth. Realizing his cover is blown, Amon's face pales as the weight of his situation finally sinks in. Kangwoo grabs him by the throat, making it clear that he is the one in control now. He barks that Amon only gets to answer, leaving the terrified man with no choice but to obey. Looking deep into his soul, Kangwoo demands to know how a human learned such complex demonic rituals. Shaking like a leaf, Amon confesses that he was taught these dark arts during a mysterious baptism. Amon trembles while explaining how a masked man offered him immortality in exchange for joining the demon order. Kangwoo slams the trash-tier shaman down, mocking him for blindly accepting a deal he didn't even understand. In a grim flashback, the masked leader slaughtered Amon's guild, leaving the survivors to serve or die. Sobbing like a total coward, Amon admits he chose the dark baptism just to keep his pathetic life. He swears he hasn't seen the leader since, only receiving orders through letters while shaking in fear. Our boy points his weapon at the shaman, questioning why he follows a ghost with such twisted enthusiasm. Kangwoo realizes that while Amon was forced at first, he eventually became addicted to the sweet infernal energy. Tapping the shaman's mask, he knows the power of the ninth hell is a drug no human can resist. He wonders who these masked freaks really are, realizing they might be more than just average cultists. Since they can actually navigate the realms of hell, Kangwoo demands the letters to track his new prey. Amon hands over a single letter, leaving our boy dumbfounded that there isn't more evidence to work with. The shaman trembles while confirming it's the only one, clearly terrified of the monster sitting right before him. Reading the contents, Kangwoo finds orders to harvest players and transform Earth into a literal living hell. His grip tightens as he crushes the paper, his patience for these trash-tier cultists reaching its absolute limit. When asked if others were baptized, the shaman swears he's never met another soul who underwent the ritual. Kangwoo doesn't buy it for a second, knowing no mastermind would trust such a massive task to one idiot. He suddenly grabs the coward, deciding it's time to lay down the law before things get even messier. With eyes glowing like embers, he demands to know how these bastards dare try to ruin his new home. Manifesting the authority of terror, he gives 3 strict orders: find info, stop the rituals, and stay silent. The shaman wails in pure agony, promising to take their secret to the grave before being told to vanish. Our boy watches the trash-tier shaman scramble away, knowing the Andras Guild has left a massive, bloody mess behind. He realizes these bastards have likely been sacrificing innocent players like cattle every single day to fuel their rituals. Since the government is already suspicious, he figures the Chaos Leader will be toast once he leaks the dirt. He snaps the staff like a twig, confident the shaman is too terrified to ever utter his name again. After a grueling day of playing God, he lets out a heavy sigh, ready to finally head back home. He drops the demonic act and greets Seola with a bright smile, acting like he didn't just break someone. Seola looks absolutely dumbfounded and frantic, asking why he went completely radio silent while he was inside the gate. Turns out she has been blowing up his phone with dozens of missed calls, terrified that he was a goner. He plays it cool and apologizes, claiming he just had some boring business to wrap up before leaving. Looking at her, he genuinely thanks her for caring, finding a rare moment of peace in this chaotic world. Seola makes him promise to check in more often, her eyes filled with genuine worry and relief. To lighten the mood, she offers to cook dinner, and our boy immediately demands some kimchi stew. She laughs, revealing she already bought the high-quality meat because she knew exactly what he'd crave. Kangwoo is so moved by the home-cooked meal that he practically weeps with gratitude. While putting on her apron, she casually drops the bombshell that she finally awakened her second trait. She plays it up, telling him to listen closely to the amazing news she's about to drop. Turns out she unlocked a B-rank trait called Light's Blessing, a massive step up for her growth. She starts dreaming of a powerhouse party, pairing her new healing skills with Taesu's elite tanking. When he asks if she's received any guild offers, she admits she's been flooded with invitations. Despite the fame, she admits she has zero intention of joining any of those trash-tier guilds. Seola insists she just wants to be useful, and our boy honestly thinks she's a total angel. However, he has to break it to her that tagging along right now just isn't a good idea. He bluntly explains she wouldn't be much help, causing her spirit to visibly droop in disappointment. The room goes quiet as he realizes his words might have been a bit too harsh for her. He clarifies that it's not a permanent no, just that she isn't ready for his level of chaos. Since he's basically a cheat code, she'd never gain real combat experience or level up properly beside him. To grow the right way, she needs to surround herself with players who are actually on her level. He suggests she team up with that A-rank tank Tae-Soo to get some actual field time. He promises that once she's toughened up and gained some real experience, things will change. Her eyes light up when he says they'll tackle the high-rank gates together once she's ready. Seola agrees to the plan, deciding to team up with that tank player to get stronger. Our boy watches her, knowing she's motivated to catch up to his insane level. He promises to back her up whenever she needs it, while the kitchen smells like heaven. Secretly, he's just treating her growth as a long-term investment for his own future plans. While she serves the food, he's already calculating the perfect timing for her next power grind. His demonic eyes widen as he catches a whiff of the masterpiece she just cooked up. It's a glorious pot of kimchi stew, and he's ready to dive in headfirst. But Seola stops him, insisting that today's meal needs one final, legendary touch. She drops ramen noodles into the pot, and the sight nearly breaks our boy's composure. To him, this combination is more beautiful than any treasure he found in the ninth hell. Kangwoo's hand trembles with pure rage as he thinks about the trash-tier demon order ruining his peace. He can barely keep his grip steady, his hatred for those cultist bastards boiling over as he eats. While slurping his ramen, our boy decides hell protect Earth just to keep these glorious meals safe. Later at the management office, he is told his new C-rank card will be mailed out by tomorrow. He tries to play it cool while asking the clerk if there is any way to get it today. Turns out, the tech needs time to process magic crystals before his official ID is ready for action. He heads out, feeling a bit bummed since he was hoping to get back to the grind immediately. He pauses for a second, his red eyes scanning the busy streets as a new thought hits him. Looking at the crowds, he realizes he hasn't actually stopped to breathe since returning to Earth. Since he can't hunt the cultists yet, he wonders how a former Hell King is supposed to actually relax. Our boy remembers being a broke nobody who spent his days reading web novels before his hellish vacation. Back then, he just scrolled through stories to kill time because he had zero cash for anything else. He shuts the screen off, deciding that he's definitely not going back to that pathetic lifestyle again. After 10,000 years of suffering, he's determined to live this second chance on Earth to the absolute fullest. Suddenly, his eyes lock onto a PC cafe, wondering if this is the ultimate relaxation spot he's been seeking. Stepping inside, he's immediately dumbfounded by how incredibly comfortable the gaming chairs feel compared to a demon throne. When he realizes he can order a full feast right from his seat, he wonders if he's reached heaven. With a quick click, he orders the ramen, figuring any decent establishment has to nail the basics. To really blend in, he picks the most popular game available to see what the hype is about. He gets dead serious, noting that these 5-man party roles are exactly like the raids he knows too well. Our boy decides his role should be a silent killer who roams the battlefield, picking a cute scout. Hess genuinely impressed as the world loads, realizing this virtual realm is just as immersive as the real thing. When he sees monsters drop gold upon death, he figures, this is the easiest way to get rich quick. His teammate starts losing it because he's taking all the kills, but our boy is just playing the game. As the chat gets trash-tier toxic, he prepares to clap back until his long-awaited ramen finally arrives. He completely ignores the raging teammate to focus on the steaming bowl of goodness placed right before him. The aroma is so incredible that he leaves his character standing idle while his team gets absolutely wrecked. While the teammate begs for help in the chat, he's busy slurping down noodles and reaching true enlightenment. Even as the insults get personal, he's more interested in how the pickled radish adds that perfect crunch. Has totally dumbfounded by the flavor, deciding that ramen and radish is a combination truly fit for a king. Kangwoo chugs his soda, thinking that a cold drink after a perfect bowl of ramen is absolute heaven. Suddenly, a loud shriek echoes through the cafe, making our boy nearly choke on his drink in surprise. He looks at his monitor only to find a big fat death screen staring back at him. The trash-tier teammate nearby starts screaming about their ranking match being ruined by a total feeder. Kangwoo turns around to see who's making a scene, only to find a red-haired girl glaring daggers. She's clearly in a foul mood, barking at him to stop staring or face the consequences. Our boy glances back at the game chat and realizes this girl is the same person flaming him online. Hez completely dumbfounded by the coincidence, wondering if Hez incredibly lucky or just cursed today. Yeonju realizes he's the same guy who went idle to eat ramen, and her rage hits the ceiling. She demands they take things outside right now, clearly ready to throw hands over a lost ranking match. Kangwoo just stares blankly, genuinely having no clue who this girl is or why she is screaming. Yeonju is absolutely livid that this feeder doesn't recognize her, her blood boiling from the disrespect. She loses her cool and throws a heavy punch, calling him a total troll for ruining her match. Her eyes widen in shock when she realizes her strike did not land exactly where she intended. Our boy effortlessly catches her wrist, casually advising her that picking fights with strangers is a bad idea. She does not back down and swings again, but he just tilts his head to let it pass. He continues to swerve around her attacks like she is moving in slow motion, looking completely bored. Kangwoo wonders what her deal is as she erupts in a blue aura, finally getting serious with skills. Even with her power boosted, he dances around her strikes, proving he is no ordinary player. She unleashes a desperate flurry of punches, but he dodges every single one without breaking a sweat. Yeonju is completely dumbfounded that a random guy can dodge her high-rank moves so effortlessly. She demands to know if he is a secret elite from the prestigious Miru Guild. The tension in the room is thick as she refuses to let the matter drop. Our boy just gives her a blank stare, genuinely having no idea what she is talking about. She clenches her fist, convinced that a player this skilled must be hiding his true identity. She starts bragging about her own top-tier guild, nearly letting her secret slip out of pure ego. Suddenly, she freezes as she remembers her manager warned her to keep their affiliation a secret. Kangwoo completely ignores her tantrum to pay the clerk, leaving her screaming in the background. He shoots back, a sarcastic look that only makes her blood boil even more. She marches after him, refusing to let this interaction end until she gets some real answers. Yeonju remains skeptical, claiming she has never seen an unassigned player reach such a high level of skill. Our boy just flashes his official D-rank license, leaving the high ranker completely dumbfounded by his low-tier status. He mockingly asks her to go easy on a poor newbie, knowing his sarcasm is driving her insane. She stands there sweating, realizing a mere D-rank shouldn't have been able to dodge her moves so easily. As Kangwoo heads for the exit, the clerk politely invites him back, while the girl remains in a daze. She struggles to process the encounter, her pride wounded by a guy who shouldn't even be in her league. Her suspicion grows as she wonders if he might actually be a hidden monster, masquerading as a weakling. Stepping out of the PC cafe, our boy blends into the city crowd, leaving the chaotic interaction behind him. He looks bored with the local talent, finding their supposed elite skills to be nothing more than child's play. Even with his powers suppressed, he knows his 10 millennia of hellish combat experience makes him absolutely untouchable. Kangwoo reflects on the encounter, surprised a human could actually track his movements so closely. He admits to himself that for a split second, even his seasoned eyes struggled to keep pace. Our boy is genuinely curious about who this mysterious girl really is and what she is hiding. He takes a breath to steady himself, realizing the surface world has more bite than he expected. Suddenly, he senses something off and glances up toward the shadows of the nearby buildings. High above, Yeonju makes her move, leaping through the air with the grace of a pro. She lands silently, her blue eye glowing with the intensity of someone who is not just playing games. After confirming she is alone, she pulls out a specialized device to make a high-priority report. The screen flashes the Red Rose Guild emblem, proving she is far more than just a trash-tier player. She demands a direct line to HR, clearly planning to dig up everything on the monster she just met. Park Hyun-woo responds to the priority signal immediately, ready to handle whatever the guildmaster needs. The HR manager wonders what kind of mess has prompted such an urgent late-night call. Yeonju skips the small talk and tells him there is a critical lead he needs to verify. Hyunwoo suspects this involves the Demon Order, while she admits her suspicions are still just a hunch. She explains that she ran into a suspicious guy who is clearly hiding his true identity. The name on the file is Kangwoo, a supposed D-rank player who feels like a total fraud. She knows D-rank cards are trash-tier security, making them incredibly easy for anyone to forge. If he is a cultist in disguise, he might be hunting weaker players for sport in the shadows. She is shaken because he read her movements perfectly, something no low-level player should ever manage. It turns out no enemy has ever successfully tracked her before, making our boy a complete anomaly. Yeonju reflects on her long history hunting the Demon Order, noting that no cultist ever matched her prowess. That was until she met Kangwoo, whose movements were so sharp they actually caught the high ranker off guard. She starts wondering if this guy isn't just some trash-tier player, but a high-ranking leader in disguise. After ordering her contact to dig deeper, she slams her hand down, sensing the cult is finally moving. She ends the call with a sharp click, her mind racing with the implications of encountering such a monster. Even if she isn't certain about his cult ties yet, she is absolutely sure about one specific thing. She looks down at the button she snatched from him, a small trophy from their brief but intense clash. Meanwhile, our boy realizes his jacket is ruined, and grumbles about how that woman actually managed to tag him. He narrows his eyes, realizing he might have underestimated just how persistent this red-haired hunter is going to be. Both of them are now locked in a silent game of cat and mouse, each recognizing the other's danger. Yeonju admits to herself that this mysterious guy might actually be way stronger than she is. She clenches her fist, struggling to accept that a supposed trash-tier player could outclass a high-ranker like her. If he really is just a talented prodigy, she knows she must find a way to handle him. Meanwhile, our boy leaves the PC cafe, realizing he can't slack off if he wants higher-tier gates. He knows that with persistent hunters like that woman around, he needs to power up even faster. Back inside, the door to the ladies' room creaks open as someone finally finishes their break. Yeonju steps out, still frustrated that her relaxation time was totally ruined by that intense encounter. She heads back to her seat, but something about the gaming station catches her sharp eyes. Looking at the monitor, she sees a crushing defeat recorded on the account she was just facing. She jolts in shock, realizing the monster who beat her was sitting right here this entire time. Yeonju is absolutely losing it after seeing her rank tank to trash-tier bronze because of that match. She vows to find the guy who humiliated her, her mana flaring up as she crushes her own clothes. Unaware of the storm he caused, our boy arrives at a C-rank gate to hunt some trolls. However, the guards stop him, explaining that solo entry is strictly forbidden for a gate of this caliber. Turns out a massive chief troll has spawned inside, making the nervous guards ban all solo hunting. Instead of being worried, Kangwoo thinks he's hit the jackpot, since boss monsters mean way better loot. Around him, other hunters are chickening out, terrified of facing a boss that could easily wipe them out. He notes that the atmosphere here is much heavier than the weak gates he usually frequents. Even the gear these guys are rocking is leagues better, showing how serious this level of hunting is. With the guards performing tight inspections, he realizes he needs a clever way to slip inside alone. A group of greedy hunters dreams of the massive bounty, but they have no idea what's actually coming. Nearby, others are already second-guessing themselves, terrified that they aren't cut from the same cloth as legends. Amidst the sea of agitation and fear, Kangwoo calmly plots his next move to bypass the gate guards. Our boy flashes a wicked grin, realizing that a tiny spark of madness is all he really needs. He decides to test his luck on a random hunter, preparing to use a more subtle demonic touch. With a simple pat on the back, he injects a lethal dose of rage into the unsuspecting man. He activates the authority of rage, calling upon Krosel's essence to overwrite the man's pathetic cowardice. The hunter's eyes glaze over with madness as he begins to question why he ever lived so submissively. His teammates look on, completely dumbfounded by the sudden and violent shift in their friend's usually timid personality. Deep down, the trauma of being a lifelong victim for bullies makes him the perfect fuel for this fire. Tota remembers the hell of his past, wishing he could finally rip his bullies' spines out. He thought the awakening of the gates would be the turning point for his miserable, trash-tier life. A twisted smile forms as he realizes he doesn't have to crawl like a weakling anymore. The blonde hunter screams at the top of his lungs, demanding they stop acting like cowards. Our boy Kangwoo casually pats Tota's shoulder, injecting the perfect amount of demonic energy to trigger him. Tota instantly loses it, shouting that it's time to stop shying away and start killing everything. The madness spreads like a virus, turning a grieving sister's sorrow into a bloodthirsty, violent holler. Even the scarred hunter starts to waver, his eyes reflecting the growing fire of the group's collective insanity. He grits his teeth in frustration, deciding he's done playing it safe in these low-ranked gates. Now completely unhinged, he yells that he'll bring every bastard who ever looked down on him to their knees. The hunters are completely lost to the madness, screaming about chopping off the boss's head. The guards can only watch in total confusion, wondering why these guys are suddenly acting so unhinged. It turns into a full-blown stampede as the mob ignores all protocol and charges straight into the gate. One guard frantically calls for backup, noting that this level of insanity has never happened before. Amidst the chaos, our boy Kangwoo slips right past the distracted security like a ghost. He watches the frenzy with a twisted sense of pride, loving how well they're all working together. With a smug grin, he prepares to enter, knowing he'll be the only one reaping the real rewards. Stepping through the portal, he immediately notices the shift from the damp swamps to dry, scorching sand. The terrain is wide open, a massive desert that's a far cry from the cramped gates he's used to. He realizes finding the boss here is a pain, considering if he should just use authority of the heavens. Kangwoo realizes wandering aimlessly is for losers and decides it's time to bust out a high-level authority. Checking his stats, he notes his infernal energy is over 50, which is plenty to fuel the search. He begins leaping across the desert peaks, moving with the kind of agility that puts pro athletes to shame. Slamming his hand down, he prepares to link his consciousness with the very essence of the gate. He calls upon the power of Astaroth, a great demon whose sensory abilities are legendary even in hell. A massive, glowing eye manifests in his mind's eye, scanning the vast wasteland for any signs of life. The sheer volume of information starts flooding in, revealing every pathetic monster hiding in the dunes. Finally, he spots the big guy, a beefy hobgoblin boss, surrounded by its trash-tier minions. Cutting the connection, our boy catches his breath, satisfied that he's finally pinpointed his target's location. Even for him, the mental strain of processing so much data is enough to leave anyone else completely dumbfounded. Kangwoo watches from above as the players finally catch up, eager to snag their next big trait. He realizes these frenzied hunters are the perfect tools to keep the small fry busy for him. Without a second thought, our boy leaps from the cliffside, diving straight into the heart of the action. He zips across the terrain, planning to let the players handle the trash while he hunts the chief. Below, the massive trolls stand guard, completely unaware that their predator has already arrived on the scene. The beefy hobgoblin boss looms over its minions, but it is about to become the main course. Landing with a heavy skid, he gathers his infernal energy, deciding it is finally time to taunt them. He summons a dark blade of energy, swinging it with enough force to tear through the very air. His movements are a blur of black and blue as he prepares to unleash a devastating opening strike. With a ferocious swing, our boy begins the slaughter, making sure the boss knows exactly who is boss. Kangwoo's eyes flash red as he swings his blade, ready to end this farce in a single move. A massive shockwave obliterates the troll chief, instantly triggering a system notification for the boss's sudden demise. He secures the top contribution rank, earning a massive triple experience boost from the trash-tier boss's death. Looking over the desert wasteland, our boy feels dumbfounded that such a pathetic creature was considered a boss. He checks his status window, wondering if every C-rank monster in this world is going to be this disappointing. It turns out the monster wasn't weak. He has just grown far more powerful than he initially realized. He tightens his gear, originally planning to play it safe, but now realizing he can be much bolder. The remaining mobs can only stare in terror as the predator in their midst finally reveals his true nature. With a casual step, he manifests his dark authority, preparing to clear the entire floor without breaking a sweat. A sinister grin spreads across his face as he decides it is time to change his slow, cautious plan. The trash-tier mobs charge in, thinking they actually stand a chance against a literal king of hell. Our boy just stands his ground, manifesting a sharp blade of pure energy to welcome their pathetic stampede. He can't help but smirk, knowing exactly how this one-sided slaughter is about to play out. Since they are so eager to die, he decides to drop the act and take them all down. With a casual walk, he weaves through the crowd as invisible slashes tear through their thick, gray hides. The demons are completely dumbfounded, feeling the sting of his power before they even see him move. A faint blue light flickers across their chests, marking the exact moment their fate is sealed. Suddenly, his authority of the blade detonates from within, causing their bodies to burst in a gory explosion. Amidst the crimson splatter, he stands like a true predator who finally found a way to vent steam. He realizes that with his massive pool of internal energy, he can spam these moves without any setbacks. Our boy is shocked to see the system reward his slaughter with a brand new A-rank skill. These trash-tier trolls start to falter, sensing the shift in the air as he contemplates human skill mechanics. He decides to give his new toy a test drive, curious to see how much more efficient it is. A single drop of his concentrated energy hits the sand, sending out ominous ripples across the battlefield. Suddenly, a massive purple domain erupts, trapping every single monster within his newly claimed hunting grounds. The trolls are completely dumbfounded, realizing too late that the very ground beneath them has turned into a weapon. Purple cracks spiderweb under their feet, vibrating with a lethal intent that makes the monsters tremble in fear. Without warning, jagged blades of pure energy burst from the earth, skewering the beasts where they stand. They desperately try to scatter, but there is nowhere to run within the boundaries of his lethal terrain. The entire area becomes a meat grinder, as black slashes shred the remaining trash into nothing but bloody memories. Our boy exhales, satisfied that his new skill is way more efficient than he originally expected. He looks down at the bloody remains, eager to see what kind of stats he earned. Without wasting a second, he activates the authority of gluttony to devour the trash-tier leftovers. A measly 2-point increase in energy pops up, leaving him wondering why the gains are so pathetic. He realizes that once his stats cross 50, raising them further is going to be a real grind. Even so, his leveling pace is decent, and he is only 4 levels away from his 4th awakening. Deciding to squeeze the gate dry, he zooms off to find more prey before heading back home. Meanwhile, other players are wandering around the desert, completely dumbfounded by the lack of a boss monster. They start grumbling about government miscalculations since they cannot even find a single normal mob to kill. All they saw were a few terrified trolls running for their lives before the entire area went silent. The trash tier hunters stare at the empty crater, dumbfounded that the boss vanished without leaving a single trace. Realizing there is nothing left to hunt, the party sighs in defeat and decides to head back home. The crowd stomps toward the exit, fuming over the government's supposedly botched spawn calculations and wasted effort. Peeking from the shadows, Kangwoo smirks, noting that the lingering madness he planted is still fueling their rage. He decides to slip into the crowd, planning to use their inevitable tantrum as a perfect cover. Outside, the mob swarms the security forces, screaming for compensation because their precious time was completely wasted. Everything is going according to plan until a booming voice commands the entire area to fall silent. Kangwoo looks on, genuinely surprised that someone actually had the guts to shut down his chaotic little distraction. Suddenly, the legendary Hwarang squad marches in, their red uniforms signaling that the fun is officially over. As the elite soldiers surround the area, our boy realizes that things just got a whole lot more complicated. Bai Huayan is clearly done with this, wishing she could just go home instead of dealing with this mess. She strides through the ranks of her squad, her presence immediately commanding the attention of everyone nearby. Turns out this is Bai Huayan, the high-ranking third lieutenant of the elite Hwarang squad. She slams her scabbard down with a heavy thud, demanding absolute silence from the rowdy crowd of players. Her sharp gaze sweeps over the area as she prepares to deliver some seriously bad news. She explains that reports of Chaos players rampaging through D-rank gates have forced the government's hand. Because of the threat, they're starting mandatory, unannounced checkups for any player who has awakened their third trait. Hearing the term Chaos player leaves our boy dumbfounded as he realizes the heat is officially on. Kangwoo gulps, knowing that if they dig too deep into his stats, his whole cover is blown. As Huayan demands to see everyone's player cards, Kangwoo realizes he's walked straight into a trap. Kangwoo stares at the lieutenant, wondering if his 10,000-year streak of luck is finally running out. Bai Huayan tries to calm the crowd, but our boy knows this inspection is anything but routine. He breaks into a cold sweat, praying he isn't on the government's hit list after today's mess. Looking around, he realizes the Hwarang squad has the place locked down, making a clean getaway impossible. He sizes up the lieutenant, sensing that she is far from a trash-tier officer. As the pressure builds, she finally demands to see his player ID card, putting him on the spot. He jolts when she asks if he lost it, his mind racing for a way to play it cool. With a fake smile, he hands it over, hoping his forged credentials can withstand her sharp gaze. She studies the card intensely while he holds his breath, waiting for the inevitable hammer to drop. He realizes that with the Chaos players moving, he needs to be way more careful from now on. Bai Huayan examines the card, explaining that a real leader gets their hands dirty with the grunt work. Our boy finds her grit admirable, realizing she isn't just another bureaucrat playing soldier in a fancy uniform. She brings up the recent surge in Chaos players, her eyes narrowing as she scans his C-rank credentials. Tightening her grip, she confirms that these rogue hunters are the sole reason for this sudden security sweep. Satisfied for now, she hands the card back and thanks him for being such a cooperative citizen. He plays along, acting like a simple hunter who just wants to clear gates and mind his business. When she mentions how terrifying it is that people kill for money, he nods, maintaining his civilian facade. However, he sees right through her act, knowing the government is actually tracking something far darker than greed. She mentions the hunt for the Demon Order before dismissing him, her gaze already shifting to her next target. Sensing an opportunity for intel, he offers to report any clues, hoping to stay ahead of the law. Bai Huayan politely declines his offer, insisting that the Hwarang squad should handle the heavy lifting themselves. She explains that protecting the safety of all players is their duty, leaving our boy to play along. Noticing his recent promotion, she advises him to stick to D-rank gates until he actually levels up more. She even praises him, wishing more hunters were as upstanding and cooperative as he appears to be. Kangwoo just smiles awkwardly, thinking that a world full of people like him would be an absolute nightmare. As she walks away, he realizes the government is still keeping their investigation into the cult top secret. Feeling the heat die down, he calls Tae-soo to see if he wants to hang out and grab food. A few days later, the group meets up at a local cafe to finally enjoy some well-earned peace. Tae-soo is his usual energetic self, asking if the girl with them is the healer Kangwoo mentioned earlier. Seola introduces herself shyly, while our boy looks a bit dumbfounded by the sudden change in atmosphere. Tae-soo gives them a knowing look, clearly getting the wrong idea about their relationship. Our boy cuts to the chase, asking Tae-soo to help Seola level up in some D-rank gates. Tae-soo happily agrees, realizing that having a B-rank healer on the team is a massive win. Things get awkward fast when Taesu calls her the missus, leaving both of them completely dumbfounded. He just laughs off their reaction and asks Seola to explain how her specific powers actually work. She reveals her Light's Blessing trait doesn't just heal wounds, but also provides massive physical buffs. Taesu is genuinely shocked to hear she can handle both support roles at the same time. When she mentions having attack skills too, he tells Kangwoo that this girl is a total catch. He explains that top-tier guilds would kill for her, making Kangwoo realize she's actually quite elite. Seola politely declines any guild offers, while Kangwoo notices she didn't even try to deny the Mrs. comment. Taesu chugs his coffee like a madman, declaring his grand plan to make history alongside our boy. He slams the cup down, claiming nothing beats a scalding Americano, while Kangwoo just watches in silence. When Kangwoo asks about finding a damage dealer, Taesu confidently claims he knows the perfect duo. He boasts about his eye for talent, mentioning 2 promising players who just hit their second awakening. Kangwoo remains doubtful, remembering the last time this guy vouched for absolute trash-tier hunters. Despite his reservations, Kangwoo agrees to the meeting after Seola says she trusts his judgment completely. Seola is determined to level up fast, desperate to prove she can actually stand by his side. Kangwoo gently tells her not to rush, prioritizing her safety over any potential power gains. Taesu gets all emotional over their sweet moment, until Kangwoo tells him to mind his own business. They agree to meet in Incheon tomorrow, though Kangwoo wonders why they are skipping the local gates. Kangwoo listens as Taesu suggests swapping lizardmen for trolls in East Incheon to maximize their experience gains. Unlike the sneaky lizardmen in the swamps, these trolls are out in the open, and much easier to hunt. Our boy is actually impressed that Taesu is using his head for once instead of just his muscles. As he prepares to head out, Taesu is surprised that he's already leaving before the meeting tomorrow. He wonders what could be so important that his boss needs to rush off right this second. With a confident smirk, Kangwoo explains that he has some serious leveling up to do before the big day. He's currently sitting at level 29 and is just 1 step away from hitting his 4th awakening. Activating the authority of sight, he scans the area and locks onto a group of unsuspecting targets. He decides to start by wiping out 8 of them, moving with speed that these monsters can't track. The trolls are left dumbfounded as their heads are separated from their bodies in a single, fluid motion. Our boy lets out a breath, wondering how many more of these things he has to hunt. Suddenly, he pauses, as a strange scent hits his nose. He realizes with a grim look that the smell is definitely human blood. The stench is coming from the hunting grounds, but something feels off. A sudden movement from the plateau catches his attention as something leaps away. He glides over the terrain, sensing that a party of C-rank players was just wiped out. If the field boss isn't out yet, he suspects a Chaos player is responsible. He spots the victims ahead, confirming his suspicions about the brutal massacre. Landing near the corpses, he confirms they've all been slaughtered without mercy. He finds it odd since the Demon Order usually wants live sacrifices, not cold bodies. Our boy realizes the blood is fresh, meaning the trash-tier killer is still lurking nearby. As he stands over the bodies, a heavy stomp echoes through the area, signaling trouble. He turns around and is completely dumbfounded by the monstrosity that just emerged from the shadows. The creature is busy munching on a severed arm, showing zero respect for its human prey. It is a hellhound from the first ring, and he cannot fathom how it ended up here. The beast lets out a deafening roar, clearly marking Kangwoo as its next meal. It leaps forward with savage intent, forcing him to react before he gets shredded. He curses his luck as he prepares to engage, knowing this will not be a walk in the park. His strike connects with a loud clang, but the monster barely even flinches from the impact. Gritting his teeth, he confirms its hide is ridiculously tough, just like a true demonic predator. Our boy barely dodges as the beast spits a concentrated blast of hellfire right at his face. The ground erupts in a massive explosion, proving this mutt isn't just some trash-tier gate monster. Smoke and flames fill the air, but the predator isn't done hunting its prey just yet. The creature snarls with pure malice, its bone mask looking more terrifying amidst the burning debris. Kangwoo realizes normal blades won't cut it, so he leaps through the falling rocks to reposition himself. With a gritty smirk, he starts channeling his mana, deciding it's time to bring out the big guns. He activates the Authority of Stone, manifesting a wicked black spear built for pure penetration. He becomes a literal whirlwind of death, spinning through the air to build up insane momentum. The beast looks up, realizing too late that the hunter has officially become the hunted. He drives the spear straight through its thick hide, making the monster roar in absolute agony. The beast hits the dirt with a heavy thud, finally looking like it might stay down for good. Our boy takes a breather, wiping sweat while hoping he finally put an end to this trash-tier nightmare. Suddenly, his eyes widen in pure shock as he realizes he celebrated his victory way too early. The monster lets out a deafening roar and charges, proving that its tanky hide is no joke. Kangwoo stomps the ground with enough force to shatter the earth, preparing to launch his counterattack. He leaps high into the air, narrowly dodging the beast's massive jaws as it tries to snap him. With a swift motion, he channels mana into his legs to build up some serious explosive power. He delivers a brutal kick right to its skull, using the impact to bounce back and reposition himself. Gritting his teeth, he decides it's time to stop playing around and finish this once and for all. Dark energy swirls around his hands as he prepares to unleash a devastating authority right in its face. Kangwoo activates the authority of the earth, sending a massive tremor through the battlefield to off-balance his foe. The ground erupts into jagged pillars of stone, tossing the massive beast around like a rag doll. Taking advantage of the chaos, our boy leaps into the air and conjures a wicked dark spear. He drives the weapon straight into the monster's skull, determined to pierce through that annoying bone mask. Kangwoo pours every ounce of his demonic energy into the strike, ignoring the strain on his own body. The sound of shattering bone echoes as the creature's defenses finally start to give way under the pressure. With a final surge of power, he slams the behemoth into the dirt with enough force to end it. The resulting impact is absolutely cataclysmic, sending shockwaves and debris flying in every direction across the wasteland. When the dust settles, a massive trench is carved into the earth, showing just how much power he unleashed. The once mighty monster is sent tumbling away, completely broken and tossed aside like a piece of trash. Kangwoo skids across the dirt, his body aching from the massive recoil of his own devastating attack. He grits his teeth and groans, feeling the intense pressure of the battle weighing down on him. To his surprise, the trash-tier boss actually manages to stand back up despite having a spear in its skull. Kangwoo realizes his previous strike wasn't strong enough to end the fight, as the beast huffs in pain. Our boy admits that the monster is just as sturdy as he remembered from his days in hell. He senses a massive surge of energy and prepares himself for the creature's desperate final struggle. The monster's muscles begin to crackle with a violent red aura as it taps into its hidden reserves. It lets out a deafening roar, completely engulfed in a flare of demonic power that lights up the sky. A massive pillar of fire erupts from the beast, threatening to incinerate everything in its path. Kangwoo just smirks, mocking the creature for being a piece of garbage that still doesn't know its place. Kangwoo gathers his dark energy, realizing he needs a bit more oomph to put this trash-tier boss down. He activates the authority of fortitude, letting a violent red aura coat his body for the final blow. The monster's eyes widen in pure terror as it realizes the predator in front of it was holding back. Our boy lunges forward, his fist connecting with the beast's face in a spectacular burst of demonic power. He grits his teeth, pouring every ounce of his current strength into this one decisive, bone-shattering strike. The impact is so massive that the ground itself groans under the weight of his overwhelming authority. With a pathetic shriek, the elite gatekeeper finally breaks apart, unable to withstand the sheer force of hell. The massive creature is sent crashing back into the dirt, its life force completely extinguished by the impact. A giant cloud of dust erupts from the crater, signaling the end of this surprisingly stubborn monster. Kangwoo lets out a long sigh, thinking to himself that the whole ordeal was way more tedious than expected. Kangwoo stares down the beast, wishing he could just unleash two authorities at once to end this faster. He wipes away some sweat, remembering how many of these trash-tier mobs he slaughtered back in the 9th hell. Even with his powers suppressed, our boy is confident he can take this thing down at his current level. Suddenly, the massive creature loses its footing and collapses into the dirt with a heavy, final thud. He lets out a weary breath as the system confirms he just took down a C-rank fragment of the fissure. A flurry of notifications pop up, showing he hit level 30 and unlocked a new A-rank awakening trait. Standing over the carcass, he starts to wonder what this weird fragment of the fissure title actually implies. It occurs to him that the system might just be using that label for anything that crawled out of hell. He looks at the monster's remains, genuinely puzzled about how a creature like this even managed to cross over. He recalls the legends of the 7 weapons, questioning if every hellish intruder is truly just a simple fragment. Kangwoo decides to stop overthinking the mystery and finally dives into his mountain of unread system notifications. Our boy is genuinely surprised to see just how much he gained from that last scrap. He hits the jackpot with an A-rank trait that lets him hide his hellish energy from prying eyes. With the technicalities out of the way, he looks at the carcass and prepares for a massive feast. The authority of gluttony manifests as massive, toothy maws that begin tearing through the monster's remains. He realizes that if his seals keep lifting, he might actually surpass his old self from the 9th hell. After a satisfying meal and a loud burp, he casually strolls out of the gate past the unsuspecting guards, Hess feeling incredibly productive, and can already taste the spicy kimchi stew waiting for him at home. His peaceful evening is cut short when he notices a mysterious figure waiting for him in the shadows. A high-ranking woman from the Big Five greets him, proving his low-key days might be numbered. Our boy is caught off guard when this mysterious woman suddenly approaches him out of the blue. He tries to play it cool, acting like they aren't close enough for any friendly greetings. Then it clicks, as he recalls hearing her name mentioned back at the player management office. Turns out, Cha Yeonju is the heavy-hitting guildmaster of Red Rose, one of the elite Big Five. He finally understands why her power felt so overwhelming, and wonders what a top-tier ranker wants. She starts rattling off his entire life story, from his age to his lonely days at the orphanage. It seems she's been watching him closely, noting his sudden return after 5 very quiet years. Kang-woo keeps his poker face, admitting she's right, while internally questioning why she's digging into him. She checks her data again, highlighting how suspicious it is that he only registered 3 weeks ago. She knows his supposed trash-tier F-rank trait is a lie, since no rookie clears C-rank gates. She admits she suspected him of being a criminal who bought a dead man's identity from some shady broker. However, her investigation proved his biometrics were a perfect match, leaving our boy sweating and wondering how she's so well connected. She casually reminds him that the management office collects fingerprints during registration, making his secret identity look like a joke. Kang-woo realizes the Big Five have terrifying authority if they can just swipe government records whenever they please. She snaps her phone shut with a sharp clack, signaling that the interrogation phase is finally over. Suddenly, she drops a bombshell, claiming his raw potential is so high he might actually surpass her own power. She even goes as far as comparing him to the legendary Baek Kang-hyun, which is insane praise for a rookie. Kang-woo plays it cool, thanking her for the compliment while bluntly asking what she's really fishing for here. The air gets heavy as she stands tall, the red rose emblem on her jacket practically glowing with influence. Finally, she makes her move, offering to officially sponsor him under her wing as the Master of Red Rose. Cha Yeonju finds his reaction unexpected, questioning what he really thought her intentions were. Our boy admits he fully expected her to try and scout him for the Red Rose Guild. She points out that someone hiding their true power clearly isn't looking for a typical guild contract. Kang-woo just plays it cool, claiming he wasn't intentionally keeping his massive strength under wraps. She explains that a sponsorship means providing every resource possible to skyrocket his growth as a player. When he asks for the catch and brings up their past gaming session, she nearly loses her mind. She has to physically steady herself, desperately trying to maintain her professional guildmaster persona despite his teasing. Kang-woo just laughs it off, explaining his terrible gaming skills as a total rookie mistake. He calls her a trash-tier bronze player, sending her into a frenzy of excuses about her incompetent teammates. Finally getting serious, our boy asks why an S-ranker is so determined to invest in his future. Yeonju explains, she's going all in because it's clear our boy is destined for absolute greatness. Despite being a rookie, his track record of soloing C-rank gates proves he is a total monster. She offers him a temporary pass for free access to A-rank gates, bypassing all standard-level restrictions. Kang-woo starts to realize that being a sponsored player might actually be a pretty sweet gig. The perks keep coming, including hand-picked party members and a tax-free way to liquidate his loot. He is genuinely impressed by the offer, thinking this is one hell of a deal for a newcomer. She even offers to rent him epic gear and provide a luxury house and car for his comfort. Our boy starts feeling a bit suspicious, wondering why she is being so incredibly generous to a rookie. She casually shrugs it off as a future investment, though he still finds the whole situation hard to believe. Finally, she reveals the catch. He must be ready to work for the guild whenever they need him. Kang-woo wonders if the guild is offering so much support because a massive, high-stakes mission is approaching soon. He asks for the specifics of these future jobs, wanting to know exactly what he is signing up for. Yeonju keeps her cards close to her chest, stating that she cannot share those details just yet. Our boy figures it must be something huge if it is top secret, but he is satisfied for now. He reasons that if the request is ever truly trash tier or makes no sense, he can just refuse. With a sharp, predatory grin, Kang-woo decides to play along and officially accepts her generous offer. Yeonju cannot help but smirk, knowing she just secured a monster of a player for her guild. He realizes this is the perfect chance to secure the resources he needs to regain his former glory. Beyond just the loot, the networking power of a top-tier guild is far too valuable to ignore. They seal the deal with a firm handshake, as our boy refuses to let such a golden opportunity slip. Kang-woo seals the deal with a handshake, officially joining the Red Rose Guild to further his own hidden agenda. Yeonju is clearly satisfied with her new recruit, praising him for making the right choice for his future career. Our boy immediately gets down to business, asking when he can expect to start his first official assignment. She brushes him off, claiming that the task at hand is far beyond his current level of strength. Kang Woo isn't one to take an insult lying down and tells her she is dead wrong about his capabilities. With a smirk, he confidently asserts that he is significantly more powerful than she could ever imagine. The guildmaster is momentarily dumbfounded, staring at the rookie who talks like he is some god-tier ranker. She just laughs it off, calling him an arrogant prick, while accepting his bold attitude with a grin. Yeonju clarifies that the delay isn't actually about his power, but rather a lack of concrete information. Checking her phone, she explains that she needs to gather more evidence before they can make a move. Our boy figures there is no need to keep pushing her for answers if she is already investigating. When she asks for his number, he hands over his phone to keep the connection alive. While tapping away, he wonders when he will finally receive the high-tier equipment she mentioned earlier. He realizes that having proper gear is essential to stop wasting his precious infernal energy on weaklings. Yeonju tells him to follow her to the guild house, making him wonder where they are actually headed. She coolly explains that their base of operations is located right in the middle of Seoul Station. Outside, the local crowd is absolutely dumbfounded by the sight of a legendary supercar parked on the street. The door opens with a heavy clunk, as the mysterious owner prepares to head out. Kang Woo is stunned to see Yeonju in the driver's seat, casually ordering him to get inside. When he asks about the price, she admits she bought it on a whim and totally forgot. Kang Woo is absolutely floored when he hears the car costs nearly $1 billion. He stares at Yeonju, wondering how a girl in sweats can afford such a high-tier foreign ride. The engine roars as the wheels spin, tearing through the streets of Seoul with incredible speed. Our boy is impressed by the smooth ride, and Yeonju casually asks if he wants one too. She explains that according to their contract, she can hook him up with his own set of wheels. Suddenly, Kang Woo starts calling her big sis with stars in his eyes, hoping for that sweet upgrade. Yeonju is visibly disgusted by his trash-tier acting and threatens to rip the airbags out of his seat. He quickly behaves but reminds her he'd appreciate the gift while she warns him not to fail her. She snaps at him for calling her stingy, reminding him she has an entire guild to support. Kang Woo just smirks and clicks his seatbelt, deciding it's best to let the lady focus on the road. They finally pull up to the Red Rose Guild House, a massive structure that screams top-tier wealth and power. Our boy steps out of the ride, completely dumbfounded by the sheer scale of his new home base. Looking at the glass tower, he realizes that aligning with a Big Five guild was a genius move. As they head inside, a couple of high-ranking members are already waiting to size up the new recruit. A hand reaches out to welcome him, signaling that his days as a solo player are officially over. The blonde man introduces himself as Park Hyun-woo, the professional face running the guild's human resources department. Kang Woo plays it cool while shaking hands, keeping his true demonic nature hidden behind a rookie's mask. Hyun-woo then points out Moon Young-ho, a massive warrior serving as the guild's heavy-hitting core leader. Young-ho gives him a trash-tier glare, clearly unimpressed by the scrawny-looking kid the boss brought home. Hyun-woo just smiles, glad the deal went through, and welcoming their newest asset to the Red Rose family. Our boy jokes that he'd even drink poison for such a deal, making the guild staff laugh. When the manager offers a tour of the equipment, the guildmaster decides to show him around herself. The manager bows out, but the massive warrior decides he is tagging along to watch the rookie. The guildmaster is surprised by the sudden interest, wondering why the veteran is acting so suspicious. The big guy admits he needs to see what kind of person the newcomer really is. She figures it is a good idea for them to get acquainted, while our boy just grins. They head up to the high security levels, the elevator climbing past the 14th floor as tension builds. With a soft ding, the doors slide open to reveal the guild's most restricted and valuable area. As they step out, the guildmaster explains that this is where they store their most precious items. She scans her palm for identification, reminding him that high-tier gear is never just handed out for free. Yeonju explains they only lend out epic-tier gear for free, making our boy realize the limits of guild charity. She points out the unique equipment, noting that anything better than trash tier comes with a steep rental price. Kang Woo asks about legendary items, but she scoffs, saying they would be using those instead of storing them. The guildmaster shrugs and admits she owns a few herself, leaving the rookie curious about her true power. When she drops the 5 billion won price tag, our boy is nearly dumbfounded by the sheer cost. She claims that price is actually a bargain, but for a broke rookie, it might as well be impossible. Looking at his reflection, he realizes there is no way he can afford that kind of gear right now. He decides to settle for epic items instead, but a sudden heavy impact stops him in his tracks. Both of them look up in confusion as the atmosphere in the room shifts into something far more hostile. The massive warrior looms over him, releasing a dark aura to test if the newcomer is truly worth anything. Moon Young-ho is fuming, demanding that this rookie show some proper respect to his superiors. Our boy just stares back with those dead red eyes, completely unimpressed by the intimidation attempt. The massive warrior looms over him, reiterating that he needs to respect the guildmaster's authority. He grits his teeth in pure rage, clearly not used to being ignored by trash-tier newcomers. Instead of trembling, a small smirk plays on his lips as he finds the whole situation hilarious. He lets out a sharp laugh and flatly refuses to bow down to anyone's ego. The air crackles with killing intent as the giant realizes this kid isn't just brave, he's insane. Losing his cool, the core leader draws his massive blade to teach the rookie a bloody lesson. Even with a sharp edge, inches from his face, he doesn't even blink as the guildmaster screams. Yeonju finally steps in to stop her subordinate before things get way too messy for the guild. Yeonju steps in, demanding to know what the hell Youngho thinks he's doing with that massive sword. She's absolutely livid, her eyes glowing with the kind of intensity that only an S-ranker can pull off. Mana crackles around her hand as she orders her subordinate to answer for his blatant lack of discipline. Our boy just watches the show, realizing Yeonju is the one who decides who gets disrespected around here. Youngho finally backs off, though the tension in the room is still thick enough to cut with a blade. Turning her attention to Kangwoo, she warns him that acting like a smart aleck might actually cost him his life. While Youngho seethes in the background, Kangwoo notes that this guild's loyalty is actually pretty top tier. Seeing an opening, he decides to push his luck and asks if he can trade that car for something better. He puts on his best trust me face, looking like a total schemer while asking to rent a unique item. She isn't buying his act for a second but promises to check with the higher-ups before making a deal. Youngho is absolutely losing it, because some rookie had the audacity to call the guildmaster by her first name. Our boy doesn't even blink, just staring back with a look that says he's seen much scarier things. Driven by pure rage, Youngho lunges forward, determined to teach this trash-tier player a lesson in respect. His strike hits the floor with a massive crash, sending debris flying everywhere as he misses his target. He suddenly flinches, realizing that his reckless outburst has just put him in a very dangerous position. Yeonju steps in to block him, reminding him that she already gave an order he is currently ignoring. Kangwoo just smirks, loving every second of the drama while he watches the guildmaster handle her disobedient dog. Youngho tries to argue his case, but his voice wavers as he realizes he has crossed a line. With a sharp smack, she slams him into the ground, proving that her authority isn't just for show. As he is ordered to get out, Kangwoo watches with a satisfied grin, knowing he successfully stirred the pot. Yeonju towers over the failure, warning him that any more outbursts will lead to a serious disciplinary meeting. Youngho can only sweat and stammer out an apology, finally realizing he has pushed the guildmaster way too far. She turns to apologize to our boy for the mess, promising to personally educate her subordinate later on. While Youngho picks himself up, Yeonju shifts focus to business, asking Kangwoo what kind of unique item he needs. Kangwoo mentions he wants armor with high base stats, prompting Yeonju to think about what they have in stock. She double-checks his request, but before she can offer anything, the dumbfounded core leader decides to open his mouth. Youngho suddenly challenges Kangwoo to a duel, betting his own high-tier armor if the rookie can actually win. Yeonju clenches her fist in pure rage, unable to believe her subordinate is being this much of a clown. She explodes with a terrifying aura, screaming at the idiot to get lost before she loses her mind completely. Just as she is about to end him, Kangwoo reaches out and stops her, sensing a perfect opportunity. Kangwoo thinks a duel is actually a great idea, deciding to settle the matter with a direct fight. Yeonju is completely dumbfounded, wondering why our boy is actually entertaining this trash-tier challenge. She recalls their brief clash, realizing Kangwoo's power might actually rival or even surpass her own S-rank status. Yeonju knows Youngho is no joke, being a level 67 beast who reached his 7th awakening. She tries to shut the nonsense down, but Kangwoo just shrugs it off like it's no big deal. Our boy flashes a predatory grin, already tasting the sweet victory of scoring that high-tier armor for free. Youngho smirks back, convinced he's about to teach this arrogant rookie a lesson in absolute respect. While Yeonju panics, Kangwoo just cracks his neck, ready to dismantle this guy without breaking a sweat. Youngho grits his teeth in fury, fueled by his intense loyalty and devotion to his guild leader. Yeonju fears for Kangwoo's life, but he's just daydreaming about the shiny new loot he's about to claim. Entering the training room, Kangwoo is actually impressed by the high-tier facilities the Red Rose Guild provides for its members. Yeonju keeps whispering that this is a terrible idea, but our boy just brushes her off with a casual smirk. Youngho looms over them like a mountain, telling the rookie to start whenever he feels ready to get crushed. The arrogant core leader even offers a 3-second head start, clearly underestimating the monster standing right before him. Kangwoo just laughs it off, thinking this guy has watched way too many movies to be acting this tough. He tells the big guy to quit yapping and actually draw his sword if he wants to survive. With a cold, predatory gaze, Kangwoo demands he take out his weapon before things get ugly. Young-ho just scoffs, claiming he won't waste his full strength on a trash-tier hunter like him. If that's how he wants to play, Kangwoo is more than happy to show him true despair. Purple mana begins to swirl around his feet as he prepares to end this farce in a single heartbeat. Yeonju watches in total disbelief as the air itself screams under the pressure of the authority of speed. Young-ho lunges forward with everything he has, but he's basically moving in slow motion compared to our boy. Before the big guy can even blink, a massive impact sends him crashing through the reinforced training wall. He screams in pure agony as the sheer force of the strike rattles his very soul and bones. As the dust settles, Kangwoo calmly walks toward his pathetic opponent, who is now eating the floor. Yeonju can't even process what she's seeing, her mind racing to understand how a rookie possesses such power. Young-ho gasps for air, clutching his chest while his world spins from the absolute weight of that blow. He realizes that if it wasn't for his high-tier gargoyle armor, he'd be nothing more than a goner. Desperation kicks in as he frantically reaches for his sword, unable to accept that this is even possible. But Kangwoo is already there, his presence so overwhelming that Young-ho can't even finish his own terrified thought. Our boy Kangwoo flashes a devilish grin, mocking the idea that a mere rookie could be this terrifying. Young-ho is left gasping for air, wondering what kind of insane trickery just put him in the dirt. Kangwoo just shrugs it off, casually explaining that he's simply on a whole different level than this guy. He asks the big guy if he's starting to regret that cocky 3-second rule he made earlier. Kangwoo can't help but burst out laughing at how pathetic it is that Young-ho underestimated him so badly. He continues to cackle, telling the high ranker that whining like a literal baby is making him look hilarious. Suddenly, his expression turns cold as he tells the loser to just knock it off and accept reality. Young-ho quivers in pure rage, his teeth gnashing as he refuses to be humiliated by some random nobody. He glances back at Yeonju, realizing his entire reputation is on the line while she watches his defeat. With his boss watching, Young-ho desperately grips his sword, refusing to let things end in such shame. Young-ho puts everything he has into one final, desperate strike, his blade glowing with intense, fiery energy. He unleashes his signature 1,000-year sword technique, creating a massive pillar of light that should have finished anyone. But as the dust settles, Young-ho is dumbfounded to see his opponent just standing there, casually stifling a laugh. Our boy mocks the high ranker, asking if it is really necessary to scream out move names like a toddler. He stares right through the loser, wondering if Young-ho actually thinks acting like a Chunabu makes him look cool. Absolutely triggered, Young-ho screams for him to shut up and swings his massive blade in a blind, murderous rage. The big guy keeps swinging wildly, but his movements are becoming predictable as his desperation starts to take over. He leaps into the air for a crushing blow, hoping to finally squash the arrogant rookie once and for all. Kangwoo admits the guy isn't total trash tier, but decides it is finally time to stop playing and end this. As the sword shatters the ground, our boy vanishes into the shadows, activating his authority of darkness to finish it. Red energy crackles as Kangwoo steps into the void, vanishing completely from the physical world. Yeonju screams for the hot-headed idiot to stop, realizing he is falling right into a lethal trap. Our boy just laughs at the pathetic display, emerging from the shadows like a literal nightmare. He watches with a smirk, noting that the big guy has completely lost his mind to rage. While Young-ho charges at a ghost, Kangwoo melts away, leaving the guild leader grasping at thin air. The brute stops and looks around, totally dumbfounded as his target seems to have vanished into nothingness. Suddenly, a cold grip tightens on his shoulder, sending a shiver of pure dread down his spine. Kangwoo mocks him by saying he already lost, casually patting the loser's back before the final strike. He channels his authority of impact, gathering massive energy into his palm for a point-blank execution. A massive shockwave erupts, sending the trash-tier ranker flying, while Yeonju watches the one-sided beatdown in disbelief. The impact is devastating, leaving the arrogant core leader coughing up blood as his world turns upside down. He hits the deck like a sack of bricks, completely out cold while Yeonju stands there in shock. As our boy casually walks away, the guildmaster can only stare at his back, feeling a massive chill. She realizes she completely underestimated him, her heart racing as she wonders what kind of monster he is. Kangwoo just smirks and adjusts his gloves, noting that he's way more powerful than anyone here could imagine. Medics rush in to scrape the loser off the floor, while Yeonju starts apologizing for the whole mess. She promises to kick the trash-tier ranker out of the guild, ensuring such a pathetic display never repeats. Kang Woo doesn't care about the drama because he just scored some sweet unique rank loot as a peace offering. The gargoyle's armor is a top-tier find, boasting insane defensive stats and a petrification skill that's absolutely broken. Has grinning like a kid on Christmas, knowing this gear will make his future hunts a total walkover. Yeonju sighs, wondering why that bastard was dumb enough to gamble away such a valuable item. Looking at the broken mess on the stretcher, she realizes how much of a liability he's become. The trash-tier ranker can only tremble in fear, finally understanding the terrifying gap between them. She turns to our boy, warning him that their partnership is on thin ice if things get messy again. Still, she promises that from now on, everyone in the guild will treat him with the respect he deserves. Kang Woo just shrugs and notes that the bulky armor doesn't even fit his frame yet. He leaves the gear for resizing, casually mentioning he has some errands to run in the real world. As he waves goodbye, she reminds him to send over his measurements so the blacksmith can get to work. The door slides shut with a soft whir, leaving the guildmaster alone with her thoughts. She collapses onto a bench, breathless as she wonders if he's even a human being anymore. Yeonju stares at the discarded gear, absolutely dumbfounded that a 3-week rookie could crush a veteran like Youngho. She wonders if this means Korea finally has a shot at producing a true world-class ranker. It's a tall order, considering even their number 1, Baek Kang-hyun, failed to qualify for that elite circle. Just as she considers if our boy is the chosen one, her secretary walks in with a sudden update. He reports that the gargoyle armor is being prepped and confirms Youngho's disciplinary hearing is set for tomorrow. The secretary seems weighed down by the guild's internal drama, looking completely exhausted by the recent chaos. Yeonju tells him to snap out of it because they can't afford any more trash-tier behavior in their ranks. The mood shifts instantly when the secretary mentions he has a critical update that she needs to hear immediately. He reveals that the government has finally managed to slip a spy into the heart of the demon order. If the mole survives, they'll finally pick up the trail of the cultists who've been lurking in the shadows. The secretary stands ready, as Yeonju demands he spill every detail regarding the government's move against the cult. She pulls off her cap with an intense gaze, clearly done playing games with the trash-tier demon order. Meanwhile, our boy is out in the city checking his status window to track his recent level gains. He notices his base stats are climbing steadily, though his infernal energy remains his most vital power source. He figures that boosting his physical attributes will help him conserve his demonic energy during long, grueling fights. Since he doesn't use standard magic, he considers stats like intelligence and wisdom to be completely useless fluff. As he stretches, he recalls the rule that stats usually align with a player's specific traits after awakening. Curiously, his infernal energy growth has hit a plateau while his other stats are jumping up quite randomly. He stares at his hand and wonders if his demonic essence is simply too overwhelming for the system. It is obvious he is cut from a different cloth, effortlessly outperforming even the most seasoned high-level rankers. Our boy realizes that the higher his stats climb, the harder it becomes to squeeze out every last drop. Even though the grind is slowing down, he is confident his next big awakening is right around the corner. He decides it is finally time to link back up with his teammates and see how they are doing. Over at the East Incheon Gate, Tae-soo is making a scene by shouting for him at the top of his lungs. When Kang-woo and Seola arrive, the big guy is thrilled they finally finished up all their personal errands. Tae-soo introduces 2 new recruits, including the incredibly handsome Kim Si-hoon and the energetic little Choi Eun-bi. The tiny mage immediately starts bickering with Tae-soo, roasting him for looking like he is already in his 40s. She is excited to finally meet the guy Tae-soo has been bragging about, and offers a friendly greeting. The girl then turns her attention to Seola, gushing over how pretty the party's healer is in person. While Tae-soo sulks over his aged appearance, Choi Eun-bi insists on grabbing a quick selfie with her new friend. Kang-woo is a bit taken aback by the energy, wondering if the girl is just a pint-sized version of Tae-soo. The handsome newcomer, Kim Si-hoon, steps up and politely introduces himself while offering a firm handshake. He explains that he has already reached level 12 and recently awakened a high-tier A-rank warrior trait. Si-hoon then apologizes for the little mage's eccentric behavior, while she forces a smiling Seola into more selfies. Our boy is actually impressed, noting that this guy is surprisingly well-mannered and sharp for a rookie. As they shake hands, Kang-woo realizes Si-hoon is a genuine talent, unlike the usual trash-tier players he encounters. Tae-soo eventually butts in, looking for validation on whether these 2 new additions actually seem like trustworthy teammates. Kang-woo just gives a small smirk, already having read the room and sized up their true intentions. He admits they lack the stench of greed found in those Andres thugs, even as the girls keep playing. However, he can't help but roast Tae-soo, asking how such a master judge of character almost got murdered. Tae-soo gets overly dramatic, claiming that meeting our boy was a stroke of pure destiny from the heavens. Kang-woo just stands there in silence, watching this massive guy make a total scene in front of the others. Taesu finally calms down enough to ask for a professional opinion on their new party's overall potential. Kangwoo takes a moment to analyze them, realizing that for once, the team composition is actually pretty solid. They have a sturdy tank, 2 distinct damage dealers, and a healer who can double as a buffer. It is not just roles either, since both Sehun and Taesu are packing high-tier A-rank traits. With the girls being solid B ranks, Kangwoo jokes to himself that he might actually get carried today. He flashes a smirk and decides he will officially tag along for their upcoming hunting session. He tells Sehun that he will even provide some pointers to help the group fix their amateur mistakes. Taesu loses his mind with joy, screaming so loud that Kangwoo's ears practically start bleeding from the noise. Kangwoo tells the group to head to the gate, warning them he will only intervene if things get dangerous. As the party moves out, our boy decides he won't carry them since it would just stunt their growth. Deep inside the gate, a pack of trash-tier goblins catches their scent and begins a frantic dash forward. The monsters stomp through the brush, thinking they have found an easy meal to tear apart. They brandish their crude clubs, screeching as they close the distance for a reckless frontal assault. Taesu steps up and slams his massive shield down, meeting their charge with the force of a wall. The impact sends the green fodder skidding across the dirt, completely breaking their momentum and spirit. Taesu just laughs at their pathetic attempt, asking the bastards if that is really all they have got. The remaining goblins begin to tremble and shiver, realizing they have picked a fight with the wrong humans. Before they can even think about retreating, Eunbi lets a lightning shock rip through the air to finish them. Eunbi spots a fresh wave of monsters and quickly alerts Taesu to the incoming threat. 5 more beasts charge forward, but Taesu is already stepping up to hold the line. He plants his feet firmly, bracing for the impact as the ground cracks beneath his heavy boots. The mindless monsters keep sprinting, completely unaware that they are running straight into a literal wall. Taesu deploys his glowing shield, creating an impenetrable barrier of light that halts their reckless advance. He laughs and invites the trash-tier mobs to try harder, while Seola begins her ritual. Suddenly, a warm glow of support magic envelops him, boosting his physical stats to the limit. His muscles bulge with new strength as the divine energy flows through his entire system. Feeling like a god, he thanks Seola for the perfect timing on the power-up. Seola keeps her focus sharp, channeling her light to ensure the front line never wavers. Seola and Taesu work in perfect sync, tearing through the trash-tier mobs like they are made of paper. Taesu lets out a roar of pure excitement as he pulverizes another demon, while Eunbi provides backup. Our boy is clearly having the time of his life, flexing his muscles while dominating the front line. With a massive swing of his shield, he sends the remaining fodder tumbling through the air like rag dolls. Suddenly, Sehun moves like a blur, his blade singing as he carves through the demon ranks with precision. He stands calm amidst the carnage, his sword dripping with blood as the last of the monsters fall. Taesu is completely dumbfounded by the display, realizing that Sehun is on a whole different level than expected. He approaches the rookie and asks about his kendo background, but Sehun just humbly claims it was a hobby. Looking at the clean decapitations, Taesu knows there is no way these elite skills came from a hobby. From his perch above, Kangwoo watches his teammates and wonders if they are finally ready for the real hunt. Kangwoo stays silent for a moment, carefully analyzing every move his new teammates made during the skirmish. The group looks back at him, feeling the heavy pressure of a true predator's gaze on their backs. Our boy finally drops down from the trees, deciding it's time to give these rookies some much-needed pointers. His eyes sharpen as he warns them that there are actually quite a few things they need to fix. He starts with Taesu, acknowledging his solid combat instincts and his natural ability to taunt every monster nearby. However, he points out that relying solely on brute force is a trash-tier strategy that wastes way too much energy. If he keeps charging in like a mindless beast, he'll just end up creating fatal openings for the enemy. Kangwoo reminds him that a tank's real job is redirecting damage, not burning out before reaching the boss. Next, he turns his attention to Seola, who tenses up as she waits for her own evaluation. He praises her for prioritizing the tank's stamina, proving she actually knows how to play her role properly. Kangwoo explains that Seola's light arrows are a mistake because healers drawing aggro just makes the tank's life hell. Feeling the weight of her rookie mistake, Seola can only look down and apologize for her lack of foresight. Our boy tells her to just fix it slowly, before turning his sharp gaze toward the little mage, Eunbi. He points out that she wasted a high-tier spell just to finish off enemies that were already basically dead. Because she was so focused on the overkill, she completely missed the 5 trolls charging in to crush her. He advises her to use paralyzing electric magic to conserve mana while letting the main damage dealer take charge. Sehun stands there waiting, wondering what kind of harsh critique the legendary former ruler has in store for him. Kangwoo stares him down for a long moment, his red eyes scanning every detail of the young swordsman's form. Unexpectedly, he just pats Sehun's shoulder and admits the kid actually played his role to absolute perfection today. As the group stares in awe, Sehun realizes that Kangwoo's tactical insight is on a completely different level. Kangwoo realizes Sehun is a total diamond in the rough, possessing talent that rivals his own millennia of experience. Our boy decides it's time to push further into the forest, and the party is more than ready. He tells them to take his advice to heart as they dive back into the hunt with energy. Tae-soo leads the charge, smashing his massive shield into a demon with enough force to rattle its bones. Following the plan, Eunbi and Seola unleash a coordinated magical strike that leaves their enemies completely fried. Sehun moves like a blur, cutting through the trash-tier mobs while the rest of the team provides cover. Watching from the shadows, Kangwoo is actually impressed by how quickly this ragtag group is starting to click. The synergy is undeniable now, and even Tae-soo feels the massive difference in their combat efficiency. The big guy boasts that they'll hit C rank in no time, looking up at Kangwoo for some validation. Kangwoo just gives them a lazy smirk, admitting they weren't half bad as the team begs for praise. Just as things were looking up, our boy hears a suspicious sound that kills the mood instantly. Kangwoo locks onto the source, realizing this isn't some trash-tier troll they're dealing with this time. Suddenly, a massive beast with white fur and jagged horns lunges straight for Tae-soo's defensive line. This thing is a literal demon wolf, a predator far beyond what this rookie party should be facing. Tae-soo tries to hold his ground, but the sheer force of the beast's charge nearly shatters his guard. Perched on a branch, Kangwoo curses his luck as he realizes another high-level threat has crashed the party. He watches intently, sensing that the situation is spiraling out of control faster than he anticipated. Before anyone can react, the wolf's claws tear through Sehun, leaving the prodigy bleeding and vulnerable. Seeing their ace get tagged, Tae-soo screams for him to fall back before the beast finishes him. Sehun skids across the dirt while the rest of the team stands dumbfounded by the monster's overwhelming speed. Sehun desperately grips his blade, knowing his life depends on the next few seconds of this nightmare. The beast is too fast, and its claws carve deep into his chest before he can even blink. Crashing into the dirt, the prodigy realizes his talent means nothing against a monster from the abyss. Just as the wolf closes in for the kill, a dark shadow steps in to intercept the strike. The predator roars in frustration, but it has no idea it just picked a fight with a god. Kangwoo taps into the authority of fortitude, his fist glowing with the weight of 10,000 years. With one bone-shattering blow, our boy sends the massive beast flying like it is nothing but trash-tier fodder. Sehun stares up in absolute awe, unable to process how a rookie just pulverized a high-level threat. As the system confirms the kill and grants a level up, the threat finally stops twitching. Kangwoo asks if he can stand, and a shaking Sehun offers his thanks, completely dumbfounded by his savior. Tae-soo and the girls rush over, shouting to see if the two are still in one piece. Tae-soo is blown away, noting that our boy just turned a high-level predator into a total joke. While Seola starts healing the prodigy, Tae-soo praises his flashy swordplay, despite only being at his second awakening. Kangwoo watches silently, thinking it is insane for a low-level player to survive a direct demonic encounter. As Tae-soo hoists the kid up, Kangwoo realizes this level of power goes way beyond simple talent. Our boy steps in to support the injured swordsman, finally understanding why that trash-tier leader felt so threatened. He places a hand on the kid's shoulder, but his intentions are far from just being friendly. Activating the authority of sight, Kangwoo's gaze pierces through the veil to see the boy's true nature. While his own demonic energy remains hidden, he scans the status window to see what makes this prodigy tick. A dark grin spreads across his face as he prepares to peel back the layers of this hidden gem. Kangwoo is absolutely dumbfounded to find that this kid possesses an insane SSS rank trait from the war god. While Tae-soo offers to carry the exhausted rookie, our boy realizes he's looking at someone destined for greatness. Staring at that humble face, Kangwoo concludes that this kid is basically the main protagonist of this world. The status window confirms he's the chosen one, fated to become the guardian of the entire world. Seeing the majestic soul of the war god looming over him, Kangwoo knows his blade work wasn't just luck. Instead of seeing a threat, our boy decides this gem is too valuable to let slip through his fingers. He figures he should play the mentor role, just like how Yeonju tried to buy his own loyalty. However, he remains cautious, knowing that supporting a hero too much might lead to a blade in his back. He recalls how the kid selflessly shielded Tae-soo from the demon wolf, proving he's cut from a different cloth. Watching the party joke around, Kangwoo realizes that despite his power, the kid might just be a total pushover. Kangwoo muses on how the future is unpredictable, especially with a world-class protagonist now under his thumb. he can't help but grin, realizing he's found a golden goose to exploit for his own ends. When Siola asks if he's hurt, our boy plays off his sinister smile as just deep thinking. Looking at the mangled demon wolf, the party wonders how such a beast appeared in a low-rank gate. Siola smiles and gives Sihun credit for his bravery, confirming the kid is finally doing much better. Taesu laughs while Eunbi checks the patient, noting that a long rest will fix the rookie right up. Kangwoo approaches to check on the prodigy, relieved to see the group is safe and sound. He keeps up the act, telling the kid it's a relief he wasn't more severely injured during the fight. Sihun is totally dumbfounded by his power, thanking him with eyes that practically sparkle with hero worship. Taesu hypes him up as a chivalrous legend, which is honestly a bit too much, even for Kangwoo. Taesu keeps hyping up Sihun, claiming he's never seen a second awakening player with this much raw talent. He wonders why a prodigy like him hasn't joined a top-tier guild yet, since he'd get a free pass. Taesu mentions the Miru Guild is scouting, hoping to recruit someone as gifted as our boy Sihun, but the kid shuts him down instantly, making it clear he has zero interest in joining them. The sudden cold shoulder leaves Taesu totally dumbfounded, as he realizes he just stepped on a landmine. When asked about his history with Miru, Sihun grips his sword, clearly hiding some serious trauma. Seeing the heavy mood, Taesu quickly bows and apologizes for prying into the swordsman's personal business. Sihun forces a smile and apologizes for overreacting, though it's obvious the topic hit a nerve. Our boy Kangwoo steps in to play the responsible leader, calling off the hunt for the day. He pats Sihun's shoulder, insisting there's no need to push himself when they can just come back tomorrow. Kangwoo tells the group to handle tomorrow's hunt alone, wanting them to grow without his constant help. Taesu gets all emotional at the news, but Kangwoo reminds him that he can't babysit them forever. Our boy walks off while Taesu vows to level up, and eventually stand by his side. Later in the city, Kangwoo checks his phone and tells Siola he has urgent business to handle. He sees a missed call from an unknown number, and realizes he needs to move immediately. Kangwoo tells Siola to go ahead and eat dinner without him, since he'll be back late. Siola looks a bit down, clearly wishing they could have spent the evening together. She quickly cheers up and promises to have a warm meal waiting whenever he returns. While Kangwoo wishes he could stay, he knows his secret duties as the Demon King come first. As Siola disappears into the crowd, Kangwoo shifts his focus to the mysterious contact waiting for him. Our boy flashes a sinister grin, fully prepared to kick off his next scheme with a bang. Nearby, Sihun is just chilling at a bus stop, totally oblivious to the predator closing in. He lets out a tired sigh while waiting, likely exhausted from the day's constant grind. While scrolling through guild listings, he considers whether a top-tier group like Miru is the right fit. Kangwoo suddenly pops up and waves, telling the talented rookie that they need a quick private chat. With a cold look in his eyes, he insists that what he has to say is incredibly important. He suggests moving somewhere more private, and the trusting kid doesn't suspect a single thing. They walk deep into a dark, empty alleyway, far from the prying eyes of the public. Just as Sihun asks for details, Kangwoo delivers a brutal punch that catches him completely off guard. The prodigy is left gasping and dumbfounded as the Demon King secures his grip on his new prey. Sihun hits the pavement hard, his world spinning after that sudden heavy blow from our boy. Clutching his chest, the talented rookie groans in agony, unable to process why his savior just attacked him. Kangwoo ruthlessly pins him down, explaining that this brutal treatment is just a necessary investment for the future. While the kid struggles, the Demon King notes that Sihun is destined to surpass every other player on Earth. With a terrifying, demonic grin, he tells the boy that he simply wants them to be the best of companions. Sihun gasps in horror as a sinister purple aura begins to swirl around the monster standing over him. Without a hint of mercy, Kangwoo plunges his hand into the rookie's chest to begin the dark ritual. The poor kid's eyes roll back as his body quivers under the weight of the Demon King's overwhelming power. Activating the authority of servitude, he crushes the boy's will while ignoring his desperate pleas for him to stop. He promises that the trauma will vanish, ensuring the perfect puppet won't remember a single second of this nightmare. The ritual reaches its peak as the Demon King promises that everything will be normal once he wakes. Kangwoo leans in close, whispering that the rookie and his friends will soon become the strongest party ever. He promises that, as a personal demon minion, the boy will finally taste true, unbridled power. As the mark of servitude burns into his chest, he tells the kid not to worry about anything. With a final, bone-chilling grin, the monster welcomes his new companion to the dark side. Suddenly, Sihun snaps awake in a dark alley, gasping for air as if he just escaped a nightmare. He fumbles with his clothes, feeling a strange, lingering sensation, but finding absolutely nothing out of the ordinary. The poor guy is completely dumbfounded, wondering why on earth he's sitting in some random backstreet. He checks his phone only to see the clock has jumped forward to 8 o'clock sharp. He clearly remembers waiting for the bus an hour ago, but the last 60 minutes are a total blank. Sehun clutches his head in agony, desperately trying to piece together the fragments of his shattered memory. He slumps against the cold pavement, convinced that the sheer exhaustion from the fight finally made him black out. A blurry memory of the demon wolf's devastating strike flashes through his mind, explaining his current state. Our boy grits his teeth in frustration, cursing his own pathetic weakness for failing when it mattered most. He struggles to his feet, realizing that his current power level is nowhere near enough to survive this world. The image of Kim Young-hoon fuels his rage as he slams his fist against the wall in pure spite. With eyes full of murderous intent, he vows to become strong enough to eventually slit that bastard's throat. As he limps away, a system notification confirms that the brainwashing worked, and he's now a loyal demon minion. Kangwoo watches from the shadows, deciding to postpone any direct orders while his new pawn settles into his role. He flashes a sinister grin, satisfied that his ultimate insurance policy just needs a little more time to ripen. Sehun checks his phone, feeling the weight of his new reality, while unaware he's already been compromised. He walks away into the night, determined to get stronger without realizing he's just a dog on a leash. High above, our boy watches his new pet, calculating how Sehun might eventually rival even his strongest hellish subordinates. With the demon order still active, Kangwoo knows this protagonist-tier pawn is the key to dismantling their secret organization. Sehun looks up instinctively, but the Master of Shadows remains perfectly hidden while enjoying the view from above. Kangwoo flashes a sinister grin, mentally urging his little project to grow into a truly formidable weapon for him. His dark musings are cut short when his phone vibrates with an unexpected call from one of his subordinates. Crouching on the ledge, he answers Cho Do-kyun, wondering if he found a lead on those trash-tier cultists. The news is intriguing, as Do-kyun reports a strange trace of infernal energy that feels completely inhuman and ancient. Sweating bullets. The subordinate explains that this power wasn't left behind by any ordinary player they've ever encountered. Kangwoo realizes the energy his subordinate found belongs to a demonic beast, and asks for its exact location. Hearing the target is at a B-rank gate in Uijeongbu, our boy prepares to hunt another fissured fragment. He recalls how lower-tier beasts boosted his stats, and wonders what this stronger prey has to offer him. Licking his lips in anticipation, he calculates the massive experience gains waiting within the second ring of hell. Currently at level 35, he is confident that devouring this new monster will trigger his fifth awakening. The subway screeches to a halt at the station as he nears the site of his next high-stakes meal. Stepping onto the platform, he finds himself swamped by a massive, bustling crowd of eager local hunters. Feeling the heat, he decides he will demand a private car from Yeonju once this job is finished. He overhears some trash-tier players complaining that the gate is locked down because of a weird, sudden occurrence. His interest peaks when they mention a mutated monster, realizing his dinner might be better than he expected. The gate is swarming with hunters as a loud murmur ripples through the crowd blocked by the guards. Amidst the clamor, a guard explains that an unknown mutated monster has forced a total gate lockdown. An announcement rings out that the situation is grimmer, as this beast has already taken 10 lives. Hearing the death toll, the trash-tier players realize even a high-rank raid wouldn't have this many casualties. Our boy stands back, instantly realizing that a simple mutation would never cause this level of carnage. While reporters demand a description, he wonders which familiar from the 9th hell managed to slip through. The guards admit they have no conclusive info, but the lockdown proves they saw something truly terrifying. When they mention it looks like a lion, he immediately identifies the mutated beast as a Buer. He recalls that these 5-legged predators are the absolute apex hunters inhabiting the second ring of hell. He knows they enter a belly-full status after eating 5 heads of prey, letting out a satisfied burp. Kangwoo recalls Buer being the literal embodiment of terror back in hell, making him feel sick just thinking about it. Looking at the death toll, he calculates the beast has likely been prowling this gate for 2 full days. Our boy smirks, realizing he just needs to feed it 5 monsters to trigger its vulnerable belly-full state. He decides it's time to move and dials Yeonju while walking through the crowd of trash-tier players. While she's busy crushing a workout, he asks for her help to bypass the government's strict gate lockdown. She's surprised he's already at the scene, asking if he expects her to use her high-level connections for him. He confirms his plan with total confidence, leaving the powerful guildmaster wondering why he's so obsessed with going in. She drops her weights and sighs, warning him that pulling these strings definitely won't come cheap. He promises to pay her back handsomely, while she tells him to make sure he doesn't die inside. He casually approaches the guard and hands over the phone with the famous Red Rose leader on the line. The guard looks completely dumbfounded as he realizes the legendary Red Rose leader is actually on the other end. While the guard stammers through the call, the trash tier players and reporters start whispering about our boy's identity. After getting an absolute earful from the guildmaster, the guard sighs and hands the phone back to Kang Woo. He officially grants access, labeling our boy a mutated monster researcher to bypass the strict government lockdown protocols. Kang Woo puts on a show for the cameras, promising to share his findings just to keep the public calm. Just as he is about to head in, the crowd parts for a group of flashy-looking high-rankers. Our boy looks back with a blank expression, wondering which annoying fly is trying to buzz in his ear. It turns out to be Kang Sung-soo from the Miru Guild, claiming his team are also qualified researchers. The blue-haired rookie sizes him up, noting that he must be the new talent Red Rose is backing. He eyes the gargoyle's armor, convinced that such unique gear proves Kang Woo is more than just some lucky rookie. Sung-soo starts poking the bear, asking if our boy is solo because Red Rose is too broke for support. Kang Woo just flashes a blindingly fake smile, claiming he simply prefers the peace and quiet of working alone. The rest of the Miru trash tier squad starts snickering, convinced this rookie is way out of his league. Sung-soo gets right in his face, smugly predicting that cocky solo players usually end up as monster snacks. He keeps digging, wondering how a low-rank nobody even got permission to sniff around a gate this dangerous. Wrapping an arm around him, the blue-haired brat mocks Kang Woo for staying silent like a terrified little lamb. As the clown laughs, Kang Woo's eyes flash with a predatory glint that would make a demon king shiver. Sung-soo offers a pity invite, suggesting our boy tag along as their errand boy to avoid certain death. Kang Woo's grin turns sharp because he realizes having a group of walking meat shields is actually a great idea. He leans into the act, pretending to be a trembling coward who is absolutely thrilled to be protected. Kang Woo asks if they're heading in together, his red eyes betraying his true, hungry nature. The Miru trash tier squad is dumbfounded, wondering if this guy has any shred of pride left. Our boy is actually counting them as snacks, knowing a brewer needs 5 heads to be full. Sung-soo checks in with his vice guildmaster, confirming that the Red Rose rookie is right there. The boss orders him to humiliate the hotshot and prove Miru is the top dog in Korea. Sung-soo is caught off guard when Kang Woo happily agrees, making his planned bullying look totally unnecessary. With reporters watching every move, Sung-soo realizes that being a jerk now would ruin his reputation. He starts sweating, knowing that continuing to mess with the rookie will only hurt his public image. Kang Woo boldly leads the way, making the media think these two rival guilds have actually joined forces. The Miru squad follows behind, frustrated that this supposed rookie is already controlling the entire narrative. The media is already hyping up the alliance while Sung-soo laughs at the rookie's apparent lack of spine. Sung-soo thinks he's the one in control, but Kang Woo's hidden grin proves he's just a wolf in sheep's clothing. The group marches deeper into the dungeon, planning to use their combined strength to take down the mutated beast. Our boy plays the part of a coward perfectly, even taking insults to his pride without a single complaint. The Miru elites are totally unimpressed, telling their leader to just ignore the pathetic loser trailing behind them. They've completely fallen for the trap, now convinced that the Red Rose's star recruit is just a total dumbass. The squad laughs as they brag about their guild's wealthy origins, treating Kang Woo like he's nothing but trash-tier dregs. Kang Woo recalls the lore of Miru, a guild built on the massive corporate fortune of the tycoon Kim Jae-hyun. Realizing these guys are basically walking bags of cash, our boy starts looking at them with a different appetite. He decides to manipulate both guilds into a bloody conflict so he can swoop in and devour the spoils. Our boy realizes he has plenty to handle, but Yeonju is still way too useful to discard just yet. He knows better than to count his golden eggs early, as rushing his plans would be a total mistake. Smirking behind their backs, he focuses on his next move, while the Miru elites remain completely oblivious. Sung-soo starts losing his cool, screaming about the missing monster, while Kang Woo plays the helpful, clueless tag-along. The Miru squad just laughs, calling him a total dumbass who lacks even the most basic hunter senses. He quietly notes how messy the Red Rose situation is, wondering how Yeonju will handle the upcoming fallout. As the trash-tier elites brag about blacklisting his guild, our boy decides it is finally time to hunt. Activating the authority of sight, red mana circuits spread across the floor to map out the entire dungeon. He spots the beast hiding right behind a nearby wall, tracking its movements with his godlike perception. Seeing the drooling jaws, he realizes the monster is starving, and definitely not in its peaceful state. Kang Woo flashes a wicked grin, activating the authority of temptation to lure the beast right to them. The Miru squad starts sniffing the air, completely confused by the sweet scent suddenly filling the dark labyrinth. He knows the boar has a keen nose, and the heavy thumping confirms the predator is already closing in. Panic sets in as the trash-tier hunters brace themselves, realizing a mutated monster is about to crash their party. Sung-soo barks at our boy to stay back, obsessed with keeping the loot and glory all for himself. The blue-haired hunter is fuming, reminding Kangwoo of his place while the ground begins to shake violently. Kangwoo just shows his fangs, silently mocking the fool who doesn't realize he's already a dead man walking. Suddenly, a massive force shatters the wall, sending blood and debris flying as the hunter's formation instantly crumbles. Sung-soo stands there absolutely dumbfounded, his arrogance replaced by pure, unadulterated terror as the true predator appears. A massive, blue-maned beast looms over them, ready to tear these low-level players apart in a single bite. The boer doesn't waste a second, instantly turning one of the trash-tier hunters into a gruesome, bloody appetizer. Kangwoo just watches with a twisted grin, silently mocking the fools as the beast finds its first snack. Desperate to survive, the remaining players scramble to form a line and launch a frantic, disorganized counterattack. But the mutated beast is a literal force of nature, lunging forward to shatter their pathetic defensive formation. Arrows and spells whistle through the air, yet they barely scratch the monster's thick, mana-infused hide. Amidst the smoke and thunderous crashes, Sung-soo screams for his team to hold their ground despite the carnage. The blue-haired hunter can barely track the creature's movements as it blurs past his vision in a flash. With a single, brutal swipe of its claws, the predator sends another hunter flying like a broken ragdoll. The beast's jaws clamp down again, efficiently thinning the herd as it claims a second victim for its meal. From his high perch, our boy enjoys the show, while Sung-soo realizes his guild is completely outmatched. Sung-soo lunges forward, pouring every ounce of his mana into a desperate strike against the mutated beast. He manages to land a direct hit, sending a surge of electricity crackling through the monster's massive frame. But the boer just roars in defiance, its overwhelming presence making the hunter's efforts look like child's play. The entire squad joins the fray, yet their coordinated assault only leads to more blood staining the cold floor. Sung-soo's heart sinks as he realizes that his best moves didn't even leave a scratch on the predator. The beast stands tall over the corpses, leaving Sung-soo dumbfounded by its absolute lack of damage. A terrified survivor trembles on the ground, her spirit completely broken as she begs for a miracle. Meanwhile, our boy watches from the shadows, casually counting the bodies as his twisted plan unfolds perfectly. Gritting his teeth, the desperate leader refuses to give up, even though he knows he's trash tier compared to this. He gathers his last sparks of lightning, determined to go down swinging in one final, futile effort. A survivor watches in horror as the battle rages, her hope fading with every passing second. Sung-soo pours everything into a final strike, his lightning crackling as he lunges at the mutated beast. He knows if this flash doesn't land, his entire squad is as good as dead. But the boer is just too fast, swatting him aside like a bothersome fly and sending him crashing down. Coughing up blood, the trash tier leader realizes his strength is nothing compared to this nightmare. The predator looms over him, its heavy paws crushing the last bit of defiance out of his broken body. Tears of pure terror stream down his face as he finally understands the true meaning of despair. Hidden nearby, our boy can't help but grin, savoring the delicious chaos he's orchestrated so perfectly. The beast snatches up another victim, and Kangwoo coldly notes that's 5 down, right on schedule. A sickening crunch echoes through the room as the boer finishes its meal, leaving only silence and blood. Sung-soo lies gasping in the dirt, his body broken and his pride completely shattered by the beast. Suddenly, a hand reaches down toward the fallen leader, who is far too weak to even flinch. Our boy finally steps into the light, looking down at the pathetic scene with cold, calculating eyes. He casually plants his boot on the monster's fur, treating the terrifying predator like a common footstool. Kangwoo calmly explains that once the boer is full, it won't move unless it is directly provoked. To finish the job, he begins merging the authority of stone with hellfire for a massive finishing strike. Destructive energy swirls around his hand as he prepares a blow powerful enough to end the creature's life. Sung-soo watches from the ground, completely dumbfounded by the overwhelming power radiating from this supposed rookie player. Mixing multiple authorities requires intense focus, but Kangwoo is more than capable of handling the mental strain. He strikes with absolute precision, unleashing a devastating burst of mana to wipe the monster off the map. Kangwoo leaps high into the air, preparing to bring the hammer down on the dazed predator. He channels his authorities, feeling the destructive energy coil around his arm like a hungry serpent. Suddenly, the system recognizes his prowess, manifesting a lethal flaming spear he calls the Bident. Our boy just grins, delighted that his improvised technique was officially registered as an S-rank skill. He plunges the spear into the monster's skull, focusing every ounce of mana for a perfect execution. The weapon bites deep into the beast's head, incinerating everything it touches with hellish precision. The creature screams in agony, realizing too late that it's nothing more than experience points for a king. A blinding explosion of mana follows with a deafening boom, vaporizing the monster and tossing Sung-soo aside. Walking away from the carnage, he checks his notifications and realizes he just gained 6 levels instantly. Reaching level 40 triggers his 5th awakening, evolving his very essence into an extreme infernal being. Kang-woo stares at the notification, wondering why becoming an extreme infernal being sounds like some trash-tier martial art. The system reveals this is the first step toward godhood, though the remaining conditions are still a total mystery. He realizes that, despite the vague description, the raw power flowing through him will be absolutely legendary. Even after 10 millennia in Hell, our boy never encountered this path, confirming his theory about Earth's unique system. By climbing the ranks as a player, he can finally surpass the limits he reached as the 9th Hell's ruler. A dark grin spreads across his face as he admits his demonic greed for power is still very much alive. Without wasting a second, he activates his gluttony authority to begin feasting on the massive carcass of the beast. He ignores the potential research value of the corpse, prioritizing the sweet taste of pure infernal energy instead. The meal pays off, pushing his energy stats even higher and proving that demonic beasts are the ultimate fuel. Meanwhile, a battered Sung-soo watches from the dirt, completely dumbfounded by the terrifying monster standing before him. Kang-woo looks down with a predatory grin, realizing there is still one little snack left to deal with. He towers over the fallen hunter, mocking the supposed support his prestigious guild provides. Sung-soo stares up through the blood, trembling as he asks if he is about to be killed. Our boy just chuckles, telling the pathetic hunter that he is far too useful to kill just yet. With a terrifyingly fake smile, he tells the trash-tier player he needs to ask a few simple things. The atmosphere turns cold as he demands to know exactly who sent him to cause trouble. He suspects a hidden mastermind, knowing a random hunter shouldn't have been able to track him down. Since the blue-haired brat refuses to talk, Kang-woo decides that a little physical persuasion is in order. He delivers a brutal kick that sends the hunter soaring across the room like a broken toy. Sung-soo crashes into the stone wall with a sickening thud, completely helpless against the Demon King's power. Kang-woo leans in close, demanding to know who is behind this mess until the hunter coughs up a name. Our boy realizes this Young-hoon guy is pulling the strings and wonders why he is being targeted. Turns out the vice guildmaster was rejected by the fiery Yeonju and has been nursing a petty grudge ever since. The trash-tier player pathetically explains that his boss just wanted to prove his guild was superior to hers. Disgusted by such weak motives, Kang-woo demands a photo to see exactly what kind of loser he is facing. As he scrolls through the phone, he is actually surprised to find that the target is quite the looker. He notices a striking resemblance to his insurance policy, Si-hoon, wondering if all these top tiers look the same. Towering over the sniveling hunter, Kang-woo sighs at the realization that he is stuck in a middle school drama. He yanks the brat up by his hair, pointing out that he seemed to enjoy his job way too much. Instead of ending him, our boy offers a deal, telling the terrified hunter he is now his personal slave. Kang-woo flashes a friendly smile, reassuring his new slave that his upcoming tasks won't be too soul-crushing. Outside, the gate ripples as our boy finally emerges, carrying the broken body of the elite spearman. Reporters swarm them immediately, demanding to know the fate of the party and the mutated beast. Kang-woo takes a moment to compose himself, ready to deliver a performance that would win an Oscar. He frantically calls for medical help, putting on a show of pure distress for the surrounding cameras. Kneeling beside the victim, he explains that the hunter was brutally wounded while battling the mutated monster. With a fake look of grief, he tells the crowd that they are the only lucky survivors. The reporters are dumbfounded by the loss, but Kang-woo stops them from calling for any more backup. He wipes the blood away, confirming the monster is dead, while making sure his heroism looks tragic. When hailed as the savior, he humbly denies the credit and starts describing a mysterious, fake hero. Sung-soo looks like a total wreck as the cameras capture his bloody, unconscious face for the evening news. Our boy Kang-woo starts spinning his web of lies, telling the reporters he can explain the entire tragedy. He describes how their routine dungeon crawl turned into a nightmare the moment they stepped inside the gate. According to his fake story, they felt a chilling presence watching them from the shadows of the dungeon. Turns out, a mutated beast that didn't belong in a B-rank gate was waiting to ambush the party. He claims Sung-soo heroically decided to fight the monster head-on to prevent it from harming any innocent civilians. The beast was a total powerhouse, allegedly wiping out the rest of the party in one brutal, bloody blow. As the situation turned south, Sung-soo supposedly ordered Kang-woo to save himself while he held the line alone. Kang-woo plays the part of the loyal rookie, claiming he was just too dumbfounded to leave his senior behind. He finishes the performance by crediting the kill to Sung-soo, making the unconscious man look like a legend. Kang-woo puts on a masterclass performance, telling the cameras that his senior is still mumbling his teammates' names. As the victim tries to gasp for help, our boy silences him under the guise of medical concern. A reporter asks why the hero was so aggressive earlier, but Kang-woo is already 3 steps ahead. He spins a yarn about how the senior was just testing his guard out of pure, brotherly concern. Our boy even squeezes out a fake tear, acting like he's completely moved by the man's hidden kindness. The media buys the lie, turning the unconscious man into a national hero, while donations flood his account. Back at headquarters, Yeonju scrolls through the news. But she isn't buying this trash-tier sob story. She realizes those facial wounds didn't come from a beast. A human definitely did this to the guy. Sipping her tea, she worries that she might be raising a literal devil's child in her own guild. Beside her, Jung Hyunju finds the rookie's shrewdness charming, unaware of the monster he truly is. Yeonju asks how long she's staying, making Hyunju snap because she absolutely loathes being called an old lady. Getting serious, Yeonju suspects this mutated mess is definitely the handiwork of the notorious Demon Order. Hyunju stirs her tea, noting those trash-tier bastards have been getting way too bold with their recent activities. If people discover a cult is out here sacrificing humans for rituals, the fragile peace will shatter instantly. She knows one leak about these rituals will turn the entire world upside down in a heartbeat. Taking a sip, she wonders exactly how the Red Rose Guild plans to navigate this brewing disaster. Yeonju stays silent, her aura darkening as she weighs the heavy implications of the cult's return. Suddenly, our boy strolls in, looking dumbfounded to find a guest chilling in the guild leader's office. Hyunju puts on a friendly mask, claiming she's just a close friend, while eyeing the rookie Yeonju recruited. Kang-woo plays the polite subordinate, offering to leave so the 2 powerhouses can finish their secret chat. Kang-woo decides it is time to wrap things up, feeling he has gotten exactly what he needed here. Hyunju leans in with a chilling aura, making it clear she hates being called ma'am by some rookie. She heads out while taking a call, her professional mask firmly back in place as she exits. Mumbling the guild leader's name to herself, she seems to be calculating her next move regarding her friend. Once they are alone, Yeonju asks who that was, before handing our boy a very special item. It turns out to be an S-rank gate access card, a rare ticket to the most dangerous grounds. Kang-woo is impressed by her efficiency, though she tells him to stop the flattery and stay cautious. He stares at the card, knowing this is the key to finally farming the high-level essence he craves. While pouring tea, Yeonju admits she knew he was eavesdropping on their classified talk about the cult. She slides him a cup, acknowledging that while the info is top secret, he needs to know the truth. Kang-woo asks if the Demon Order is truly responsible for the mutated monster's appearance while cooling his tea. Cha Yeonju confirms they are ritualistic lunatics, and our boy realizes these guys have been getting way too active. She admits they are still in the dark regarding the cult's true numbers or how long they've operated. While other guilds just watch, Red Rose has officially partnered with the government to hunt these trash-tier fanatics down. Kang-woo wonders if she's just chasing a better reputation, but she clarifies they aren't doing this for free. Beyond the government's massive reward, Cha Yeonju's gaze sharpens as she hints at a much more personal motivation. She drops the bombshell that many of her own guild members were sacrificed during their initial investigations. Her rage boils over, manifesting a heavy aura as she vows to never let those bastards get away. Even our boy feels a slight chill, realizing the sheer scale of the blood the Demon Order has spilled. He's genuinely impressed by her murderous intent, acknowledging that this is the true power of a top-tier ranker. Our boy can't help but grin, his battle instinct screaming at him to test her strength right then. He sets his tea down, cutting through the tension to address the real reason she brought him here. Yeonju admits she needs his help to dismantle the Demon Order once they finally track those bastards down. She gives him a sharp look, demanding a straight answer, while offering him an easy way out. As she asks if she can truly count on him, Kang-woo just stands there with a cold, unreadable expression. He remains silent for a moment, letting the weight of the request settle between them in the quiet room. Suddenly, he pulls out a gate access card, catching her completely off guard with his silent agreement. He tells her it's the least he can do after everything she's already done to help him out. Yeonju is left completely dumbfounded, clearly not expecting him to join her crusade so easily. Yeonju tips her cap, satisfied that she finally has a powerful ally she can actually trust. Our boy is secretly grinning like a maniac, realizing this mission is a literal buffet for free infernal energy. As she drives off, she gives him one last warning to stay far away from any S-rank gates. Kang-woo just ignores the advice and hits the gas, finding a car way more convenient for his secret plans. He checks his new S-rank trait, Demonic Beastmaster, knowing he needs a heavy hitter for what's coming next. Since gates bridge different worlds, he figures a higher rank means he can pull something truly monstrous from hell. He finally pulls up to his destination, ready to put his new summoning powers to the ultimate test. He stands before the massive Suwon S-rank gate, looming over the guards like a harbinger of absolute chaos. The scanner beeps as his clearance is confirmed, officially letting a literal demon king into the world's deadliest zone. Our boy notes the insane security, realizing he'd never get through without his Red Rose connections. He steps into the shimmering portal, ready to see what this S-rank zone has to offer. Turns out the place is a tropical paradise, though the S-rank monsters definitely ruin the vacation vibes. He scouts the shoreline, looking for the perfect spot to kick off his high-stakes experiment. Even a Cerberus would be a massive win since they're tougher than most third-ring hell dwellers. He settles in to meditate, hoping a powerful minion can finally compensate for his lack of intelligence stats. The system finally triggers his fifth awakening trait, and the air begins to crackle with dark, demonic energy. He pours his infernal energy into the ritual, his veins bulging as the summoning circle starts to take shape. Suddenly, a massive burst of purple mana erupts, signaling the arrival of something truly terrifying from the abyss. The system confirms a fissure has been carved out, ready to pull something from the dark depths. Our boy strains under the pressure, his demonic eye twitching as he forces the portal wide open. He floats within the chaotic energy, finally succeeding in anchoring the rift to the mortal plane. Suddenly, a strange green glow erupts, fueled by the overwhelming infernal energy leaking from Pandemonium itself. The Gaia system glitches out, accidentally opening a path to a mysterious continent called Elnor instead. Kang Wu braces for the worst, terrified that the unstable ritual might actually drag him back to hell. He breathes a sigh of relief when he stays put, eager to see what beast actually appeared. He stands dumbfounded as the system confirms the summon is complete, yet the scale feels completely wrong. Emerging from the light is Echidna, an S-rank hatchling dragon who just became his newest, blood-soaked minion. Kang Wu realizes he successfully summoned a dragon, but something about its arrival feels completely off. The massive beast crashes into the dirt, looking like it just crawled out of a meat grinder. Our boy is totally lost when the local inhabitants start barking orders in a language he can't understand. Suddenly, a group of warriors straight out of a fantasy novel drops in to finish the job. He stands there dumbfounded, wondering why these trash-tier heroes are speaking in literal gibberish. The blonde knight looks ready to execute the beast, clearly seeing it as nothing but a monster. Luckily, Kang Wu remembers he has a cheat code authority that lets him translate any language on the fly. The knight named Reynold tells his team to stay back while they handle the dying dragon. The poor hatchling is barely clinging to life as the heroes celebrate its imminent demise. Stepping forward, Kang Wu finally breaks the ice and asks these strangers who the hell they actually are. Reynold turns around and introduces himself as the third prince of some place called the Arnon Empire. Our boy is completely lost because he has never heard of this trash-tier empire in his life. He looks closer and realizes this group is a literal fantasy trope, featuring an elf and even a dwarf. It finally clicks that these people aren't from Earth at all, but from an entirely different dimension. Meanwhile, the poor hatchling is struggling to breathe, her life force fading away with every ragged gasp. Kang Wu decides he can't let his new minion die, even if he doesn't fully understand the situation yet. He places his hand firmly on the dragon, preparing to use his powers to overwrite her fate. Activating the authority of regeneration, a massive surge of energy begins to stitch the beast's wounds back together. The blonde prince loses his cool and screams, demanding to know what the hell Kang Wu thinks he's doing. Reynolds' eyes widen as he realizes this random guy is actually the master of the creature they're hunting. Echidna sends a mental thank you to our boy as he finishes patching up her massive, blood-soaked wounds. She feels ashamed of her weak state, but Kang Wu tells her to relax while the blonde prince draws steel. Reynolds is absolutely fuming, finally connecting the dots that Kang Wu is the one pulling the dragon's strings. Our boy doesn't even flinch, calmly asking why they're so hell-bent on slaughtering a poor, defenseless hatchling. The prince shrieks that the creature is pure evil, his face twisting with a mix of rage and zealotry. He blames the dragon for every drought and plague that has turned his people's lives into a living hell. Echidna tries to defend herself, and Kang Wu backs her up, telling the hero he's got the wrong target. He logically points out that a disaster-level divine being wouldn't be panting and dying on the floor like this. Turns out, this hero is a total brick wall who refuses to listen to a single word of reason. Realizing these guys are just self-righteous trash, Kang Wu ignites his hellfire and prepares to teach them a lesson. Kang Wu decides he's done talking and triggers a massive explosion right in the self-righteous hero's face. The blast sends the entire party flying backward as hellish energy tears through the air. Even after taking a hit, Reynolds and his squad insist the dragon caused their empire's misery. Our boy doesn't care about their history, coldly declaring that the hatchling belongs to him now. Looking at his wounded summon, he makes it clear he isn't handing her over to anyone. The prince is absolutely dumbfounded, realizing he's dealing with a literal monster in human skin. Kangwoo just gives him a wicked grin and admits that he really is a demon. This confirmation sends the hero into a blind rage, screaming about how he knew it all along. Reynold rallies his trash tier squad, vowing to slay the demon for the sake of his suffering people. Kangwoo just sighs, wondering if these guys have a screw loose while the dragon warns him. Reynold lunges forward, swinging his blade with everything he's got to put an end to the demon. A massive blast rocks the area, but the prince realizes his strike didn't feel like a killing blow. Our boy grits his teeth, knowing his gear barely saved him from becoming a total goner. He decides to lead the trash tier squad into a more favorable spot before they can regroup. Suddenly, he slams his foot down, cracking the earth to keep the heroes from closing the gap. Using his authority of explosion, he turns the very ground into a lethal trap for the entire party. He doesn't stop there, manifesting spheres of pure destruction to keep the pressure on his self-righteous enemies. A rain of flames descends from the sky, forcing the heroes to scramble for cover against the heat. Their tank steps up, desperately calling on his iron wall to shield his comrades from the inferno. Kangwoo just keeps coming, relentlessly hammering against their defenses to break their spirit and their shield. Reynold is dumbfounded as a sudden burst of heat from an explosion nearly singes his face. One of the trash tier heroes gets blasted away, leaving the blonde leader screaming in pure desperation for his comrade. Our boy flickers into view like a nightmare, his red eyes promising nothing but absolute ruin for the party. Reynold grits his teeth, realizing he is completely outmatched by the monster standing right in front of him. The battlefield turns into a chaotic mess as the hero party tries to coordinate a desperate, final counterattack. A heavy impact sends the self-proclaimed hero skidding across the grass, his pride taking a massive hit. He tries to regain his footing, but a sudden gust of wind tells him the predator is already closing in. In a last-ditch effort, Reynold unleashes his ultimate sword art, hoping a storm of blades can save him. Kangwoo just scoffs and activates his iron wall, making the hero's best move look like total child's play. With a single, brutal punch, our boy sends the hero flying, proving they aren't even cut from the same cloth. Our boy lands smoothly, and wonders why these trash-tier heroes always feel the need to shout their moves. Reynold doesn't waste a second, charging forward with a desperate dash to capitalize on what he thinks is an opening. Their powers collide in a massive boom that shakes the very ground, sending sparks flying everywhere. The hero leaps back into the fray, his face twisted in a mix of pure rage and sheer desperation. He unleashes a frantic storm of slashes, hoping that sheer volume can overcome the monster in front of him. Kangwoo just smirks while parrying, realizing that the hero is putting everything he has into these pathetic swings. A massive explosion erupts between them, turning the battlefield into a scorched mess of dirt and mana. Wiping away a bead of sweat, our boy admits that his fifth awakening is the only thing keeping him safe. Reynold is gasping for air, but still finds the strength to mock the demon he thinks he's finally cornered. With a dark grin, Kangwoo prepares his next move, knowing the hero's predictable patterns are now his to exploit. Reynold barely manages to guard against the incoming strike, but the sheer force behind it is absolutely overwhelming. With a sickening crack, his legendary blade snaps like a piece of trash-tier wood under the demon's pressure. The hero is completely dumbfounded, staring at his broken weapon as cold sweat begins to pour down his face. He starts to quiver uncontrollably, realizing that every move he made was exactly what our boy predicted. Kangwoo just flashes a terrifying grin, mocking the hero for being such a predictable and pathetic amateur. Desperate to save his friends, Reynold screams for the rest of his party to turn and run immediately. Our boy finds the whole sacrifice routine hilarious, knowing that once their legs are gone, the game is over. The mage is devastated, weeping as she refuses to abandon her leader to such a gruesome and certain death. Reynold begs them to protect their empire, putting the weight of their entire world on their trembling shoulders. Kangwoo shuts him up with a brutal kick, telling him to stop with the cringy, over-the-top hero speeches. Kangwoo prepares to end the fight, looking down at the broken hero who can barely move an inch. This coldness is nothing new, as our boy spent 10,000 years in a world without any sympathy. In the pits of hell, concepts like grace or anger were completely useless against the constant slaughter. To survive that trash-tier nightmare, he had to stack bodies and treat emotions as a forbidden luxury. That same heartless logic follows him now as he prepares to crush the life out of these invaders. Suddenly, a desperate plea stops him, though our boy looks more annoyed than moved by the interruption. Reyna throws herself into the line of fire, begging to be killed in the blonde hero's place. Tears stream down her face as she admits that Reynold is both their empire's hope and her love. Reynold is completely dumbfounded, hearing a confession of love in the middle of their certain execution. She offers her life in absolute service for his safety, but Kangwoo coldly shuts down her pathetic request. Reina is completely stunned when our boy asks if she is insane for talking about hope and losing everything. He towers over the defeated pair, coldly questioning what their tragic backstory has to do with him. Kangwoo reminds them they attacked first, and certainly wouldn't have spared his life if the tables were turned. With a terrifying glare, he tells these trash-tier invaders that dramatic emotions are only meant for K-dramas. When Reynolds calls his tactics despicable, Kangwoo mocks them for thinking ganging up on one person was any better. He dismisses their whining, stating that using fakes is just a basic combat skill they were too slow to catch. Just as he prepares to finish them off, a system notification warns that outsiders are being detected and expelled. The Gaia system begins forcibly removing the Elnor party, leaving the heroes dumbfounded as they start to vanish. Our boy is absolutely livid, clenching his fist because he refuses to let that expensive-looking equipment slip away. He lunges forward with a greedy roar, determined to claim Reynolds' high-tier armor as a trophy before he disappears. Reynolds vanishes into thin air, leaving our boy fuming because he missed his chance to loot that high-tier armor. Kangwoo is absolutely livid, wondering why the hell the system had to kick those trash-tier invaders out right now. Suddenly, a realization hits him as he stares into the distance, piecing together a very uncomfortable truth. He sighs in relief, seeing that Echidna is still here, glad his precious new minion didn't get expelled too. As he leaps down the cliff, he ponders if the Gaia system is just some broken dimensional force field. He recalls how the system glitched during his return, failing to block an alien source like himself from entering. Looking back at the recent monster outbreaks, he notes they only started appearing a few weeks ago. He's completely dumbfounded as the timeline finally clicks into place in his head. He remembers his middle finger waving return to Earth, and realizes he is the one who broke the world's balance. Our boy has a total meltdown, realizing his simple quest for kimchi stew has accidentally doomed the planet. Echidna asks if those annoying heroes finally beat it, and Kangwoo confirms they've been kicked back home. Our boy plays it cool and tells her not to mention it, despite the sweat on his brow. He gets back to work, using his powers to patch up her scales while telling her to hold still. Realizing her massive size is a logistical nightmare, he asks if she can toggle into a smaller form. He starts piecing together the lore of Elnor, a classic fantasy world filled with magic and monsters. With the dragon now in a portable hatchling size, they hop into his car to make their getaway. As he drives, he ponders if every monster outbreak on Earth is just an accidental spillover from her world. When the little one asks where they're heading, he vrooms down the road toward his humble residence. He finds it hilarious when she calls his house a nest, secretly liking how domestic that sounds. The exhausted hatchling plops onto his lap, finally feeling at peace in her master's new nest. Kangwoo asks if she was alone for a long time while they cruise toward his place. She explains her father just vanished one day, leaving her completely stranded in that massive world. Our boy listens as she describes spending years buried in books just to escape the crushing silence. Everything changed when a guy named Reynolds found her, but the memories clearly still sting. She insists she never caused those disasters, despite the trash-tier rumors people spread about her kind. It is heartbreaking because no one ever bothered to listen to her side of the story back then. With tears in her eyes, she asks if her new master actually believes her words. Kangwoo goes quiet, realizing they are cut from the same cloth when it comes to loneliness. He remembers his own childhood in the orphanage, watching other kids get the love he never had. Back then, he did not care about power. He just wanted someone to actually care about him. Kangwoo admits to himself that deep down, he just wanted to be acknowledged and cared for like anyone else. He realizes he is acting like a K-drama lead, but decides to stand by her even if everyone else condemns her. Our boy places a hand on the little dragon's head, promising to believe in her completely from now on. Echidna can't help but sniffle, finally feeling the warmth of someone who actually trusts her side of the story. Later, as they head out, Kangwoo stares out the window while reflecting on the weight of his new responsibility. A small, genuine smile creeps onto his face because, for once, he is not just playing a cold-hearted part. As the car speeds away, the little dragon silently vows to never forget the name of her new master. The mood shifts instantly when Seola gets her hands on the hatchling, nearly squeezing the life out of her. While Kangwoo stuffs his face, Seola gushes over her new minion despite the dragon being a literal monster. She keeps nuzzling the poor creature, convinced that top-tier cuteness justifies ignoring any potential danger the dragon poses. Echidna clings to her master for dear life, terrified that Seola might have actually lost her mind. Seola ignores the dragon's fear and happily reports that her hunting is going better than ever before. Our boy just keeps eating while she explains that she finally reached her third awakening thanks to him. She grows quiet and sentimental, admitting that this peaceful life was something she never dared to dream of. They share a rare, quiet moment over a home-cooked meal that feels worlds away from the ninth hell. As he pets the snoring dragon, Kangwoo realizes that being genuinely loved is actually a pretty decent feeling. Later that night, Seola successfully negotiates a sleepover with the lucky hatchling as the apartment lights dim. The morning sun eventually hits his face, but the former Demon King isn't exactly feeling like a winner. He stares into the void with heavy eyes, wondering why he feels so completely drained after a night's rest. Stumbling into the kitchen, he finds Seola already busy cooking while she notes his unusually late start. Seola notices our boy looks like absolute trash and asks if he is actually coming down with something. Kangwoo tries to play it cool while stretching, but even the little dragon hatchling looks more energized than him. He compliments the meal to deflect, but his demonic eyes cannot hide how truly drained he feels inside. Suddenly, it hits him like a truck that the little dragon is casually sitting there in a human body. Dumbfounded, he asks if she always had the ability to shapeshift or if this is some new trick. The hatchling explains that a strange, powerful force surged through her while she was sleeping beside her new friend. When she finally opened her eyes, she was already stuck in this pint-sized human form without even trying. Kangwoo realizes her sudden evolution might be the reason his own energy feels like it was completely siphoned off. He worries that if she cannot return to her original form, his secret weapon might be permanently nerfed. The little dragon scoffs at his concern and starts channeling her mana to prove she still has it. Echidna tries to flex her power to prove she is still a top-tier dragon, despite her new human body. Our boy just stares blankly, reminding her that standing up at the table is basically trash-tier manners. She doesn't listen and lets out a massive burst of energy that flips the entire dining room upside down. The little dragon lets out a primal roar as her mana spirals completely out of control. The sheer pressure is too much for the house to handle, sending glass shards flying everywhere. Once the dust settles, they are left sitting in a wrecked living room, while the hatchling feels incredibly guilty. Seola tries to comfort the teary-eyed girl, while Kangwoo warns her to keep the transformation strictly for outside. He realizes his demonic influence is why she can speak human tongue so naturally, despite being a monster. Even though the house is a mess, he figures this small form is way better for keeping her hidden. With the repairman on the way, Seola decides it is the perfect time to go shopping for actual clothes. Echidna looks adorable in a red tracksuit, but her old clothes are way too small for her now. Seola and the little dragon are hyped for a shopping trip, begging our boy to tag along. Even though they really want him there, Kangwoo realizes he has some shady business to handle elsewhere. He puts on a fake smile, hiding the fact that his real mission involves more than just buying clothes. He heads straight to the Red Rose Guild headquarters, ready to spill some tea about the Elnor continent. While chilling in the office, Kangwoo casually explains how he managed to snag a dragon as a minion. Yeonju is absolutely dumbfounded, wondering why he needs her help to get a monster a human identification card. She gets pretty peeved at his audacity, but Kangwoo knows she is the only one who can help. To prove his point, he asks her about the mysterious Gaia system while showing off a cute photo. Looking at the hatchling in a dinosaur onesie, Yeonju can't help but wonder what Kangwoo really is. Kangwoo keeps that trash-tier poker face on, knowing he has got Yeonju right where he wants her. Yeonju is basically losing her mind, wondering why she is stuck helping this suspicious guy with his weird requests. Our boy doubles down on the identification card favor, and Yeonju finally caves, telling him to send a photo. Just as he tries to squeeze out an S-rank item, a sudden knock at the door ruins the vibe. Kangwoo's instincts kick in immediately because he recognizes that voice, and it definitely is not good news. The door swings open to reveal Baek Hwayeon, the high-ranking lieutenant general of the elite Hwarang squad. She seems surprised to find a visitor, but Yeonju quickly tries to play it cool and wrap things up. Even though he hasn't been caught doing anything yet, Kangwoo feels a cold sweat realizing this woman is dangerous. Hwayeon introduces herself with a firm handshake, while Yeonju claims Kangwoo is just a player they are supporting. Turns out she has a sharp memory, recognizing him as the mysterious gentleman from that C-rank gate incident. Yeonju is absolutely floored that Hwayeon actually believes our boy is some kind of righteous saint. While Kangwoo plays the humble card, Yeonju can only think about the blood-soaked messes he usually leaves. She eventually gives up trying to understand his game and just asks what he really wants. Without missing a beat, he requests an S-rank access card to enter the most dangerous zones. He knows exactly how to push her buttons while keeping that smug, innocent-looking mask perfectly in place. Yeonju slumps in defeat, realizing he plans to tackle an S-rank gate with just his little dragon. She gets dead serious, questioning if he truly understands the absolute nightmare waiting for him in Suwon. Our boy casually lists off the high-tier monsters like he is just reading a simple grocery list. Yeonju brings up the legendary horror known as El Cuero, a beast that haunts the deep, dark waters. She gives him a chilling final warning to stay far away from the lake to avoid certain death. Huayan is absolutely dumbfounded when she hears our boy is actually heading into a deadly S-rank gate. She recalls his records showing he was just a trash tier C-rank hunter only a few weeks ago. Yeonju steps in to vouch for him, telling the lieutenant that his skills are the real deal. Huayan wonders if he was just hiding his true power since even top rankers fear Suwon. While Huayan thinks Yeonju hit the jackpot, the guildmaster just sighs about who is really the boss. Our boy prepares to head out, confirming that his access to the Nightmare Zone starts tomorrow morning. Yeonju gives him one last serious look, reminding him that even a monster like him could get killed. He just flashes a demonic grin, casually thanking her for the advice while his eyes glow with hunger. As he walks away, Huayan can't stop staring, sensing the massive hidden pressure radiating from his back. Finally alone, Yeonju takes a sip of tea and asks why the lieutenant came to see her. Huayan cuts to the chase, asking the guildmaster if she finally found a lead on those trash-tier cultists. She shuts that idea down immediately, making it clear that her visit is about something far more interesting. Yeonju sighs in frustration, but the lieutenant hints that there is actually a major development worth waiting for. Our girl's interest is piqued as she wonders what kind of secret could be big enough to warrant this. Turns out the Hwarang squad successfully planted a mole deep within the ranks of the fanatical demon order. The situation inside is apparently a total nightmare, and it took days just to establish a secure connection. Yeonju asks for the meeting spot. Learning the rendezvous is set for tomorrow at a station in Suwon, she's left dumbfounded, realizing that specific location is dangerously close to the S-rank gate our boy just entered. While the high rankers worry about conspiracies, the Nightmare Zone itself remains a desolate, mana-soaked wasteland waiting for blood. Meanwhile, Echidna has finished her makeover and excitedly asks her master if she looks cute in her new clothes. Our boy notes how well the new outfit suits Echidna, who twirls around with pure, unadulterated joy. The little dragon is thrilled that her master approves, while Seola warmly tells her she looks absolutely stunning. As they gear up for another hunt, Seola wishes them luck, though she clearly wants to be more involved. Kangwoo warns his familiar to keep her true form hidden, while Seola quietly wishes she could tag along too. She reflects on her own weakness, wondering exactly when she'll finally be powerful enough to stand by his side. When she asks about their schedule, our boy confirms they are heading out shortly to grind some more levels. He promises to take her on a party hunt soon, making the silver-haired hatchling jump with excitement at the idea. Seola is left blushing and speechless by the suggestion, while Echidna teases her master for being such a charmer. Recovering from the shock, she beams with happiness and admits she is genuinely looking forward to their future raid. Kangwoo realizes she has enough experience now and decides it is finally time to help her reach the next tier. Even though he promised to help Seola, Kangwoo bids her farewell for now to handle some business first. Arriving at the Suwon S-rank gate, our boy lays down 3 strict rules to keep his familiar safe. He places his hand on the grass, preparing to tap into his demonic powers to scout the area. Activating the authority of sight, he scans the terrain for any trash-tier mobs worth their time to hunt. He quickly spots a giant ogre nearby, realizing it is the perfect warm-up for the silver-haired girl. Deciding not to overdo it, he begins gathering mana to lure the beast out into the open. Using the authority of temptation, he releases a sweet scent that even makes the dragon's mouth water. He tells his loyal subordinate to get ready, as their first target is already falling for the trap. Preparing a powerful strike, he channels his energy while the ground beneath them begins to tremble. With the authority of fortitude active, they both charge forward to start their high-speed leveling session. The giant ogre lunges at the silver-haired girl, but our boy isn't about to let that slide. Kangwoo intercepts the beast mid-air, proving his reflexes are still top-tier despite being back on Earth. Their collision sends a shockwave through the air as he meets brute force with pure demonic strength. The massive creature is dumbfounded, clearly not expecting a mere human to pack such a punch. He grits his teeth, realizing that even for him, an S-rank monster's durability is no joke. Even with the authority of fortitude active, his strike barely leaves a dent on the monster's thick hide. He remains confident though, knowing he can handle this level of pressure if he just pushes harder. The beast crashes into the dirt, creating a massive crater as the ground finally gives way under them. Not giving it a second to breathe, he activates the authority of stone to finish this quickly. He pierces straight through the beast's chest, letting the blood spray as he secures the kill. The beast tries to grind him down, but our boy isn't going out that easily. As the monster grabs him, Echidna steps up and unleashes her dark storm to create an opening. Her magic shreds through the ogre's thick hide, making the massive creature scream in pure agony. Kangwoo gives her a quick shout of praise before calling upon the devastating power of thunder. He slams a lightning-charged strike right into its skull, ensuring this fight ends on his terms. The entire area crackles with electricity as the beast is cooked from the inside out. With a final puff of smoke, The system confirms that the S-rank threat is officially dead. He takes a breather, satisfied to see his level jumping up after such a high-stakes encounter. He realizes that while most players need a full party here, he's basically a one-man army. Echidna excitedly asks if she was useful, and he warmly confirms she was key to their victory. Kangwoo is genuinely impressed by how much punch his little dragon companion packs, even in her human form. Our boy barely has time to relax before she starts sniffing out her next potential snack in the area. Suddenly, the sky fills with the sound of wings as a massive swarm of wyverns crashes the party. Realizing they've drawn way too much aggro, he scoops her up to make a quick tactical retreat. He knows his ground-based speed won't cut it here, so he prepares to take the fight skyward. With a powerful stomp, he launches them both into the air to face the incoming winged menace. He activates his authority of azure skies, sprouting purple wings with a loud swoosh to navigate the battlefield. The wyverns close in fast, but he keeps a firm grip on his partner while dodging their strikes. Even though these trash-tier monsters are surprisingly quick, he isn't the least bit worried about their pursuit. He just gives a confident smirk, knowing he can easily outmaneuver the pack and shake them off. Echidna realizes something is wrong as the wind whips past her during their mid-air escape. She looks down in horror, realizing the dress our boy complimented is getting completely ruined. Kangwoo notices her sudden change in mood, sensing a massive surge of draconic energy bubbling up. Enraged that her precious gift is trashed, she lets out a primal scream that shakes the air. She sheds her human skin, transforming into a massive white dragon to tear through the trash-tier swarm. The wyverns realize they messed with the wrong hatchling as their prey becomes the ultimate apex predator. With a single snap of her jaws, she begins painting the sky red with their blood. Our boy just hovers there, dumbfounded by the sheer scale of the destruction his companion is causing. She doesn't stop until every single winged lizard is crushed into the dirt beneath her massive claws. System alerts flood his vision, confirming that his adorable minion just soloed a pack of S-rank monsters. Kangwoo stares at the system alerts, wondering if this powerhouse is really the same hatchling he rescued earlier. The massive white dragon continues her absolute massacre, proving she is far more terrifying than our boy ever imagined. Even with blood on his face, he is left speechless, as the notifications confirm she just soloed S-rank prey. Looking up at her primal roar, he starts to question if her raw potential might actually surpass his own. Once the dust settles, the tiny silver-haired girl wakes up in his arms, looking completely drained and dazed. He gently checks on her, confirming they are still safe inside the gate while she tries to find her bearings. She groans in exhaustion, her tiny body completely spent after burning through such a massive amount of draconic energy. He explains how she passed out the moment her transformation ended, leaving her to process her own explosive power. The poor girl starts tearing up over her ruined dress, but he promises to buy her whatever she wants. She blushes when he tells her she would look good in anything, her loyalty to her master growing even deeper. Our boy puts on a stern face, telling her that acting on impulse like that is a major no-go. He reminds her that losing control is a weakness he won't tolerate, even if she was protecting him. The poor girl immediately breaks down, sobbing and taking all the blame for the chaos she caused. Terrified of being abandoned, she begs him to stay, promising she'll never let her rage take over again. Seeing her so distraught, he softens up and pats her head, reassuring her that he isn't going anywhere. He wonders if he was too harsh, so he tries to cheer her up with a shopping trip. Despite the lecture, he's dumbfounded to see his level jumped all the way to 49 from her kills. He reflects on how she absolutely decimated those wyverns, her raw power far exceeding his initial expectations. However, he notices his own energy reserves took a hit, confirming his theory about their soul link. As she drifts off, he realizes her human form and massive power boost come directly from his energy. Kangwoo realizes that while his energy makes Echidna a beast, it is putting a massive strain on her body. Just as he decides to call it a day, a thunderous boom echoes through the forest, putting him on alert. Turns out the noise came from two more giant ogres stomping their way toward his location. With his dragon companion completely out of commission, our boy realizes he will have to handle this mess solo. Instead of being annoyed, he flashes a wicked grin, eager to finally let loose like the old days. Suddenly, two strangers leap into the fray, absolutely shredding the monsters before he can even make a move. One is a trash-tier-looking guy in a Hawaiian shirt, while his partner wears a ridiculous shark hat. Kangwoo stands there dumbfounded as the monster's blood splatters across the area from their sudden intervention. The duo acts like they just saved his life, asking if he was the one hunting these big guys. However, the mood shifts instantly when he recognizes their faces as members of a notorious rogue group. The duo introduces themselves as elite guildmasters, clearly thinking they just did our boy a massive favor. Cha Min-hyuk grins wide, thinking it's a crazy coincidence to find a clueless rookie in such a place. They assume Kang Woo is just some low-level trash who rushed into this S-rank gate without a plan. Minhyuk gets way too close, offering to escort the poor rookie back to the entrance for his safety. Kang Woo politely declines the offer, stating that he and his sleeping companion are perfectly fine on their own. Baek Kang-hyun looks down at the carnage, questioning if it's really safe for a newbie to be here. He stares Kang Woo down, reminding him that this S-rank gate is no place for a weakling to play. Minhyuk doubles down on his nice guy act, claiming he's only helping for the sake of the kid. Kang Woo squeezes a monster core, telling them they've done enough and he doesn't want to trouble them further. Our boy just laughs off their fake concern, knowing these two are definitely not the heroes they claim. Kang Woo plays along with their hero act, putting on a nervous smile to keep his cover intact. The rogue player seems satisfied that our boy is listening, though his dark aura suggests ulterior motives. After the chaos finally settles, Echidna starts to stir from her deep slumber as they leave the gate. Kang Woo carries the exhausted dragon girl, reminding her they need to replace her ruined clothes before sunset. Reflecting on a long day of dealing with monsters and trash-tier rankers, he checks his phone for directions. The navigation leads them toward a shortcut that seems a bit out of the way for a store. Looking at the desolate surroundings, he notes how sketchy the path is, though he isn't exactly worried. He figures the lack of people is just because they are still near the dangerous S-rank gate area. Suddenly, the little dragon girl speaks up, her tone shifting from sleepy to sharp and focused. She points toward the shadows, sensing the unmistakable scent of fresh blood nearby, putting them both on alert. The scent of fresh human blood leads Kang Woo to a dark alley where a grim story begins to unfold. Turns out, a brave spy had managed to infiltrate the trash-tier demon order by posing as a loyal follower. He spent his days dodging surveillance, finally capturing some shocking footage while hiding in the most unlikely places. But with the order jamming all transmissions, he had no chance to send the data back to headquarters. Desperate, he tried to request an emergency meeting, but the cultists were already one step ahead of him. Before he could escape, the shadows closed in, and he was caught red-handed by the very monsters he feared. Now, he's running for his life, his body battered and covered in blood as he desperately gasps for air. With his vision blurring, the poor guy wonders if this is where his journey finally hits a dead end. Yet, he refuses to give up, clutching the precious microchip that holds the key to stopping the madness. He pushes his broken body forward, determined to deliver the intel to Baekhyun no matter the cost. The poor guy finally hits the floor, his body screaming in protest after that brutal chase. He tries to crawl forward, but his limbs feel like lead and won't listen to his commands. With a desperate slam, he reaches for the wall, refusing to let his journey end in this trash-tier hallway. His bloody hand slides down the surface as he fights the urge to just give up and fade away. Gritting his teeth, he focuses on the goal of reaching the gate near the Hwarang Army headquarters. Suddenly, he bursts into a room where our boy and Echidna are just standing there dumbfounded. He leans against the wall, gasping for air, while his vision starts to fail him from the blood loss. Before they can even react, the dying agent grabs Kang Woo's arm with a grip fueled by pure desperation. He forces a small microchip into his hand, begging him to take the evidence he risked everything for. Our boy stares at the chip, wondering what kind of mess he just got dragged into this time. The agent finally hits the floor for good, leaving our boy holding a mysterious memory chip. Kang Woo kneels down, wondering what the hell this guy just shoved into his hand before kicking the bucket. He looks completely dumbfounded by the sudden turn of events, while Echidna hides behind him in pure shock. Staring at the lifeless body in the dark hallway, he realizes this situation is far from ordinary. He questions the purpose of the chip, sensing that it contains something much bigger than a simple message. Deciding to investigate, our boy reaches out to scan the corpse for any clues about his identity. He activates the authority of sight, sending red mana through the body to extract its hidden data. Turns out the guy was a high-level player with a sixth awakening, making his death even more suspicious. Kang Woo notes that someone this strong wouldn't just die easily unless they were running from something truly terrifying. Since the chip is his only lead, he clicks it into his phone to see what's inside. Kang Woo opens the file, expecting a secret recording, but finds a suspicious video instead. His eyes widen in pure shock as the realization of what he's watching hits him like a truck. Standing over the corpse, our boy is completely dumbfounded, wondering why a top-tier agent had this on him. While he's stuck in a mental loop, Echidna just tilts her head, wondering what has him so rattled. Turns out the top-secret intel is actually just trash-tier adult content, leaving him blushing like a total amateur. He starts shaking, unable to process why a dying man would pass this on with such a serious face. He wonders if there's a hidden code, or if he's just overthinking a dead man's weird hobby. After 10,000 years in hell, The sudden culture shock has him huffing and puffing in total disbelief. When Echidna asks what's so interesting, he nearly jumps out of his skin and quickly hides the evidence. He forces a nervous laugh, lying through his teeth that he's just analyzing a very important clue. Our boy's senses spike as he realizes they aren't alone in this dark, narrow corridor. A squad of masked cultists suddenly drops from the ceiling, surrounding him and the dragon girl. They land with a heavy thud, demanding to know if he's already seen the chip's contents. One fanatic steps forward, asking if he's already laid eyes on the supposedly sacred data. Kang-woo turns bright red, wondering if his degenerate research was really that obvious to these weirdos. When they threaten his life for watching it, he's dumbfounded they'd kill over a few spicy videos. The cultists call him a shameless bastard, clearly thinking the video holds some world-changing value. He quickly tucks the chip into his pocket, realizing these trash-tier goons want their property back. A dark aura flares up as he remembers he hasn't seen such culture in 10,000 years. He decides right then that he's protecting this treasure, no matter how many cultists he must bury. The cultists decide to stop talking and draw their blades, thinking they can actually take him down. Our boy doesn't even flinch, activating his authority of Iron Wall to turn his body into a literal fortress. Their trash-tier weapons shatter like glass the moment they touch his skin, leaving them completely dumbfounded. He follows up with the authority of speed, moving like a blur, as he sends them all flying. The fanatics realize they're outclassed and desperately scream for the group to release their hidden demonic power. One cultist realizes he's facing a total monster and knows they're all dead meat without a miracle. Kang-woo delivers a brutal punch that crushes through their defenses, showing them the gap in their strength. Suddenly, he stops and narrows his eyes as he senses a familiar, disgusting stench in the air. While Echidna watches in confusion, our boy realizes the energy these guys are leaking is pure infernal energy. Turns out these bastards are from the Demon Order, and they're literally demonizing their bodies to survive. Echidna warns Kang-woo that these men are dangerous, but he knows torturing them for info is now totally pointless. He tells her not to worry, since nobody on Earth knows how to handle these freaks better than him. Our boy taps into his power, manifesting a massive demonic claw to show them what real terror looks like. He leaps straight into the fray as the cultists lose their humanity and turn into mindless, raging beasts. One of the fanatics lets out a guttural roar, his body twisting into a hideous form cut from hell. Kang-woo easily pierces through their defenses, mocking how simple-minded these trash-tier monsters really are during the fight. Even as they grow fangs and lose their minds, they are still nothing compared to the former ruler. He realizes their demonic regeneration is kicking in, meaning he cannot just play around with light taps anymore. To put them down for good, he skewers one through the chest, knowing he needs to strike extra hard. He continues his brutal dance, ready to wipe out every single one of these fake demons with cold efficiency. Kang-woo delivers a heavy blow, sending shockwaves through the cultist's body as he begins his systematic extermination. He doesn't stop there, relentlessly jabbing and stabbing through their pathetic defenses like they are made of paper. Our boy moves like a blur, piercing through another fanatic who thought he could actually stand a chance. The former ruler pummels them into the dirt, making sure they feel every ounce of his overwhelming power. Blood splatters everywhere as the remaining cultists watch their comrades get torn apart in a matter of seconds. They growl in a desperate attempt to stay brave, but the sweat on their faces tells a different story. Kang-woo looms over them like a true nightmare, letting his dark aura suffocate any hope they had left. With a wicked grin, he tells them it is far too late to run while manifesting his lethal claws. He skewers them one by one, slashing through their ranks with the cold efficiency of a seasoned predator. Another trash-tier monster is sliced to ribbons, proving that these fake demons are nothing but fodder to him. Kang-woo claps his hands together, satisfied with the cleanup but curious about what these cultists were actually hiding. He walks past the pile of corpses and the fallen spy, searching for any useful intel left behind. Our boy finds a phone, and is absolutely dumbfounded to see it's filled with nothing but trash-tier adult content. He starts wondering if this is some secret code or if these cultists were just total degenerate weirdos. Suddenly, Yeonju and Hwaeon drop in from above, catching him right in the middle of his suspicious research. The two of them lock eyes in a moment of pure, awkward silence, as the realization hits them both. Kang-woo starts sweating bullets, desperately fumbling to tuck the phone away before his reputation goes down the drain. Hwaeon looks at him with total suspicion, wondering why the legendary hero is acting like a caught criminal. He tries to play it cool by asking why they showed up, but his nervous expression says it all. Yeonju sighs and explains they followed the signal, while the dead spy remains a grim reminder of the stakes. Hwaeon lands and asks about the chip, while our boy tries to keep his cool. He pulls out the tiny chip, and Yeonju looks like she just found a pot of gold. Yeonju demands he hand it over, but Kang-woo is sweating bullets knowing what's actually on there. Yeonju is dead serious, and says she needs to see that footage right this second. Our boy completely misreads the room, blushing like a total amateur while wondering why she's so thirsty. As Hwayeon approaches, Yeonju gets impatient and snaps at him to just give her the damn chip. He awkwardly hands it over, coughing to hide his shame, while Yeonju wonders what his problem is. Kangwoo is convinced there's no way a top ranker is asking for trash-tier content in public. When she suggests they watch it together, his soul practically leaves his body from the pure horror. Yeonju prepares to play the video while asking Hwayeon about their spy, oblivious to the impending disaster. The Hwarang spy is officially gone, leaving a trail of blood and a heavy mystery behind. Yeonju pays her final respects by closing his eyes, mourning a soldier who died for the cause. Hwayeon steps in and demands a full report on the carnage from a very nervous Kangwoo. Our boy plays dumb, scratching his head while pretending he doesn't know why things got so messy. He claims the cultists ambushed him for the chip, making himself look like an accidental witness. Hwayeon accepts the story for now, but Yeonju is too busy being traumatized by the footage. She loses her cool and screams at him, completely dumbfounded by the explicit content on her phone. While Yeonju calls him a pervert, Hwayeon explains it's actually an encrypted file used for security. Apparently, using trash-tier adult videos as decoys is a standard protocol to keep prying eyes away. Kangwoo finally realizes the spy's true plan, understanding the weight of the intel hidden beneath the filth. Yeonju continues to fume, demanding to know why our boy didn't give her a heads up about the spicy contents. Suddenly, Echidna leaps into the fray, fiercely defending her master and telling the guildmaster to stop her shouting. Kangwoo calmly pats his little dragon's head, introducing her as the summon he had mentioned to them previously. Yeonju is completely dumbfounded, struggling to process that this pouting, childlike girl is actually a powerful dragon. It turns out she was picturing a terrifying, bone-chilling beast instead of the adorable girl standing before her. Hwayeon cuts the chatter short, insisting they move to the station immediately to process the fallen agent's intel. They arrive at the Hwarang Army headquarters, a glowing pillar of authority where the real decryption work begins. Hwayeon immediately takes command of the room, receiving a status report from the unit captain regarding their current numbers. She solemnly breaks the news of their comrade's death, ordering that his family be treated with the utmost respect. Watching her handle the heavy atmosphere, Kangwoo realizes she is a natural leader truly cut from a different cloth. Hwayeon orders Junsuk to decrypt the intel immediately, desperate to make sense of their fallen comrade's final sacrifice. She tries reaching out to General Jang Hyunjae, but he's busy tackling an SS-rank gate over in Japan. This general is a certified beast, known as one of the few who can actually rival Baek Kang-hyun's power. Hwayeon can't help but feel that if a powerhouse like him were here, nobody would have died today. Once the room clears, the projector whirs to life, flickering with the grim reality of the cult's inner workings. The grainy footage reveals a fanatical cultist groveling before his leader, reporting on their twisted progress. It turns out the Demon Order is on the verge of completing a massive summoning ritual to bring hellish reinforcements. The cultist nervously promises that everything will be ready in 3 weeks, shortening their original timeline to please his master. He boasts about receiving high-rank sacrifices from a major guild, treating human lives like mere fuel for their cause. The subordinate starts yapping about potential rewards, but the leader coldly cuts him off before he gets too carried away. The masked leader isn't impressed, asking if his subordinate is already celebrating their success like some trash-tier amateur. He steps down with authority, reminding the groveling cultist that they are still only taking their first steps. The subordinate can only beg for forgiveness, realizing his feeble mentality is miles away from their ultimate goal. The cardinal warns him to keep his mouth shut until the summoning ritual is finally ready for action. He believes that even a few thoughtless words are enough to cloud the judgment of their entire operation. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifts as the leader senses an unwelcome presence lurking in the shadows of the room. He glares right at the hidden camera, realizing a rat has been recording their every move before clicking it off. The video cuts to black, leaving Hwayeon and the others dumbfounded by the sheer pressure of the man in red. Kangwoo starts piecing it together, noting that this cardinal is likely just one of many high-ranking cultists. If this guy is just a subordinate, our boy knows there's an even bigger monster hiding at the top. The cultists are definitely cooking up a summoning ritual to bring something nasty from the 9th hell. Worse yet, one of the 5 major guilds is secretly backing these trash-tier lunatics from the shadows. Since the spy was caught, Hwayeon agrees that their only play is to sniff out the traitorous guild. The order will be burying their tracks deep, making it impossible to find clues at the ritual site. Excluding Red Rose, that leaves 4 massive powerhouses that could be in bed with the enemy. Hwayeon is impressed by his sharp mind, but Yeonju knows our boy is just naturally a cunning snake. Investigating the Big Five is a political nightmare that even the government is too scared to touch. Kangwoo just flashes a grin and suggests they use some high-quality bait to make the rats come out. Yeonju sighs, remembering how many talented rookies they've already lost to these demonic kidnappers. Realizing he hit a sore spot, Kangwoo stays quiet while Yeonju tries to keep her cool and proceed. Kangwoo explains that the order is specifically hunting low-level rookies who possess high-ranking traits for their rituals. He suggests spreading a spicy rumor about a legendary player roaming the low-rank gates to draw them out. Our boy flashes a demonic grin, proposing they frame this mystery hunter as an S-rank powerhouse. This juicy bait is designed to make the enemy guilds desperate to snatch him before anyone else can. Hwayeon is hesitant, wondering if the order would really risk it after their recent security breach. Even as Yeonju doubts the plan, Kangwoo remains dead certain that those trash-tier cultists won't resist. He knows the demon order is driven by a hunger for power that overrides any sense of caution. Since their bodies are tainted with infernal energy, their greed is an insatiable itch they have to scratch. Hwayeon finally caves, admitting their current patrols aren't doing squat to stop the rising chaos players. Now the only problem is finding a rookie with high-tier traits who isn't already signed to a guild. Yeonju draws a hard line, warning our boy not to even think about using her people as sacrificial bait. She explains she can't risk her guild's strength unless it's a full-on fight, and Kangwoo pretends to agree. Our boy just flashes a demonic smirk, already picturing the perfect candidate to play the role of the hero. That candidate is Kim Se-hoon, a man walking home through the slums with the weight of the world. He returns to a cramped room to care for his sick mother, his only motivation in this cruel world. A faint blue glow in his eyes hints at a hidden power that even he doesn't fully understand yet. He spends the entire night by her side, a picture of loyalty in a world full of backstabbers. He grips her hand with a desperate resolve, praying for a way to fix their trash-tier life. From the shadows outside, a predator watches his every move, waiting for the right moment to strike. Kangwoo is literally camping on a roof under a tarp, satisfied that his insurance policy is exactly as expected. Kangwoo watches from the shadows, deciding that Se-hoon's tragic backstory makes him the perfect hero for his plan. Checking his phone, our boy is surprised to see the rookie rankings are already blowing up with Se-hoon's face. It's only been a week since the bait plan started, but rumors about this legendary player are spreading fast. Down on the streets, even random trash-tier players are starting to whisper about the rookie who is out of this world. Kangwoo realizes that only one person on their side has the skills to manipulate information this effectively. It's Park Hyun-woo, the HR manager for Red Rose, who is currently busy managing the online hype. He knows Hwayeon is too honest for this, so Yeonju must have ordered this media play to help him. Suddenly, Se-hoon finally steps out of his house, and our boy prepares to follow his insurance policy. The kid looks determined as he heads out, completely unaware he's being groomed by a literal demon king. Se-hoon arrives at the Mokdong gate and is greeted by Taesu's crew, looking like a real pro. Seola is clearly out of it, and her teammates can tell something is eating at her. Even when random trash-tier players try to recruit her, she just brushes them off, lost in thought. She's been checking her phone constantly, but Kangwoo keeps blowing her off with the same old excuses. Taesu and the rest of the crew try to console her, figuring he's just busy with gate business. Despite their best efforts, our girl is spiraling, feeling like she's being abandoned by her savior. She starts overthinking everything, her fist clenching as she wonders if her cooking is the problem. The paranoia hits hard as she imagines him finding some other girl while he's out playing hero. Eunbi tries to snap her out of it, insisting no man in his right mind would leave her. The little mage starts getting ahead of herself, imagining Kangwoo is actually struggling to control his primal urges. Se-hoon finally has enough of the delusions and shuts her down with a light bonk. The squad tries to rationalize Kangwoo's absence, figuring a high-level player like him has bigger fish to fry. Se-hoon reminds everyone that the only way to catch up is to grind until they're strong enough to help. Seola takes those words to heart, her face heating up at the thought of finally standing by his side. She grips her staff with newfound resolve, determined not to be a burden to her savior anymore. As the team charges into a C-rank gate, a mysterious player in a bucket helm watches from the shadows. Turns out it's our boy Kangwoo undercover. Impressed they hit level 20, but still finding them a bit lacking. Has been pulling double duty for a week, and the exhaustion of being away from home is finally hitting. Even as Seola credits him for their insane growth, he can't help but feel guilty for her constant worrying. Back at the house, even Echidna is a total mess, sobbing into a pillow while Seola's mother offers fruit. Our boy just wants to wrap this mission up so he can finally get a decent meal and some sleep. A trash-tier demon lunges forward, but our boy Taesu is already in position to tank the hit. The impact echoes through the gate, as Taesu's shield holds firm against the beast's massive fist. He grins through the strain, realizing this monster actually has some decent brawn for a change. With a sudden burst of strength, he shoves the creature back to create the perfect opening. Taesu follows up with a heavy shield bash that leaves the demon completely dumbfounded and off balance. He calls out to Sihun, knowing the team's insurance policy is ready to end this fight. Sihun unleashes his Aqua Dragon sword art, his blade glowing with mana as he prepares the finishing move. The strike connects perfectly, tearing through the demon's face and sending blood spraying across the sand. The beast can only grit its teeth in agony as it realizes it's completely outmatched by these players. To seal the deal, Seola summons a lightning spear that puts the monster out of its misery. The lightning spear tears through the beast, leaving it absolutely fried and screaming in agony. It is a brutal end for the creature as the electricity surges through its body, silencing its final roar. The massive troll hits the dirt with a heavy thud, signaling the end of their intense hunt. Sihun checks the body and confirms the kill, noting that their hard-earned experience points are finally rolling in. Taesu admits these C-rank monsters are no joke, wondering how Kangwoo ever managed to solo this place. The big guy cannot stop praising Sihun, calling him a total hero straight out of a cartoon. Our boy just stays humble, making sure to give Eunbi props for her impressive magic support during the fight. While Seola starts butchering the troll for valuable medicinal parts, Kangwoo watches the scene from a distance. Turns out it is just Kangwoo, feeling like a proud teacher as he observes their flawless teamwork from afar. He analyzes their roles, satisfied that they finally understand how to balance tanking, damage, and support like pros. The group celebrates their haul, with Taesu joking about Sihun's rising fame and the massive payday ahead. Watching from the ridge, Kangwoo stands tall, wondering when his targets will finally take the bait he set. It has been a week, and our boy is getting restless, questioning why the cultists are still playing hide-and-seek. He knows Sihun is the perfect lure, a talent so delicious that no demon worshipper could possibly resist him. As the party ventures deeper into the canyon, Kangwoo reflects on his time in hell, hunting for similar prey. Deciding he cannot just sit around, he drops his gear and prepares to use a more direct scouting method. He taps into his demonic power, activating the authority of sight to scan the battlefield with supernatural precision. Through his enhanced vision, he spots a pair of trash-tier trolls and knows they stand no chance against Sihun. Suddenly, a blinding flash erupts in the distance, catching even the former ruler of Hell off guard for a moment. Turns out some uninvited guests have arrived, as a group of rogue players starts butchering the monsters with ease. Kangwoo watches as two high-level players ignore the loot and sprint toward their real target. These mysterious hunters are moving fast, and their trajectory is locked straight onto Sihun's location. Feeling the vibrations through the ground, Kangwoo realizes his plan is working perfectly. Our boy flashes a demonic grin, satisfied that the cultists have finally swallowed the bait whole. Meanwhile, another trash-tier troll hits the dirt as the main party continues their sweep. The team gathers around the corpse, feeling pretty good about their smooth progress so far. Taesu can't stop singing Sihun's praises, while the young swordsman humbly credits the entire group's effort. Sihun laughs it off, but he's clearly feeling the pressure of being the party's rising star. Suddenly, his instincts scream at him as he senses a presence he completely missed. He shouts for Seola to move, just as a hidden troll lunges from the shadows behind her. Sihun barks orders for Eunbi to draw the monster's aggro so Seola can find an opening to retreat. Just as the beast falls, the party is stunned by a voice that shouldn't be here. Sihun's blood runs cold as he recognizes the smug face of someone from his past. Out steps Young-hoon, drenched in blood and accompanied by a mountain of a man acting as his shield. Taesu realizes they are standing before the vice guildmaster of Miru, a man with terrifying influence. Turns out this guy is the son of a tech tycoon, born with every advantage imaginable. He lacks his father's raw talent, but his family's money lets him buy his way to the top. Young-hoon acts like it's a coincidence, claiming he's just out for a casual hunt in the gate. The party feels the killing intent rising as Young-hoon has the audacity to call Sihun his brother. Sihun loses his cool completely, roaring that he would never share a drop of blood with such trash. Young-hoon smirks, mocking Sihun for having what he calls inferior blood flowing through his veins. Our boy completely snaps, lunging at the arrogant prick, while calling him a total bastard. Young-hoon just kicks a corpse aside, casually inviting Sihun to show him what he has actually got. Sihun grinds his teeth in frustration, realizing this trash-tier human is actually looking down on him. The mood shifts when Young-hoon mentions he has heard some very interesting rumors about Sihun lately. Sihun flinches when he hears about his S-rank trait, wondering how the snake found out his secret. He grips his sword tight, demanding to know what kind of twisted game Young-hoon is playing. Young-hoon's face twists into something demonic as he reveals he needs a perfect specimen for a sacrifice. Taesu and the others are dumbfounded, finally realizing they are standing in front of a chaos player. Young-hoon sets his creepy sights on Seola, claiming she is the only one who won't be slaughtered today. Young-hoon licks his lips with a disgusting smirk, implying he has some very dark plans for Seola. Our boy Si-hoon finally snaps, lunging forward with a desperate strike to wipe that smug look off his face. But Young-hoon is no amateur, casually parrying the blow with a clang as his blade surges with energy. The impact sends Si-hoon reeling back while his teammates watch in absolute horror as their leader gets overwhelmed. Si-hoon grits his teeth, baffled by how a supposed trash-tier player could counter him with such effortless precision. When the others try to help, Young-hoon's massive bodyguard steps in, making it clear this is a private execution. Young-hoon isn't done yet, activating his absolute defense mode with a sharp shing as his rapier begins to glow. He vanishes in a sudden swoosh, closing the distance and leaving Si-hoon completely defenseless against the coming onslaught. The psycho just laughs, mocking our boy for losing the fire that made him such a promising sacrifice. A flurry of strikes forces Si-hoon into a corner, with Young-hoon taunting him for even thinking about running away. Young-hoon laughs like a maniac, demanding Si-hoon show him everything he's got as their blades clash. Our boy is struggling to keep up, dumbfounded by how this trash-tier villain is suddenly a master swordsman. Every strike Si-hoon throws is effortlessly brushed aside, making the gap in their power feel like an abyss. Young-hoon's smirk never fades while he dominates the flow, leaving the rest of the team watching in terror. A heavy blow catches Si-hoon off guard, rattling his bones and forcing a pained grunt from his throat. The impact sends him flying into the canyon walls, while Tae-soo and the others scream in absolute desperation. Despite the blood and bruises, Si-hoon realizes something is fundamentally off about how his opponent is fighting. He notices that Young-hoon isn't even reacting to the strikes. It's like his body is moving on autopilot. Turns out, Miru Electronics cheated, using high-tech gear that detects and automatically parries every single incoming attack. Enraged by the scrutiny, Young-hoon calls him a petty insect and lunges to end the fight once and for all. Young-hoon lunges for the kill, but Tae-soo jumps in, his massive shield clashing against the rapier with a clang. The arrogant vice guildmaster looks down in disgust, wondering where this random musclehead even came from. Tae-soo grits his teeth, admitting he barely knows Si-hoon, but refuses to let a comrade get slaughtered. With a heavy stomp that cracks the earth, he vows that nobody touches his friend while he's standing. Our boy Tae-soo lets out a roar and charges forward, putting every ounce of his strength into a bash. He slams into the villain, but Young-hoon just chuckles as if the massive impact was nothing more than a breeze. Suddenly, Tae-soo's face pales as he realizes his physical strength is passing right through his opponent like a ghost. Young-hoon starts glowing with a strange blue light, activating a hidden tech system that leaves the tank completely dumbfounded. He mocks Tae-soo's trash-tier gear before revealing the absolute defense suit, a cheat code item that makes him virtually untouchable. Tae-soo is dumbfounded as the force field activates, realizing his physical strength is useless against this high-tech shield. Young-hoon just sneers, telling our boy he should have stayed in his lane instead of playing the hero. But before the villain can deliver a finishing blow, a sudden surge of cold energy catches his attention. Si-hoon finally steps up, refusing to let his comrades suffer while he just watches from the sidelines. With Seola providing a crucial buff, he readies his blade to show his brother what real talent looks like. He channels every bit of his focus, knowing this next strike must shatter that trash-tier absolute defense. The Aqua Dragon sword art roars to life, manifesting a massive beast that completely dwarfs the arrogant vice guildmaster. Young-hoon is forced back, his smug expression finally cracking as the sheer pressure of the attack mounts. He curses his luck, realizing his little brother isn't the same weakling he used to look down upon. Si-hoon unleashes the Tempest Dragon Advent, clashing his blade against his brother's trash-tier defense. Our boy pours every ounce of his soul into the strike, screaming as the pressure mounts. Young-hoon struggles to hold his ground, realizing the sheer weight of his brother's newfound resolve. The arrogant vice guildmaster is dumbfounded when he sees his precious absolute defense finally starting to crack. A massive shockwave tears through the battlefield as the dragon's power finally reaches its peak. Si-hoon stands there gasping for air, while Seola and Eunbi watch their friend with bated breath. He chuckles to himself, finally remembering just how much of a monster his brother truly is. Young-hoon casually brushes off the dust, activating another layer of his high-tech shield like it's nothing. He heartlessly kicks the downed Tae-soo, mocking Si-hoon for ever thinking a commoner could change anything. Si-hoon gasps for air, cursing his brother for always being an insurmountable wall in his path to greatness. He bitterly remembers how they were never cut from the same cloth, even back in school. Whether it was sports or academics, our boy always seemed to be one step ahead of his sibling. Even when they awakened as players, the gap in their natural potential was clear for everyone to see. But Young-hoon isn't playing fair. clicking a hidden switch on his weapon to bridge that massive talent gap. He readies himself to strike, while Siola and Unbi watch the tense standoff with a sense of dread. The high-tech blade finishes tracing the movements, humming with a stolen, artificial power that defies all logic. Sihun is completely dumbfounded, as he recognizes the familiar energy swirling around his brother's trash-tier weapon. Young-hoon mocks his brother's natural talent, unleashing the Aqua Dragon's fifth move to prove money beats destiny. Young-hoon cackles like a madman, relishing the chance to end his brother with his own signature moves. Their blades collide, but the artificial boost in that trash-tier sword is clearly overwhelming our boy. A massive shockwave sends Sihun flying as his brother continues to mock his pathetic struggle. Young-hoon doesn't let up, closing the distance with a twisted grin while calling out his brother's name. While Siola rushes to patch up the bleeding warrior, Unbi prepares a desperate counterattack to buy some time. She unleashes a lightning spear, but Young-hoon just laughs and blocks the strike with his high-tech shield. He remains arrogant, reminding Sihun that no amount of hard work can ever bridge their massive gap. Siola realizes she can't provide full treatment, and begs him to hang on while she assists their teammate. Our boy stares on in silence, realizing he's barely clinging to life and has absolutely no strength left. Young-hoon looms over the battlefield, while Sihun's inner monologue admits that his dream of revenge is dying. Unbi and Siola throw everything they have into the fight, but their desperation is clear as day. Tae-soo lies broken in the dirt, cursing his inability to protect the people he actually cares about. He grits his teeth in pure agony, realizing that being weak in this world is basically a death sentence. Suddenly, a dark presence whispers in his ear, asking if he's truly desperate enough for more power. High above the chaos, Kangwoo records the evidence needed to expose the traitors hiding in plain sight. Our boy finally confirms that the Miru Guild is the rot at the center of the Demon Order's web. He realizes the two fighters are actually brothers, a twist that even our boy didn't see coming. With his scouting mission complete, Kangwoo stretches out and decides it's finally time to join the party. Kangwoo senses a sudden shift in the air and wonders what the heck is going on. Sihun begins to radiate an overwhelming blue aura, leaving Seola and Unbi absolutely dumbfounded by the sudden pressure. He grits his teeth through the pain, fueled by a desperate need to crush his enemies once and for all. A massive dragon spirit manifests behind him as he vows to protect everyone precious to him. Our boy watches the system alerts in disbelief, realizing his subordinate just snagged a blessing from a literal god. Kangwoo just laughs it off, deciding to let the kid play the hero while the notifications keep piling up. Sihun lunges at Young-hoon with renewed fury, their blades clashing with a loud skreek as the dragon roars. With his eyes glowing white, he lets out a primal scream, pouring every ounce of his soul into the strike. He unleashes a massive spiraling slash with a whoosh, proving he's no longer the weakling he used to be. Young-hoon is absolutely terrified as he feels the raw, crushing weight of a power he can't even fathom. Hess losing his mind because his expensive absolute defense tech is being shredded like wet paper. Sihun isn't giving him a second to breathe, immediately following up with the fifth move of his art. Our boy decides to end this here, tapping into the Cloud Dragon sword art to finish things. A massive blue dragon erupts onto the battlefield, drowning out the sound of their clashing steel. Young-hoon is left dumbfounded, screaming internally about how this impossible turn of events is even happening. He desperately tries to regain his footing, convinced his artificial speed should still be the winning factor. It's no use though, as Sihun's white-hot aura completely overwhelms his brother's trash-tier arrogance. Hess being pushed to the brink, bleeding and wondering how the hell he's losing to a supposed weakling. Young-hoon realizes he's in deep trouble and tries to scramble back to create some much-needed breathing room. He desperately attempts to trigger his absolute defense shield, terrified that he might already be too late. Suddenly, a massive wall of steel intercepts the strike as the Miru bodyguard finally steps into the fray. With a single, heavy swing, the massive man forces our boy back, showing off some serious physical power. Young-hoon just snaps at his subordinate for taking so long, while the man calmly offers a professional apology. Sihun is left reeling from the internal damage, shocked that a single blow could rattle his very core. He locks eyes with the newcomer, realizing this mountain of a man is a far greater threat than Young-hoon. The bodyguard looms over him like an inescapable shadow, demanding he admit defeat and accept his place. He offers Sihun a way out through surrender, but our boy is far from ready to just give up. The bodyguard looms over Sihun, insisting that hell never be more than a shadow to his brother. Even with blood matting his hair, our boy snarls that he'd rather die than give up his pride. The massive man loses patience and brings his heavy weapon down with a bone-shattering thud. Sihun takes the full force of the impact, his vision blurring as the world starts to fade. He realizes with a heavy heart that he simply doesn't have an ounce of strength left to fight. The bodyguard raises his mace again, coldly stating that the weak only have the right to feel pain. As his breath hitches, Si-hoon's mind drifts back to the one memory he's tried to bury for years. He sees his mother's silhouette, hearing her heart-wrenching apology for ever giving birth to him. Little Si-hoon just wanted to tell her she didn't need to be sorry, and that he'd be strong. But looking at himself now, he can only apologize to everyone for being so utterly pathetic. Tae-soo and the girls are absolutely devastated, feeling like total trash for not being able to protect their friend. Our boy Si-hoon is at death's door, weeping as he begs for forgiveness while that massive mace descends. Just as the end seems certain, a familiar voice cuts through the despair, mocking the bodyguard's pathetic little speech. Out of nowhere, Kang-woo stops the strike with his bare hand, throwing the bodyguard's own twisted logic right back. He agrees that the weak should suffer, but he's about to redefine who the real trash-tier fighter is. With a single, explosive move, Kang-woo sends the massive bodyguard flying back, like he's nothing but a rag doll. Flashing a terrifying demonic grin, our boy decides it's finally time for this bully to taste some real agony. Si-hoon stares up in total shock, wondering how his savior managed to track them down in this wasteland. Kang-woo keeps his cool, hiding the fact he's been stalking them just to catch the demon order in action. He quickly orders the others to get Si-hoon to safety and start healing him before the real fun begins. The bodyguard is confused, asking if our boy is from Hwarung, but Kang-woo just mocks his stupidity. Kang-woo just cracks his neck, telling the trash-tier bully to skip the introductions and just start swinging. Enraged by the disrespect, the guard channels his strength, preparing a strike meant to crush any normal player. He lunges forward with a massive slash, but Kang-woo doesn't even bother to dodge the heavy blow. The bodyguard is dumbfounded when his supposedly lethal strike fails to leave even a single scratch on Kang-woo. Flashing a terrifying grin, our boy reminds him that the weak only have the right to feel pain. He begins crushing the massive weapon with his bare hands, making the elite guard tremble in pure terror. Looking into those glowing red eyes, the bodyguard realizes he's facing a monster far beyond his comprehension. From the sidelines, Young-hoon panics and screams for his subordinate to stop holding back and use infernal energy. Threatened with death by his own boss, the guard grits his teeth, forced to tap into forbidden power. Young-hoon desperately orders his subordinate to sacrifice his humanity and tap into that forbidden infernal energy immediately. The bodyguard accepts the grim command, knowing that crossing this line means he can never be human again. Dark, corruptive power begins surging through his veins, causing his muscles to bulge and his skin to crawl. Our boy just watches with a bored expression as the guard lets out a guttural, bone-chilling scream. Massive horns burst through his skull and his teeth sharpen into jagged fangs during the agonizing mutation. He fully transforms into a winged monstrosity, towering over the area while radiating a thick, oppressive, demonic aura. Young-hoon cackles like a complete madman, convinced that this trump card will finally put an end to everything. Completely losing his mind, the trash-tier villain shrieks for his beast to tear that cocky bastard to shreds. The transformed guard prepares his final assault, believing his new demonic strength makes him the ultimate predator here. Kang-woo casually activates his authority of Iron Wall, mocking the guard for being the most demonic-looking trash he's encountered. Kang-woo activates his authority of Fortitude, effortlessly piercing right through the transformed monster's chest. The bodyguard coughs up a mouthful of blood, realizing his demonic mutation wasn't enough to stop our boy. Young-hoon stands there completely pale, his mind failing to process how his ultimate trump card was just fodder. As the beast collapses, Young-hoon wonders if this monster in human skin is actually some hidden high ranker. Kang-woo flashes a terrifying demonic grin, sending absolute chills down the spine of the trash-tier vice guildmaster. Realizing he's outmatched, the coward turns tail and runs, desperate to escape the predator's gaze. He frantically grabs a contact orb, hoping his father can save him from this nightmare. Suddenly, Kang-woo looms behind him like a ghost, mockingly asking where he thinks he's going so fast. With a single heavy blow, our boy sends the brat flying across the dirt like a broken doll. Young-hoon hits the ground hard, barely able to breathe, as he desperately asks who Kang-woo really is. Kang-woo plants his boot firmly on the vice guildmaster's face, silencing his pathetic whimpering with a heavy stomp. He mocks the brat, wondering why every trash-tier villain asks the same cliché questions when they're cornered. Seeing the coward's hand trembling as he clutches the contact orb, our boy realizes he's looking for backup. Instead of stopping him, Kang-woo flashes a terrifying grin and encourages the boy to make the call. Miles away, the president of Miru Electronics hears the urgent beeping and turns toward his glowing communication device. Kim Jae-hyun reaches out to answer, expecting a status report but sensing something is terribly wrong. Kang-woo wastes no time and casually informs the powerful man that he's currently holding his son hostage. As the brat cries out for help, Our boy delivers another blow to keep the hostage quiet and compliant. The father's expression darkens as Kang-woo mockingly asks if his son is just going through a rebellious phase. Using the authority of chains to bind his prey, Kang-woo smiles, knowing he now holds all the cards. Kang-woo points out that the brat is looking pretty rough while the boy struggles to even breathe. Setting the terms, our boy demands the president meet him at a specific C-rank gate immediately. Kim Jae-hyun sits in cold silence, wondering if this mysterious kidnapper actually expects him to show up alone. Kang-woo just laughs and yanks the chains, telling the old man to bring whatever help he thinks he needs. To drive the point home, he gives the hostage a solid kick, showing he has zero respect for authority. The president's grip tightens until the furniture cracks, warning that messing with a government-affiliated leader is a death sentence. Our boy just makes a ridiculous face, mocking the idea of being scared or needing any backup himself. Enraged by the disrespect, the powerful man stands up as his aura flares, demanding to know if Kang-woo is insane. Kang-woo's laughter echoes through the device, making it clear that the president's status means absolutely nothing to him. He turns the tables and asks if the old man has any clue just how dangerous his opponent really is. Kang-woo mocks the old man, realizing the president has no clue just how outmatched he really is. Our boy decides a physical introduction is necessary and slams the pathetic vice guildmaster into the dirt. A sickening crack echoes through the communication line, ensuring the father hears his son's bones breaking. He keeps the pressure heavy, relishing the sound of the trash-tier noble gasping for his life. The president finally snaps and demands he stop, but Kang-woo is just getting started with his demands. He issues a cold ultimatum, giving the powerful man exactly 20 minutes to arrive before things get messier. Kim Jae-hyun admits he has no idea who this kidnapper is, but warns him about the consequences. The CEO crushes his desk in a fit of rage, claiming the kidnapper has officially crossed the line. He vows to hunt him down and tear him to shreds the moment they finally meet face to face. Kang-woo just smirks and wishes him luck before slamming the communication orb into 1,000 tiny pieces. With the CEO handled, our boy stands over the trembling mess that used to be a proud vice guildmaster. Young-hoon pathetically begs for his life, his eyes wide with the realization that he is completely outmatched. The trash-tier noble tries to buy his way out, offering any amount of his father's blood money. Kang-woo just delivers a heavy kick, making it clear that simple cash is the last thing on his mind. Broken and weeping, the coward desperately asks what could possibly satisfy a monster like him. Our boy describes a world of peace and kimchi stew, leaving the hostage completely dumbfounded and sweating. Young-hoon shrieks that he is lying, unable to comprehend why a predator would care about simple happiness. Tired of the noise, Kang-woo roughly grabs his face and tells the brat to finally shut his trap. He mentions preparing for the father's arrival, giving the hostage a false, desperate sense of hope for rescue. Little does he know, that demonic grin means the real nightmare is only just beginning for the family. Kang-woo mocks the boy with thoughts of fatherly love, knowing exactly how to break his spirit. He summons Orobas to drive home the point that terror is the ultimate form of manipulation. After the cleanup, our boy leads the exhausted squad out of the gate toward the waiting sunlight. Tae-soo insists on carrying the unconscious Si-hoon, playing the part of the reliable tank despite his injuries. Suddenly, Yeonju appears with a high-ranking general, clearly annoyed that Kang-woo took so long to call. The rookies are dumbfounded seeing such legendary rankers, but Kang-woo just brushes it off as a coincidence. Yeonju sizes up Seola immediately, her sharp gaze making the poor healer feel incredibly small and nervous. The guildmaster scans her potential rival from head to toe, clearly calculating the threat level of her figure. Feeling a sudden sting of jealousy, Yeonju huffs in annoyance, while Seola remains completely confused by the tension. Before a catfight can break out, Kang-woo steps in to focus everyone on the more important matters. Kang-woo tells Seola to take the injured and the rookies to safety, while he handles the heavy lifting. The silver-haired general asks where the bait is, clearly not expecting what our boy has in store. Kang-woo reveals a battered Young-hoon in glowing chains, proving he kept the trash-tier villain alive for a reason. Seeing the vice guildmaster reduced to a pathetic hostage leaves the legendary rankers completely dumbfounded and wary. Yeonju realizes there is no turning back, now that they are officially declaring war on the corrupt Miru. Hwayeon worries their small force might not be enough to survive a direct collision with such a giant. She questions if they are being too reckless, but Kang-woo just smirks like he has already won. Our boy explains that an enemy blinded by rage is the easiest kind of prey to dismantle. He mockingly notes that even a cold-hearted CEO should have some unconditional love for his only son. Despite his confidence, the others remain skeptical that a man like Jae-hyun would ever prioritize family over power. Kang-woo smirks, eager to see if the big fish actually bites the bait he laid out. Suddenly, black vans screech to a halt as the Hwarang and Red Rose forces prepare for the collision. A pristine white shoe steps onto the asphalt, signaling the arrival of the Miru Electronics president himself. Jae-hyun immediately identifies the two female leaders, while our boy just watches from the shadows with a grin. He mocks their small numbers, cracking his knuckles and dismissing the idea that his son's life matters more. Radiating a suffocating purple aura, the enraged CEO demands to see the coward who dared to threaten him. Kangwoo doesn't hesitate to announce his presence, meeting the old man's golden gaze with absolute, chilling confidence. He casually waves at the legendary ranker, mockingly complimenting his appearance while dragging the pathetic hostage along. Jaehyun's face contorts in pure rage as he grinds his teeth, calling Kangwoo a truly shameless bastard. As the CEO steps forward, Kangwoo tosses the trash-tier son toward him like he's just clearing out some garbage. Jaehyun's elite bodyguards scramble to catch the falling Younghoon, while the old man watches with a stunned expression. Yeonju and Hwayeon are absolutely dumbfounded, wondering why our boy would just hand over their only leverage so easily. After a quick scan, the guards confirm the trash-tier son is clean of any trackers or hidden magical traps. Kangwoo just chuckles, mockingly claiming he was simply being considerate of a father's deep worry for his child. Jaehyun pulls his son close, his golden eyes still burning with suspicion despite having the boy back in his arms. Our boy flashes a predatory grin, knowing exactly what kind of psychological bomb he just planted in that kid's head. The CEO desperately shakes his son, begging the boy to wake up and show some sign of life. He leans in close, searching for even a single spark of recognition in those dull, vacant eyes. Jaehyun stares into his son's pupils, only to see the reflection of a boy who is completely lost to trauma. Younghoon finally opens his mouth, but the words shatter Jaehyun's heart as the boy asks who this strange man is. Jaehyun stands frozen, his heart sinking as his own son looks at him like a complete stranger. The boy desperately struggles against his father's grip, crying out in pain and begging to be let go. Even the bodyguards are dumbfounded as the young master stumbles back, terrified of the man who raised him. Jaehyun's eyes widen in horror, finally realizing that his son's mind has been completely wiped by trauma. While the boy screams for a savior, our boy just stands there with a cold, satisfied smirk. Pure, unadulterated rage consumes the CEO as he realizes exactly who is responsible for this mental slaughter. He lets out a primal roar, his power surging as he prepares to turn the area into a graveyard. Sensing the impending disaster, Yeonju screams for her people to retreat before the old man loses it completely. Driven by grief, Jaehyun slams his fist down, uncaring of the collateral damage or the terrified bodyguards nearby. A massive explosion of energy erupts, signaling that the powerful ranker has finally snapped under the pressure. Yeonju steps up to handle the heat, while Kangwoo just watches with a smug, knowing grin. She locks her legendary gear into place, preparing for a high-stakes clash against a man who has lost everything. Our boy remains perfectly calm, even as the shockwaves from the old man's rage begin to tear the ground. Jaehyun lunges forward with his 9th awakening trait active, radiating enough aura to crush any normal player. Not one to be intimidated, Yeonju manifests her bloodthirst chains to intercept the CEO's reckless, grief-driven charge. Both powerful rankers roar as they collide, neither side willing to yield in this explosive confrontation. The old man descends like a terminal force of nature, his every movement fueled by pure, unbridled hatred. He screams for her to get out of his way, his mind completely consumed by the need for vengeance. A massive explosion of energy erupts as his fist slams into her chains, sending sparks and debris flying everywhere. Yeonju narrowly avoids a direct hit as the pavement shatters, realizing the CEO is truly out for blood now. Yeonju lashes out with her chains, successfully ensnaring the enraged CEO in a tight, glowing bind. Jaehyun finds himself completely immobilized as the bloodthirst chains wrap around his massive frame like iron serpents. He grunts in frustration, wondering if she really believed such a trash-tier trick could actually restrain him. With a sudden burst of pure aura, he flexes his muscles and shatters the chains into useless fragments. The backlash leaves Yeonju wide open, her expression turning grim as she realizes her best restraint failed. A catastrophic explosion of dark energy follows, tearing through the battlefield and forcing the guildmaster to retreat. Jaehyun roars for her to get out of his way while the ground continues to crumble beneath them. His fist glows with a lethal golden light, ready to deliver a finishing blow to anyone in his path. Suddenly, Hwayeon flashes into the fray, positioning herself to stop the old man's reckless, grief-driven rampage. She unleashes her whirlwind ability, her eyes glowing as she prepares to blow the entire conflict wide open. Hwayeon's blade connects with a heavy thud, but the old man barely flinches from the impact. Jaehyun stares her down with glowing eyes, making it clear he is not going down without a fight. He is panting and covered in blood, but the grief driving him is stronger than any physical pain. Yeonju and Hwayeon realize they are dealing with a monster and prepare to double-team the enraged president. Meanwhile, our boy Kangwoo is just lurking in the back, absolutely loving the trash-tier drama unfolding. Jaehyun lets out a gut-wrenching roar, his aura flaring up as he reaches his absolute breaking point. He channels every bit of his ninth awakening power into his fists, ready to level the entire area. With a massive slam, he shatters the earth, sending a shockwave that catches Hwayeon completely off guard. The impact is so violent it sends the elite lieutenant general tumbling back like a total ragdoll. As Jaehyun charges like a demonic beast, Yeonju readies her chains, annoyed that things have gotten this messy. Jaehyun is completely unhinged, screaming for everyone to get out of his way as he loses it. Yeonju doesn't hesitate, launching her chains to try and restrain the rampaging president before he kills someone. Her chains strike true, piercing through his shoulder, but the old man doesn't even flinch at the pain. Instead of stopping, he swings a massive fist, forcing Yeonju to realize she's underestimated his raw power. The impact is brutal, sending the Red Rose Guildmaster flying back as she struggles to maintain her footing. She's dumbfounded that he took her attack head-on and still had enough gas to nearly knock her out. Jaehyun's fists rattle with lethal intent, proving that his ninth awakening stats are the real deal. Yeonju quickly recovers and wraps him in even more chains, desperately trying to pin the beast down. But Jaehyun just roars and pulls against the restraints, his aura flaring as he prepares to shatter them. Yeonju knows he's taking damage, but wonders if she can actually outlast a man with nothing to lose. Jaehyun realizes he can't ignore the mounting damage forever, even if he is built like a brick wall. Yeonju grits her teeth and prays for just one clean opening to land a decisive, critical blow. But the old man is a total monster, snapping her chains with nothing but raw, unadulterated physical strength. She's completely dumbfounded as her strongest restraints shatter like cheap glass against his overwhelming, golden aura. The resulting shockwave sends her stumbling back, while Jaehyun lets out a roar that shakes the very foundations. Suddenly, a small blade bites deep into his chest, drawing blood from the seemingly invincible corporate president. He looks down in confusion only to see our boy standing there, looking bored with the whole situation. Kangwoo flashes that signature trash-tier grin, clearly enjoying the look of pure shock on the old man's face. Jaehyun's mind finally snaps as he promises to grind the arrogant brat into the dirt for this insult. He charges forward like a mad bull, blowing past the guards who are too terrified to even move. Jaehyun screams in agony as Hwayeon finally lands a decisive blow, piercing through his insane physical defense. The old man is losing it, his golden aura flickering as the pain of the strike finally registers. Hwayeon doesn't hesitate, driving her blade deep into the president's back to stop his mindless, golden rampage. She is completely spent, gasping for air while trying to maintain her grip on the chaotic situation. Meanwhile, Younghoon is a total mess, screaming for them to let go as the bodyguards hold him back. With a sickening sound, Hwayeon yanks her sword free, leaving the once mighty president stumbling and broken. Jaehyun's heavy boots hit the pavement with a desperate stomp as he struggles to stay on his feet. He is a pathetic sight now, trembling from the wound, while Hwayeon watches him with cold, exhausted eyes. Realizing he is beaten, the old man starts limping toward the gate, his pride as shattered as his body. Yeonju joins Hwayeon, both of them watching the monster retreat, knowing this corporate nightmare is far from over. Jaehyun limps toward the gate, but he stops dead when he sees our boy waiting for him. The old man is barely holding on, looking at the rookie like he's seeing a true monster. Kangwoo just smirks while Jaehyun tries to reach out, his strength completely failing him in this moment. His bloody hand slides right off Kangwoo's chest as his body finally gives up on the struggle. The president hits the ground hard, a broken shell of a man who once ruled with golden light. Kangwoo grabs him by the hair, mockingly asking what happened to that trash-tier arrogance he had earlier. He leans in close, reminding the old man that he was so sure about killing him just minutes ago. With a demonic glint in his eye, he asks if Jaehyun finally realizes who he's dealing with. Later, at the Hwarang headquarters, the atmosphere is heavy as the higher-ups demand a full explanation. Yeonju catches up to Kangwoo in the hall, wanting to know exactly what he did with Younghoon. Yeonju looks at the absolute wreck Younghoon has become and demands to know what Kangwoo did. Our boy just shrugs it off, casually mentioning he only played with the guy's memories a bit. Yeonju isn't buying the talent excuse and stares him down, wondering who he really is. Kangwoo just pats her shoulder, telling her that some things are better left a mystery. He reminds her that he is simply returning the favor for all her recent help. His tone shifts as he promises to completely wipe out the trash-tier demon order for her. With a wicked smirk, he asks if that's enough of a reason to keep working together. Yeonju stands there dumbfounded, realizing she is dealing with someone far beyond her league. She lets out a heavy sigh, admitting she's worried about the monster she's been raising. Ultimately, she decides it's too late to turn back, and accepts his hand in a deal. Our boy and Yeonju seal their deal with a handshake, though their shadows hint at a darker partnership. Meanwhile, the once mighty Kim Jae-hyun sits bound in a straitjacket, reduced to a huffing, broken mess. Hwayeon watches the pathetic display from the observation room, wondering how a titan of industry fell so far. The interrogation begins as Hwayeon demands to know about the summoning and the man behind the crimson mask. Instead of cracking, Kim Jae-hyun just lets out a chilling smirk, clearly hiding a few more trash-tier secrets. Losing her patience, Hwayeon slams the table, determined to break the silence of this fallen corporate mogul. She towers over him, ordering him to answer for his crimes and the lives he helped destroy. Hwayeon reminds him that he is no longer a president, just a psycho criminal with blood on his hands. Kim Jae-hyun just laughs in her face, mockingly asking if she really thinks he is going to talk. He sneers at her, calling the elite Hwarang nothing more than government dogs who only follow orders. Kim Jae-hyun tries to flex his political connections, claiming he's the one who gave Baek Hwayeon her position. He doesn't get far before Cha Yeonju's chains lash out, cutting off his trash-tier insults mid-sentence. Yeonju tightens the grip around his throat, demanding he finally start talking before things get even uglier. Choking on his own blood, the former president is forced to listen as Yeonju orders a full confession. Losing her cool, Yeonju stomps on the old man, desperate to beat the truth out of him. Hwayeon has to step in and restrain her, knowing they need this piece of trash alive for information. Even while bleeding out, Jae-hyun just laughs, mockingly telling them that their defeat is already set in stone. He warns of a shadow so large they can't even fathom it, leaving Yeonju fuming with pure rage. Suddenly, our boy Kang-woo steps into the room, ready to handle the interrogation his own way. He tells the girls to take a breather while he has a very private chat with the prisoner. Jae-hyun is absolutely seething, his eyes burning with a mix of hatred and desperation. Even while bound by sealing scripts, the old man claims that Kang-woo's presence won't change a thing. Kang-woo just smirks, casually mentioning that he has the power to change the man's son back. The former president is left dumbfounded, his jaw dropping as he processes the weight of that offer. Our boy clarifies he's talking about Young Hoon, promising to restore him to the person he used to be. With a terrifying grin, he demands every scrap of intel Jae-hyun has regarding the elusive demon order. The realization hits the old man like a truck, leaving him completely paralyzed by the sudden hope. Suddenly, Jae-hyun begins to chuckle, a low sound that quickly spirals into something far more twisted. His entire body quivers as he loses himself in a fit of hysterical, broken laughter. The room fills with his manic cackling while Kang-woo just watches, knowing he's finally broken the man. Yeonju and Hwayeon are visibly shaken as the old man's laughter turns into a venomous, blood-curdling scream. Jae-hyun snaps, his eyes bulging with pure hatred as he curses Kang-woo to rot in eternal hellfire. Our boy just smirks, thinking it is hilarious since he has already spent 10,000 years ruling that pit. Outside the room, the Hwarang soldiers watch the monitors, feeling the heavy tension of the interrogation through the screen. Hwayeon shifts the focus, pressing the broken president for any details regarding the mysterious man in the crimson mask. With blood dripping from his mouth, Jae-hyun admits that even he was kept in the dark about his identity. Kang-woo narrows his eyes, silently commanding the man to spill every detail about their first meeting 8 months ago. It turns out the cult leader promised him demonic evolution in exchange for providing a steady supply of sacrifices. Yeonju is completely dumbfounded, unable to fathom why a man with everything would throw it away for such madness. Jae-hyun just scoffs at her ignorance, claiming that those who have not tasted true power can never understand. Jae-hyun explains that demons are essentially immortal, as long as their heads and hearts remain intact. Hwayeon is visibly skeptical, questioning if he truly threw everything away just to stop the clock. The room falls silent as Jae-hyun reveals these monsters have been hiding on Earth for over a millennium. They have been lurking in the shadows of human history, secretly expanding their influence across every era. Our boy is stunned, realizing the demon order has much deeper roots than he ever anticipated. Yeonju is sickened, asking if he really murdered innocent players just for the sake of immortality. She looks at him with pure disgust, unable to believe someone could be this pathologically selfish. Jae-hyun just breaks into a fit of hysterical laughter, claiming they simply cannot understand the true appeal. He explains that a demonic body preserves the mind, while constantly fueling one's bottomless greed. To this monster, the promise of never growing tired of life is worth any price. Yeonju is absolutely dumbfounded, refusing to believe that such a twisted, eternal life is even physically possible. Jae-hyun just gives a bloody smirk, retorting that he would never bet his entire empire on a mere fantasy. The weight of his words hits the room hard, as the girls realize how the demon order lures people. Our boy knows the truth though. remembering the hellish agony of a hunger that can never be satisfied. While the president blathers about using his guild as sacrifices, Kangwoo realizes this man knows nothing of true demons. The conversation turns to infernal energy, a hellish power that acts like magic but carries a far darker price. Yeonju presses him, asking why a power-hungry snake like him hasn't actually accepted the energy for himself yet. It turns out the Crimson Mask warned him that rushing the transformation would just turn him into a monster. Hwayeon looks on with pure loathing, as Jaehyun admits his own subordinates were nothing more than disposable pawns. The mood turns ice cold when he finally reveals the cult's ultimate goal is to summon a demon to Earth. Hwayeon and Yeonju are skeptical, demanding to know exactly where this supposed demon summoning is going to happen. When the president mentions a weakened dimensional barrier, Yeonju is dumbfounded by the suspicious timing of these events. Our boy starts sweating bullets when he hears the cult got the green light exactly 1 month ago. He realizes with a jolt of pure panic that this entire mess might actually be his own fault. The truth hits like a truck, because the Gaia system shattered the moment he forced his way back. Kangwoo tries to keep a straight face while realizing his grand entrance basically invited every monster to Earth. Jaehyun confirms the barrier is still failing, making the situation even more dire for everyone in the room. The thought of hell's worst trash-tier monsters walking hand in hand onto Earth has our boy completely losing his mind. He quickly shakes off the dread, deciding to focus on finding the cult's headquarters and the masked leader. Unfortunately, the president admits they've likely moved their ritual to a new location to avoid being caught. Yeonju calls out the president, questioning why he targeted Sihun if the cult already had enough sacrifices. She gets even more heated, demanding to know how he could be so clueless about his own supply. Jaehyun just smirks through the blood, explaining that the cult operates on a cutthroat performance-based system. The room goes silent as the ladies realize the implications of what this trash-tier human is actually saying. Our boy starts connecting the dots, realizing that Miru isn't the only big player feeding the cult's hunger. It turns out multiple top-tier guilds are likely involved, leaving Hwayeon and Yeonju completely dumbfounded by the scale. Meanwhile, at the cult's secret hideout, the masked leader officially writes off the president as a lost cause. He stares at the fallen asset, annoyed that all the resources poured into the man are now wasted. His minions quickly chime in, promising that sacrifices from other guilds will keep their dark ritual on track. Even so, the leader can't help but wonder why a veteran like Jaehyun would act so incredibly reckless. The masked leader stares at the memory of our boy, wondering if he's the reason their plans failed. He repeats the name Oh Kang-woo, sensing that this man is far more than just a trash-tier player. Back at the hideout, he kicks his feet up and demands an update on their requested reinforcements. A minion presents infernal crystals, explaining they have enough energy to boost their power and execute the plan. When he learns the higher-ups sent no further instructions, he realizes they are truly on their own now. He decides they can't afford to waste any more time and must accelerate their dark agenda immediately. With a sinister focus, he declares that their next move involves the powerful entity known as El Cuero. Meanwhile, Yeonju is completely drained after the interrogation, feeling like they are just chasing shadows at this point. Hwayeon catches up to our boy, promising that the government will compensate him for his voluntary assistance. She offers a rare, genuine smile, admitting they never could have broken Jaehyun without his terrifyingly effective help. Kangwoo laughs and asks if he's getting more than just a trash-tier certificate for his hard work. Since Baekhwayeon is acting so confident, our boy figures the actual reward will be worth the wait. He finally heads back to the apartment, but the quiet night is broken by a loud, desperate shout. Stepping inside, he finds Seola and a very distressed Echidna waiting right by the front door. The little dragonkin is a teary mess, demanding to know exactly where he has been all day. He offers a sheepish apology, explaining that he simply had some urgent business to take care of. Echidna is absolutely dumbfounded, terrified that her own unknown actions might have driven him away. She begs him not to abandon her, promising to fix any mistake just to stay by his side. Our boy pulls her into a warm hug, gently telling her that she has done nothing wrong. He promises he will never leave her, finally letting the poor girl relax after her emotional breakdown. Kangwoo feels a heavy pang of guilt, realizing he left the lonely little dragonkin isolated for an entire week. He turns to Seola and offers a sincere apology for keeping her in the dark about his recent activities. Seola just smiles warmly, telling him she knows he is always grinding behind the scenes to protect them all. Our boy is genuinely touched by her unwavering trust, feeling lucky to have such a solid partner by his side. The heavy mood vanishes instantly when she mentions the hot kimchi stew she prepared just for his return. Staring at the delicious meal, he decides right then and there that Seola is a literal angel in human form. Shortly after, the crew heads over to the local hospital to check on their ace, who is still recovering. Kangwoo spins a convincing lie about hearing rumors that the Demon Order was specifically targeting someone with Si-hoon's talent. He plays it off cool, explaining that their high-profile party was bound to attract some trash-tier attention eventually. Internally, he smirks because he technically leaked the info himself, but it is all part of his master plan. Seola suddenly confronts our boy, asking why he couldn't have just been honest with them from the start. She admits she always knew he was hiding secrets, likely thinking he was just trying to protect them. Clenching her dress, she confesses that his silence makes her feel like they are drifting further apart. Seeing her distress, Kangwoo immediately offers a sincere apology for making her worry so much lately. Seola gets flustered, insisting she didn't want an apology because she knows he always has his reasons. When he mentions he hates making someone he cares deeply about suffer, she turns a bright shade of red. While she fidgets nervously, he promises to do his absolute best to keep her mind at ease. Emboldened by his kindness, she starts to stutter out a very specific and personal request. She suddenly shouts that she wants him to drop the formalities and act way more friendly toward her. Comparing herself to Yeonju, she demands equal treatment, while our boy wonders if he was just being too polite. Si-hoon, Tae-soo, and Eunbi watch the drama unfold like they are witnessing a top-tier rom-com movie. As the tension rises, Seola's hands tremble while she tries to bridge the distance between them. Our boy Kangwoo puts on his best lovey-dovey face, even if the atmosphere feels a bit forced. Seola isn't doing any better, turning a deep shade of red as she struggles to stay composed. Meanwhile, Echidna is busy stuffing her face with buns, clearly unimpressed by all this mushy human nonsense. Feeling neglected, the little dragon plops down between them and demands Kangwoo peel her fruit right now. Even though it's already peeled, she insists he removes every white string just to be petty. The mood suddenly shifts when Si-hoon looks down, his heart heavy with the weight of his family's betrayal. Clenching his hospital sheets, he finally works up the courage to ask about his brother and father. Kangwoo just gives a bright, innocent smile and claims those trash-tier villains are rotting in prison forever. The news hits like a freight train as the Miru Guild's corrupt empire is finally dismantled by the authorities. Si-hoon is dumbfounded as he learns the massive debt suffocating his family has been completely erased by the state. He listens intently as he is told his mother will finally receive top-tier treatment at a proper hospital. Clenching his hospital sheets, the young warrior can only offer a shaky thanks for this unexpected life-changing miracle. Tae-soo and Eunbi are absolutely losing it, crying like babies at the sight of their friend's long-awaited salvation. The weight of everything finally breaks Si-hoon, who realizes he owes his entire existence to the man before him. Through a flood of tears, he looks up and declares that his friend is his one true savior. As Si-hoon pledges his eternal loyalty, our boy Kangwoo actually feels a rare twinge of guilt for his schemes. The kid even suggests they become sworn brothers, a proposal that leaves the former Demon King sweating bullets. Kangwoo reluctantly agrees to the brotherhood, making the emotional swordsman the happiest guy in the entire hospital. Now that the emotional stuff is settled, Si-hoon prepares to drop a truth bomb he's been hiding. Tae-soo and Eunbi are completely dumbfounded, wondering what kind of secret their friend could possibly be keeping. Turns out, he unlocked an SSS rank trait called Descendant of the War God during his very first awakening. The news sends shockwaves through the room because a trash-tier rookie having a god-level trait is unheard of. Our boy Kangwoo listens closely as the swordsman admits even he doesn't fully understand his own power. Kangwoo visibly flinches when he hears about the Gaia system and how it selected Si-hoon as a guardian. It's a name even the strongest rankers haven't heard, making the whole situation feel incredibly suspicious and heavy. Tae-soo presses for more details, specifically asking for the exact day Si-hoon first became a player. Seola realizes that date matches the exact moment she first crossed paths with Kangwoo in the dungeon. Kangwoo finally connects the dots, realizing his return to Earth actually broke the world's very foundation. Tae-soo and Eunbi are hyped, calling Si-hoon a world-saving hero, while the swordsman just finds it all a bit cringy. Watching from the sidelines, our boy realizes Si-hoon is way more than just a lucky protagonist. He is a vital asset. Kangwoo lets out a dark smirk, feeling pretty smug about his choice to turn this hero into his personal minion. When Kangwoo tries to head out, Tae-soo tells the kid to rest up while the swordsman looks genuinely surprised. Just as he turns to walk away, a hand suddenly snatches his shirt, stopping him dead in his tracks. Si-hoon begs him not to leave yet, while Seola and Echidna watch the awkward exchange from the side. Our boy is visibly shaken when Si-hoon gives him a look so sparkly and devoted it makes his skin crawl. A sudden jolt of realization hits Kangwoo as he stares back at the swordsman's suspiciously intense gaze. He remembers that demonic summons are instinctively obsessed with their masters, and Seola's clinginess only proves the point. Kangwoo breaks into a cold sweat, horrified by the thought that his hero minion might be falling for him too. Kangwoo decides he's had enough of the hero's devotion and literally leaps out the hospital window to escape. He dives straight back into the grind, where a pack of trash-tier demons is waiting to be slaughtered. Echidna isn't about to let her master have all the fun and prepares to unleash her draconic power. She calls upon a dark storm, her eyes burning with the desire to prove her worth to him. The massive beasts are sent flying as her purple energy tears through their ranks like wet paper. Our boy joins the fray, activating his authority of iron to manifest a weapon made for pure carnage. He tightens his grip, feeling the familiar rush of power as he prepares to end this fight quickly. Switching elements, he invokes the authority of glaciation to freeze his enemies solid with a massive icy blade. A system notification confirms he's snagged the S-rank skill Leviathan, further boosting his already broken arsenal of powers. With one final icy slash, he carves through the remaining mobs, leaving nothing but frozen corpses behind. Our boy finishes the job, his icy blade tearing through the lizardmen like they were nothing but trash-tier mobs. As the frozen remains shatter, the sweet sound of experience points hitting his system fills the air. He finally hits level 50, triggering his 6th awakening and unlocking a brand new trait for his arsenal. Hez practically drooling at the potential, but the system hits him with a wall of annoying question marks. Turns out he needs to become an extreme infernal being first, leaving him completely dumbfounded and slumped in defeat. He laughs off the frustration to keep his summon from worrying, but a sudden buzzing interrupts the moment. Reaching into his pocket, he finds his communication orb glowing with an incoming call from his favorite healer. Ciola checks in to see if he's busy, unaware that he's just finished a literal bloodbath in the gate. She explains that she's almost done packing for the move and is just waiting on him to finish up. Her mother lingers behind to finish some business, looking at old memories with a bittersweet smile on her face. Kangwoo finally reaches the luxury apartment complex, letting the girls know he is just a few steps away. The group steps inside the massive new home, making the little summon claim it as their new nest. He tells Ciola they are family now, but she still worries that she is just intruding. When he mentions the Red Rose Guild provided the place, Ciola's expression shifts into one of pure shock. She starts feeling totally outclassed, realizing she is nowhere near the level of the woman who gifted this. Staring at the Seoul skyline, she is dumbfounded by the sheer scale of influence Cha Yeonju possesses. The mental comparison leaves her in tears, while our boy just watches her breakdown with a confused look. Desperate for a distraction, she asks about his schedule while the little dragonkin keeps him in a hug. The summon starts fidgeting and blushing, nervously asking if they can go on a little trip together tomorrow. She cheers with absolute joy when he agrees, clearly happy to go anywhere as long as he is there. Ciola isn't about to let the other girls take the lead, demanding to join their little outing. They end up at a massive department store, the perfect place for a much-needed break from demon hunting. Ciola excitedly shows off the little dragonkin in a lion onesie, and our boy can't help but agree. While they snap selfies, he remembers how they once came here just to get some basic human clothes. Watching them laugh, he feels a rare sense of peace, glad his subordinates are finally playing nice together. From trying on new outfits to sharing snacks, the two are becoming inseparable as they explore the mall. He realizes that, with Ciola's help, the summon will finally learn how to adapt to this human world. However, the former ruler of Hell quickly discovers that a day of shopping is its own kind of torture. He ends up buried under a mountain of bags, desperately begging them to finally take it easy on him. Our boy is completely dumbfounded when he realizes the shopping spree is only just getting started. Our boy spots the food court and asks if he can really eat as much as he wants. Ciola is stunned, wondering if he's never seen a food court variety before, as he starts drooling. He stares at the stalls like they're holy relics, unable to believe such a paradise actually exists. Remembering the trash-tier demon meat he ate in hell, he breaks down and orders the entire menu. Soon, the table is buried under a mountain of food that would feed a small army. He decides to start with the kimchi stew, the one dish that truly feels like home. After a big gulp, he realizes it's good, but still can't beat the taste of Ciola's cooking. Even if the flavor is standard, the sheer variety of this human feast is a dream come true. Ciola watches in disbelief as he begins inhaling every dish on the table with terrifying speed. With his cheeks stuffed, our boy finally feels like the 10,000 years of suffering were worth it. Ciola quickly covers Echidna's eyes, terrified that the little dragon might actually pick up Kangwoo's barbaric eating habits. Our boy doesn't give a damn about etiquette and starts slurping the stew with zero regard for his surroundings. He claps in pure ecstasy, convinced that mixing every side dish into one bowl is the ultimate culinary hack. Suddenly, his red eyes sharpen as he senses a familiar, trash-tier presence ruining his perfect lunch break. His gaze turns cold because he knows that a peaceful meal is about to be interrupted by total nonsense. Baek Kung-hyun leans over the table with a smug grin, acting like they're old pals cut from the same cloth. The flashy guildmaster of Hanul seems way too excited to see him, claiming it's been a hot minute. Kangwoo just gives him a freezing stare, clearly annoyed that this guy is killing the vibe of his feast. Seola looks on, completely dumbfounded that a high-ranking guild leader would just waltz up with supposedly great news. When the guy mentions the Red Rose rumors, Kangwoo casually clarifies their partnership while continuing to shovel food. Baek Kanghyun drops the act and gets straight to the point, gripping our boy's shoulder like they're best friends. He makes his move, flat out inviting Kangwoo to ditch his current life and join the Hanul Guild. The offer is insane, promising hundreds of billions of won and luxury that leaves Seola and Echidna dumbfounded. He even throws in an executive title, casually snapping open a soda like he's already won the negotiation. Kangwoo just smirks and tells the flashy guild leader that his massive offer is actually a bit too small. The guy is visibly shaken, gulping down his drink as he realizes he vastly underestimated who he's dealing with. Instead of getting angry, he just grins, clearly loving the fact that Kangwoo has some serious balls. He laughs it off and asks what it would actually take to get a monster like him on board. Our boy doesn't hesitate, coldly stating that no matter the price, he has zero interest in working for anyone. With a predatory glint in his eye, Kangwoo decides it's time to flip the script and make his own offer. Baek Kanghyun tries to sweeten the deal by offering legendary gear that money simply cannot buy. He laughs, thinking he finally has our boy's attention, but Kangwoo just sits there looking completely unimpressed. Kangwoo admits it sounds tempting, but if it doesn't boost his infernal energy, it's basically just trash-tier junk. Baek Kanghyun just chuckles and stands up, clearly expecting a guy like him to play hard to get. He slides his business card over, telling Kangwoo to give him a ring if he ever changes his mind. Before leaving, the flashy guild leader reaches for a side dish, still acting like they are best buds. He dumps the extra flavor into the pot, insisting that this is how you really enjoy a meal. Seola quickly shields Echidna from the weirdo's influence while he bids them a casual farewell. As he stares at his food, Kangwoo wonders what this Baek Kanghyun guy is actually plotting. Later at their new place, Seola is still dumbfounded and asks why he would ever turn down such a fortune. Kangwoo makes it clear he has zero interest in being anyone's lackey, no matter the price. Our boy just grins, knowing he doesn't need a trash-tier guild to get his hands on top-tier loot. He figures he can snag legendary gear fair and square, just by playing the hero for other players. As they head to the elevator, he asks Yeonju if she knows anything useful about that flashy guild leader. Yeonju admits she's met him and thinks the guy is just as eccentric as he seems. When Kangwoo asks for some real dirt, she pauses to think about his past failures. She remembers a time when the usually calm leader completely lost his cool after a humiliating defeat. Turns out, a Japanese ranker named Fujimoto Ryoma once owned him during a world evaluation match. Stepping out, Kangwoo wonders if rejecting the offer means he's now got a target on his back. Yeonju just laughs it off, thinking the guy might actually respect him for having some backbone. Kangwoo and Yeonju finally arrive at the facility where a high-ranking contact is already waiting for them. Hwaeon welcomes our boy with a smile, eager to show off the results of their recent investigation. Leading them into a high-tech vault with a low whir, she reveals legendary equipment from the Miru investigation. She admits she had to fight her own higher-ups just to make sure this gear reached his hands. The prize is the Black Pearl Coat, granting the Kraken's Rage ability and stats that seem absolutely broken. Yeonju looks over the stats and feels the special effects are a bit too specific to be useful. She is dumbfounded that the massive bonuses are locked behind inherent stats, which almost no human player possesses. A sudden realization washes over Yeonju as she remembers just how much of a freak of nature he is. Our boy lets out a twisted grin, realizing he just hit the jackpot because his demonic stats fit perfectly. Yeonju watches him step toward the coat, accepting that his growth makes everyone else look like trash-tier players. Hwaeon notes that since our boy has an inherent stat, this legendary gear is finally meeting its match. Kangwoo can't help but let out a predatory grin, absolutely loving the prospect of gaining more power. He gives Hwaeon a cheeky salute, promising his full cooperation in hunting down the trash-tier demon order. With the pleasantries out of the way, he reaches for the coat to see if it lives up to the hype. As he slips it on, the system immediately kicks in, initiating a binding ritual for the legendary equipment. The coat recognizes its new master, and Kangwoo feels a surge of power as red veins crawl across his skin. The gear begins scanning his essence, immediately detecting the massive reservoir of infernal energy hidden within him. His power spikes as the coat resonates with his demonic nature, boosting his core stats even further. The ritual finishes with a burst of mana, leaving him standing there in his new high-tier threads. Yeonju asks how the legendary gear feels, but Kangwoo is too busy trembling from the sheer, overwhelming power. Our boy is so hyped he asks for 10 more, but Hwaeon explains the 5-item equipment limit. Even with the limit, he realizes 5 extra legendary effects are still a massive win for his stats. He can't stop giggling like a kid, while Yeonju watches him with a look of pure disbelief. When asked if he likes the new drip, he beams with the pure joy of a power gamer. Suddenly, Yeonju gets a glint in her eye and asks if he's ready to test that power. She doesn't want a simple demo. She gets serious and proposes they finally duke it out properly. They head to a high-tier sparring room designed to withstand the impact of top-ranker mana bursts. As they step onto the floor, Yeonju wonders just how far his growth has truly gone lately. She remembers how he crushed his enemies despite the stat gap, proving he's cut from different cloth. She's determined to peel back the layers and see what makes this monster tick during their fight. Our boy finds it hilarious that Yeonju actually thinks she can take him on right now. He starts stretching out his limbs, knowing this is the ultimate litmus test for his current level. Hwaeon watches the spectacle, while Kangwoo wonders if Yeonju has the potential to be a permanent party member. Both fighters take their stances, the tension in the room reaching a literal breaking point. The moment the fight starts, Kangwoo explodes forward with a speed that would leave normal players dumbfounded. He throws a heavy punch, but Yeonju proves she is cut from a different cloth by dodging the strike. She immediately fires back with a counter, her eyes widening as she realizes just how fast he is. They trade high-speed blows, their movements creating a rhythmic swish as they dance around the sparring floor. Yeonju slams a fist into his guard, but Kangwoo absorbs the impact like it was absolutely nothing. He locks eyes with her, his predatory gaze signaling that the real warm-up is finally over. Yeonju unleashes a flurry of strikes, but our boy is keeping up without breaking a sweat. Kangwoo quickly realizes she is holding back her true power just to test his basic reflexes first. Being treated like a rookie starts to piss him off, and his demonic grin begins to widen. He shifts his weight, closing the distance while Yeonju remains focused on his every subtle movement. Her piercing blue eyes track him, realizing that this supposed rookie is far more dangerous than expected. Suddenly, Kangwoo reaches out and grabs her hat, asking if she really thinks he is that easy. He clenches the fabric, telling her that such trivial things only get in the way of a real fight. Yeonju finally gets serious, summoning her bloodthirst chains as the air thickens with her murderous intent. Kangwoo just laughs, realizing she is no joke, and wondering if she is actually trying to kill him. She admits he is definitely no ordinary player, ready to show him why she is a top-tier ranker. Yeonju is done playing around, her eyes glowing as she lashes out with her blood-red chains. She unleashes a massive strike, but our boy is way too fast, staying one step ahead of the carnage. Every swing she makes just hits empty air, as Kangwoo treats this high ranker's assault like a warm-up. The floor shatters from the impact, yet he simply sprouts his wings and glides out of the danger zone. He feels the power of his new legendary coat surging, ready to test its true limits in this fight. Activating Kraken's rage, his infernal energy spikes while dark markings crawl across his face like a true demon. Yeonju is visibly shaken, realizing the monster in front of her is growing stronger by the second. She tries to pin him down with a flurry of chains, but he weaves through them with terrifying grace. Hwaeon finally screams for her to stop before the entire training facility is reduced to rubble. Ignoring the plea, Kangwoo dives through the storm of steel, his eyes locked onto his prey with excitement. Kangwoo releases his authority, turning the training room into a chaotic death trap for his opponent. He triggers the authority of the heavens, soaring upward to make the high ranker's ground attacks look pathetic. Yeonju grits her teeth in frustration, realizing her chains are barely keeping up with his insane speed. Our boy dives back in, his eyes glowing with the predatory hunger of a true hellish ruler. He doesn't give her a second to breathe, activating the authority of explosion to shatter her defense. The resulting blast rocks the entire facility, leaving the red-haired guildmaster struggling to stay on her feet. She tries to brace herself, but her chains start to crumble under the sheer weight of his power. Kangwoo effortlessly flips through the air, completely unfazed by the absolute destruction he just unleashed. He brings his hands together for the authority of discord, preparing a move that will leave them dumbfounded. A massive shockwave tears through the room, forcing both Yeonju and Hwaeon to realize they are outclassed. Hwaeon and Yeonju reel from the mental pressure, their heads throbbing as the shockwave hits them hard. Our boy sees the opening he needs, his face twisting into a grin as he prepares to end this. Yeonju flinches in pure instinct, sensing the overwhelming pressure of a predator closing in for the kill. He combines the authorities of fortitude and the palm, slamming his fist down with enough force to shatter bedrock. Realizing she is trapped, the guildmaster knows, dodging is off the table, and braces for the inevitable impact. She twirls her chains into a desperate shield, while Kangwoo's fist crackles with energy to level a building. Even behind her best defense, she can feel her heart racing as the sheer weight of his power looms. With a cold whisper about destroying the heavens, he unleashes a blast that turns the room into a crater. Huiyan watches the absolute carnage in stunned silence, wondering if anyone could actually survive a hit like that. The dust settles as Kangwoo stands over her, proving once again that he is just built different. Yeonju is completely gassed, staring up at the absolute unit who just leveled the entire training room. Looking at the massive crater, she can't help but call our boy a literal monster for that display. As the dust settles, the system confirms his Kraken's rage has finally timed out after that insane burst. He checks his hand, feeling the lingering power, and noting the 2-hour cooldown on his new legendary toy. Kangwoo is low-key shocked he dismantled a top-tier ranker like Yeonju in under 60 seconds flat. She glares up, claiming he's more demon than man, but he just plays it off as gear diff. He offers a hand, reminding her that she's packing legendary heat too, so there are no excuses. With a terrifying smirk, he flips the script and questions if she's the one who's actually human. While Huiyan trembles in the corner, he jokes that Yeonju should be glad they're on the same side. The tension breaks instantly when something unexpected catches both their attention, leaving them both looking totally dumbfounded. Huiyan completely loses it, screaming about how much taxpayer money they just turned into literal rubble. Looking at the absolute wreckage, she demands to know why neither of them knows how to hold back. While she frantically explains the situation to her superiors, our boy and Yeonju can only stand there looking nervous. Kangwoo starts doing the math in his head, realizing that paying for this mess is going to be a nightmare. He considers selling off some trash-tier ogre crystals, but quickly realizes that would be a total waste of time. Suddenly, he remembers that high-ranking bosses are known to drop the kind of loot that pays the bills. He casually suggests they go hunt El Cuero, leaving both women completely dumbfounded by his sheer audacity. Huiyan can't believe her ears, asking if he's actually talking about the infamous S-rank gate boss monster. Turns out, this beast is a nightmare that lives underwater, making it practically untouchable for every other hunter. Even though Huiyan warns him there's no guarantee of legendary loot, Kangwoo just gives her that confident smirk. Kangwoo explains that hunting this boss isn't just about the cash prize. He grins, knowing his 6th awakening trait needs a massive catalyst to break his current level cap. In this world, hunters hit massive walls at level 59 and 89 that only boss kills can break. Yeonju realizes she's currently stuck at her own talent limit, and this might be her only way out. She suddenly glares at him, realizing it's humiliating for a level 89 ranker to lose to a rookie. After our boy gives her a reassuring pat, she finally agrees to help him with his crazy plan. Even though she agrees, she warns him that taking down such a beast is impossible even for them. Huiyan decides to join the party, claiming her close combat skills are exactly what his secret strategy needs. She feels responsible for the destroyed room, while Yeonju uses the moment to call Kangwoo total trash. Everyone is curious about how he intends to kill El Cuero, but Kangwoo just keeps them in suspense. Our boy expands the party to 4, making sure his loyal summon isn't left out of the fun. Kangwoo mumbles about needing a top-tier brawler since his usual protege is still stuck in the low ranks. The girls interrupt his plotting, wondering why he's so distracted while they're preparing for a literal suicide mission. Huiyan smirks and introduces a sharp-looking blonde ranker, who she claims is the perfect fit for their front line. Diving into an S-rank gate, Kangwoo and his little familiar start hunting massive beasts to farm some quick experience. He delivers a devastating blow that sends shockwaves through the area, proving these monsters are just trash tier to him. After the dust settles, he finally hits level 59 and feels his strength reaching a temporary peak. The system warns him about the level restriction, confirming he can't grow further until he slays a true boss. Yeonju scolds him for wasting energy on fodder, but he just shrugs it off as a necessary warm-up. Walking back to the group, Kangwoo eyes the new blonde recruit and asks exactly who this guy is. Huiyan introduces the new muscle, a high-ranking officer from the Hwarang army named Gu Hyunmo. Our boy shakes his hand, noting that this dual-blade wielder seems just as formidable as Huiyan herself. Hyunmo admits he's genuinely impressed that a supposed rookie is already out here farming S-rank ogres for sport. When he spots the little girl, Kangwoo casually explains that she is actually just his summoned minion. The news leaves the general completely dumbfounded, while Huiyan promises to explain the weird details later. She adds fuel to the fire by mentioning Kangwoo is strong enough to trade blows with Yeonju herself. Hyunmo can't believe a 2-month player is this cracked, but Huiyan just asks for Kangwoo's final verdict. Kangwoo decides the guy will do nicely, making the veteran officer blush like a schoolgirl from the praise. Suddenly, Hyunmo leans in close, clearly dying to ask our boy a very personal, burning question. He whispers, wondering what is really going on between him and Huiyan, but Kangwoo insists it is nothing special. Huiyan shuts down the gossip, while Yeonju secretly wonders if our boy actually has feelings for the official. While the others expect a long trek, Our boy casually announces that the hunt begins exactly where they stand. Yeonju is stunned because the nearby stone giants are passive unless provoked, making this location a total death trap. Kangwoo just flashes a demonic grin, explaining that these massive golems are actually the secret to winning. Massive iron chains and hooks are spread across the shoreline, ready to snag a legendary beast from the depths. While Yeonju tries to stay hydrated, the group watches as Kangwoo prepares to initiate this high-stakes raid. He steps into the surf, his body surging with a dark purple aura as his real power finally awakens. His eyes glow with a predatory hunger, fully locked onto the goal of completing the first El Cuero hunt. Using the authority of Discord, he lets out a screech that shatters the water and calls forth the monster. The surface erupts as the hunt officially begins, and there is absolutely no turning back for anyone now. The ocean floor trembles as a massive presence moves beneath the waves, signaling the start of the raid. Our boy remains unfazed, his predatory gaze fixed on the water as he feels the monster's killing intent. A colossal pillar of water erupts toward the sky, announcing the arrival of the legendary ninth hell predator. He warns the team to hold their positions while Yeonju and the others feel the crushing weight of its aura. Despite the massive surge threatening to sweep him away, he stands firm, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. El Cuero finally reveals its grotesque form, a winged nightmare that dominates the entire coastal skyline. Its glowing red eye pulses with malice, proving this beast is definitely not cut from the same cloth as trash-tier mobs. The monster glides effortlessly through the air, mocking the puny traps laid out across the sandy beach. Red energy surges through its jagged tail as it prepares to unleash a barrage of lethal, venomous projectiles. Realizing the poison needle phase has begun, he commands his white-haired familiar to deploy her defensive powers immediately. The magical barrier holds firm against the poison needles, but the sheer pressure is starting to crack their defense. Echidna grits her teeth and struggles to maintain the shield, as our boy tells her to hang in there. Sensing a brief opening, Hyunmo and Hwayeon prepare to launch a high-altitude counterattack alongside their tactical leader. Kangwoo activates the authority of the heavens, sprouting massive purple wings to carry his teammates into the sky. With a sharp demonic grin, he warns them to hold on tight for the ride of their lives. They soar high above the crashing waves, leaving the heavy chains and the sandy beach far below them. The trio cuts through the air like a guided missile aimed straight at the legendary beast's weak point. Just as they reach the apex, the rankers release their grip and begin a dangerous terminal velocity descent. Falling through the sky, they draw their blades, ready to show this monster they aren't trash-tier fodder. They slam into the creature's massive head, carving through its scales right in front of its glowing eye. Our boy Kangwoo hands out the heavy chains, ordering Hyunmo and Hwayeon to secure their positions on the beast. He knows they have to end this quickly before the massive ray decides to take a deep dive back underwater. Kangwoo drives his weapon deep into the monster's flesh, determined to draw blood and keep the creature surfaced. The legendary beast groans in absolute agony, thrashing against the waves as the initial strike hits home. Hwayeon and Hyunmo follow suit, hooking their chains and slicing through scales to anchor themselves to the thrashing titan. Working like a well-oiled machine, the trio delivers a synchronized blow that cracks through the creature's thick, protective armor. El Cuero lets out a deafening roar, its massive body rumbling as it prepares a desperate, violent countermove. The surface beneath their feet wobbles violently, making Hwayeon realize just how precarious their situation on this monster is. Sensing the monster's intent to flee, Kangwoo warns his teammates to hang on tight as things get bumpy. With a massive swoosh, the beast thrashes its tail, sending seawater flying as it attempts to submerge. El Cuero leaps high, letting out a roar that shakes the very air around the raid party. Our boy activates his authority of the heavens to stay anchored, while the others desperately hold on. Hyunmo and Hwayeon scramble to secure the chains before the beast can make its next move. Suddenly, the titan dives, dragging everyone into the freezing depths of the ocean in a massive splash. Submerged and struggling, Kangwoo clenches his fist to trigger his authority of the palm for a counterattack. He reinforces his body with the authority of fortitude, knowing the pressure alone could crush a normal player. The monster isn't done yet, whipping up a violent underwater vortex to tear its hitchhikers apart. A massive explosion of energy erupts as the beast tries to shake off our boy, once and for all. Hyunmo and Hwayeon are barely keeping it together, feeling the sheer weight of the ocean's wrath. Kangwoo grits his teeth, frustrated that he couldn't gather enough power while being tossed around like a ragdoll. Kangwoo realizes his last hit was trash tier, and he needs to deal some actual damage to this overgrown ray. Just as he's about to lose hope, he spots a glowing opening right in the monster's core. Our boy doesn't hesitate, unleashing the authority of the heavens to rocket himself out of the water. He focuses all his energy into a single point, piercing through the beast's defenses with surgical precision. The legendary boss lets out a pained roar as its core takes a direct hit from the former ruler. Kang Wu goes into a frenzy, shredding through the monster's hide while blood sprays everywhere in a crimson mist. Hez completely locked in, ignoring the chaos as crackling energy begins to surge around his very being. Hyunmo and Hwayeon are absolutely dumbfounded, wondering why the hell holy lightning is suddenly raining down on them. It turns out El Cuero is about to get fried as the massive spark engulfs its entire body mid-air. Back on the shore, Echidna watches the explosion in terror, screaming out for her master as the light blinds her. Hwayeon checks if the chains are set, knowing they need to bail before the whole place goes up. She snaps at Hyunmo that Kangwoo is way out of their league and they would only be a hindrance. As they dive for safety, a massive pillar of lightning obliterates the area in a deafening roar. Hwayeon watches the carnage, realizing our boy actually dove straight into the belly of the beast. Inside the monster gut, Kangwoo finds himself protected by a shimmering green barrier amidst the melting flesh. He smirks, knowing his loyal familiar must have sensed he was in danger and acted on instinct. Back at the shore, Echidna pushes her limits to maintain the shield from such a ridiculous distance. With the barrier holding firm, Kangwoo winds up a devastating punch to finish this trash-tier boss for good. The chains crackle with residual energy as the internal impact sends shockwaves through the legendary beast's massive frame. The internal pressure becomes too much as the beast's dark essence spurts out from the massive impact. Kangwoo realizes that being alone inside the monster means he can finally go all out without holding back. With a deafening roar, the legendary boss loses its footing and crashes violently into the churning ocean waves. Our boy finally catches his breath on the shore, yanking his hooks out of the monster's shredded remains. He grips the chains tight and signals for Yeonju to start the final stage of their recovery plan. Looking out over the water, Yeonju confirms they are ready and prepares to haul the massive carcass in. The local stone giants look completely dumbfounded as they realize they've been turned into literal pack mules. Yeonju isn't in the mood for games, lashing her whip and demanding the rocky maggots start moving immediately. She sports a terrifyingly beautiful grin, while telling the slow-moving turds to pick up the pace or else. Yeonju lets out a sadistic chuckle as she watches the plan finally come together. The massive stone giants begin their slow, thunderous march, dragging the weight of a legend behind them. She lashes her glowing chains with a manic grin, clearly enjoying her role as the group's taskmaster. Yeonju screams for the rocky trash tiers to pick up the pace while striking them from above. Down in the surf, the massive boss thrashes violently, refusing to go down without a fight. Our boy grits his teeth, feeling the insane pressure even while pushing his defensive authorities to the limit. He knows they are almost there, but keeping these chains hooked is draining every ounce of his focus. The beast lets out a deafening roar, its massive frame creating a chaotic storm of salt and spray. The sudden resistance is too much for the giants, causing the rocky mules to stumble and lose footing. Kangwoo realizes with a sinking feeling that the monster isn't losing any stamina despite its horrific injuries. El Cuero thrashes wildly in the surf, the massive ray-like entity refusing to be tamed by the heavy chains. Every violent movement from the beast sends massive waves crashing as it fights against the group's desperate capture. While the stone giants struggle to hold the line, the legendary boss continues its relentless roar against the barrier. Our boy realizes he severely underestimated the monster's power, and fears the rocky trash tiers will break first. Even his loyal familiar is reaching her limit, her barrier flickering under the constant barrage of the beast's fury. Knowing they are out of time, Kangwoo prepares to gamble everything on one final, reckless maneuver. He shouts to Yeonju to manifest her thorns, demanding she ignore the risks and strike the beast now. The guildmaster is dumbfounded, realizing that such a move would leave him caught directly in the crossfire. But our boy doesn't care about the danger, barking for her to just execute the plan before they lose everything. Gritting her teeth, Yeonju channels her energy, preparing to unleash her most brutal chain technique despite her hesitation. Yeonju launches her strike, the red energy cutting through the air with lethal precision. She activates the special ability of her chains, intending to drain the very life force from the beast. However, the backlash is brutal as Kangwoo's own armor triggers a petrification curse that seizes his body. Our boy grinds his teeth, realizing that even unique tier gear might not be enough to tank this pressure. Despite the pain, he watches the legendary boss flail, hoping to exhaust its massive reserves. The monster lets out a final, deafening roar as it struggles against the overwhelming weight of the chains. Finally, the beast slumps into the ocean, its strength spent after the relentless tug of war. Seeing the opening, Yeonju whips the stone-headed trash tiers into action, forcing them to haul the massive carcass. She barks orders at the giants, knowing their hardened skin makes them the perfect anchors for this operation. Even under the heavy lash of her chains, the giants remain undamaged, proving why they are so sturdy. El Cuero is finally being hauled in, proving those trash-tier giants were actually worth the effort. The legendary beast's eye widens in terror as the chains bite deeper into its massive, leathery hide. With a final, earth-shattering thud, the monster crashes onto the shore, its reign of terror finally over. Our boy takes a moment to breathe, his body still humming from the intense strain of the battle. Suddenly, Echidna comes sprinting over, her face pale with worry for her master's safety after the blast. She doesn't care about the lingering danger, only that the person she trusts most is still standing. Nearby, Huayan finishes off the remaining threats with a precise strike, her blade cutting through the air. The team gathers around the fallen boss, dumbfounded that they actually managed to take down an S-rank legend. Hyunmo grumbles about the exhausting swim, while Kangwoo prepares to wrap up the rest of the operation. Reassuring his loyal familiar, Kangwoo tells her he's fine and directs her to handle the remaining stone giants. Yeonju keeps the pressure on the golems, making sure they don't stop moving for even a single second. She gets startled when called out, defensively claiming she was only trying to build up the monster's aggro. Our boy gives the command to finish the job, knowing the boss is finally vulnerable on dry land. Hyunmo and Hwayan dive straight into the fray, their weapons ready to deliver a world of pain. Their blades connect with a sickening thud, drawing blood from the legendary beast for the first time today. The monster lets out a gut-wrenching roar as its dark blood sprays across the sandy shore. A massive impact rocks the entire area, leaving the boss dazed and unable to mount a counterattack. Without missing a beat, the duo continues their relentless assault, their movements a blur of lethal precision. They land a series of devastating vertical slashes that leave the boss shredded and completely dumbfounded. Yeonju finally leaps back into action, her glowing pink chains rattling as she prepares to bind the beast. Yeonju launches her chains, turning them into a lethal spear to pierce the boss's thick hide. The strike hits home, causing El Cuero to spray dark blood all over the sandy battlefield. As the team regroups, the monster's constant, ear-piercing roars start getting on Yeonju's last nerve. Our boy realizes that even on land, this S-rank boss is still putting up a decent fight. He decides to step things up and activates Pandemonium, plunging the area into a hellish, red void. With a cold glance, he calculates exactly how much of his true power is needed for this. 3 ominous demonic doors manifest behind him, pulsing with the terrifying energy of the 9th hell. He turns away, deciding that unleashing the full extent of his authorities would be total overkill. Instead, he gathers just a fraction of his dark essence, letting it pool within his palms. Clenching his fists, he prepares to end this raid with a single, overwhelming display of dominance. Kangwoo combines his authorities to summon his signature, Bident, preparing to finally delete this trash-tier boss. He pushes his demonic form even further, craving more power as the Kraken's rage takes hold of his soul. With a savage grin, our boy feels his infernal energy surge through his veins as he clenches his fist. He begins to spin with the authority of destruction, turning himself into a literal whirlwind of pure death. He stomps the ground with enough force to shatter the earth, anchoring himself for the final, lethal blow. Suddenly, he manifests an SS rank skill called Gay Bulg, a spear of concentrated malice crackling with purple lightning. Yeonju watches in absolute horror, realizing that the man she's been sparring with is a total monster. Hyunmo and Hwayan realize they're in the splash zone and scream for everyone to clear the area immediately. Kangwoo lunges forward like a dark comet, leaving a trail of devastating energy in his wake. The legendary spear pierces straight through the boss, tearing into its flesh as blood sprays everywhere. Kangwoo drives the spear home, pouring every ounce of his suppressed infernal energy into the lethal strike. The boss doesn't even have time to scream before the sheer force of the impact begins to vaporize it. A massive shockwave erupts, forcing the high rankers to brace themselves against the terrifying pressure of our boy's power. Yeonju and the others are completely dumbfounded, wondering if this is the true strength of a 6th awakening. As the hellfire consumes everything, Kangwoo stands amidst the inferno, looking like the true demon king he once was. The final explosion rocks the entire raid zone, signaling the absolute end of the legendary sea beast. A system alert dings, confirming he's combined 3 authorities and met the requirements for an extreme infernal being. Even though he won, Kangwoo is gasping for air, his body trembling from the strain of such output. He clenches his fist, frustrated that a move that was once effortless now feels like a total struggle. With a cold, hungry look in his eyes, he realizes he still has a long way to go. Kangwoo is gasping for air, his insatiable hunger for power growing as he realizes his current output is pathetic. The rankers approach him, completely dumbfounded that he actually managed to take down such a massive legendary beast alone. Our boy plays it cool, showing off his trembling hand to convince them he has reached his absolute limit. Echidna rushes in for a celebratory hug, while Yeonju wonders if he is just some kind of freakish alien. Suddenly, a chill runs down his spine as he realizes something is missing from the usual battle flow. He stares into the smoke, realizing the system has not sent a single notification about the sea beast's death. Kangwoo barks out a warning for everyone to get ready, leaving the rest of the team totally confused. Hwaeon and Hyunmo check their screens, finally noticing the lack of a kill message, as panic starts setting in. He grits his teeth, frustrated that a move meant for high-tier demons failed to finish a mere gate monster. Deep within the ruins, the beast's eye snaps open, proving that this nightmare is far from over. The sea beast lets out a deafening roar, proving it still has plenty of fight left in it. Kangwoo stands dumbfounded, sensing a familiar and disgusting surge of infernal energy radiating from the beast. It seems this trash-tier gate monster is somehow tapping into the dark powers of the ninth hell itself. The creature's body twists and contorts with a wet slosh as it prepares to retaliate against the hunters. Its massive red eye fixates on the team, radiating a malice that shouldn't exist in this world. A massive tail swipes through the air with a swish, forcing our boy and Echidna to dive. Yeonju clicks her tongue in annoyance, realizing the beast is just trying to tuck tail and run away. She refuses to let her prey escape, immediately binding the monster with her signature bloodthirst chains. Suddenly, the beast's sheer weight pulls her forward, catching the entire team off guard as she's dragged. She reaches out as the chains tighten, realizing too late that she's being pulled into the beast's domain. The legendary boss isn't going down easy, dragging Yeonju and the rest of the team across the dirt. Hyunmo and Hwaeon can barely keep their footing, as the beast's sheer weight overpowers their combined strength. Our boy realizes he's running dangerously low on infernal energy, wondering if this hunt is about to fail. Just as hope fades, Echidna lets out a deafening roar and reveals her true, massive, draconic form. Yeonju is completely dumbfounded, nearly mistaking the girl for another boss monster before Kangwoo sets her straight. With a predatory glint in her eyes, the transformed familiar lunges forward to protect her master. She brings a massive claw down with a heavy wham, pinning the ray-like demon to the ground. The air pressure shifts as she focuses her intent, refusing to let the creature escape her wrath. Another thunderous thwack echoes through the gate as she continues her relentless assault on the legendary beast. Echidna makes it clear that the trash-tier monster needs to stay down, finishing the job with a brutal slam. The dust finally settles as the group stands there, completely stunned by the absolute carnage Echidna just unleashed. Even with the boss pinned, the sheer weight of her draconic form sends tremors through the entire beach. Our boy and the high rankers can only stare in silence, wondering if they just witnessed a cold-blooded murder. Standing over the mangled remains, the white dragon looks like a true apex predator, drenched in demonic blood. Suddenly, the terrifying beast shifts her mood, practically begging Kangwoo for a gold star and some head pats. System notifications flood in confirming the kill, while Echidna reverts to her human form to greet her master. He praises her work, while the others realize just how terrifyingly loyal this little girl actually is. Yeonju notices strange black growths on the corpse, questioning if this was some hidden trait of the boss. Kangwoo tests the squishy, corrupted flesh with his boot, sensing something far more sinister than a normal monster. He starts climbing the massive carcass, claiming he has seen this disgusting energy before back in the hells. Kangwoo recalls how those trash-tier Demon Order followers transformed, realizing this boss's sudden revival felt eerily similar. He stomps on the carcass, telling Yeonju he needs to verify if infernal energy caused this mutation. As our boy treks across the slippery, blood-soaked flesh, the rest of the squad struggles to stay upright. He peels back a layer of the mangled hide, certain that those weird tentacles originated from this spot. Reaching deep into the open wound, he ignores the filth to find whatever corrupted this legendary beast. His eyes glow with intensity as he senses a familiar, dark resonance buried deep within the monster's heart. Suddenly, he announces his success, making the others lean in with a mix of dread and pure curiosity. He pulls out a jagged red jewel that pulses with an ominous light, looking nothing like a standard drop. The group gathers around the strange artifact, wondering if this tiny shard was the source of the boss's madness. Hwaeon and Hyunmo note it's definitely not a magic crystal, suspecting this is why the boss acted so strangely. Our boy notes the jewel is packed with high-level infernal energy, making it the likely culprit. Unlike natural crystals, this thing feels totally artificial, as if someone manufactured it for a dark purpose. He senses a sinister presence behind it, suspecting a certain group is pulling the strings from the shadows. When Yeonju asks for his take, he plays it cool while pointing the finger at the Demon Order. The mere mention of those fanatics sends a chill down Yeonju's spine as she realizes the stakes. It was too easy to find. almost like it was meant to be discovered after the boss fell. This tiny shard was enough to drive a legendary beast into a mindless, berserk killing machine. Everything points back to the Demon Order, the only trash-tier group capable of such a twisted experiment. While Huion agrees with the logic, Yeonju remains suspicious of how our boy knows so much. Huion immediately orders a full investigation into the local area, while Kangwoo keeps his prize. Kangwoo licks his lips, realizing the Demon Order isn't as trash-tier as he initially suspected. Yeonju tries to grab the prize for evidence, but our boy uses a little spark to keep her back. Suddenly, the massive corpse of the legendary beast begins to quiver, sending a wave of unease through everyone. The team panics, thinking it's still alive, but Huion realizes it's just the final death throes of the monster. Once things settle, Yeonju turns back and demands Kangwoo hand over the jewel for the guild's investigation. Our boy puts on a masterclass of acting, looking completely dumbfounded as he claims the shard just vanished. While the girls are confused, Kangwoo is secretly celebrating because he just pulled a fast one on them. Turns out that tiny crystal gave him 3 whole points of energy, more than 100 ogres combined. Echidna asks if it's time to head out, while Kangwoo realizes these crystals are the ultimate level-up cheat. She notices his strange intensity, wondering if there are more of those delicious power-ups hidden in the world. Kangwoo is practically drooling at the thought of finding more of those game-breaking crystals to fuel his gluttony. The scene shifts to the Hwarang Army headquarters as the sun sets on their successful but suspicious raid. While our boy plots his next move, Echidna is completely out cold, recovering from her massive draconic exertion. Inside, Huion hands over a massive 10 billion won check, though repair fees definitely took a trash-tier bite out of it. She explains that a high-level investigation is launching to track down any other disappearing crystals in the region. Kangwoo breaks a sweat, realizing his little snack has forced the authorities into doing a mountain of meaningless work. Suddenly, Huion mentions some good news that immediately snaps both of them out of their guilty days. Turns out they can craft a legendary sword from the boss Tailhorn, a prize fit for a top-tier ranker. The two of them wait with bated breath, hoping for a weapon that finally matches their insane power levels. Their excitement dies instantly when they learn it only boosts physical stats, which is useless for their specialized builds. Huion admits the sword has a trash-tier binding requirement that makes it nearly impossible for them to use. She explains the weapon requires a rare stat called Qi, something usually only found in high-level Chinese warriors. Cha Yeonju thinks they should just sell it abroad, but our boy suddenly decides to claim the prize himself. When Cha Yeonju questions him, he just smiles and says he knows the perfect candidate for the legendary blade. He is thinking of Kim Si-hoon, the talented rookie who possesses the exact martial energy needed to wield it. Meanwhile, Kim Si-hoon and Tae-soo are deep inside a B-rank gate, noticing a strange, undiscovered route in the dungeon. Tae-soo asks if he senses anything, and Kim Si-hoon admits a bad feeling has been gnawing at his gut. Suddenly, his senses flare up as he realizes something massive and dangerous is lurking just ahead of them. He immediately draws his blade and warns the rest of the party to prepare for a life-or-death struggle. Heavy footsteps echo through the darkness as a terrifying presence begins to emerge from the shadows with a boom. A bloodied minotaur stomps out of the darkness, catching the party off guard since it's only B rank. The beast doesn't wait for an introduction, immediately lunging forward with a savage slash that tears the air. Kim Si-hoon and his team are dumbfounded by the monster's sheer speed and the oppressive aura it radiates. As the beast roars with a blood-red glow, our boy realizes this isn't some trash-tier dungeon mob. Tae-soo steps up to tank the pressure, while Kim Si-hoon grips his blade, preparing for a brutal clash. A massive shockwave ripples through the floor as the minotaur slams its weight down with bone-crushing force. Tae-soo barely holds the line, warning the team that charging in blindly against this strength is suicide. Staring into its glowing eyes, Kim Si-hoon notes this variant is special and demands a full buff strategy. He quickly coordinates the squad, ordering the witch to distract the beast, while Tae-soo secures Seola's healing. Lightning crackles through the air as the mage fires a shot, giving Kim Si-hoon the opening to dash. The minotaur lets out a deafening roar as the witch's lightning jolts its massive frame. Kim Si-hoon takes the chance to reposition, knowing he needs to find a weak point in its defense. The beast's eyes flash with a murderous light, proving it's far more than just a mindless dungeon mob. While Seola channels her divine energy from the rear, Tae-soo braces for the next bone-shattering impact. He screams for the monster to bring its worst, determined to be the wall his team needs. A massive blow connects with his shield, sending vibrations through his entire body as he holds firm. The floor rumbles under the sheer weight of the strike, but Tae-soo refuses to budge an inch. Seola unleashes a surge of light's blessing, her magic washing over their tank to mend his wounds. Feeling the rush of power, Tae-soo grins and thanks her for the perfectly timed support. The minotaur snarls in frustration, realizing its prey isn't going down as easily as it expected. Our boy Si-hoon closes the distance with a burst of speed, aiming straight for the beast's throat. He focuses his chi, knowing this single strike needs to be perfect to end the struggle. With a flash of light, he executes a cloud dragon slash that tears through the minotaur. The massive bull crashes to the ground as Si-hoon lands, finally putting an end to the fight. Tae-soo and the others cheer for their ace, praising him for looking like a total hero. However, Seola and the team notice something off about the corpse, specifically those weird, pulsating veins. Si-hoon suddenly flinches, his instincts screaming that there is something far more sinister hidden inside the beast. He stares at a strange red glow within the monster, confirming it was indeed a fragment of the fissure. Meanwhile, the narrative shifts to the Hwarang Army headquarters, where the big players are making their moves. Kang-woo finally claims his legendary El Cuero blade from Hwaeon, a thunderous weapon perfectly suited for his conquest. Kang-woo admires the craftsmanship of his new blade, noting that even Hwaeon would keep it for herself. He wonders how legendary gear was forged so fast, but Hwaeon explains that materials are the real bottleneck. She admits they are pushing hard because Kang-woo and his team are doing more for safety than anyone. While sheathing his new toy, our boy plays it cool, claiming he's only in it for the extra energy. Suddenly, Hwaeon stops him, clearly having something else on her mind besides just handing over high-tier loot. She questions why they still speak so formally, despite being partners who have survived literal hell together. Yeonju watches, as Hwaeon suggests they drop the professional act and start treating each other like actual friends. Kang-woo agrees to the change, prompting a satisfied nod from Hwaeon as they solidify their growing bond. The mood shifts when they admit the investigation into the mysterious crystals has completely hit a dead end. Kang-woo grows suspicious, realizing the Demon Order wouldn't just leave one trace if they were planning something massive. The leader of the Demon Order is completely dumbfounded after hearing the news of their plan falling apart. He demands to know how a legendary beast like El Cuero could possibly be defeated so easily. His blood boils when his subordinates admit they haven't even recovered the precious infernal crystal yet. In a fit of pure rage, he smashes his surroundings, unable to process this massive failure. He tries to keep his cool while asking if their other monster assets are still under control. It makes no sense to him that a creature untouched for 5 years was suddenly wiped out now. The news only gets worse as his minions confirm their grand plan has been significantly delayed. With a sinister glow in his eyes, he considers using a dangerous alternate method to fix this mess. His loyal followers tremble in fear, warning him that the risks of such a move are far too high. Despite their desperate pleas, the Eminence is determined to see if this reckless gamble is their only choice. A subordinate warns that their reckless plan will definitely draw the attention of the world's top rankers. The Chaos Leader just scoffs, making it clear he couldn't care less about some trash-tier human heroes. His blood boils as he releases a wave of dark energy, demanding to know why he should ever feel fear. The entire room shakes under his pressure, leaving his followers screaming as they realize their boss is truly unhinged. One terrified minion begs for mercy, feeling the palpable intent to kill radiating from the masked monster before him. The Eminence clenches his fist, his power surging as he prepares to force his grand design forward, regardless of cost. He calms down just enough to ask if they have any of those precious infernal crystals left in stock. When they confirm, he orders them to find new monster vessels immediately to get their delayed schedule back on track. He warns the group that if another failure occurs, none of them will survive his absolute, crushing wrath. Finally, he shifts his focus to the player who took down El Cuero, hearing it was the Red Rose Guildmaster. The masked Eminence growls about how that Red Rose woman has been a massive nuisance lately. His gaze turns lethal as he decides she must pay, ordering his goons to ready the shadows. The trash-tier minions break a sweat, doubting if their secret forces can actually take down someone that powerful. But the boss just scoffs, clarifying that he isn't planning on making a move against the Guildmaster directly. He focuses his hate on a certain arrogant rookie instead, deciding that Kang-woo is the perfect target. While the cult plots to take him hostage, our boy is just cruising, looking way too cool. Over at the B-rank gate, Si-hoon and the squad finally finish their lucrative run under the setting sun. They're halfway through celebrating their fat loot when they notice someone waving at them from the distance. It's Kang-woo, looking sharp and acting like he didn't just spend his weekend dismantling a demonic conspiracy. The crew is hyped to see him, while he casually praises them for finally hitting the B-rank big leagues. Kang-woo catches the squad off guard, casually mentioning he brought a little surprise gift for them. While the others assume it's a romantic gesture for Seola, he hands the package directly to Si-hoon. Si-hoon is absolutely dumbfounded as he realizes he's holding the legendary El Cuero blade in his hands. The entire party freezes in shock, realizing they are looking at a literal legendary-grade weapon. Tae-soo is practically green with envy, while Sihun grips the hilt, his mind racing with pure disbelief. Feeling the immense pressure, the rookie tries to decline, claiming he isn't worthy of such a treasure. Kangwoo just smirks, telling him that he'll soon be strong enough to stand among the world's top rankers. The emotional weight of his mentor's trust hits hard, and the poor kid actually starts tearing up. The team erupts in cheers as Sihun finally accepts the blade, feeling like a true martial arts hero. When Sihun praises his kindness, even our boy feels a bit awkward maintaining his benevolent facade. Sihun admits he felt a weird reluctance at first, not knowing he's talking to the world's literal destroyer. Now he feels their souls are connected, unaware that Kangwoo's demonic contract is the real reason why. When the rookie reaches out, our boy starts sweating, wondering if his secret is finally about to leak. Instead, Sihun swears his eternal loyalty, leaving Seola absolutely stunned by the sudden bromance unfolding before her. Feeling the awkwardness, Kangwoo asks him to let go, but Sihun insists he has a special gift. He mentions finding something strange inside a monster, and Kangwoo's interest is immediately piqued by the mystery. Turns out it's a glowing red crystal, and Sihun hopes his mentor might recognize this trash-tier-looking loot. Our boy's eyes widen as he snatches it up, realizing this is the legendary fuel he's been craving. He's so ecstatic he decides he's never letting this golden goose go, his demonic grin barely staying hidden. Laughing like a maniac, he demands to know exactly where this precious infernal crystal came from. Sihun explains that during their usual gate hunt, something felt completely off compared to any of their previous raids. He describes a familiar shiver down his spine, mirroring the disturbing presence he felt when first meeting our boy. Following that instinct led him to a corrupted minotaur, a beast far more aggressive and powerful than normal monsters. Kangwoo starts piecing it together, wondering if this rookie has a hidden talent for sniffing out infernal energy. He tests the theory by asking about Echidna, but Sihun admits he didn't feel anything strange back then. Our boy realizes Sihun isn't just a demon radar, meaning there must be a deeper connection to the fissure itself. A memory of his power shattering the testing orb flashes back, and suddenly the final puzzle piece fits. He concludes Sihun is actually a guardian of the world, a system defense meant to reject anything from the fissure. Realizing he just found the ultimate tracking tool, Kangwoo places a firm, encouraging hand on his subordinate's shoulder. With a predatory grin, he decides to use Sihun to find every crystal those demon order bastards are hiding. Tae-soo and Eunbi are out cold, snoring away after a grueling day of dungeon crawling. Sihun remains vigilant, his grip tightening on his sword as he contemplates the path ahead. Walking through the city, Kangwoo informs Seola that he's taking the rookie to different gates tomorrow. He explains Shell need to handle the others for now, emphasizing that they must remain extra careful. Seola looks down in silence, clearly stung by the idea of being separated from him. She stops him on the stairs, her hesitation showing as she prepares to make a request. Looking up, she asks if the entire team can just join them on their next hunt. She believes they'd grow much faster and finally be strong enough to actually support him. Kangwoo looks back, his expression unreadable, as he prepares to drop some harsh reality on her. He reveals they're targeting A-rank gates, where the monsters make that minotaur look like trash-tier fodder. Kangwoo bluntly asks if she's truly prepared to not be a burden during a high-rank monster assault. He warns her that having extra people to protect is just a recipe for a total disaster. Before she can argue, a hand reaches out, catching her completely off guard as the tension spikes. Our boy's eyes glow with lethal intent, sensing that the trouble he mentioned is already here. A squad of trash-tier cultists from the Demon Order suddenly surrounds them, blocking their path. Kangwoo casually asks if they're the ones he's been hunting, while Seola readies her weapon. The masked idiots demand they surrender, promising a painless death if they just cooperate like victims. Instead of being intimidated, Kangwoo just flashes a demonic smirk, finding their arrogance absolutely hilarious. He tells the brainless goons to stop the posturing and get away from his car right now. The cultists lunge forward with their chains, mocking him for thinking he's safe under a guildmaster's wing. The cultists lash out with their chains, screaming about putting the two of them in their place. Kangwoo just calls them cringy before snatching Seola up and soaring over their heads with his demonic wings. He lands smoothly and tells her to stay back while he cleans up this trash-tier mess. Determined to help, Seola casts Light's Blessing, her eyes glowing with a desperate need to protect him. Our boy is genuinely shocked to see his infernal energy stat actually rise from a human's holy buff. He gives her a reassuring smirk, promising that getting hurt isn't even a possibility for him. The idiots from the Demon Order keep barking, swearing they'll rip him to pieces for trying to flee. Kangwoo effortlessly leaps through the air, his movements making their coordinated chain attacks look like a joke. With a lethal glint in his eyes, he mocks them for thinking he was actually running away. He casually snatches a flying chain right out of the air, ready to show them true terror. Kang Wu yanks the chain with enough force to nearly pull the cultists off their feet. He swings the stolen weapon around, turning their own gear into a lethal whirlwind of metal. Our boy's eyes lock onto his targets, calculating exactly how much effort this trash-tier mob deserves. The cultists desperately rattle their chains, trying to regain control as Kang Wu lands right in their midst. He notes their coordination is decent since they aren't tangling up, but it's still not enough. The Demon Order goons think they have him cornered, claiming that this is finally his end. Kang Wu just smirks, thinking these clowns are absolute jokes compared to the likes of Yeonju. He activates the Authority of Impact, slamming his hands together to release a devastating shockwave. The massive blast sends the entire squad flying, their formation shattered in a single, effortless move. Trembling with fear, the survivors realize their intel was garbage, and they've horribly underestimated his power. The ground suddenly freezes solid as the cultists realize they have nowhere left to run. Our boy locks them down with his authority of glaciation, ensuring no one escapes his icy grip. Seola peeks over the edge, worried that Kang Wu might lose himself to his demonic side again. He stands over the frozen trash, casually mentioning that it is finally time for a little conversation. Ripping off a mask, he exposes a trembling face that is clearly not ready for what is coming. The guy's eyes bulge in pure panic as he stares into the abyss of Kang Wu's cold gaze. To break him quickly, Kang Wu invokes the authority of terror, manifesting Orobas to crush his spirit. The cultist's jaw hangs loose, while his mind is flooded with visions of absolute, soul-shattering horror. He begins to drool and laugh hysterically, his sanity completely fracturing under the demonic weight. Kang Wu notes, with a smirk, that the guy is actually trying to resist the mental collapse. The trash-tier cultist's eyes glaze over as he begins chanting a final, fanatical tribute to his dark masters. He reveals a hidden explosive seal on his tongue, proving these guys are truly cut from a different cloth. A massive blast rocks the area, forcing Seola to dive for cover as the interrogation goes up in flames. She looks on in horror, terrified that our boy might have been caught in the center of that suicide blast. As the smoke clears, Kang Wu stands perfectly fine behind a glowing barrier, while Seola screams out his name. He brushes off the soot, realizing the true masterminds are playing hide-and-seek to drag this out even longer. With a demonic glint in his eyes, he decides it is finally time to drag them out by force. Deep within their lair, a lowly subordinate reports the total failure of their mission to the big boss. They are completely dumbfounded, assuming the Red Rose Guild leader must be the one who slaughtered their shadow units. The leader seethes behind his mask, lamenting the loss of his assets while severely underestimating the real monster involved. The subordinate reports they have already secured 30% of the fissure fragments for their dark ritual. The leader seems satisfied with the pace and dismisses his trash-tier minion without a second thought. He sits alone in his lair, confident there is absolutely no need to rush his grand design. Tossing his mask aside, he scoffs at the idea of anyone finding his precious infernal crystals anyway. This smug bastard believes time is on his side as he prepares to unveil his next move. With a predatory grin, he gloats about how every single piece of the puzzle is falling into place. Meanwhile, back at the blast site, Seola desperately screams for our boy through the thick smoke. Kang Wu clenches his fist, realizing these cowards plan to stay hidden in the shadows like rats. His eyes glow with a murderous red light as he vows to finally force them out. Seola finally reaches him, her face pale as she asks if he survived that massive explosion. Kang Wu holds up a hand, telling Seola to wait a moment while he handles an incoming call. He greets Si-hoon on the other end, briefly apologizing to the girl for prioritizing this urgent business. Our boy explains they need to hustle for those infernal crystals, scheduling a dawn meeting at the gate. Seola grips her staff tightly, feeling a mix of worry and resolve as the stakes continue to rise. Turning back to her, he asks if she finally understands why this path is so incredibly dangerous. He explains that the Demon Order is too unpredictable to keep her close while he is out hunting. Instead of being hurt, she smiles and calls him incredibly considerate for worrying about her feelings. She vows to become just as mature as him, so she can eventually repay everything he has done. With a radiant beam, she promises to become strong enough to blow him away in the near future. Kang Wu actually blushes, dumbfounded by her pure heart, and thinking she really is a total angel. Kang Wu tries to play it cool after blushing, suggesting they head home while Seola points the way. Fast forward 10 days, and our boy has been busy grinding through gates to power up. He has managed to loot a decent stack of infernal crystals, proving his hunt is finally paying off. After another successful run, he praises Si-hoon, who is clearly exhausted from keeping up with his pace. Si-hoon looks at him with total adoration, making Kang Wu wonder why his eyes are getting all weird again. When offered a ride, Si-hoon declines because he needs to visit his mother at the hospital today. Kang Wu heads off alone, enjoying the quiet hum of the engine as he reflects on his progress. The moment he steps inside, Echidna comes sprinting toward him, absolutely thrilled to have her master back. He reveals he brought some ice cream, which immediately captures the little dragon's full attention. While she enjoys her treat, he wonders why the demon order has gone completely silent lately. Kangwoo relaxes at home, hoping the trash-tier demon order isn't stirring up trouble somewhere else. Right on cue, his phone starts buzzing with an urgent call from Hwayeon. He picks up the device, thinking it's a classic case of speaking of the devil. Hwayeon reports that suspicious activity was just detected at an S-rank gate in Pohang. She looks serious, explaining that intel suggests the cult is preparing for a massive summoning. Yeonju and her Red Rose crew are already moving out to intercept the looming threat. When Hwayeon offers him a seat on a military chopper, he glances at his loyal familiar. She's dumbfounded when our boy casually declines the ride, insisting he'll handle the travel himself. He gives Echidna a playful pat, knowing her dragon form is the only helicopter he needs. With a demonic grin, he tells her he's got his own transport and doesn't need favors. Our boy finds a secluded spot, knowing they need some privacy before making their big move. Echidna is practically beaming, thrilled to finally have some quality one-on-one time with her master. He tells her it's time to shift into her dragon form, so they can reach Pohang in record time. In a blinding flash of light, she sheds her human skin and reveals her majestic draconic true self. The dragon cutely negotiates for a box of ice cream as a reward, which Kangwoo easily promises her. She lets out an excited roar that nearly gives them away, forcing him to tell her to pipe down. He hops onto her back, eager to get airborne before any nosy players or civilians spot a literal dragon. To stay off the radar, he activates his authority of transparency, cloaking them both in a veil of invisibility. When she asks about the weird sensation, he just tells her to focus on flying and ignore the magic. With their presence completely erased, they soar through the clouds, heading straight toward the brewing chaos in Pohang. Kangwoo ponders the true scale of the demon order while resting on his loyal familiar's back. Our boy realizes their influence might be deeper than he first thought, and it's starting to get annoying. He wonders which of the top players or guild leaders might have actually sold their souls for power. Echidna spots a quiet spot in the Pohang shipping yard and brings them down for a smooth landing. Once on the ground, he decides to let Hwayeon handle the local authorities while he does the dirty work. He tells his dragon to shift back into her human form so they don't draw too much attention. Suddenly, a heavy thwack echoes through the containers as someone gets sent flying through the air. Kangwoo flinches, his senses on high alert as he realizes they aren't as alone as he initially hoped. He scans the area and spots a hidden figure trying to sneak around using some trash-tier concealment skill. The mysterious player immediately panics, begging our boy not to turn him into a permanent stain on the pavement. The guy is absolutely dumbfounded by the massive dragon, especially since he's carrying a glowing red infernal crystal. Our boy steps forward, his presence alone enough to make the air feel heavy and suffocating for the intruder. Kangwoo recognizes him immediately, remembering this guy was hanging around that trash-tier Baek Kang-hyun in the past. Turns out this nervous wreck is Cha Min-hyuk, the guildmaster of Onnuri, who claims he followed a suspicious shadow. He stammers out a question, wondering if this is the powerhouse that Yeonju mentioned to him before. Kangwoo's gaze turns ice-cold as he shuts the man down, demanding to know who gave him permission to speak. The guildmaster tries to explain his fishy situation, but with a sharp shing, Kangwoo summons a wicked purple blade. With a demonic smirk, he reminds the man that he wasn't asking for an explanation, he was giving orders. Between the sharp blade and the massive dragon looming over him, the poor guy realizes he's in deep trouble. Kangwoo knows that having a crystal doesn't always mean someone is a cultist, but he still enjoys the pressure. Kangwoo finds it suspicious to see a guildmaster lurking around and decides to uncover his true motives. Min-hyuk realizes that words won't work and figures he has no choice but to fight his way out. He draws his twin red daggers, determined to force the mysterious powerhouse to finally listen to him. Our boy just stands there, looking unimpressed, letting the trash-tier guildmaster make the first move. Min-hyuk lunges forward with a desperate leap, but he's clearly underestimated who he's dealing with. Suddenly, Kangwoo activates his authority of speed, vanishing from sight before the man can even blink. He follows up with the authority of the blade, meeting the daggers with a bone-shattering clang. Min-hyuk grinds his teeth in frustration, feeling the overwhelming pressure of a strike he can barely block. After being knocked back, he manages a rough landing while Kangwoo watches him like a bored predator. He pants in pure terror, dumbfounded that anyone could possess such monstrous and crushing strength. Kangwoo realizes this guy is surprisingly weak, making him doubt if he's even part of the demon order. He wonders if the guildmaster really just followed them, because their shadows looked a bit too suspicious. Our boy decides to feel him out, mentioning that Yeonju and the Hwarang army are arriving soon. He demands to know why the man came to Pohang, offering to listen if the explanation is simple. Minhyuk grits his teeth, accusing Kang-woo of being the shady one for gaining power at an impossible rate. The tension snaps as the guildmaster prepares his next move, his blade clattering against the pavement. He tightly grips his red dagger, determined to prove that he isn't just some trash-tier pushover. Activating his Sonic Rush skill, he leaps forward in a desperate attempt to close the distance. He follows up with a spinning blade strike, pouring every ounce of his strength into the desperate assault. Kang-woo just smirks as the wind howls, completely unimpressed by a move he could dodge in his sleep. Our boy effortlessly slips behind Minhyuk, casually asking a question that sends shivers down the guildmaster's spine. With a demonic grin, he mocks the man's status, wondering if thieves usually fight fair in one-on-one duels. After the brief scuffle, Kang-woo checks his phone, realizing he still has a bit of time to kill. Yeonju and Hwaeyeon are still 10 minutes out, giving him just enough room to finish this interrogation properly. He decides to grab a drink, pressing the button as the warm liquid trickles into a paper cup. Turns out, our boy even swiped the guy's loose change to pay for the coffee he's now handing back. Kang-woo sips his drink, coldly warning the defeated guildmaster that his patience is rapidly running out. He demands to know the real reason for the man's presence in Pohang, while the atmosphere grows heavy. Minhyuk looks down in shame, his voice trembling as he begins to mention the Onuri Guild's secret activities. He claims they were actually investigating the Demon Order on their own, trying to play the hero card. Minhyuk explains that in their world, thieves are often relegated to just bandaging up the real fighters. He looks down, admitting that trash-tier players like him are usually considered the most useless party members. However, because they stay in the shadows, they hear rumors fast and have been tracking the Demon Order. The rest of his crew nods in agreement, proving they aren't just some random bunch of nobodies. Minhyuk explains they decided to go rogue and track the cult independently to prove their worth. They wanted to show the big guilds that thieves are capable of more than just basic first aid. He admits he followed our boy because he looked suspicious, fully expecting to be called a liar. Instead, Kang-woo just shrugs and says he actually believes the guy's pathetic story, leaving Minhyuk completely dumbfounded. As Kang-woo chugs his coffee, he wonders why the guildmaster is reacting like he just saw a miracle. He wishes the vigilante luck and heads out with Echidna, leaving the stunned thief behind in the dust. Minhyuk stands there completely frozen, unable to process that this monster of a man actually believed his story. As our boy starts to walk away, the thief calls out, desperate to understand who he really is. He realizes Kang-woo's power doesn't just match the top 5 guildmasters, it likely completely eclipses them. Minhyuk presses for a motive, wondering why someone this strong would bother helping the government hunt the cult. When Kang-woo claims they are basically cut from the same cloth, the thief is left totally bewildered. Our boy puts on a show, claiming his only real motivation is world peace and delicious kimchi stew. Minhyuk is completely sold on the act, deciding that despite the scary aura, Kang-woo is a true hero. In reality, Kang-woo found the guy annoying and is only focused on finding ways to farm infernal energy. He concludes the Thief Guild is too relaxed to be involved with the Order, crossing them off his list. Now, he turns his focus toward the other guildmasters, wondering which of those high rankers is hiding a secret. Kang-woo recalls Baek Kang-yoon and the Samurai Guildmaster, wondering if they are the trash-tier rats he is seeking. He remembers Baek's arrogant smirk, a clear sign that the man is hiding something truly disgusting. Deep in a hidden lair, a figure prepares to hide his face behind a familiar, blood-red mask. The Chaos Leader ignites a sinister orb, his gaze fixed on the dark power flowing through his hands. Inside the damp, echoing cavern, the stage is set for a ritual that will change everything. He stands before his fanatical followers, asking if they are truly prepared to serve their dark purpose. This ritual is just the first step in a grand scheme where failure simply isn't an option. He demands total success, even if it means piling up more sacrifices to reach their twisted goal. With the orders given, the Eminence turns away, leaving his minions to handle the bloody work. As he sheds his disguise, a dark mark on his neck hints at his true, corrupted identity. The Eminence pledges himself to the Demon Order while staring into the ominous red orb. He checks in with a subordinate, making sure every drop of sacrificial blood is exactly where it belongs. His gaze turns cold as he realizes the ritual's energy isn't quite reaching the level he needs. Pacing across the ritual circle, he knows that any mistake here would mean a total disaster. He reaches down to touch the fresh blood, feeling the dark power that is supposed to be fueling them. Clicking his tongue in annoyance, he realizes the current offerings are just trash tier and won't cut it. Without a second thought, he signals for one of his loyal followers to step forward immediately. The poor guy approaches his leader, completely dumbfounded and unaware of the fate waiting for him. Before he can even blink, the Eminence stabs him through the chest to harvest more fresh blood. As the body hits the floor, the leader reminds everyone that their lives are just fuel for the cause. The cultists stand there absolutely dumbfounded, unable to believe their leader is actually slaughtering their own brothers. He just laughs like a total psycho, claiming their incompetence is the reason he needs more blood. The sound of blades piercing flesh echoes through the cave as the massacre continues without mercy. Dozens of bodies now litter the ritual circle, serving as nothing more than fuel for the Dark Order. Grinning like a madman, the leader decides that this mountain of corpses should finally be enough. He slams his blood-soaked hands onto the ground to trigger the unholy energy within the array. Unholy power surges through his veins as he chants the incantation to complete the demonic ritual. Back at the gate, Yeonju looks serious as she senses the shift in the atmosphere. Our boy Kangwoo casually waves at the girls, asking if it's finally time to enter the S-rank gate. Hwayeon looks grim as she explains that the situation inside the gate has taken a turn for the worse. Hwayeon warns that the demon order is lurking within these countless, eerie caves. Just then, the sound of footsteps approaches as another high-ranker joins the group. Gu Hyunmo rushes over with a grin. Acting far too casual for such a dangerous mission, he reports that a massive explosion just rocked the gate, stalling their investigation completely. Suddenly, Echidna tugs on Kangwoo's coat, her draconic senses picking up a foul stench. She looks genuinely terrified, sensing that something far worse than a normal monster is waiting. Our boy narrows his eyes, realizing the entire atmosphere is now thick with the scent of blood. Meanwhile, the ritual leader celebrates his success as the sacrificial array erupts in a blinding flash. The air crackles with unholy energy as the barrier between worlds begins to shatter. The crazed fanatic begs for the demonic power to manifest, eager to witness the coming slaughter. The ritual succeeds as a massive demon named Oriax manifests from the seventh ring of hell. The beast glares at his surroundings, demanding to know which trash-tier mortal dared to summon him. A fanatical ritual leader bows low, treating the winged monster like a god among men. The bald cultist springs up with a crazed grin, confirming he is the one who called for aid. Oriax is not impressed and coldly demands to know the reason behind this reckless summoning. The fanatic admits he craves nothing but the blood and slaughter of every insignificant mortal on Earth. He begs for the demon's infinite power, hoping to finally break free from his pathetic human limitations. While the demon laughs at his greed, a nearby cultist nervously reports into a radio as things escalate. Outside, Gu Hyunmo is dumbfounded when a frantic voice over the comms warns him of something suspicious nearby. Our boy stands ready with the team as Gu Hyunmo tries to get a clear report from the caves. Kangwoo realizes they are wasting precious time and decides it is finally time to start moving. As the group approaches the portal, our boy notes that the cultists aren't even trying to hide the gore. Deep inside the S-rank gate, a squad of hunters stands trembling as the air itself begins to sour. Their worst nightmare manifests when a winged terror crashes from the sky, shattering the ground beneath them. Oriax gives the terrified humans a predatory glance, clearly unimpressed by the trash-tier prey before him. The demon lands with a heavy thud, readying his blade while the hunters realize they are completely outmatched. With a wicked flash in his eyes, the monster gleefully thinks about the bloody sacrifices he is about to make. He lets out a bone-chilling roar, mocking their desperate hope that backup will arrive before they are slaughtered. The hunters launch a desperate barrage of magic, but their puny attacks barely tickle the demonic beast. Oriax just laughs at their futile resistance, finding their pathetic fighting spirit to be quite the entertaining snack. Oriax begins a ruthless massacre, tearing through the trash-tier hunters as if they were nothing more than paper. Gu Hyunmo and the others watch in absolute horror as their allies are turned into red mist before them. The cult leader cackles with glee, realizing the dimensional barrier is finally weak enough to summon true terrors. One of the fanatics swings his bloody scythe, hungry for even more sacrifices to fuel their dark cause. The demon snarls at the survivors, making it clear he views them as nothing but lowly and annoying pests. Even the veteran tanks begin to falter, their shields feeling like cardboard against such overwhelming demonic pressure. One hunter realizes too late that they are way out of their league as the monster closes in. Refusing to stand by, Gu Hyunmo dashes forward to engage the beast before his entire squad gets wiped out. Oriax just scoffs at the attempt, swinging his massive blade down to crush the pathetic little whelp. Gu Hyunmo barely manages to block the strike, but the sheer force nearly sends him to his knees. Gu Hyunmo gets sent flying, realizing this demon is on a completely different level of power. A teammate activates a support skill, recognizing the Lieutenant General's signature style even in a pinch. Our boy is left floating in mid-air, looking totally dumbfounded after being tossed like a ragdoll. He manages to land and tries to play it cool, though the sweat on his face tells another story. He rallies the nearby hunters, telling them to stay strong and show this monster what they're really made of. Cha Yeonju clicks her tongue, wishing her elite guild was here to help handle this trash-tier situation. The heavy hitters finally group up, wondering if this beast is even tougher than the legendary El Cuero. The cult leader begs his master to slaughter the mortals, desperate to see a display of demonic supremacy. Auriax slowly turns his gaze toward them, more than happy to oblige with a little bit of carnage. Gu Hyunmo clenches his jaw, knowing that one wrong move here means a one-way ticket to the afterlife. Auriax stomps forward, mocking the hunters and demanding a human who can actually provide a real challenge. Suddenly, the massive demon stops in his tracks, feeling an aura that definitely shouldn't be in this place. Our boy just stands there awkwardly, clearing his throat while hoping nobody notices his massive internal panic. Auriax is completely dumbfounded, his brain short-circuiting as he tries to process the pressure radiating from the human. Turns out this beast hails from the seventh ring of hell, a realm where strength is the only law. Kangwoo is sweating bullets, cursing his luck that a high-ranking demon showed up to ruin his peaceful life. He knows that if he doesn't handle this perfectly, his secret identity is going to be blown wide open, because far below the seventh ring lies the ninth ring, a literal furnace of eternal suffering and power. Deep within that abyss stands the infernal castle, home to the conqueror who crushed all 7 Grand Dukes. That absolute monster is the Demon King, the true ruler of hell, and the man currently playing human. Kangwoo is sweating buckets, desperately trying to play off the awkward tension with a nervous head scratch. Meanwhile, Auriax is having a total meltdown, his brain short-circuiting as he realizes who is standing before him. The demon is absolutely terrified, screaming internally about why the ruler of the ninth hell is on Earth. Our boy tries to act like a weakling, but Auriax is practically drowning in his own fear-induced sweat. Kangwoo clicks his tongue, annoyed that out of all the trash-tier demons, he got one that recognizes him. The mighty beast begins to quiver like a leaf, leaving the ritual leader completely baffled by his master's cowardice. Auriax snaps his head back, his predatory instincts replaced by a desperate need to escape this nightmare. He bellows at the human to unsummon him right now, wanting no part of this suicidal confrontation. Grabbing the cultist, the demon begs to be sent back to hell, rather than face that absolute monster. The ritual leader is dumbfounded, explaining he can't unsummon him, while wondering what kind of monster Kangwoo is. The ritual leader calls our boy and his crew puny mortals, completely unaware of the death sentence he's signing. Auriax is practically vibrating with terror, wondering how his summoner could be so blind to the monster before them. Kangwoo just scratches his head, realizing this trash-tier demon is actually smart enough to be scared of him. The demon bellows that the cultist is a fool for not recognizing the absolute terror standing in their presence. Behind them, the players are left dumbfounded, whispering about why the hell the demon is attacking its own master. Seeing the chaos, our boy decides it's time to step in and keep his weakling act going. Hwayeon prepares to strike, but Kangwoo stops her, insisting that he should be the one to handle this. He tells her it's all just a simple misunderstanding and plans to exploit the demon's fear for his benefit. Auriax is so desperate to leave that he's ready to crush his own master just to end the contract. Finally, Kangwoo stands before the massive beast, casually asking if he's the one they call Auriax. Kangwoo locks eyes with the beast and telepathically orders him to speak only to him from now on. The massive demon flinches, realizing he is face-to-face with the true king of the underworld. Auriax immediately buckles, stuttering out his name while wondering what his former ruler is doing on Earth. Our boy just smirks, thinking it is way easier to manipulate this trash-tier demon while he is shaking. He drops a cold gaze, warning the beast that his presence is currently messing with his secret plans. Terrified of making a mistake, the demon trembles and asks what those grand plans might actually be. Kangwoo glares back, internally calling the demon an idiot since he is just talking out of his ass. Auriax starts bowing like his life depends on it, begging for forgiveness for his pathetic curiosity. Seeing the demon is fully broken, Kangwoo offers him a single chance to make amends for the trouble. He flashes a demonic grin, promising to officially accept the beast as a subject if he obeys perfectly. Auriax is absolutely floored, realizing that becoming a direct subject of the legendary ruler is the ultimate demonic promotion. He recalls how even elite monsters like Palos gained massive prestige just by serving under the king's shadow. The beast salivates at the thought of being granted a fragment of that terrifyingly vast infernal power. Without hesitation, the massive demon drops to one knee, declaring that his life now belongs to his master. Our boy points toward his allies, commanding the beast to test its strength by fighting the humans nearby. The gullible demon immediately kicks his weapon aside, while Kangwoo internally laughs at how easy he is to manipulate. Yeonju and Hwayeon are completely dumbfounded, unable to process why this high-tier monster is suddenly acting so submissive. Realizing the demon has lowered its guard, Hwayeon decides they have to seize this perfect chance to strike. She activates her westerly wind skill, descending like a gale-force storm to deliver a finishing blow. With her blade ready, she focuses all her energy into one strike, to wipe out the trash-tier beast. Huayan lands and immediately charges as the massive demon stomps the ground, determined to finish him. She leaps high into the air, aiming for a vital spot while the monster remains wide open. With a fierce cry, she swings her blade with enough force to shatter any ordinary defense. Her sword bites deep into the demon's flesh, proving this trash-tier monster isn't as invincible as he looks. The beast's eyes glow with a murderous light, as he realizes these humans are actually a threat. Auriax roars in fury, calling them insignificant pests as he lashes out to defend his pride. Yeonju just scoffs and asks who he's calling a pest while readying her next move. She unleashes her bloodthirst chains, sending the glowing red links flying toward the demon's throat. With a powerful swing, she exerts her full authority as a top-tier ranker to dominate the battlefield. The chains wrap tightly around the beast's neck, rattling as they constrict his movement and seal his fate. Auriax screams in pure agony as the red chains tighten, finally realizing he might have underestimated these humans. He grits his teeth in frustration, admitting that even with a weapon, this girl is a serious problem. With a sudden burst of demonic energy, he shatters the chains, leaving Yeonju completely dumbfounded by his strength. Seeing their chance, Huayan and Hyunmo charge forward to finish what the chains started with a coordinated strike. Their blades cut through the air and the demon's flesh, leaving him leaking blood and roaring in pain. Auriax collapses to his knees, cursing his lack of a scythe and wondering if this is a trial. Suddenly, a familiar silhouette appears through the mist, holding the very weapon the trash-tier demon is missing. Auriax looks back in relief and calls out to his king, believing his salvation has finally arrived. He assumes our boy is about to buff his weapon and help him wipe out these pesky humans. Instead, Kangwoo ruthlessly drives the blade straight through the demon's heart, proving he is just a sacrificial pawn. Auriax is left coughing up blood, unable to comprehend why his own king would turn on him. Our boy doesn't hesitate for a second, finishing the job with cold, calculated precision. As the demon is split apart, Kangwoo tells him not to take the betrayal too personally. He flashes a wicked smirk, noting that the trash-tier demon was simply too gullible for his own good. While system alerts flood in, a mysterious masked fanatic watches the scene unfold through a glowing ritual orb. Despite the kill, Kangwoo feels underwhelmed that a 7th ring demon barely helped him reach level 59. Yeonju and Huayan rush over, completely baffled by the sudden and brutal end of the boss. Our boy just shrugs it off, deciding that letting such a prime meal go to waste is a sin. He activates the authority of gluttony, letting the dark void swallow what's left of the demon's essence. Yeonju watches in total shock as his infernal energy ticks up from the grotesque feast. Kangwoo clicks his tongue, feeling cheated that such a massive feast only bumped his stats by 3 points. However, our boy notices something far more important happening deep within his soul as he focuses. His 6th awakening has finally weakened the seal on Pandemonium, causing his magic quality to skyrocket. While he enjoys the power-up, Yeonju is left dumbfounded, wondering why the demon's corpse just vanished. Hyunmo drags over a captured cultist, asking Huayan if this pathetic loser was the one wearing the mask. Huayan shakes her head, confirming that this trash-tier fanatic is just a subordinate to the real mastermind. Hyunmo sighs, clearly annoyed by how difficult it is to actually catch these slippery cult members alive. He delivers a sharp strike to the prisoner, expressing his deep desire to erase these lunatics from existence. When the fanatic refuses to talk, Hyunmo reminds him that their local interrogation won't have any oversight. With a menacing look, he suggests that if his mouth won't talk, he'll find other ways to satisfy himself. Huayan approaches the lieutenant to discuss the most efficient way to transport their new prisoner. Hyunmo lists off their transport options, while the captive cultist wallows in his own bitter hatred. The trash-tier fanatic blames the summoned demon's sudden incompetence for his current pathetic state of capture. Without warning, the prisoner begins to gag, as a dark, volatile power starts overflowing from within. Our boy watches the cultist twitch with a familiar purple aura, sensing the immediate danger. Kangwoo yells for them to clear out, realizing the interrogation is over before it even started. Hyunmo is left dumbfounded by the sudden warning, completely caught off guard by the prisoner's transformation. The fanatic's body is being flooded with excessive infernal energy, turning him into a literal monster. His bones snap and flesh warps as he loses his humanity, becoming a mindless beast of hell. Yeonju readies her chains to handle the threat, while Kangwoo prepares to put this creature down. Yeonju clenches her fist, summoning her bloodthirst chains to put an end to this trash-tier transformation. She commands her chains to restrain the monster before it can cause any more chaos in the area. The cultist screams in agony as the glowing red restraints wrap tightly around his warped, demonic body. With a fierce shout, Yeonju puts all her strength into a final, crushing blow to finish him off. A massive explosion rocks the battlefield as she obliterates the mindless beast in a single, violent burst. Once the smoke clears, nothing remains of the fanatic, except for his tattered, blood-stained ritual robes. Frustrated, Yeonju stares at the dust, cursing their luck for losing their only lead to the demon order. She wonders how they will ever catch the leader if every pawn just self-destructs like this. Drooping her head, she admits her anger got the best of her during the interrogation. She flinches when Kangwoo stares, defensively asking what it matters since the guy was already a lost cause. Our boy Kangwoo plays the nice guy, telling Yeonju she did great and they will find another lead soon. Yeonju just scoffs at his ego, while Kangwoo decides it is finally time to check his status window. He reaches out to tap the screen, eager to see what rewards he earned from the recent chaos. Kangwoo is left speechless when he sees a new, high-tier evolution path appearing on his interface. It turns out he is one step closer to becoming a demon god, but the final condition remains incomplete. Meanwhile, the trash-tier fanatics bow to their leader, praising him for the successful summoning of the demon. They report that the Order is sending more resources now that their dark ritual has finally worked. The leader is not impressed, though, tilting his head as he expresses his deep dissatisfaction with the outcome. He is honestly dumbfounded that their powerful summoned beast was taken down so easily by the players. To ensure the main plan stays on track, they prepare to use more infernal crystals to enhance themselves. Baek Kunghyun sits on his throne, wondering why their powerful demon was squashed like a bug so easily. He narrows his eyes, suspecting that the mysterious bastard who interfered at the very end is the real culprit. Even though our boy looks like a total monster here, the leader still hasn't realized his true identity. He dismisses the threat entirely, convinced that Kangwoo is just some clueless kid who got lucky during the fight. A trash-tier fanatic approaches the throne, trembling as he prepares to deliver even more bad news to his master. The subordinate mentions that world rankers like Fujimoto Ryoma are now moving alongside the Japanese government. Hearing this, Baek Kunghyun stands up, his dark aura making the surrounding cultists wish they were anywhere else. He slams his fist down in a burst of energy, absolutely livid that their plans are falling apart. The leader screams in fury, demanding to know why they are acting like these failures are someone else's problem. The terrified fanatics can only stutter excuses, while their boss rages about the lost crystal and their fallen demon. Baek Kunghyun lets out a heavy sigh, deciding to scrap their current plans for a far more aggressive approach. As he steps down, his subordinate is dumbfounded, realizing this new strategy will turn the entire world against them. The leader doesn't take kindly to being questioned, instantly snatching the trash-tier fanatic by the throat to silence him. With a terrifying glow in his eye, he makes it clear that he's fully aware of the potential consequences. He orders the trembling cultist to prepare their secret weapon at Isu Station, ending the talk with a crack. A few days later, the unsuspecting crowds at Isu Station go about their business, totally unaware of the storm. One random passerby stops as a strange VWWM sound begins to vibrate through the air, catching him off guard. He flinches when a dark, ominous shadow starts stretching across the pavement, sensing that something is horribly wrong. Before anyone can even scream, a massive gate looms through reality, bringing the nightmare directly into the city center. Kangwoo finally gets a moment of peace at home, thinking the world has finally decided to chill out. Our boy can't even enjoy the silence before Echidna starts using his legs as her personal playground. Later, he hits the road with Sihoon, complaining about the daily grind of collecting those trash-tier infernal crystals. Just as they discuss the demon order's silence, a call from Yeonju starts buzzing on the dashboard. The mood shifts instantly when Sihoon spots a system window, flickering to life, with an ominous glow. Kangwoo snaps into high alert, realizing his peaceful morning was just the calm before a massive storm. They both stare at the red warning, dumbfounded by the sudden shift in the world's mana. He floors the accelerator, demanding to know exactly what kind of mess the system is reporting this time. Yeonju appears on the screen looking absolutely livid, screaming about why he didn't pick up her call sooner. The nightmare is real as a massive gate tears through Isu Station, turning the city center into a war zone. The city turns into a literal hellscape as high-rank demons start tearing through the terrified crowds. Buildings go up in flames, proving that this isn't just a minor breach, but a full-blown massacre. Innocent people are snatched up like snacks, realizing too late that their lives are now forfeit. A mother desperately clutches her daughter's hand, praying they can outrun the nightmare closing in behind them. Just when they think they might make it, the girl's foot catches on a stray piece of rubble. She hits the pavement hard, and her mother's heart stops as the distance to death vanishes. A massive demonic foot crashes down, signaling that the predators have finally cornered their helpless prey. Staring up at the monster, the woman realizes there's no escape and prepares for the end. She shields her child with her own body, but a sudden blue flash cuts through the despair. Our boy Sihoon arrives just in time, his blade singing as he carves through the trash-tier monsters. Sehun leaps into the fray, telling the survivors to stay back while he handles the trash-tier monsters. Hess stunned that a fissure opened here, realizing the infernal energy is mutating innocent people into demonic beasts. His blade sings as he carves through the horde, refusing to let the nightmare spread any further. The civilians are dumbfounded with relief, cheering for the hero who arrived just when hope seemed lost. But the monsters keep coming, their massive forms looming over him as the station turns into a slaughterhouse. He starts to pant, the heavy weight of knowing these creatures were once human beginning to take its toll. Doubt flickers in his eyes as he struggles with the morality of cutting down what used to be people. Then he recalls Kangwoo's cold lesson about how infernal energy turns the living into nothing more than walking corpses. Since there is no way to turn them back, he's told to treat them like mindless zombies. Gritting his teeth, Sehun pushes past his hesitation, realizing that mercy now would only lead to more deaths. Sehun leaps into the fray, his blade carving through the trash-tier monsters with desperate, lethal precision. Suddenly, a system notification pops up, tasking our boy with a massive quest to clear the entire station. He counts nearly 3,000 beasts, each one a grim reminder of the lives lost in this tragedy. The realization that thousands of innocent people were turned into these things hits him like a physical blow, but he shakes it off, knowing that hesitating for even a second means more people will surely die. With a heavy thud, another monster falls, its dark blood staining the cold and gritty station floor. He notes that while they look terrifying, their actual strength is only on par with low-level orcs. Clenching his jaw, he decides to stop holding back and end this nightmare as fast as possible. Blue energy begins to swirl around his feet as he prepares to unleash his true, overwhelming speed. Activating his Cloud Dragon step, he becomes a blur of motion, ready to wipe out the entire horde. Blue light flashes as our boy carves through the trash-tier demons like a hot knife through butter. Sehun lands with a heavy boom, his movements becoming a blur of pure, refined swordsmanship. He glances around with cold intensity, his mind racing to find a way to save every civilian. Even as he slaughters the horde, he realizes his current speed just isn't enough to stop the massacre. Despite reaching transcendence and unlocking new traits, he feels the crushing weight of failure creeping in. The sky literally cracks open as even more monsters pour out, making the situation look completely hopeless. Suddenly, Taesu's familiar voice booms across the battlefield, calling out to him through the chaos. Sehun turns around, completely dumbfounded, to see his friend standing in the middle of this hellscape. Turns out the whole squad has arrived, looking like they are all cut from the same heroic cloth. Hess shocked they made it so quickly, but their confident smiles prove he isn't alone anymore. Echidna happily mentions she gave the squad a lift, her innocent demeanor clashing with the surrounding war zone. Sehun regroups with Yeonju, but the reunion is cut short by the grim reality of the slaughter. Yeonju demands to know where Kangwoo is, her eyes wide with panic as the death toll rises. Sehun just looks down in shame, unable to face her after letting their leader go alone. He explains that Kangwoo jumped into the fissure, while a mysterious figure stands amidst the fresh corpses. The tanned man turns around, looking completely out of place in his casual summer attire. Kangwoo walks toward him with a heavy gaze, sensing that this man isn't just some random civilian. The stranger gestures to the fallen players, casually remarking on the absolute bloodbath covering the asphalt. Our boy's eyes glow with a lethal intensity as he tries to gauge the stranger's true intentions. The man just gives a relaxed smile, claiming he's genuinely happy to have run into Kangwoo today. Baek Kang-hyun tries to play it cool, suggesting they team up to clear out the trash-tier monsters nearby. Our boy isn't buying the act for a second and launches a sudden, heavy strike that rings out. The stranger doesn't even flinch, simply asking when Kangwoo realized he wasn't just some random bystander. Knowing he needs to handle this snake alone, Kangwoo tells Sehun to go focus on the other threats. Sehun trusts his mentor implicitly, turning to head back into the fray without a moment's hesitation. As his protege dashes off, Kangwoo remains focused on the mysterious man standing amidst the carnage. He knows something is off, his mind racing to piece together the Demon Order's true endgame here. Leaping onto a nearby pole, he scans the blood-soaked streets where monsters are still prowling for victims. Hess certain the cultists who started this mess are still lurking nearby, waiting to strike again. With so many dead, he realizes they're likely harvesting the massive amount of infernal energy saturating the air. Kangwoo activates his authority of sight, desperate to track down the rat responsible for this carnage. He scans the surrounding ruins from his perch, but the target remains hidden from his initial search. Suddenly, our boy feels a sharp jolt as his heightened senses pick up a familiar presence nearby. He spots Cha Min-hyuk from the Onuri Guild absolutely shredding through trash-tier demons with ease. It's suspicious how fast he arrived on the scene despite never receiving any official intel about the attack. Kang Woo gives him credit for his speed, but he knows something about this guy just doesn't sit right. Deciding to see where this leads, he prepares to move while keeping his presence completely erased. Minhyuk starts sprinting with clear intent, looking like a man who knows exactly where the source is. Following the signal from a tracker he secretly planted, Kang Woo watches the guy navigate the blood-soaked streets. Minhyuk eventually crouches near a distorted gate, confirming he's definitely heading toward the heart of the disaster. Minhyuk freezes as he witnesses something that completely shatters his expectations of a simple investigation. Turns out, Baek Kang-hyun is casually executing people using the exact same infernal energy ravaging the city. The body hits the floor with a heavy thud, leaving no doubt about the lethality of his power. Minhyuk grits his teeth in rage, finally confirming that this man is the true mastermind behind the chaos. The atmosphere grows heavy as Kang-hyun looms over the area, his dark presence suffocating everything nearby. He smirks and admits he knew Minhyuk was playing the buddy-buddy act while following him all along. Minhyuk flinches, realizing he was never the hunter in this scenario, but merely the prey being toyed with. Before he can even react, Kang-hyun lunges forward and snatches him by the throat like a helpless doll. He trembles in a state of pure terror, unable to comprehend how his target moved so incredibly fast. Kang-hyun just laughs it off, claiming that selling your soul to evil comes with some pretty insane perks. Kang-hyun looks down with pure disdain, mocking the boy for trying to play the hero without any real power. He hoists the struggling hunter up by the throat, completely unimpressed by his pathetic and desperate attempts to resist. Even while gasping for air, Minhyuk manages a bloody smirk, bringing up the villain's humiliating loss to Fujimoto Ryoma. The mention of his past failure strikes a nerve, turning the killer's smug expression into one of cold fury. With a sickening crunch, he ends the conversation permanently, proving that trash-tier provocations come with a very steep price. The body hits the pavement like a sack of bricks, leaving the killer feeling slightly annoyed by the silence. He stares at the corpse, regretting that he didn't spend more time draining every last drop of infernal energy. Suddenly, a dark rift tears open as our boy finally makes his entrance, stepping onto the scene with intent. Kang Woo walks forward with glowing red eyes, his heavy steps signaling that the real monster has arrived to play. Their powers collide in a massive burst of energy, marking the start of a fight between two deadly predators. Baek Kang-hyun wonders exactly how long our boy has known about his secret identity as a demon worshipper. Kang Woo just flips him off, telling the trash-tier villain that talking is a total waste of his breath. The killer just smirks, his face twitching with the dark excitement of finally finding a worthy meal. He unleashes a torrent of purple energy, promising to end this little reunion in no time flat. Not to be outdone, Kang Woo activates his authority of iron, letting cold blue flames coat his entire frame. Their eyes lock as the air grows heavy, both predators waiting for the perfect split second to strike. They both leap into the sky, turning the city skyline into their own personal, high-stakes battleground. Kang Woo calls upon the Leviathan, combining it with his glaciation powers for a frost-shattering, lethal blow. Baek Kang-hyun grunts in pain, his demonic claws barely holding back the sheer weight of the freezing strike. Our boy brings down the hammer with a massive energy blade, intent on cutting this guy down permanently. Baek Kang-hyun starts to tremble, finally realizing that our boy is playing in a completely different league than him. Kang Woo isn't interested in a fair fight, and immediately unsheathes the lethal power of his authority of the blade. Sparks fly as the killer barely manages to block a flurry of strikes that threaten to turn him into mincemeat. The resulting shockwave triggers a massive explosion, leaving Tae-soo and the other players stunned by the terrifying display. Driven into a corner, the psycho decides to play dirty and hoists a massive truck above his head. He hurls the heavy machinery with a desperate roar, hoping the sheer weight will crush his relentless opponent. Kang Woo doesn't even flinch, standing perfectly still as the massive projectile hurtles toward him through the air. His eyes glow with a cold, murderous intent, proving that he's already calculated exactly how this ends. With one swift movement, he slices the entire truck into scrap metal, as if it were nothing but trash-tier fodder. Realizing his ultimate move failed, Baek Kang-hyun leaps away in a panic, desperate to put distance between them. Kang Woo mumbles that the killer's tactics are just too primitive for someone of his caliber. He activates the authority of fortitude to brace for the impact of the next desperate strike. Our boy counters with the authority of the palm, sending a shockwave directly at the airborne psycho. Baek Kang-hyun screams as he unleashes his skybreaker, trying to overwhelm the monster in front of him. The collision of their powers triggers a massive boom that rocks the entire city block. The killer skids across the pavement, grunting in pain as he struggles to maintain his footing. Panting heavily, he suddenly laughs and claims he finally understands the truth behind everything. As Kang Woo steps through the smoke, the killer realizes our boy has been the shadow pulling the strings. He grins like a madman, noting that the Red Rose Guildmaster hasn't actually been their biggest problem. His eyes narrow with a chilling realization that the real mastermind has been standing right here. Baek Kung-hyun stares at our boy in disbelief, finally questioning the true identity of the monster standing before him. Embers and thick smoke drift through the ruined city streets as the heavy silence of the battlefield settles in. Kang-woo calmly closes the distance, his steady footsteps echoing against the cold, cracked pavement of the war zone. Our boy plays dumb for a moment, casually asking what the psycho is even trying to imply. Baek Kung-hyun explains that it wasn't the Red Rose Guildmaster blocking their path all along, but Kang-woo himself. He admits Cha Yeonju is a top-tier player, but realizes she was never the one truly pulling the strings. The killer smirks as he connects the dots, noting how impossible it was for a human to stop them. He demands to know who our boy really is, sensing an abyss far deeper than any normal hunter. Instead of giving a straight answer, Kang-woo just flashes a chilling, jagged grin that would terrify a demon. Our boy drops the act entirely, his eyes glowing with the pure, unadulterated malice of the ninth hell. Kang-woo scoffs at the trash-tier villain, making it clear he isn't even worth the effort of a conversation. Baek Kang-hyun just smirks and manifests his red demonic claws, eager to prove he is cut from different cloth. Our boy doesn't waste a second, lunging forward while asking if the fool really expected him to wait around. Their initial collision triggers a massive explosion that rips through the street and sends debris flying everywhere. The two monsters trade high-speed blows, their weapons clashing in a shower of sparks and infernal energy. The shockwaves are so intense that a nearby car is tossed aside like a toy in a hurricane. Kang-woo remains perfectly composed, his eyes locked on his prey as he prepares to deliver a finishing blow. A sudden, jagged slash carves deep into Baek Kung-hyun's chest, leaving the arrogant cultist gasping in sudden pain. As his heart thumps with primal fear, the villain realizes he is facing something far more terrifying than himself. The psycho starts laughing through the pain, claiming Kang-woo will make the perfect test subject for his true power. Baek Kung-hyun raises his demonic claws, desperately calling for his trump card to finally manifest and save him. He reveals a glowing fragment of the fissure, claiming he has collected more than enough to turn the tides. With a sharp crack, the red shard shatters into pieces, releasing a concentrated burst of pure infernal energy. The cultist laughs like a total psycho, while a massive, dark shadow begins to loom over the entire battlefield. Our boy immediately notices the shift in the atmosphere, realizing the very structure of the fissure is warping. Thick clouds of purple malice waft through the air, signaling that something truly trash-tier is about to happen. Grotesque demons begin to crawl out from the darkness, their hunger for destruction practically radiating off of them. Baek Kung-hyun stands at the center of the chaos, reveling in the dark power seeping into the world. Kang-woo flinches as he realizes the fool is actually trying to absorb all that raw, unstable, infernal energy. The villain screams for the power to consume him, his body cracking under the pressure of the transformation. Massive wings and a jagged tail sprout from the villain as the transformation reaches its peak. His skin cracks and hardens into a demonic hide, shedding every last bit of his human weakness. Our boy watches in disbelief, realizing this trash-tier cultist actually pulled off a full-body manifestation. A towering red demon now stands where the man once was, radiating a suffocating pressure across the field. Kang-woo wonders if the fool just summoned a soul, or if he's being completely consumed by the entity. A sudden shockwave shatters the nearby structures as the demon's power continues to overflow uncontrollably. The monster looms over our hero, its presence far more dangerous than any opponent he's faced on Earth. Baek Kung-hyun flexes his new claws, clearly satisfied with the raw, destructive power coursing through his veins. He raises his massive arms, signaling that the real slaughter is finally about to begin. With a wicked grin, the demon challenges Kang-woo to see if he can survive another round. Kang-woo grits his teeth, annoyed that this trash-tier cultist actually managed to pull off such a desperate, crazy plan. The transformed Baek Kung-hyun doesn't waste a second, stomping down with enough force to shatter the entire street. The beast lets out a primal roar, completely lost to the demonic influence as it lunges forward for blood. Our boy effortlessly weaves through the chaos, his bident ready as he calculates the fastest way to end this. He stands tall amidst the dust, realizing that playing around with this fake demon is just a waste of time. Activating the authority of the heavens, Kang-woo launches himself into the air, completely turning the tables on his opponent. Massive purple wings erupt from his back, leaving the cultist dumbfounded as he realizes who the real predator is. Kang-woo coldly decides that he's going to wrap this entire mess up in less than a single minute. He triggers Kraken's Rage, a blinding flash of energy signaling the beginning of the end for the red monster. With the authority of fortitude, he delivers a soul-crushing blow that reminds the cultist why he's the true king. The transformed cultist snarls with primal rage, his mind completely consumed by the demonic power he cannot control. Kangwoo isn't impressed at all, casually noting that the beast's previous attack didn't even leave a single scratch. A massive shockwave rocks the city as their powers collide, turning the street into a literal war zone. Our boy doesn't give him a second to breathe, swinging his weapon with enough force to shatter bone. He slams his bident down with a heavy thud, intending to bury this trash-tier demon into the pavement. Despite the impact, Baek Kang-hyun just lets out a deranged laugh, thinking he is still the one in charge. He cackles like a maniac, blinded by his own ego and the temporary high of his demonic transformation. Kangwoo suddenly catches the beast's arm mid-swing, deciding it is finally time to pull the plug on this show. Using the authority of gluttony, he starts draining the life force right out of the cultist's pathetic body. Baek Kang-hyun is completely dumbfounded as he feels his infernal energy vanish, leaving him totally vulnerable and weak. Baek Kang-hyun laughs like a total psycho, convinced he finally has our boy right where he wants him. He sneers that the puny human has no clue what real demonic power actually looks like. Suddenly, he activates the authority of sealing, catching Kangwoo completely off guard as the air grows heavy. Our boy realizes something is wrong, his eyes widening as he senses a massive shift in the atmosphere. His demonic wings flicker and vanish as the trash-tier cultist brags about locking away all his player abilities. Kangwoo grits his teeth in pain, realizing that even his precious infernal energy has been completely cut off. The transformed beast grabs him by the arm, gloating that there is no escape from his demonic gauntlet. With a violent swing, he tosses Kangwoo through the air like he is nothing more than a ragdoll. He bounces off the pavement and crashes into the dirt, the impact leaving him battered and broken. Trembling in the crater, our boy realizes this is officially the worst situation he has ever been in. Baek Kang-hyun laughs, claiming he's finally reached the same level as our boy. He looks down at the fallen king, noting how familiar he is with arrogant trash like him. The cultist sneers that people like Kangwoo always think the entire world is beneath them. As he's insulted for being rotten to the core, Kangwoo can only stare back in silence. Without a shred of mercy, the transformed beast reaches down to finish the job. He hoists our boy up, telling him it's time to face the consequences of being a pathetic human. Baek Kang-hyun begins to squeeze, determined to crush the life out of his helpless prey. Suddenly, a small foot plants firmly on the ground as someone else enters the fray. Echidna charges forward with a roar, throwing a desperate punch to save her master. Kangwoo flinches in shock, barely able to believe his loyal companion is jumping into this suicide mission. Echidna screams for the monster to back off, trying to protect her master with everything she has. She suddenly freezes in terror, realizing her demonic powers won't manifest no matter how hard she tries. Baek Kang-hyun mocks our boy, explaining that since his energy is sealed, his summon is now utterly useless. The trash-tier villain recognizes the girl from before and decides to change his targets for a little fun. He notes how close the two are, wearing a sickening grin that promises nothing but pain and suffering. Kangwoo watches helplessly from the ground as the demon wonders what kind of despair will break him first. Baek Kang-hyun hoists Echidna up by the throat, intending to crush her right in front of her master. Despite his broken body, Kangwoo staggers to his feet, his fingers tightening around a jagged shard of metal. With tears in her eyes, Echidna begs him to stop acting tough and just save himself for once. Our boy just lets out a dark, chilling smile, finally ready to show this fool the true meaning of terror. Baek Kang-hyun laughs hysterically, mocking our boy for thinking he can win without his sealed powers. Kangwoo ignores the taunts and swings with everything he has left in his battered, broken body. Both the trash-tier demon and Echidna are dumbfounded by the sheer intensity radiating from the wounded king. A sickening sound echoes as Kangwoo's arm is torn away in a desperate, bloody bid for freedom. Dark blood trickles onto the cold pavement, marking the moment our boy finally breaks his physical chains. He flashes a terrifying smirk, sending a wave of pure horror through the once arrogant demon's soul. Baek Kang-hyun realizes the madman actually severed his own limb just to bypass the restrictive gauntlet's seal. Despite the massive blood loss and missing limb, the familiar hum of infernal energy finally returns. The villain tosses Echidna aside like trash, cursing the stubborn bastard who simply refuses to die. Kangwoo knows he is at a massive disadvantage, so he prepares a final technique he truly loathes. Kangwoo looks at his stump and decides it is finally time to unleash a power he usually keeps hidden. A wicked grin spreads across his face as the dark energy begins to surge from his severed limb. Under the gaze of a blood-red moon, he prepares to invoke an authority that defines his very existence. He finds himself standing before the massive, ominous gates of his own inner hell. Our boy does not hesitate for a second, his red eyes burning with a cold, murderous intent. He reaches out and grips the handle of the central door, ready to reclaim his true strength. Silence hangs heavy in the air as he prepares to face whatever lies behind the seal. With a heavy, soul-crushing creak, the gateway to his most primal power finally begins to swing open. Thick, black ichor starts to ooze from his body as the transformation takes hold of his physical form. Shrouded in a terrifying dark aura, the former king of hell prepares to show everyone true despair. Baek Kang-hyun stares in utter disbelief as our boy undergoes a change that defies all demonic logic. The trash-tier villain looms over him, still thinking his massive transformation gives him the ultimate upper hand. He notices his gauntlet has fully regenerated, fueling his misplaced confidence as he prepares for one final strike. With a roar, he brings his full weight down, certain this stomp will end the fight forever. A massive explosion rocks the area, but the result isn't what the red demon expected at all. He starts laughing like a maniac, mocking the fact that his opponent has seemingly turned into a slime. Poor Echidna can only watch in tears, terrified that her master has finally reached his breaking point. Suddenly, the red demon flinches as a suffocating, ancient pressure begins to radiate from the dark puddle. Black ichor continues to gloop and slush around our boy as his true form begins to manifest. The ground is covered in a squelching darkness, signaling that the real king of hell has finally arrived. Baek Kang-hyun flinches as he realizes something is horribly wrong with the dark energy writhing on his body. The trash-tier villain is dumbfounded as literal mouths begin to gape open across his own demonic flesh. Echidna gasps in horror, unable to comprehend the sheer level of madness unfolding before her very eyes. A violent chomp echoes through the air, crushing the surrounding stone as the predatory energy takes hold. Deep within his consciousness, our boy is drowning in a sea of blood, screaming for someone to help. Suddenly, a wicked demonic spear manifests, radiating a chilling blue aura that cuts through the darkness. A familiar voice mocks his weakness, offering to step in and handle this mess if he yields control. Balak grins with predatory delight, eager to see which bastard is brave enough to challenge his master. The transformation begins as a demonic mask fuses onto his face, signaling the arrival of a true monster. He finally accepts the deal, letting the darkness consume his body to unleash a power beyond imagination. Kangwoo's eyes glow with a murderous intent that would make even a high ranker's blood run cold. Baek Kang-hyun is left reeling, his mind struggling to process the overwhelming pressure suddenly crushing his spirit. His very soul trembles as he realizes he is looking at something that shouldn't exist on this plane. He wonders why anyone would ever try to fight a monster that rivals the 7 princes of hell. The realization hits like a freight train, sending him into a spiral of pure, unadulterated agony and fear. He looks up at the silhouette of a king, knowing the 7 princes are nothing compared to him. Our boy stands tall, his gaze revealing the cold truth that he is the one who slaughtered them all. Baek Kang-hyun is completely dumbfounded, finally connecting the dots that he is facing the actual Demon King himself. There is no way a being of this caliber should be walking the earth, yet here he is. Kangwoo unleashes a torrent of dark energy, proving that trash-tier villains like this do not deserve a second chance. As Kangwoo looms over his prey, the sheer weight of his presence makes the world feel like it is ending. Baek Kang-hyun can only stare in horror as our boy flashes a grin that belongs to a true monster. Suddenly, the scene shifts, and Kangwoo finds himself drifting in a silent, dark abyss of his own mind. He floats aimlessly, wondering what he was even doing before he ended up in this cold, watery void. The silence is deafening as he realizes he can't even remember his own name or how he got here. His confusion is cut short when a violent surge of dark energy tears through the quiet depths. He looks up to see the trash-tier villain falling into the same mental trap, looking completely broken. Baek Kang-hyun thrashes around, drowning in the manifestation of the very terror he tried to wield. Realizing this place is a cage, our boy reaches for the surface, determined to claw his way back out. But he pauses, sensing that leaving this mental hell might be harder than he initially thought. A mysterious purple door appears in the void, making him wonder what he is even fighting for anymore. Suddenly, dark spectral claws lunge out from the shadows, dragging him deeper into the suffocating purple haze. Our boy is caught off guard as manifestations of his own past start swarming him from every side. He drifts further into the darkness, admitting to himself that he cannot even remember his own name anymore. As he sinks, he questions why he is even bothering to struggle against this endless, numbing weight. The whispers in the void suggest it would be much easier to just let go and give up entirely. But then, a familiar voice echoes through the abyss, calling out his name and shattering the silence. His eyes snap open with a crimson glow as the fog in his mind finally begins to clear. He grits his teeth in frustration, cursing himself for almost falling for such a trash-tier mental trap. With his focus returned, he prepares to tear through this nightmare and reclaim his true self. Kangwoo reaches out, his hand dripping with the dark ichor of his own crumbling mental prison. He strains with every fiber of his being, desperately clawing his way back toward the physical world. A blinding flash erupts through the darkness, as he finally shatters the illusion and breaks free. Echidna and the rest of the crew are absolutely dumbfounded, tears streaming down their faces in pure relief. Our boy lets out a rough cough, looking like he just crawled through 10 miles of absolute hell. He tries to play it cool, but Echidna isn't having any of his trash tier jokes right now. She wails about how she felt his very essence almost flicker out of existence during the struggle. Kangwoo can only offer a weak apology, while the little dragon continues to cry her eyes out. He realizes that forcing the technique to open the door was a massive gamble that nearly backfired. If he messes up this high-stakes ritual to bomb the demon palace, he'll be consumed by the abyss. Kangwoo realizes that while opening the first door was easy in hell, he can't be reckless on Earth. Looking at his companions, our boy knows he can't afford to kick the bucket just yet. System windows pop up, confirming he took down a high-tier demon and snagged a new defensive power. He is stoked about gaining 5 demonic energy points while Echidna keeps pestering him for being reckless. With his stat hitting 103, he finally meets the minimum standard for a world-class ranker. Suddenly, a warm hand reaches out to touch his back, signaling the start of some much-needed recovery. Seola channels her light of healing, washing away the grime and fatigue from his brutal mental struggle. She excitedly reveals she hit her 5th awakening, leaving our boy completely dumbfounded by her rapid growth. Turns out Sehun triggered a special quest that shared a massive experience boost with the entire party. Kangwoo just sighs, realizing his disciple is doing protagonist things again, while promising to explain his stunts later. Echidna asks if he's still struggling to move, and our boy admits he's feeling a bit stiff. Suddenly, a firm step approaches as someone decides to take charge of the situation. Before he can react, Seola scoops him up in a bridal carry, promising to take him home personally. Kangwoo is completely caught off guard, feeling a mix of gratitude and pure embarrassment from the sudden lift. He finds himself pressed against her, realizing just how close they are in this awkward position. His heart starts racing as the reality of being carried by his healer finally sinks in. When she asks if he can walk, he turns bright red, steam practically coming out of his ears. Thinking fast, he decides to play the victim card, claiming his body just won't move an inch. But his luck runs out when a loud, boisterous voice interrupts their little moment of bliss. Taesu steps in with a grin, offering to carry our boy home himself and ruining everything. Kangwoo is dying inside because Taesu reeks of sweat, and he desperately tries to decline the ride. Taesu doesn't take no for an answer, hauling our boy away while the rest of the party watches dumbfounded. The fallout from the Isu Station incident is massive, flipping the entire world's perception of safety upside down. For the first time ever, the demonic order is dragged out from the shadows and into the public eye. A mysterious elder from the order drinks calmly, knowing they no longer need to hide their dark identities. 3 days pass since the chaos, and the morning sun finally rises over a much quieter city skyline. Our boy finally wakes up from his long slumber, letting out a massive yawn as his consciousness returns. He feels completely refreshed, realizing that 3 days of pure rest was exactly what his battered body needed. Echidna is the first to notice he is finally awake, her eyes lighting up with pure joy and relief. He walks into the living room where Seola and Yeonju are waiting, immediately getting swarmed by his worried companions. Our boy feels completely refreshed and wonders why Yeonju is still hanging around his place after 3 days. Seola explains that the guildmaster has been visiting every single day because she was genuinely worried about him. Yeonju gets all defensive, claiming she is only resting in the house she paid for with her own money. Seola still looks incredibly concerned, asking if he is truly okay or if he needs even more rest. He gives her a soft smile, admitting that while he is fine, it is nice to hear her worry. The mood turns serious as Yeonju reveals that the trash-tier Hanul Guild officially disbanded while he was asleep. When he asks about the cultists, she explains the survivors mutated into monsters before they could spill any secrets. While the domestic threat is handled, reports of the demonic order are starting to pop up all over the globe. Realizing the world is in a frenzy, our boy decides to scroll through the news to see the full damage. Headlines are everywhere, praising Kim Si-hoon as a hero while foreign guilds already plan to scout the rising star. Yeonju narrows her eyes, questioning if he plans to use this incident as an excuse to quit the hunt. Our boy just flashes a sharp grin, vowing to erase every last crumb of those cultist bastards. That answer clearly hits the mark, as Yeonju sports a predatory smile, satisfied with his unwavering bloodlust. She playfully warns him not to get jealous of the rookie's fame, but he finds the idea just annoying. The mood shifts when she mentions a world-class power has officially landed on Korean soil to scout their star. It turns out a heavy-hitting Chinese guild called the Heavenly Earthly Gate is already making moves for Si-hoon. Kang-woo stays silent, his mind already racing as he processes the arrival of these international players. He realizes the Gaia system is weakening, meaning the protection once holding back the darkness is slowly failing. Seeing how the Order literally stuffs demons into human bodies, he knows he needs to reach a new level. Since his level is still locked by demonic delay, he decides to focus on refining his combat techniques instead. Kang-woo has a sudden realization about how to turn the current chaos into a massive win for himself. Looking at his phone, he decides it is time to fully profit from Si-hoon's status as a legendary descendant. Our boy makes his way to the flashy Red Rose Guildhouse to meet with his famous protege. Si-hoon is practically beaming when he sees his master, immediately checking in on his health after the battle. Kang-woo notes that the media is obsessed with him, while fans in the background scream for the rookie star. The poor guy admits that the constant attention is a total drag, because he can't even hunt anymore. However, Si-hoon reveals he is actually displeased with the fame, leaving our boy feeling a bit dumbfounded. He truly believes that Kang-woo is the real hero who deserves all the credit for saving the station. Kang-woo just laughs and tells him to keep the title, finding the idea of being a hero totally disgusting. He explains that public attention is just an annoying burden without real benefits, so Si-hoon must remain the face. Si-hoon wonders why they're at the guild, but our boy is actually there for a very specific favor. Kang-woo drops the bomb that he wants to learn martial arts, shocking the young prodigy with his request. Si-hoon is stoked to help his master and decides they should start their training session immediately. When asked about his main weapon, our boy realizes he needs something less demonic than his usual arsenal. He briefly considers using his hellish blade, but figures that might be a bit too much for a human. Si-hoon suggests sticking to a sword, since his entire combat style is built around legendary blade techniques. Kang-woo takes the training weapon, figuring learning from the famous sword dragon is his best bet for blending in. Si-hoon introduces the hidden dragon sword technique, fully believing his master can master the basics in a single day. The mood shifts as Si-hoon's gaze sharpens, showing the intense focus of a true descendant of the martial god. He blurs into motion with a strike so clean that even the former king of hell is slightly impressed. Si-hoon unleashes a devastating strike, demonstrating the raw power of the hidden dragon sword technique. He flows into the 8th basic form, his blade humming with the intensity of a true martial genius. The sheer force of the blow shatters the air, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. As the dust settles, the young hero stands perfectly poised, having executed the move with flawless precision. He turns to his master, explaining that this flashy display was just to pique his interest in the basics. Our boy puts on his best dumbfounded face as his protege casually asks him to replicate the complex move. Si-hoon is practically glowing with pride, fully convinced that his legendary master can pull this off instantly. Kang-woo realizes he has to play it cool and act like a total amateur to keep his cover intact. He swings with intentional clumsiness, putting way too much raw strength into a strike that lacks any real finesse. Si-hoon immediately calls out the mistake, warning that such a reckless swing will cause a nasty rebound. Si-hoon critiques the swing, claiming it is far too weak and demonstrating how the arms should actually move. He is completely dumbfounded when our boy correctly guesses that he mastered these complex moves at lightning speed. Kang-woo fumes, realizing that learning from a natural-born genius is like asking a pro gamer for basic tips. Fed up with the impossible standards, he tosses the sword aside and cancels the entire training session. Si-hoon panics and grabs him, desperately explaining that he only wanted to be useful to his respected master. As our boy walks off, the hero sulks, mistakenly believing his own skills are just too trash tier. Suddenly, he suggests switching to mind techniques, confident he can teach the secrets of inner chi management. Kang-woo stops, considering if using a dantian to manage his massive energy might actually be a useful trick. He decides to give it a shot and settles into a meditative pose to test the new theory. Closing his eyes, he begins to circulate his demonic power, feeling the energy pulse through his core. Kang-woo activates the mind technique, feeling his control over demonic energy skyrocket as the system confirms the skill acquisition. Deep within his core, the swirling energy compresses until a solid, glowing red demonic crystal finally takes shape. This breakthrough provides the final clue needed to overcome his current power plateau and reach a new demonic stage. Si-hoon watches in total awe, sensing the terrifying shift in the air as his master finishes the meditation. Our boy just flashes a wicked grin, clearly satisfied with the results of this little experiment in inner chi. The hero is left speechless while the system reveals the path to becoming a true demon god is within reach. Kang-woo marvels at the crystal, realizing that forming this internal battery was the missing piece of his evolution. He wonders if this is the same trash-tier stuff the Demon Order uses, or something far more refined. Closing his eyes, he focuses on the stone's essence to gauge the sheer density of the power he's created. It turns out his crystal is like a concentrated espresso compared to the diluted junk the cultists were peddling. Kangwoo decides it is time for a live test, ignoring his protege's worried questions about stopping his meditation early. Our boy casually strolls toward the training equipment while the blue-haired hero watches his every move with bated breath. With a sharp glint in his crimson eyes, he winds up a strike fueled by his newly formed core. The impact is absolute, unleashing a violent burst of energy that far exceeds any standard player's physical limits. The training equipment is instantly reduced to mere scrap metal as the shockwave ripples through the entire hall. The young master stands there dumbfounded, realizing his teacher just successfully applied complex mind techniques on the fly. Surveying the carnage, Kangwoo notes that a single serious blow drained about a third of his internal battery. The hero rushes over in pure disbelief, praising his master for perfecting a high-level technique after seeing it once. Our boy just brushes it off with a smirk, admitting that these human methods are actually quite helpful. He realizes he won't need to sit like a monk anymore, and his power will only snowball from here. Si-hoon is absolutely rattled, seeing his master pull off a stunt that should be physically impossible. He starts panicking, yelling that trying to circulate energy while standing up is a one-way ticket to disaster. Our boy just gives him a blank stare, wondering why the kid is making such a big deal. Seeing the lack of reaction, the hero starts questioning if his master has actually lost his mind. He warns that skipping the lotus position usually leads to a nasty case of chi deviation for normal players. Kangwoo just smirks, thinking this is child's play compared to managing the absolute chaos of the myriad demon palace. He's feeling pretty satisfied, deciding his next big move is to pump all his focus into the demonic crystal. The young protege admits that what he just saw is currently the peak of his martial arts knowledge. Deciding they've done enough for the day, Kangwoo gives him a friendly pat and calls it quits. With a predatory grin, he suggests their next training session should happen inside a high-stakes S-rank gate. Word reaches the streets that the heavy hitters from China's Heavenly Earthly Gate have finally landed in the country. Our boy tells his protege to quit being humble and just hop in the car for the ride home. While driving, Kangwoo casually mentions he is going to buy the kid his own ride to make things easier. Si-hoon is completely dumbfounded, insisting that paying for his mother's hospital bills was already more than enough. He is practically glowing with gratitude, while Kangwoo just wonders how the kid survived this long being so soft. The peaceful drive is cut short when Kangwoo senses a heavy, unwelcome presence blocking their path ahead. Two massive enforcers are waiting right outside their destination, looking like they are cut from a different cloth. Kangwoo steps out of the vehicle, his eyes narrowing as he prepares to deal with these uninvited guests. Si-hoon demands to know who they are, sensing the suffocating pressure radiating from the two scarred strangers. The leader identifies himself as Namgung Jin, a squad leader from the elite Chinese guild, looking for the hero. The scarred leader demands Si-hoon follow him, claiming the legendary Sword Emperor wants a meeting with the hero. Si-hoon is completely dumbfounded, instantly recognizing the name of the world-renowned powerhouse Chon Mu-jin. Namgung Jin snaps instantly, warning the kid not to speak his master's name with such casual disrespect. He orders them to move quietly, while Si-hoon starts sweating under the weight of the man's suffocating aura. Turns out, they even have a private jet ready, showing just how much influence these Chinese rankers really have. Before Si-hoon can comply, our boy Kangwoo steps up and places a reassuring hand on his protege's shoulder. Kangwoo looks the giant in the eye and mocks his trash-tier Korean, calling him out for his blatant rudeness. The squad leader is frozen in shock, unable to believe a random nobody would dare speak to him like that. Kangwoo doubles down, asking why a complete stranger thinks he has the right to drop all social formalities. Namgung Jin's temper finally flares as he demands to know exactly who this arrogant brat thinks he is. Our boy Kangwoo stares him down and cold-bloodedly claims he is Si-hoon's older brother, catching everyone off guard. The squad leader is dumbfounded since the real brother is behind bars, but Kangwoo just shrugs it off. Hearing those words, Si-hoon feels a surge of genuine emotion, realizing how much his master actually cares. Namgung Jin isn't buying the family act and demands the sword dragon move aside immediately. He is clearly losing his patience, growling that he does not give a damn about some random nobody's identity. The air gets heavy as the giant releases his suffocating pressure, warning them to watch their trash-tier mouths. He threatens to break the novice if Si-hoon does not start following orders and head to the jet. Si-hoon's fist trembles with rage as he realizes he cannot let this arrogant prick disrespect his savior anymore. Stepping forward, the protege snaps back, telling the brute he has no right to speak to his brother. Ignoring his master's orders for a peaceful recruitment, the squad leader prepares to teach these rookies a lesson. Just as the squad leader reaches for his blade, a hand clamps down with bone-crushing force. Our boy appears like a ghost, his demonic gaze piercing through the arrogant giant's soul. Kangwoo coldly warns him that drawing that sword means he will never walk on 2 feet again. The pressure is suffocating, making the veteran warrior realize he is staring into the eyes of a monster. Refusing to be intimidated by a player from a small nation, Namgung Jin draws his weapon in a frenzy. He swings with everything he has, desperate to reclaim his pride in front of his trash-tier subordinates. A blinding flash erupts, as the desperate strike is met with an impossible and immovable defense. Before he can even blink, Kangwoo crushes his wrist, making the squad leader scream in pure agony. Namgung Jin is left trembling, unable to fathom how a mere rookie could possess such overwhelming power. Completely unfazed, Kangwoo casually asks his dumbfounded protege about dinner plans while still holding the broken man. Our boy decides to play the gracious host, suggesting they grab a meal before he sends them packing. He casually orders 10 bowls of kimchi stew, treating the elite squad like a bunch of hungry neighborhood kids. The bruised invaders sit in stunned silence, while Kangwoo tells them to appreciate the greatness of Korean flavors. Namgung Jin is boiling with rage, humiliated that he is being dragged around like a common errand boy. A cheerful restaurant owner arrives with the food, blissfully unaware of the tension thick enough to cut. The steaming stew is served, looking like a masterpiece compared to the battered state of the guests. The squad leader looks down at the meal with utter contempt, clearly not a fan of the local cuisine. One wrong word about the food earns him a terrifying glare that makes his heart nearly stop in fear. Sometime later, a heavily bandaged Namgung Jin returns to China to report his absolute failure to his master. The guild leader sits on his throne, processing the warning that he must visit Korea to face this monster. The guild leader is fuming because his squad failed to recruit the sword dragon and lost in public. Namgung Jin can only bow his head in shame, begging for forgiveness after his pathetic display in Korea. He grits his teeth, still unable to believe that a complete nobody managed to humiliate him so easily. He recalls how our boy Kangwoo went absolutely feral over a bowl of stew while Sihoon watched dumbfounded. A mysterious elder nearby finds the whole story hilarious, her laughter echoing through the cold, silent hall. The guild leader joins in, finding it genuinely amusing that his top subordinate was broken by a food-obsessed lunatic. Suddenly, his expression turns cold as he unleashes a devastating wave of energy toward the failure on the floor. The strike is blindingly fast, leaving the injured warrior with no time to even process the incoming attack. Namgung Jin is sent flying across the room, his internal organs screaming as he coughs up fresh blood. Standing over the trash-tier subordinate, the leader cold-bloodedly expels him for lacking the dignity of a true martial artist. The elder woman wonders if her father plans to personally travel to Korea to settle the score. The guild leader admits he has no choice but to go after their reputation was dragged through the mud. A full week passes since that trash-tier martial artist returned home in absolute, crushing humiliation. Meanwhile, our boy Kangwoo is back at home, focusing entirely on his recovery and rapid growth. He pours all his concentration into refining his demonic crystal, using the secret mind technique he mastered. Whether he's devouring Seola's home cooking or even sleeping, he keeps his dark energy circulating constantly. All that obsessive training finally pays off when his crystal swells to the size of a massive fist. He knows he's close, but he still hasn't met the final requirement for his extreme demonic delay. His deep thoughts are suddenly interrupted when he hears a very familiar voice calling out his name. The squad is finally reunited, and it's clear their short break from the chaos has officially ended. Seola is pumped, declaring that their little vacation is officially over and they're ready for action. Meanwhile, Eunbi is acting like a total slacker, whining that she needs way more beauty sleep. Our boy Kangwoo is already geared up when Echidna suddenly grabs his coat with a worried look. She's practically begging him not to push himself too hard and to actually rely on her for once. Kangwoo just gives her a confident smirk, silently acknowledging her loyalty as they prepare to head out. The plan is simple. Find a target and start the hunt immediately to test his new power. He scans the area, looking for some poor soul who wandered too far from their pack. It doesn't take long before he spots a massive, trash-tier demon standing all alone in the field. He calls out to Echidna, who is more than ready to show off what she can really do. He moves in cautiously, knowing that drawing a crowd right now would just be a massive pain. Kangwoo immediately drops the power of silence, ensuring the surrounding area stays deathly quiet for the upcoming slaughter. Echidna doesn't hesitate for a second, lunging at the massive demon's back before the beast can even turn around. She focuses her demonic essence with a cold, sharp gaze, determined to prove her worth to her master. The trash-tier demon is absolutely shredded as her power carves through its flesh, leaving it screaming in agony. Dark blood sprays across the field, marking the end of the first target in this one-sided hunt. Nearby, monsters catch the scent of the kill, sniffing the air as they realize a predator is nearby. Before they can regroup, a massive blast of energy erupts, obliterating another demon in a flash of light. Our boy shows off his fangs with a grin, signaling for the rest of his team to move in. Echidna looks back with a bright smile, asking if she did well while Taesu holds the line behind her. Seola gathers her mana and prepares her next spell, calling out that she's ready to support the front line. Eunbi channels her mana with lethal focus, her eyes glowing as she prepares a high-tier spell. She and Seola synchronize their power to manifest a lightning spear that crackles with overwhelming energy. The massive ogre is completely dumbfounded, as the electrical surge fries its nervous system in an instant. Sihun doesn't waste the opening, steadying his breath as he prepares to deliver a decisive finishing blow. He unleashes a hidden dragon technique, his blade carving through the beast like it was made of paper. The giant finally collapses, leaving the team standing over the corpse of a supposedly untouchable S-rank monster. Taesu and the girls celebrate their victory, realizing their teamwork is making these hunts feel like child's play. Our boy just smirks, thinking that raw talent and real experience will always trump simple level grinding. He notices Sehun is barely breaking a sweat, deciding the kid is finally ready for a specialized class. Seola quickly patches up Taesu's minor scrapes so the group can move on to the next target immediately. Kangwoo suddenly senses a heavy presence as a low, guttural growl echoes through the clearing. 3 more massive demons emerge from the tree line, clearly drawn in by the lingering scent of blood. These trash-tier monsters think they have the party cornered, looming over them with hungry, predatory eyes. Our boy decides to handle the annoyance himself, beginning to channel the dark power of his spear. Suddenly, a blinding flash of golden energy cuts through the air, stealing the kill right from his hands. The demon is sliced apart in a single, overwhelming strike that radiates pure, refined, martial power. As the beast hits the dirt, 3 mysterious figures emerge from the light. Having finally tracked them down, Kangwoo narrows his eyes, instantly realizing these newcomers are cut from a much more dangerous cloth. The leader of the Heavenly Earthly Gate introduces himself, offering a polite but clearly insincere apology. Sihun and Seola are left completely dumbfounded, realizing they can't even understand the language the man is speaking. Chan Mujin orders his trembling assistant to translate a formal apology for their earlier trash-tier behavior. Kangwoo activates his authority of language, shocking the leader by responding in perfect, fluent Chinese. Our boy notes that anyone can offer empty words, demanding a more sincere gesture for the insult. The leader admits his subordinate was disrespectful and offers a polite, traditional greeting to show his sincerity. He realizes that being pompous now won't help his goals, deciding to play the humble card instead. Suddenly, the powerful guild leader drops into a deep bow, leaving Kim Si-hoon and the others completely floored. His daughter and assistant are left dumbfounded, unable to believe their proud leader would lower himself so far. Seola and the party stand frozen, witnessing a world-class ranker groveling before a supposedly rookie player. Even Kangwoo breaks a sweat, realizing this man is a master manipulator who knows exactly how to grovel. The leader finishes his display by promising that such a lapse in discipline will never happen again. Kangwoo is loving this, mentally asking if the leader is really going to stick to that promise. The guild leader doubles down, taking full responsibility for his subordinates' trash-tier behavior and vowing it won't repeat. Our boy can't help but show his true colors, practically salivating at the thought of such a high-level pawn. The leader remains stone-faced, confirming his word as his bond despite the humiliating position he's in. He finally reveals his true motive, explaining he came to Korea specifically to find the legendary sword dragon. Kangwoo keeps his guard up, coldly questioning what business a world-class ranker has with his protege. There's a predatory glint in the leader's eyes as he admits there's a specific secret he needs to verify. Kim Si-hoon is left completely dumbfounded when he hears the man mention the techniques of the martial arts god. Little Echidna tugs on Kangwoo's sleeve, her curiosity piqued by the strange terms being thrown around. She wonders what a martial arts god even is and is shocked that Kangwoo can actually understand Chinese. Kangwoo explains to a surprised Echidna that his magic allows him to bypass any language barrier effortlessly. Our boy's loyal dragon companion gets excited, wondering if he can share this handy trick with the rest of the crew. Without missing a beat, Kangwoo casts the translation spell, enveloping his allies in a surge of vibrant green energy. Si-hoon stares at his hands in disbelief, suddenly realizing the foreign words now sound just like his mother tongue. Echidna puffs out her chest with pride, bragging that her master's magic makes even the most complex tasks look easy. The leader lets out a hearty laugh, realizing his nervous assistant has officially become a trash-tier addition to the trip. He quickly drops the act, his gaze sharpening as he prepares to get back to the real reason for his visit. Kang Wu demands to know how this man could possibly recognize the divine techniques Si-hoon has been practicing in secret. The leader places a hand over his heart, his expression softening as he prepares to reveal a long-hidden family legacy. Turns out they are cut from the same cloth, as the leader proudly declares his clan are the true descendants. Kang Wu realizes that if this guy is telling the truth, the martial arts god walked Earth ages ago. The guild leader confirms he was a martial artist long before the system ever turned him into a player. Our boy just smirks, wondering what this old man actually wants now that he has found the source. He bluntly asks if the leader plans on killing Si-hoon, just to keep their precious techniques a secret. The leader's face twitches for a second, before he lets out a sudden, sharp breath of amusement. Suddenly, he bursts into a fit of hysterical laughter that echoes across the entire field. Kang Wu stands there completely dumbfounded, thinking this old man has clearly spent way too much time reading novels. The leader takes a step forward, shifting the mood as he brings up a potential negotiation for his clan. He admits their secret arts have faded, and begs for help restoring the pure technique Si-hoon possesses. With a sharp grin, he offers to teach them his own martial arts if they agree to the deal. Kang Wu turns to his protege, asking for his honest opinion on the old man's sudden proposal. Si-hoon hesitates for a second, but his eyes burn with a desperate need to grow even stronger. He remembers the carnage caused by those grotesque demons and vows to never let it happen again. Our boy just gives him that signature smirk, knowing exactly how to play his student's noble heart. He gives the kid a firm shove toward the leader, telling him to go handle the talk. Si-hoon is practically moved to tears, thinking his master is truly looking out for his future growth. Meanwhile, Seola and Eunbi are left completely dumbfounded by the sheer intensity of the emotional atmosphere. Later, the guild leader and his daughter relax in their car, satisfied with the day's results. The old man chuckles to himself, glad that everything proceeded exactly according to his secret plan. They seal the deal with a firm handshake, marking the start of a very interesting new alliance. Kang Wu makes it clear that all training happens in Korea, finalizing the deal with a firm handshake. While heading out, Soyeon admits she's perfectly fine staying in Korea since she wanted to visit anyway. She casually mentions developing an interest in a certain man, sending her father into a total state of shock. She wonders if it's the sword dragon, licking her lips while thinking about his legendary potential. Her father breathes a sigh of relief, thinking the young hero would actually be a decent match for her. He recalls how the boy possesses the heavenly physique, a rare talent that even the gods would envy. The old man eagerly offers to set them up, clearly satisfied with the prospect of such a powerful union. However, she blushes and reveals that her real interest lies with our boy Kang Wu instead. The guild leader is completely dumbfounded, his face turning pale at the thought of his daughter choosing that monster. She can't forget how Kang Wu fearlessly demanded an apology from a world ranker, proving he's truly cut from different cloth. Cheonmujin realizes the sword dragon isn't the target, which completely throws a wrench into his carefully laid plans. He acknowledges Kang Wu is strong, but believes the sword dragon will eventually surpass him within a decade's time. The old man is desperate to see his daughter married off before his time finally runs out. Soyeon drops a bombshell, claiming she won't settle for any man unless he can actually beat her father. Cheonmujin takes the challenge personally, his eyes narrowing as he processes his daughter's impossible standards. He decides it's time to personally test this mysterious man's strength to see if he's truly worthy. The scene shifts to the Red Rose Guild House the following day, as the sun shines over the city. Our boy Kang Wu is left completely dumbfounded when the guild leader suddenly shows up looking for trouble. Cheonmujin boldly asks if he wants to fight, and Kang Wu gives a simple, confident answer. The tension in the training hall reaches a breaking point as the two sides prepare for an immediate clash. Cheonmujin explains he needs to see his power firsthand and promises a favor in return. Our boy realizes this is the perfect chance to test his limits, while Si-hoon watches on nervously. He has been itching to see what the demonic crystal can really do against a world ranker. With a trash-tier grin, he accepts the deal, knowing he has nothing to lose and everything to gain. Kang Wu lets his dark aura flare up, inviting the old man to give him a fight worth remembering. In a blur of speed, the duel kicks off with a shockwave that rattles the entire training hall. He combines the weight of the iron axe with a freezing chill to catch his opponent off guard. Summoning Leviathan, he brings down a crushing blow that forces the guild leader into a desperate block. Cheonmujin is dumbfounded, as he feels a biting frost begin to crawl up his very own blade. Their powers collide in a massive burst of energy, as the true test of strength finally begins. Kang Wu readies himself as the guild leader prepares to show him the true power of a world ranker. Cheonmujin doesn't hold back, closing the distance with a strike that carries the weight of his experience. Our boy barely manages to parry, feeling the sheer pressure of a master's blade against his own. The two trade blows in a frantic dance of steel, neither side willing to give an inch. Suddenly, the old man shifts his stance, unleashing a lightning-fast draw intended to end the duel right here. Instead of panic, a trash-tier grin spreads across Kangwoo's face as he realizes his plan is working perfectly. Chon Mu-jin is dumbfounded when a jagged spike of demonic energy erupts, catching him completely off guard. A massive explosion of infernal power rocks the room, swallowing the guild leader in a blinding crimson flash. As the smoke clears, the training hall is left in ruins from the sheer intensity of the clash. Kangwoo admires his handiwork, noting that the demonic crystal is even more effective than he initially hoped. Our boy notes, the first perk of his new crystal is insane manifestation speed for his various authorities. The second advantage is flexibility, allowing him to chain different powers together without any lag or friction. Even without physical buffs, he can move with the grace of a predator closing in on its prey. He dives from the ceiling, aiming his bident directly at the old man's head to test his reflexes. The guild leader doesn't flinch, summoning a massive blue dragon aura that radiates pure, concentrated, martial intent. His eyes narrow as he prepares a counter, refusing to let a mere rookie dictate the pace. With a roar, he unleashes the blue dragon strike, a move designed to pulverize anything in its path. The strike collides with a wall of red energy, causing the crystalline barrier to fracture under the pressure. Despite the impact, the master looks strained as he realizes the demonic power is far from being broken. Kangwoo just smirks and prepares to reveal the third and most dangerous advantage of his demonic upgrade. Chon Mu-jin struggles against the red energy shards, realizing his opponent isn't just some lucky rookie. A massive explosion rocks the training hall as Kangwoo's condensed energy finally detonates with terrifying force. Our boy just grins, explaining how his raw demonic energy is the ultimate weapon when properly compressed. Kim Si-hoon and the guild leader's daughter are completely dumbfounded by the sheer scale of the destruction. The old man loses his cool, screaming as he realizes he's being pushed back by a monster. Kangwoo feels the master's killing intent and finds it hilarious that the old man is finally getting serious. Chon Mu-jin summons his full blue dragon aura, deciding to treat this fight like a life-or-death battle. Seeing the challenge, Kangwoo starts stacking his authorities, combining the blade and hellfire into a single point. He prepares the power of beheading, his hand tightening around a hilt made of pure, concentrated destruction. He manifests the legendary blade, Gram, wreathed in flames and ready to show the world ranker true despair. The old man addresses him as an insolent brat, clearly reaching the end of his patience. Chon Mu-jin is desperate to uncover the true identity of the monster standing before him. Kangwoo goads him further, inviting the master to bring every ounce of his world-ranking power. Right as the air turns lethal, a mundane phone ring shatters the epic atmosphere. Seeing Yeonju's name on the screen, he knows he's about to face a different kind of terror. He answers with a hint of worry, sensing that he's forgotten something very important. Yeonju explodes through the receiver, berating him for ditching his post at the guild entrance. She rants about a general's arrival, making it clear that his role as her driver isn't optional. Our boy folds instantly, promising to rush over before she decides to put his car on the road. The guild leader offers to handle the aftermath of their fight, letting Kangwoo bolt to his boss. The guild leader stares out the window, lamenting that their clash ended before a true winner emerged. He watches his daughter and Si-hoon fanboy over Kangwoo, realizing the gap between them is wider than expected. He decides to play it safe and investigate the kid's identity before trying any more trash-tier intimidation tactics. The memory of that suffocating, ominous energy still makes his skin crawl like he's drowning in blood. Over at the Hwarang Corps headquarters, a high-level briefing is underway regarding a terrifying new development. Our boy breaks into a cold sweat the moment he hears a succubus is being summoned nearby. The authorities confirm the Japanese demonic order is bringing forth a monster that devours the spirits of men. The commander rubs his temples, dreading the name of the entity that is about to cross over. When Lilith is mentioned, Kangwoo looks completely dumbfounded, knowing his most obsessive subordinate is finally coming for him. Rewinding just a few minutes, we see the sleek, modern exterior of the Hwarang Corps headquarters. The man in charge is Chang Hyun-jae, the first Corps commander, looking like a battle-hardened veteran. Our boy and Yeonju join the meeting, where the atmosphere is thick enough to cut with a blade. As Kangwoo takes his seat, he immediately starts sizing up the commander, sensing a heavy, disciplined pressure. He realizes this guy is likely as strong as Baek Kang-yoon, a real monster who wouldn't flinch. Yeonju doesn't waste time, giving Kangwoo the credit for cleaning up the recent mess, despite the casualties. She leans in, demanding to know why they were summoned to such a high-level briefing. The mood shifts instantly when the commander mentions the demonic order, sending a chill through the room. Turns out the Japanese branch is following the same trash-tier playbook, preparing for a massive demon summoning. These fanatics are already gathered around a glowing altar, ready to tear open the veil once again. Yeonju points out that Japan's cult presence is massive, dwarfing the trash-tier forces they just finished cleaning up. The commander admits the situation is dire and has been kept strictly under wraps to avoid a total panic. Yeonju wonders why they even need help when they have a world-class heavy hitter like Fujimoto Ryoma available. As she vents about the cult's relentless summoning attempts, our boy can't help but let out a sinister grin. Kang-woo is actually thrilled, relishing the thought of whatever nightmare is about to crawl out of the abyss. He has been looking for a way to boost his demonic energy, and these fanatics are basically providing a buffet. His expression shifts instantly when the commander reveals the target is none other than the succubus queen. Yeonju looks disgusted by the mention of such a creature, but Kang-woo is suddenly sweating for a different reason. With his eyes glowing with a sharp intensity, he demands to know the specific name of the demon. The second the name Lilith is spoken, our boy loses his cool and slams the table in total shock. Kang-woo looks like he has seen a ghost, leaving Yeonju completely startled by his sudden, intense reaction. His grip tightens on the table as the weight of the name Lilith begins to sink in. Our boy's eyes glow with a desperate intensity, knowing he has to block this summoning at any cost. Back in the ninth hell, he ruled from his throne alongside his two most trusted and powerful subordinates. While Balak represented pure destructive power, the other half of his inner circle was far more terrifying to him. Lilith was the brilliant mind behind his army, but her devotion to her king was borderline obsessive. Turns out, she was officially his wife, and her idea of affection involved far too many slimy tentacles. He only agreed to the marriage to survive a massive crisis, but the price was his own sanity. Every night became a frantic game of hide-and-seek as he desperately tried to escape her relentless advances. Now, he's ready to save the world just to ensure he never has to live that nightmare again. The meeting takes a serious turn as the commander asks about the dire situation unfolding over in Japan. He warns them that the intel he's about to drop is strictly confidential and cannot leave this room. The bombshell hits when he reveals that the legendary Kurosaki Yuri has been snatched by the demonic order. The news sends a shockwave through the room, leaving the top rankers completely rattled by the revelation. Our boy is totally lost and whispers to the guildmaster, asking who this woman even is. She looks at him like he's trash tier for not knowing the history of the cataclysm 5 years ago. It all started when a terrifying SS-ranked gate tore open the sky right in the middle of Sapporo. Massive, jagged claws began ripping through the rift, signaling the arrival of something beyond human comprehension. Trash-tier demons poured out, turning the city into a slaughterhouse as the nation's functional systems began to collapse. That's when the heavenly shaman finally appeared, standing as the only hope against the overwhelming darkness. She was the ultimate anchor for Japan, single-handedly driving the monster tide back to the frozen wastes of Hokkaido. Yeonju notes that her combat prowess is legendary, but her actual innate ability is what makes her truly terrifying. It is the power of descent, allowing her to host the spirits of ancient gods like the legendary Susanoo. Our boy starts piecing it together, realizing the demonic order isn't just kidnapping her for her status. He reflects on how the names of the 7 princes are actually echoes of real entities from the other world. If her ability allows for interdimensional summoning rather than just possession, then the cult's plan is finally clear. They are definitely after Lilith, intending to use the shaman as a bridge to bring the Queen of Succubus over. The Hwarang commander explains that the Japanese government is keeping this quiet, limiting their rescue party to 7 people. Kang-woo just gives a cheeky grin, counting down the 5 members they have and the 2 empty slots remaining. With the mission brief finished, the commander confirms that their flight is fueled and ready for immediate departure. The Hwarang leader realizes the airport is too far and decides to rely on Echidna for transport. A call for the dragon echoes through the orange sky as they prepare for a shortcut to Japan. Our boy's loyal companion shoots into the air, ready to show off her true draconic form. She begins her massive transformation, her mana swirling into a concentrated sphere of purple energy. The sheer pressure of her power manifests as a glowing orb before the final reveal of her wings. With a simple snap of his fingers, Kang-woo signals that it is finally time to move out. Yeonju is actually impressed by the ride, wondering when he even managed to prepare such a massive beast. While the elite soldiers struggle with motion sickness, Mini Echidna threatens to toss anyone who ruins her scales. Seola watches Kang-woo closely, feeling a bit out of place among all these high-tier rankers. She wonders if she is really the right choice for this mission compared to the heavy hitters. Kang-woo reassures Seola that her Grace of Light buff is the perfect catalyst for his overwhelming demonic energy. The squad finally arrives at the destination, looking like a group of absolute units ready for war. Seola is completely dumbfounded by the sight of Sapporo Station, her face pale with pure, unadulterated shock. The entire area has been turned into a gruesome wasteland where the stench of death hangs heavy. Monstrous beasts prowl through the rubble, having turned a modern city into their own personal hunting ground. A massive, hulking demon with stone-like skin waits in the ruins, its eyes glowing with a predatory hunger. Looking down from the sky, they see a massive red rift, where the local forces clearly lost control. Our boy's expression turns cold as he analyzes the thick, suffocating mana saturating the entire city's atmosphere. The swirling vortex of crimson energy proves that the Demon Order's ritual is already reaching its peak. While the Hwarang leader confirms their target, Seola kindly offers buffs to the soldiers struggling with the pressure. Our boy realizes they're flat out of time and needs to kick things into high gear immediately. They arrive at the Sapporo base, a temporary sanctuary surrounded by the chaotic energy of the demonic rift. Waiting on the tarmac, Prime Minister Yamada looks anxious while a mysterious figure watches with a fan. The squad makes a heavy landing, signaling that the real heavy hitters from Korea have finally arrived. Yamada is startled by the sudden arrival, but quickly realizes it's the reinforcements he desperately needed. He greets the Hwarang leader with a handshake, shocked that the commander speaks such flawless, natural Japanese. Little does he know, Kangwoo just had his dragon companion cast a translation spell to bridge the gap. Yamada peers through his glasses, wondering if this group of players is actually as elite as they look. The commander assures him they're skilled, while Yeonju is left dumbfounded by her sudden ability to understand everything. Suddenly, a mysterious representative from the Japanese side steps in to guide the group toward their objective. The mysterious representative introduces himself as Fujimoto Ryoma, a world-class ranker who clearly isn't just for show. While Yamada expresses his deep gratitude for the help, our boy Kangwoo keeps a sharp eye on this newcomer. It turns out Ryoma possesses the legendary Suzanu's Eye, a power that definitely sets him apart from trash-tier players. Holding a sleepy echidna, Kangwoo cuts the pleasantries short because they don't have time for useless small talk. He demands the ritual's progress and the cult's location, prompting Ryoma to drop the act and get serious. As the tension rises, a magical holographic map begins to manifest to show the squad where they're heading. Ryoma lays out the tactical situation in Hokkaido, explaining that the clock is ticking before the demon arrives. Over at Sapporo Station, the situation has already spiraled into a hellish nightmare filled with fire and blood. Little Echidna steps up to the plate, channeling her massive demonic energy to clear a path through the chaos. She absolutely obliterates the mob demons, proving that even in her small form, she's a total force of nature. Kangwoo stands unfazed while Seola grips her staff, both staring down the chaotic mess unfolding right before them. Massive golems from the second hell are tearing through the city, forcing the other players into a desperate struggle. A multi-eyed Cerberus from the third hell joins the fray, its snarling maw ready to rip everything to shreds. Yeonju struggles to restrain the beast with her chains, screaming at our boy to stop standing around and help. Kangwoo completely ignores the noise and calmly asks Seola to hit him with that same light buff from before. As the grace of light washes over him, his demonic energy spikes, making him feel more powerful than ever. He decides to test his new limits, combining the power of hellfire with his innate ability to shatter everything. Our boy lets loose a devastating beam of pure destruction that completely swallows the battlefield in blinding, searing light. The hellish beast doesn't stand a chance as it's incinerated instantly by the overwhelming heat of his massive strike. Even Yeonju is left completely dumbfounded, shielding her eyes from the sheer, terrifying scale of his sudden destructive power. Yeonju is absolutely fuming after that stunt, her patience wearing thinner than a trash-tier mob's health bar. She screams at the duo, demanding to know if they've lost their minds using such overkill nearby. Our boy just smirks, claiming his destructive power is exactly what's needed to clear out this mess. However, his expression shifts as he realizes something feels off, prompting him to pivot to a new plan. Ryoma steps up, explaining how the demonic order has overrun Sapporo Station with their mutated freaks. He proposes a split and ambush tactic, hoping to catch the cultists off guard with their unknown strength. The Hwarang commander looks skeptical, questioning if sending someone into the ritual site alone is even possible. Ryoma just flashes a sharp smile, volunteering himself to handle the dangerous infiltration mission. While Seola panics about an approaching Yeonju, Kangwoo ignores her, waiting for Ryoma to lead the way. Suddenly, a massive surge of energy erupts from above, signaling that the real party is finally starting. Yeonju is dumbfounded by the energy, while Kangwoo notes the flashy entrance. Our boy decides it's time to get moving, stepping into a glowing red teleportation circle. Seola and Yeonju join him, wondering if Ryoma is already making his move. Ryoma activates his special sight, though the thick demonic energy makes visibility a total pain. He unleashes his omniscient power, a massive eye manifesting to scan the entire battlefield. He spots the ritual site and starts carving through trash-tier demons like they are nothing. His eyes glow with intense power as he focuses on finding the cult's main hideout. Even as the grotesque beasts roar in defiance, Ryoma senses that something is seriously wrong. He continues his rampage, effortlessly slicing through the demonic horde despite the chaotic ruckus. Standing over the corpses, he wonders why not a single member of the demonic order is present. Our boy Kang-woo cracks a wicked grin as the pieces finally start falling into place. He points toward the ceiling, explaining to the confused girls that the ritual is happening right above them. Without wasting a second, he clenches his fist and channels the power of 1,000 into his strike. He stacks the power of destruction on top, intending to end this hide-and-seek game with one hit. He unleashes a technique called Destroying the Sky, absolutely shattering the floor of the cult's secret hideout. Yeonju and Seola are completely dumbfounded, screaming that he's a total psycho for such a reckless move. As the dust settles, they peer into the massive crater, desperately hoping he didn't just kill himself. On the other side of the rubble, a cultist's eye widens in pure terror at the sudden explosion. These trash-tier fanatics are left shaking, wondering how on earth a human managed to find them so easily. Kang-woo just sits there with a demonic smile, knowing he's finally hit the jackpot. The cracked red mask of a trash-tier cultist lies abandoned in a growing pool of dark blood. Our boy stands calmly amidst the carnage as Yeonju and Seola come racing toward the blast site. They are hyped that he actually found the hideout, but Kang-woo has a different plan in mind. He bluntly tells them they aren't coming along, leaving both of the girls completely dumbfounded and hurt. He explains that other players are still struggling on the surface and need their support to survive. Suddenly, little Echidna comes sprinting over to join the conversation before her master can disappear again. She looks him dead in the eye, sternly warning him not to pull another reckless stunt like before. She demands a pinky promise that he won't touch the forbidden myriad demon power during this raid. Kang-woo just gives her a reassuring smirk, saying he will try his best to keep it under wraps. Without wasting another second, he leaps into the dark abyss to finish off the remaining cultist scum. Kang-woo dives headfirst into the abyss, using the power of Sky to leave his worried team far behind. A few trash-tier guards try to block his path, but they are clearly terrified of the monster approaching. Our boy doesn't even hesitate, letting his dark energy coil around his hand for a swift, lethal strike. He shreds through the hallway like a whirlwind of death, painting the walls red with cultist blood. As he continues his path of destruction, he notes that these Japanese fanatics are surprisingly weak. Even as they fall, the survivors desperately try to grab him, leaving him confused by their insane determination. Their fanatical loyalty is almost impressive, acting like loyal knights protecting something far more important than their lives. He smashes through a final stone barrier, finally uncovering the heart of their secret ritual chamber. A crazed fanatic holds up a banner of a familiar succubus, screaming for everyone to summon their god. It turns out these weirdos are actually worshipping Lilith, pouring their energy into a massive purple summoning ritual. The fanatics roar that their creed will finally cross dimensions to reach their beloved goddess. They pour their energy into a massive ritual, desperate to bring Lilith into this world. Our boy suddenly stumbles into the room, looking completely drained by the sheer absurdity of the scene. He stares in disbelief, wondering if these trash-tier weirdos are actually the feared demonic order. A fanatic tells him to back off while proudly sporting a chibi Lilith on his robes. Kang-woo notices their weapons are covered in charms. Realizing their greed is just pure, unadulterated obsession, he decides he can't just stand by and watch this cringe fest continue for another second. The air thickens with a suffocating aura of fanatical love as the ritual reaches its peak. Their leader, Akiyama Ichiro, steps forward, looking more like a crazed fanboy than a cardinal. Kang-woo finally asks the burning question, demanding to know the real reason behind this pathetic summoning. Akiyama Ichiro is panting like a total creep, obsessed with the idea that a succubus is every man's dream. Kang-woo just stares at the floor, his voice cold as he repeats the word dream with pure disgust. He looks the cardinal dead in the eye, asking if this pathetic fantasy is really all they want. Without waiting for an answer, our boy activates his speed and closes the gap in a heartbeat. He delivers a brutal punch that shatters the cardinal's mask and sends teeth flying everywhere. Kang-woo follows up with a kick, calling them trash-tier bastards who only think with their lower halves. The cultists watch in horror as their leader is folded like laundry by a single, effortless strike. His eyes glow with a terrifying light as he warns them that hell is no place for dreams. The remaining fanatics try to swarm him, desperately hoping to protect their fallen leader from further carnage. It is a complete slaughter as Kang-woo pummels the entire group into the dirt, leaving them utterly broken. Akiyama Ichiro screams that Kang-woo isn't someone they can fight. Finally realizing the massive power gap, he tells his followers to run while he sacrifices himself to buy them a few precious seconds. Even if he dies, He believes their twisted creed and wishes will remain eternal in this world. The cultists look at their leader with fanatical devotion, completely blinded by his pathetic display of heroism. Kangwoo is just disgusted, thinking their talk of creeds and sacrifices is nothing but absolute bullshit. The cardinal barks back, demanding that our boy stop insulting the sacred beliefs they hold so dear. Kangwoo just sighs, deciding that if their creed is so important, they should probably die for it. He begins stacking his authorities, combining the powers of the blade, explosion, and beheading into one strike. With a single swing of Graham, he incinerates the trash-tier fanatics and wipes them off the map. Suddenly, he notices the energy from the blast is surging directly toward the open fissure. Akiyama Ichiro takes the full force of the blast, his body buckling under the sheer pressure. The cardinal coughs up blood, realizing his sacred creed didn't protect him from our boy's wrath. He collapses onto the ritual floor while his fanatical followers scream in absolute terror. One cultist tries to act tough, ordering the others to save their leader while he stalls Kangwoo. Kangwoo just glares with those demonic eyes, telling the trash-tier mobs to get lost before he loses patience. Terrified of his overwhelming presence, the remaining cultists scramble away like rats from a sinking ship. He considers finishing them off, but realizes there's a much bigger problem brewing within the fissure. Our boy manifests his wings, deciding he shouldn't waste another second on these delusional lunatics. Looking at the chaotic energy, he thinks their plan is unsophisticated and lacks any real finesse. He clenches his fist, preparing to mix his demonic crystal energy with the power of Thousand. Kangwoo plunges his hand into the closing fissure, desperate to stabilize the chaotic energy before the portal vanishes. He flashes a sharp, demonic grin, satisfied that his plan to manipulate the rift is actually working out. But the opening begins to shrink rapidly, forcing him to physically strain against the collapsing dimensional walls. Suddenly, a familiar, slimy texture brushes against his skin, emerging from the darkness of the ninth hell. Our boy freezes as he realizes his most obsessive subordinate has caught his scent through the narrowing gap. The purple tentacles wrap around him with terrifying speed, pulling him into a suffocating and overly affectionate grip. He feels a wave of fanatical obsession wash over him, leaving him completely dumbfounded by the sudden turn. Lilith cries out in joy, declaring her intent to cross over and serve her king right this instant. Kangwoo panics and desperately tells the clingy succubus to stay away before she causes a total dimensional collapse. With his demonic crystal hitting its limit, he struggles to maintain control while being swarmed by his subordinate. Echidna scolds him, warning that he can't keep pushing his body like that without facing serious consequences. Our boy shudders, remembering how Lilith's suffocating affection is a fate far worse than any dimensional collapse. Realizing he has no choice, he prepares to unleash a power he usually keeps under wraps. He activates the authority of gluttony, summoning massive spectral jaws to devour the unstable energy swirling around him. As the energy is consumed, he hears Lilith's fanatical voice echoing through the void, fueling his desperation. The sheer amount of absorbed mana condenses into a massive, glowing red demonic crystal of unprecedented quality. This massive surge fulfills every requirement for the extreme demonic delay, pushing him one step closer to godhood. Suddenly, his body begins to mutate and transform, leaving him cursing the terrible timing of this forced evolution. But a sharp, demonic grin spreads across his face as he decides to turn this crisis into an opportunity. He focuses the overflowing power of the crystal directly onto the crack, attempting to stabilize the collapsing walls. Our boy clenches his fist, determined to end this chaotic mess once and for all. The impact sends him reeling back as the infernal energy finally begins to settle within his core. He gasps for air, relieved that he managed to stop Lilith from actually manifesting in the flesh. A system alert confirms the extreme demonic delay is complete, granting him a nice little stat boost. Suddenly, his eyes widen as he realizes his sixth awakening special ability has finally been fully unlocked. Kangwoo sits up with a grin, eager to see what kind of broken power he just scored. Turns out, he can now use Demon's Conjuration to craft insane gear by imbuing them with his authorities. He realizes he needs mythical tier ingredients, but his current legendary coat just won't cut it. Just as he's wondering where to find such high-tier loot, something nearby catches his sharp gaze. He looks at the unconscious Kurosaki Yuri, realizing the perfect mythical ingredient is lying right in front of him. Kangwoo stares at the heavenly shaman, wondering if her descent ability is the key to crafting mythical tier gear. He realizes the top-tier gear Ryoma uses must have been forged through this girl's unique powers. Just as he's about to make a move, a massive explosion rocks the basement ceiling. Someone is dropping in from above, realizing the real ritual was happening in the basement all along. It's Ryoma, looking way too calm as he surveys the wreckage of the cult's secret hideout. He spots our boy, and wonders why a Korean player is lurking in a restricted operation zone. Kangwoo tightens his grip on the unconscious girl, quickly cooking up a believable story for being there. With a sharp grin, he claims he's just a hero who swooped in to save the kidnapped shaman. Ryoma isn't fully buying it, questioning why he abandoned his post without giving anyone a heads up. The world ranker admits he only came down because the trash-tier cultists upstairs were already wiped out. Ryoma admits he kept quiet about the basement, because he wanted to hog all the glory and rewards. Our boy decides to take his leave with the unconscious Yuri, figuring he can just ignore this greedy ranker. Ryoma is already counting his chickens, wondering if he can squeeze 3 pieces of mythical gear out of this. Suddenly, the air fills with tension as an emergency alert catches Kangwoo completely off guard. Ryoma pulls out a communication orb and shamelessly labels our boy as a spy for the demonic order. He screams for immediate backup, leaving Kangwoo absolutely dumbfounded by the blatant lie about kidnapping the shaman. The narrative shifts to the bright lights of Tokyo, where the fallout of the accusation is just beginning. Kangwoo finds himself stuck in a player camp, his powers neutralized by a heavy mana restraint tool. Ryoma looms over him, explaining that the shackles are just to keep him from running before his trial. With a cold glint in his eye, the world ranker confirms that the trial begins first thing tomorrow. Ryoma keeps up the act, holding the unconscious Yuri while gloating about the trial for our boy. He mockingly tells Kangwoo to find a lawyer, though he doubts anyone would dare defend a traitor. From the shadows of his cell, Kangwoo simply notes that there are exactly 5. With a demonic grin, he clarifies that 5 is the number of fatal mistakes the world ranker just made. Ryoma just laughs it off as he walks away, finding the idea of his own failure quite amusing. He assumes Kangwoo is just bored and talking nonsense to hide his fear before the big day. The heavy door slams shut, leaving our boy alone with his thoughts and those heavy mana restraints. Instead of panicking, he realizes he needs to wrap this up quickly to stay on schedule. Outside, Yeonju and the others are absolutely floored by the news. Unable to process the spy accusation, they confront Ryoma, refusing to believe their reliable ally could ever be cut from that cloth. Fujimoto Ryoma continues his act, claiming he and Prime Minister Yamada witnessed the shaman's kidnapping firsthand. Cha Yeonju is absolutely livid, her mana flaring as she struggles to contain her explosive, righteous rage. She readies her chains, telling the arrogant world ranker to keep yapping, while her crimson aura explodes. Our boy just gives her a calm smile, telling her to relax because he will be back shortly. Even with his reassurance, Seola and Echidna look completely heartbroken, wondering if he can truly return. He promises to return soon, telling them to just wait patiently with his loyal dragon companion. Back in the cold silence of his cell, Kangwoo decides it is time to prepare for the trial. He activates his mirroring and puppet powers, creating a perfect dark decoy to sit in his place. As the purple mist rises, he realizes Fujimoto Ryoma's first mistake was thinking these chains could hold him. The puppet takes shape, allowing the true king of hell to move freely while the world watches a fake. Kangwoo smirks as his purple energy flares, knowing those trash-tier mana restraints can't touch his demonic power. He decides it is time to move, believing that one should always repay malice with even greater malice. Spreading his dark wings, our boy soars over the Tokyo skyline to set his master plan in motion. By the next morning, the Tokyo court is filled with tension as the high-profile trial finally begins. Fujimoto Ryoma sits there looking bored, just wanting this whole legal circus to end as soon as possible. The arrogant world ranker is already fantasizing about marrying Kurosaki Yuri and being hailed as Japan's ultimate savior. He glances toward the defense bench, checking to see if his enemies are finally starting to crack. While the Kangwoo puppet shamelessly yawns, Seola and Yeonju look like they are barely restraining their murderous rage. Ryoma feels untouchable, especially since he already lined the pockets of the judge overseeing the entire case. But Judge Nobuhito looks absolutely terrified, his hands shaking as he prepares to open the most dangerous trial ever. The prosecution begins their opening statement, but Ryoma is distracted by the judge's weird, shaky behavior. They start spinning a trash-tier story about how our boy abandoned his post to join a demonic ritual. Yeonju can't take the blatant lies anymore and slams her fist down in a fit of absolute rage. Since Kangwoo lacks a lawyer, little Echidna hilariously offers to represent him, while the judge asks for his defense. With a bright, innocent smile, our boy simply denies everything, claiming he has nothing to do with those cultists. Ryoma can't help but laugh, thinking his opponent is even more of a brainless idiot than he first thought. He wears a smug grin as the witnesses are called, certain that his fabricated evidence will seal the deal. He recalls the moment he set the trap, framing Kangwoo for kidnapping the shaman to ruin his reputation forever. However, Prime Minister Yamada walks in looking like he's seen a ghost, trembling harder than the judge himself. Ryoma just brushes it off as old age, completely unaware that his perfect plan is about to go up in flames. Ryoma realizes things are going south, as the witness prepares to drop a truth bomb he didn't expect. Yamada is visibly shaking, his hand drenched in sweat, as he prepares to betray his supposed ally. The Prime Minister finally snaps, confessing that Ryoma was the one who threatened him into silence. A wave of shock ripples through the courtroom, as the spectators realize they've been played by their hero. Ryoma loses his cool and slams the table, desperately trying to shut the old man up before it's too late. Despite the pressure, Yamada points a trembling finger and exposes the trash-tier villain's secret identity to everyone. Ryoma is completely dumbfounded, his perfect mask shattering as he's labeled a member of the demonic order. The courtroom descends into chaos, while the Prime Minister grips the stand, finally unburdening his guilty conscience. He reveals how Ryoma staged the kidnapping and threatened to sacrifice his entire family to the demons. As Yamada names our boy the true savior, Ryoma screams in denial, while Kangwoo just watches the show. Ryoma screams that it's all slander, desperately claiming his loyalty to Japan, while his world starts crumbling. He demands proof, but his heart skips a beat when he realizes the old man isn't bluffing. Yamada pulls out a glowing demonic crystal, a forbidden item that reeks of the very cult he serves. The Prime Minister reveals this evidence was stashed right in Ryoma's home, leaving the trash-tier hero speechless. Ryoma tries to spin it, arguing he would have used the crystal to frame our boy instead of keeping it. Suddenly, the sound of confident footsteps echoes through the room as a new player enters the fray. Cheon Soyeon from the Heavenly Earthly Gate arrives, announcing she's been leading the secret investigation into his cult ties. She explains that Yamada personally requested her guild's help to tear Ryoma's private residence apart for clues. Her team clicks open a heavy briefcase, releasing a sinister purple glow that fills the entire courtroom. Soyeon presents a haul of demonic artifacts, proving once and for all that Ryoma is a total fraud. Soyeon stakes her guild's honor on the claim that Ryoma is a high-ranking member of the demonic order. Ryoma breaks into a chilling laugh, realizing his desperate framing attempt is failing miserably against the mounting evidence. He stares into the void, panicking as he searches for any lie that might save his pathetic reputation. The trash-tier hero tries to deflect, accusing the Chinese guild of a political power grab to destabilize Japan. Soyeon remains unfazed, while the hooded figure standing beside her prepares to reveal the ultimate truth. The hood falls away to reveal Kurosaki Yuri, the heavenly shaman who was supposedly still unconscious in recovery. The reporters are left completely dumbfounded, wondering how the nation's savior could possibly be standing right there. Yuri walks toward the center of the room, announcing she has come to speak as a direct witness. She confirms that our boy Kangwoo was her true savior, completely exposing Ryoma's heroic act as a total sham. As Yuri bows to the public, the crowd's sympathy shifts to her while their rage boils over toward Ryoma. Soyeon tells the judge the trial is over, and it is finally time to lock Ryoma up. The terrified judge immediately permits the arrest, leaving Ryoma stunned by how fast his world is crumbling. Ryoma realizes the Prime Minister, Yuri, and Soyeon are all working together to bury his career. He looks back at the crowd, searching for the mastermind who orchestrated this entire legal nightmare. He spots our boy Kangwoo's demonic grin and realizes this monster prepared everything in a single day. Refusing to go down quietly, Ryoma snaps and decides he is not going to be anyone's prisoner. He surges with power, leaping toward the ceiling to make a desperate break for it. With a massive explosion of energy, the trash-tier hero smashes through the roof to escape justice. Yeonju and the others are stunned by his audacity, shouting for someone to catch the fleeing coward. Yeonju turns to ask Kangwoo for help, only to find that he has already vanished from his seat. The wooden stock lies shattered on the floor as everyone wonders how our boy escaped his restraints so easily. High above the courtroom, the night sky remains silent, but the real hunt is just beginning to brew. The city lights flicker below, oblivious to the high-stakes chase unfolding across the rooftops of the city. A streak of purple energy tears through the air, signaling that the predator has finally caught his prey. Ryoma curses his luck, wondering exactly when his perfect plan started spiraling into this absolute dumpster fire. The trash-tier hero desperately hopes that if he can just leave Japan, he might actually survive this mess. Suddenly, a massive burst of power erupts in the sky, completely cutting off his only path to freedom. Before he can react, a crushing force slams him downward, sending him crashing through the structures like a rag doll. Eating dirt, Ryoma wheezes out a curse, demanding to know who dares to lay a hand on him. He looks up in terror as he is asked if he finally understands the gravity of his situation. Ryoma hits the deck hard, cursing our boy as a ball of fire lights up the night sky. Kangwoo just flashes a wicked grin and starts listing the 5 massive mistakes the trash-tier hero made. Ryoma tries to play it cool, shouting that his plan wasn't that impulsive or full of holes. But he freezes up when the realization hits that he's completely out of his league here. Kangwoo laughs, explaining that those fancy mana restraints were always going to be useless against a true king. He clenches his fist, ready to show that his power operates on a whole different level of logic. Holding a demonic crystal, he reveals he knows exactly how to craft the very evidence used against him. Ryoma's world crumbles as he hears how stupid it was to rely on ordinary people as witnesses. Prime Minister Yamada and Judge Nobuhito are shaking in their boots, completely broken by the sheer pressure. Walking forward, Kangwoo admits he didn't even need skills, when pure dread does the job much better. Our boy reveals his fourth ace, explaining how he used a previous promise to get the Chinese guild's help. He firmly grabs the coward's shoulder, mocking the trash-tier plan of trying to kill the dog after the hunt. With a terrifying grin, he warns the fraud that he should have checked if he was hunting a demon instead. Ryoma's pride finally snaps as he realizes his entire reputation is being dismantled by a supposed nobody player. Driven to madness, the world ranker leaps into the air, desperate to erase the evidence with pure violence. He screams about ending our boy's life while charging up a massive sphere of energy in his hand. The coward vows to rip him to shreds, but Kangwoo just stands there, completely unfazed by the pathetic display. Ryoma's eyes go wide with insanity as he promises to make this the most painful death possible. A massive explosion rocks the city tower, proving that the so-called hero has completely lost his mind. He laughs like a total lunatic, finally dropping the act and showing his true colors to the world. Ryoma stands there completely dumbfounded as he realizes his desperate assault didn't even leave a single scratch. Our boy just flashes a trash-tier smirk and admits he honestly expected a lot more from a world ranker. He effortlessly manifests the power of the Iron Wall, a massive demonic shield that makes Ryoma's power look pathetic. As the tower glows against the night sky, Kangwoo notes that Ryoma's hero persona was actually a decent concept. He stretches casually while mocking how Ryoma played the kind soul while secretly being a manipulative snake. With a cold glare, he tells the fraud he's disappointed because his mask fell off way too easily. Kangwoo even calls him a bit dumb, pointing out that fewer mistakes might have actually given him a chance. Ryoma loses his mind and screams insults while charging a massive sphere of energy with every ounce of mana. He hurls the blast with a roar of rage, desperate to erase the man who just shattered his ego. The fraud is left huffing and puffing, realizing that even his ultimate effort couldn't touch the true king. Kangwoo mocks Ryoma's predictable cursing, finding his boring reactions completely beneath a true king. Ryoma throws a desperate punch, but our boy just smirks, finally seeing a bit of actual effort. They take the fight to the sky, where Kangwoo warns the fraud not to look so pathetic while showing off. Their powers collide in a massive burst of mana, lighting up the night with violent energy. The two become nothing but streaks of light, clashing repeatedly as they tear through the air. Every impact sends shockwaves through the tower, proving that Ryoma is way out of his league. They meet in one final high-speed exchange, but it's clear who's actually controlling the pace. Our boy casually crosses his arms and asks for sushi recommendations, treating this duel like a grocery run. Ryoma is left huffing in disbelief, his mind breaking as he realizes he can't touch the man he mocked. Ryoma screams in frustration as his mana spirals into violent vortexes, unable to accept his trash-tier reality. Ryoma screams in fury, demanding to know if our boy is just playing with him. The fraud loses it completely, swearing to deliver a death more agonizing than anything imaginable. Kangwoo just smirks, thinking about how incredibly upset this little trash-tier villain has become. He casually dodges, mockingly apologizing, and calling Ryoma the most perfect enemy he's ever faced. Our boy even offers to take him out for sushi later, completely disregarding the life-or-death struggle. Deciding it's time to wrap things up, Kangwoo prepares to end this pathetic display for good. Suddenly, Ryoma Suzanusai flares with a strange power, catching even the former King of Hell off guard. Before he can react, a blinding light erupts as the fraud unleashes a hidden, desperate trump card. A massive pillar of divine energy consumes the area, shaking the very foundation of the tower. Kangwoo hits the floor coughing up blood, looking like he finally bit off more than he could chew. Kangwoo looks on with a smug grin, genuinely amused that this trash-tier fraud actually managed to summon something interesting. A massive, divine manifestation of Susanoo towers over the battlefield, radiating an energy that feels completely out of place. Ryoma knows he only has 60 seconds of this peak power, so he is betting everything on a quick kill. The desperate fraud screams for his divine guardian to erase the man who ruined his perfect reputation. Our boy senses a familiar, ancient energy coming from the giant, realizing this isn't just some cheap trick. The entity speaks in a tongue Kangwoo doesn't care to translate, refusing to waste mana on a conversation. Susanoo reaches out with a massive hand, recognizing the dark authority of the former King of Hell. The divine giant manifests a colossal blade, deciding to test if Kang Woo is truly worthy of his title. Refusing to play defense, our boy combines Hellfire with his Dark Spear to meet the God-tier threat head-on. Realizing his standard gear won't cut it, Kang Woo unleashes the power of Shattering to break this divine puppet. Ryoma stomps the ground, desperately begging for more power to turn the tide against our boy. The fraud's face twists into a demonic mask as he prepares to gamble everything on one final strike. He starts cackling like a madman, feeling a surge of energy that he thinks will finally end this. Ryoma mocks Kang Woo's previous confidence, convinced that the state of the battlefield has shifted in his favor. He screams that Kang Woo will be the one to die, but suddenly stops when something feels horribly wrong. The wind begins to howl with unnatural force, leaving the trash-tier hero dumbfounded by the shifting atmosphere. He realizes too late that this isn't his own power, but a terrifying new authority called Tempest. Kang Woo calmly weaves 4 massive powers together, deciding that this wind is the perfect final ingredient for his spear. Witnessing the true depth of the demonic energy sea, our boy manifests the legendary Gungnir to end the farce. Susanoo grips his spectral blade tightly, accepting the challenge as the 2 monstrous powers finally collide. Kang Woo follows through on his promise, launching a strike meant to finally shatter the fake hero's resolve. The divine Susanoo struggles to parry the concentrated power of Gungnir as their massive energies violently collide. The 2 opposing forces grind against each other, threatening to tear the very fabric of reality apart. A blinding explosion of mana erupts, signaling the peak of this desperate and gritty life-or-death struggle. From the ground, Yeonju watches the sky split open, wondering if anyone could possibly survive that impact. Seola and Echidna look on in horror, desperately hoping our boy isn't caught in the center of the blast. In the middle of the storm, Kang Woo grinds his teeth, frustrated that a god's power still draws blood. He notices something strange as black ichor sprays across the battlefield instead of normal human blood. Our boy realizes his blood has fused with the extreme demonic energy of his new, evolved body. A dark realization hits him, and he decides to turn his own essence into a lethal, concentrated weapon. Kang Woo decides to detonate his own demonic essence, aiming to take down the divine manifestation once and for all. Susanoo looks on in pure shock as the trash-tier human actually manages to threaten a god's existence. The divine entity realizes too late that the prophecy about a world-ending king was actually referring to our boy. With a final, brutal strike, Kang Woo tears through the spiritual fabric, shattering the god's presence into a million pieces. The smoke clears over the city as the overwhelming pressure of the divine manifestation finally begins to evaporate. A massive shockwave slams into the rooftop, marking the end of the most lopsided duel in history. Ryoma's body starts to crumble, his skin cracking as the cost of summoning a god drains his very life. He looks like a dried-up husk, dumbfounded that his trump card left him at death's door instead of winning. As the fraud crawls through the snow, he desperately hopes to find a way to steal Yuri's energy. Suddenly, Kang Woo descends from the sky with a mocking grin, reminding him that summoning gods always costs a price. Ryoma curses our boy with his last breath, unable to accept his pathetic defeat. As his body starts to incinerate, Kang Woo asks if the fraud finally realizes how outclassed he is. Our boy walks away while Ryoma screams, explaining that meddling with the innocent cost him a myth-ranked item. Looking down at the trash-tier hero, Kang Woo decides to claim Ryoma's artifact as compensation for his trouble. Ryoma desperately pleads for mercy, knowing that losing the artifact means his immediate and painful death. The coward offers even more treasures from Yuri, but Kang Woo's hand reaches for the prize regardless. With a sinister grin, our boy successfully extracts the glowing core while Ryoma's life force completely vanishes. Kang Woo bids him a cold farewell, mockingly apologizing for missing their scheduled sushi dinner together. Ryoma's body finally crumbles into ash, wondering if hell be a laughingstock even in the afterlife. Turns out the item is soulbound, leaving our boy annoyed that he can't even use his new loot. Kang Woo ponders if more gods will appear as the Gaia system weakens, realizing Susanoo was just a fragment. Suddenly, a system notification pings, revealing the second step to becoming a true demon god. Our boy finds the requirement a bit cringy, but realizes he might actually need godhood to win. He addresses Cheon Mujin and his daughter, letting them know he is finally finished with his business here. Our boy simply leaves the mess for them to handle as he disappears into the night. Cheon Mujin is left dumbfounded, wondering if the overwhelming power they just witnessed wasn't even Kang Woo's full strength. The guild leader even suggests a marriage alliance, but Cheon Soyeon decides it is time to head back home. She isn't running away though. She is motivated to train harder than ever after seeing that monster. Cheon Soyeon decides that if he lacks martial arts talent, she'll just have to be the one to provide it. Her gaze sharpens as she realizes there is much more to this man than meets the eye. Kangwoo descends with his wings out, realizing that trying to sneak back to his group is a lost cause. As soon as he touches down, Yeonju starts barking questions about where he has been this whole time. He casually mentions he was just wrapping things up, but Yeonju is livid that he left them hanging. She demands to know if he knew about Ryoma's cult ties, but our boy plays it off as news. When he tries to say everything worked out in the end, Yeonju looks like she is about to explode. Seola tries to play peacemaker while Yeonju literally fumes. Her patience with our boy's antics at zero. However, the mood shifts as Seola's expression turns from relief to deep, tearful worry. Kangwoo flinches when she admits how terrified they were that something had actually happened to him. He realizes that if he doesn't give a proper answer soon, he is in for some serious trouble. Before he can explain, Seola throws herself at him, finally letting out all that bottled-up fear. Seola is squeezing the life out of Kangwoo, while poor Echidna is getting crushed in the middle. Our boy tries to lighten the mood by mentioning how much he misses her home-cooked kimchi stew. While they bond over food, Yeonju is absolutely fuming at how easily he's brushing off the danger. Even as Seola tells him to let go, Kangwoo's mind is already racing with suspicious loose ends. He can't wrap his head around why Yuri went out of her way to back up his story. She claims she was awake when he saved her, but he knows his senses are too sharp to miss that. He wonders if she just hated Ryoma that much. But Yeonju interrupts his thoughts with a painful pinch. She drags him off for sushi, completely fed up with his sentimental talk about stew and domestic life. As the group heads out, Yuri watches them leave with an expression that's hard to read. She eventually accepts an escort back to her place, keeping her true thoughts locked away for now. Yuri narrows her eyes, deciding to let our boy go for now while she keeps her secrets hidden. She continues watching Kangwoo from a distance, her gaze lingering as he remains oblivious to her true intentions. The shaman silently promises that she will be paying him a very personal visit in the near future. As they walk away, the obsessive shadow of Lilith looms over them, practically swooning for her demon king. Fast forward 1 week, and the crew finally makes it back to the familiar streets of their home. Kangwoo and a tiny Echidna are absolutely hyped to be back, celebrating their return with a burst of energy. Meanwhile, Yeonju looks like a total zombie, barely able to keep her eyes open as she heads inside. Seola calls out a worried warning, watching the trash-tier state of their exhausted guildmaster as she stumbles away. Our boy and the healer share a look, realizing just how much the mission drained their fiery leader. Kangwoo acknowledges that after being dragged through Japan's chaos for a week, she definitely earned a long rest. Cheonmujin and Yeonju stand together, as the world learns they were the ones who handled Ryoma. Since Japan lost their hero, the resulting hatred is naturally pointed straight at China and Korea. Yeonju plays the shield, absorbing the public's rage while the guild leader desperately tries to keep her calm. Back at the guild, Seola lets our boy know that she is heading inside to finally recover. Kangwoo tells her to go on ahead, mentioning he has some unfinished business to handle elsewhere. A curious Echidna tilts her head, wondering what kind of quiet place he plans on visiting. He agrees to let her join him as he prepares to reveal his true objective. Flashing a demonic grin, he pulls out a glowing crystal, intent on crafting some powerful new equipment. They soon arrive at a serene, grassy field that seems far removed from the chaos of the city. His feet hit the soft grass as he prepares to put his new materials to good use. Our boy and Echidna touch down in the quiet field, finally ready to get to work. He scans the horizon and decides this secluded spot is the perfect place for his secret project. Opening his system, he decides it is time to re-examine the mechanics of his special crafting ability. This SS rank skill allows him to forge gear by imbuing it with his various demonic powers. He recalls using Gungnir before, but realizes that weapon was limited to only 4 powers at once. The energy cost spikes exponentially with every added power, making high-tier imbuement a massive mana drain. Since he isn't in a life-or-death fight, he figures he can push his limits to 5 powers. Seeing him lost in thought, the little dragon asks if there is anything she can do to help. He asks her to keep any pests away, and she happily agrees to handle the security detail. As she skips off to set a barrier, our boy flashes a wicked grin, ready to start practicing. Our boy decides to kick things off with a familiar technique to test his current crafting limits. He activates Demon's Conjuration, letting his dark mana flood the area in a massive, swirling purple surge. The ground begins to tremble as the infernal energy starts weaving itself into a physical, tangible form. Swirling shadows wrap around him like a dark cocoon, signaling that the ritual is finally reaching its peak. With the conjuration pathway open, a core of concentrated malice forms as a vessel for his power. Since he isn't using external materials, the system automatically caps the weapon's potential at the legendary rank. He begins imbuing the core with hellfire and shattering, aiming to recreate the mythical spear, Gae Bolg. The energy solidifies into a lethal crimson shard as the system confirms the successful creation of the spear. Examining his handiwork, he notes that while it's not perfect, it perfectly retains his destructive demonic authorities. Now that he has a new toy, he eyes a nearby cliff to see exactly how much damage it does. The cliff face begins to splinter under the weight of his newly forged demonic energy. Our boy lets it rip, and the impact completely obliterates the stone in a blinding flash. He watches the destruction with those cold eyes, calculating if this trash-tier prototype is actually worth keeping. It turns out the spear only hits about 20% of its original power, which is pretty disappointing. He figures he can bridge the gap with body strengthening, but the dust has Echidna coughing her lungs out. The little dragon asks if he has finally decided on what kind of permanent gear he wants to craft. He considers sticking to one main weapon like Sehun, but that would kill his versatility in a fight. Suddenly, Echidna drops a total galaxy brain idea about making a weapon that can actually change its shape. As night falls over the hills, he realizes a morphing weapon is exactly what a demon king needs. He tells Siola it is time to get to work, and she grips her staff, ready for the ritual. Siola channels her light magic to stabilize the area, ensuring the ritual doesn't blow them all to hell. Our boy checks his stats, noting his demonic power is sitting pretty at a massive 116. He activates his conjuration skill, ripping high-grade materials straight out of mythical gear while the girls watch. To make this weapon truly broken, he weaves in the power of Tempest for that extra elemental kick. Echidna is hyped, realizing that a shape-shifting weapon would let him pull off every attack style simultaneously. He locks in the power of transformation, officially confirming the fifth and final ability for his new toy. The system starts a 10-second countdown, and he knows he just has to keep his focus steady. As the clock hits 10, he pours every ounce of his energy into the swirling vortex of mana. While the timer ticks down, he wonders if mythical rank is actually the peak of what he can reach. He remembers that mythical gear is rare enough to summon gods, making this gamble worth every single second. The countdown hits 5, as he realizes even combining mythical items might not match the legendary weapons of hell. With only 2 seconds left, our boy decides that a standard mythical rank simply won't cut it for him. The timer hits 1, and he desperately searches for something more to tip the scales in his favor. He forces the power of gluttony into the mix, hungry for a result that defies the system's logic. Suddenly, the conditions update, and the system announces the birth of a legendary transcendent rank piece of equipment. Siola watches in pure terror, screaming his name as the sheer pressure of the craft threatens to explode. Little Echidna is just as dumbfounded, fearing that her master might have finally bitten off more than he can chew. A blinding flash of mana erupts, consuming the entire area in a roar of absolute, unbridled power. As the light fades, the grassy field falls silent, leaving behind nothing but the scent of scorched earth. Our boy collapses from exhaustion, while the girls stand there completely speechless at the monster he just created. Our boy stares in disbelief, wondering if he actually pulled off the impossible craft through sheer willpower. A massive, glowing orb manifests as the system confirms he just forged the legendary demonic sea key. He realizes he reached the peak of creation, losing the skill but gaining a permanent power boost. He reaches out to finalize the process, feeling the mana stabilize as the soul engraving finally finishes. Looking at the stats, he is stunned to see it is a growth-type item that evolves with him. He grins like a maniac, realizing this tool can mimic any weapon he has registered as a skill. To test it out, he triggers a conversion, instantly manifesting a wicked red bident in his hand. The raw energy feels just as lethal as his old gay bulg, proving this thing is top tier. He swaps forms again, calling forth the demonic sword Gram with speed that rivals a demonic crystal. With a dark smirk, he prepares to summon his ultimate weapon, Gungnir, to see its true potential. Our boy tries to manifest Gungnir, but a system error blocks him for using too many powers. He realizes his new toy has limits, but its hidden potential keeps him from feeling too disappointed. Seola and Echidna rush over to check on him, while he dreams of the weapon's future growth. He confirms his success, letting the demonic energy swirl as he reveals the finished product to his allies. With a smug grin, he demonstrates its versatility by shifting the massive blade into a sleek, unassuming ring. Seola is absolutely dumbfounded by the transformation, but he explains it is just way more practical for travel. As the night deepens, the group decides to pack it in and finally head back to civilization. A week passes by in a flash, but our boy hasn't exactly been taking a vacation during the downtime. He stares down another annoying system prompt, frustrated that his progress is being gated by a level restriction. Lounging in his room, he sighs over the wasted effort of trying to cheese the system's strict rules. Our boy stares at his ring, desperate to level up and unlock the power to break Hell's seal. He's spent a whole week hitting a wall, wondering if there's a better way to bypass these trash-tier restrictions. He eyes the Russian border, debating if hunting the demonic order for a quick snack is worth the travel. His stomach lets out a violent growl, proving that even a former king of hell can't ignore basic hunger. With a sharp grin, he decides to take a break from the grind and finally get some real food. Panic sets in when he sees writhing purple tentacles floating in the middle of Seola's famous kimchi stew. He lets out a terrified scream, leaving his loyal dragon companion completely dumbfounded by his sudden mental breakdown. After a quick double take, he realizes his mind is playing tricks, and it's just regular octopus in the pot. He immediately offers a prayer of repentance for mistaking Seola's angelic cooking for Lilith's disgusting demonic essence. Noticing a pile of gear, he learns from Echidna that his teammates are already off clearing an A-rank gate. Echidna explains that Yeonju was the one who dropped off the mystery bags and that suspicious octopus. Just then, Yeonju hauls in a mountain of boxes, revealing Yuri sent a massive 300 billion won reward. She passes on Yuri's message, saying the girl is desperate to help our boy with anything he needs. Yeonju suddenly feels a chill down her spine as she notices Seola's expression turning into something truly demonic. Even Echidna starts shaking in her boots, wondering what on earth happened to Seola's usually angelic face. Kangwoo is completely dumbfounded by the payout, feeling like he just won the lottery for a simple rescue mission. He still can't wrap his head around the octopus gift, fearing it's some kind of weird signal from Lilith. The mood shifts when the news announces that Alec Osborne, a top-tier world ranker, has just landed in Korea. Our boy wonders why the Sword of Justice is suddenly so interested in meeting his protege, Sehun. He quickly looks up the British powerhouse, realizing this 27-year-old might be more than just a regular tourist. Alec Osborne is the real deal, an international hero who lives for protecting the weak and defenseless, has been hunting the demon order for ages, somehow taking them down without spilling a single human life. Our boy realizes this saint-like warrior is heading straight for Sehun, thinking they might actually be kindred spirits. The thought of this blonde guy getting cozy with his protege makes Kangwoo's blood boil with pure annoyance. He grabs his coat and asks Echidna where the rest of the crew is currently raiding near Incheon. With a demonic glint in his eye, he declares he's going to hunt down that tan blonde bastard himself. He eventually tracks the party down to a quiet little cafe where they're taking a well-deserved break. Tae-soo spots him immediately and starts waving like a maniac, thrilled to see their leader join the party. Kangwoo strolls into the shop where Seola, Eunbi, and the others are already waiting for his arrival. He sits down and immediately asks if they've heard the news about Alec Osborne making landfall in Korea. Kangwoo narrows his eyes, sensing something is seriously off with his disciples' weird and suspicious vibe. Turns out Sehun is sporting a look so gross and starstruck it makes our boy want to gag. When asked what the problem is, the kid admits he's just dumbfounded that a legend is visiting Korea. He starts gushing about how the Sword of Justice is the ultimate hero for the weak and downtrodden. Kangwoo mocks the cheesy title and pivots to ask if the kid has even been leveling up lately. Sehun casually drops that he already hit level 60, leaving the former king of hell absolutely floored. While Seola cuddles Echidna, Eunbi throws a tantrum because only the gifted brat can ignore level restrictions. Our boy realizes he suffered like a dog to break his own limits while Sehun just breezes through. The blue-haired fanboy wonders if he should head to the airport to greet his idol in person. Kangwoo shuts that down instantly, refusing to let his precious protege get corrupted by some trash-tier blonde hero. The door swings open as the legendary hero finally makes his grand entrance into the quiet cafe. Sehun immediately jumps up, practically vibrating with excitement as he fanboys over the famous Sword of Justice. Our boy watches from the sidelines, acknowledging that the blonde guy definitely carries the aura of a world ranker. He notes the sheer elegance in every step, sensing a level of magical stability that is honestly quite impressive. Looking at the man's blade, Kangwoo wonders if this hero is secretly hiding an even more monstrous power. Alec shows some surprising class by bowing politely, offering a formal greeting to the former king of hell. One look at his face confirms he is leagues above that trash-tier Ryoma they dealt with in Japan. As they shake hands, the blonde hero claims it is a genuine honor to meet a Korean legend. Kangwoo is internally fuming, feeling a sharp sting of jealousy that his protege is acting so starstruck. He realizes Sehun has never looked at him with that much respect, and it is driving him absolutely crazy. Alec tries to play it cool, asking what a big-shot world ranker is doing here while questioning our boy's identity. Sehun immediately jumps in to introduce Kangwoo as his brother, making the blonde hero recall those viral news articles. The hero turns his charm on the rest of the crew, politely acknowledging the beautiful ladies as Sehun's comrades. When he tries to get formal introductions, Kangwoo shuts him down, demanding he get straight to the point. Alec laughs it off, but our boy is internally fuming, convinced this guy is just trying to hit on Seola. The atmosphere suddenly shifts as the blonde ranker locks eyes with Sehun, preparing to drop a heavy question. He asks if they have ever heard of the Protectors, a term that sends a visible shock through the room. Kangwoo realizes these are the legendary beings chosen by the Gaia system itself to prevent the world's total collapse. Sehun is dumbfounded as the hero confirms he is also one of these chosen guardians, revealing his true status. Our boy just smirks, asking if the plan is for all these holy protectors to team up and save humanity. Alec finally drops the act and reveals his true goal is recruiting Sehun into the Guardians. He admits they aren't famous yet, but insists they are the only real hope for humanity's future. The hero leans in, promising that joining them means never feeling that gut-wrenching despair ever again. Those words hit Sehun like a freight train, clearly triggering a memory he has been trying to suppress. He remembers the Isu Station massacre, where the monsters he cut down were actually innocent, transformed civilians. Alec clenches his fist, arguing that true strength means saving people instead of just putting them down. He explains that if they are strong enough to apprehend victims without injury, they can eventually cure them. The blonde ranker reveals the Guardians have a secret method to amplify a protector's power to godlike levels. Kangwoo realizes this explains how Alec soloed the British cult, while trash-tier Ryoma was busy begging for help. Our boy decides that if Sehun gets a massive power-up from these guys, it only benefits his own plans. Sehun breaks into a cold sweat, feeling the immense pressure of the offer to join the Guardians. He stands there dumbfounded, his mind racing as he struggles to find the right words to respond. Later, Alec trudges through a quiet alleyway, looking absolutely dejected after their intense conversation. He lets out a heavy sigh, admitting to himself that he never anticipated such a flat rejection. Kangwoo watches with a sharp gaze, calling his protege a stubborn bastard, while Alec vows to convince him. Back at the table, the blonde ranker was desperately trying to sell the dream of true justice. As the tension peaks, a sinister dark aura begins to slither across the floor toward the unsuspecting swordsman. Lilith's essence manifests on his chest, planting seeds of doubt about why Head even considered joining them. Kangwoo looms behind him like a demon, mockingly asking if he truly believes Alec isn't just tricking him. Kangwoo triggers his subordination authority, forcing our boy Sehun to reject the offer while under total mental control. Sehun bows and apologizes for the delay, while Kangwoo smirks, knowing his long-term manipulation is finally paying off. Watching the blonde hero walk away, Kangwoo decides he can't let Sehun be corrupted by such irrational, saintly beliefs. Alec suddenly senses a presence and whirls around, demanding to know who is hiding in the dark alleyway. Our boy momentarily panics, thinking he actually got caught while playing the role of a creepy, stalking mastermind. Turns out the target isn't him, as a masked cultist drops from the sky aiming to end Alec's life. The assassin channels dark energy into a wicked demonic claw, ready to tear through anyone standing for justice. Alec immediately counters by drawing his sword, which glows with a vibrant green mana as he prepares for combat. Their blades clash as Alec realizes these persistent bastards actually followed him across the globe just to settle scores. Alec demands the cultists surrender, but the masked fanatic is determined to finally take the hero down. Their weapons collide in a shower of sparks as they tear up the narrow alleyway with pure mana. Watching from the shadows, Kangwoo gets a bad feeling when he hears the cultist mention a previous encounter. Our boy realizes this trash-tier assassin is a survivor from the European branch Alec dismantled a month ago. It turns out Alec has a habit of leaving these loose ends alive, making him a constant target. The gap in power is just too wide, and Alec quickly ends the fight with a decisive, bloody strike. Instead of finishing the job, the blonde hero looks down with pity, refusing to take another soul. Kangwoo is absolutely livid, unable to believe the sheer stupidity of Alec's philosophy regarding precious lives. Alec actually tries to recruit the cultist to the light side, leaving Kangwoo wondering if the hero is insane. Kangwoo thinks Alec's mercy is like letting a serial killer go with just a slap on the wrist. Suddenly, the trash-tier cultist pulls a hidden trick, catching the legendary hero completely off guard. Alec realizes too late that his kindness was just an invitation for the rat to bite back. The assassin charges toward a random civilian, ignoring the hero's desperate plea to stop the madness. The poor girl can only stare in terror as the monster closes the distance in a heartbeat. With a sickening thud, the cultist slams the innocent girl against the wall to make his escape. Alec stands there frozen, finally seeing the bloody cost of his naive refusal to finish his enemies. The killer vanishes into the shadows, leaving the hero to rot in the guilt of his own failure. The girl gasps her final breaths, her life fading away because a hero wanted to play saint. Alec collapses in tears, clutching the lifeless body, while wondering how things could have gone so horribly wrong. His grief is interrupted by a cold voice asking what on earth he thinks he's doing right now. Our boy Kangwoo appears, bluntly asking why the hero didn't just end that trash-tier cultist earlier. He points out that the woman's blood is on Alec's hands because his naive mercy is a death sentence. Kangwoo scoffs at the idea that every life is precious when that belief just gets innocent people killed. Dumbfounded, Alec looks up and asks what he's talking about. Still convinced he's holding a dying victim. Suddenly, the girl's body begins to shimmer and dissolve into nothingness right before his very eyes. Alec stares at his empty hands, realizing there was never a body, only the cold reality of an illusion. Kangwoo just flashes a demonic grin, satisfied that he's successfully shattered the hero's fragile sense of justice. Alec hangs his head in shame, feeling like a total failure for letting another cultist slip through his fingers. Our boy Kangwoo breaks the silence, deciding to grill the hero about his future plans for their mutual friend. He asks if Alec is actually planning to stick by Sihoon after everything that just went down. Alec pulls himself together, insisting that the world is short on protectors, and he won't abandon his duty. Kangwoo just laughs, mocking the idea that Alec treats the kid like a brother for the sake of humanity. The hero flashes a confident smile, truly believing that Sihoon is destined to save countless lives from the darkness. Without another word, Alec turns on his heel and starts walking away from the trash-filled alleyway. He tells Kangwoo to help convince the kid to stay the course, completely unaware he's talking to a demon. Kangwoo watches him go, thinking Alec's trash-tier heroic nonsense is pure bullshit designed to mold the kid. He realizes that as long as Sihoon respects this guy, he can't separate them, but maybe this is an opportunity. Our boy Kangwoo flashes a sharp grin, mulling over the hero's obsession with the kid's growth. He thinks it's a brilliant idea, his red eyes glowing with a predatory kind of satisfaction. As he vanishes into the shadows, he decides to help Alec nurture that naive mindset. Meanwhile, the city settles into a quiet night, but the atmosphere remains heavy with tension. Back in his room, Alec sits alone, looking completely drained by the weight of his own ideals. Hess haunted by Kangwoo's words, questioning if his mercy actually cost an innocent woman her life. He smiles sadly, figuring a non-protector like Kangwoo just can't grasp the burden of saving everyone. Clenching his fists, he vows to keep pushing his heroic beliefs until they finally stick. Suddenly, a woman's piercing scream cuts through the silence, snapping him right out of his thoughts. He bolts to the window, eyes scanning the dark streets to find where the trouble is starting. A desperate cry for help echoes from the rooftop, sending our boy Alec into immediate hero mode. The night sky remains eerily calm as the sound of the struggle vibrates through the cold city air. Without wasting a single second, he leaps toward the source of the noise, with incredible speed and precision. Alec sticks the landing and demands the villain stop, desperately hoping he hasn't arrived too late to help. His eyes widen in shock as he realizes the situation isn't exactly what he expected to find here. Standing before him is a hooded figure, who mockingly welcomes the self-proclaimed sword of justice to the scene. Kangwoo grins under his mask, teasing the hero about his tireless energy, before asking where the victim is. The masked manipulator just chuckles to himself, clearly enjoying how easily he can pull the hero's strings. He starts mockingly screaming for help himself, framing Alec as the real villain in this twisted little play. Alec realizes he's been played for a fool, while Kangwoo basically calls him an idiot for being so gullible. Kangwoo leans in and asks the hero a question that hits way too close to home for comfort. Alec's expression shifts as a dark memory from his past begins to resurface, clouding his usually clear judgment. He vividly remembers the weight of a life he couldn't save, a woman dying in his arms. The hero is visibly shaken, wondering why this villain won't just finish him off after what he's done. Kangwoo just bursts out laughing, mocking the so-called sword of justice for ignoring the deaths right under his nose. Alec's grip on his blade tightens as he tries to process the truth behind the masked man's cruel words. He vows to make the villain atone for every life taken, drawing his blade with a renewed intensity. Our boy just flexes his demonic claws, finding it hilarious that the hero still refuses to become a killer. Alec argues that a monster like him could never understand the weight of a truly noble conviction. He radiates a blinding aura, doubling down on his belief that saving everyone is the only path worth taking. Alec is fed up with the lecture and demands the villain stop talking and just fight. He lunges forward with a desperate strike, feeling like he has no other choice but to kill. The hero's eyes widen as he realizes his full-force blow isn't even making the monster flinch. Our boy just wears a trash-tier grin, effortlessly stopping the blade with a single, mana-infused finger. Their powers collide in a massive burst, yet the masked man remains completely unmoved by the assault. Alec curses his own weakness, feeling his arm buckle as he desperately tries to redirect his momentum. Suddenly, Kangwoo closes the distance, mocking the hero's predictable movements while preparing a heavy counterblow. A purple-shrouded fist sinks deep into the hero's gut, bypassing his light-based armor with ease. The impact sends Alec skidding back, gasping for air as he struggles to process the sheer strength. Before he can recover, Kangwoo summons massive spheres of hellfire, leaving the hero completely dumbfounded. A massive explosion rocks the area, forcing the blonde hero to scramble back through the debris. Alec barely manages to clear the smoke, his heart racing as he tries to regain his footing. He stares in disbelief, wondering how this trash-tier cultist suddenly manifested such a terrifying power. As the masked man lunges from above, Alec can't fathom how anyone could grow this strong in a day. He prepares to parry, focusing everything on redirecting the incoming strike to create a small opening. But his eyes widen in pure terror when he realizes the flow of the battle has completely shifted. The dark weapon simply vanishes into thin air, leaving the hero swinging at nothing but empty space. Alec grits his teeth, desperately trying to force his body to change direction before it's too late. He lets out a desperate cry, but our boy just mocks him, asking what he's even trying to do. The hero feels utterly humiliated, wondering if his life's work is just a sick joke to this monster. Alec hits the dirt hard, his pride taking a bigger beating than his body right now. He groans in pain, realizing this masked freak is moving like a completely different person than before. A terrifying thought crosses his mind as he stares at the overwhelming power standing before him. He knows the only way a trash-tier cultist gains this much strength is through demonic possession. Alec struggles to find his breath, asking if this monster has truly sold his soul to the Order. The realization that he's facing a literal demon sends a cold shiver down the hero's spine. Our boy just stands there, his cold gaze piercing through the mask as he enjoys the hero's despair. Their powers collide in a massive burst of energy, lighting up the dark night with pure violence. Alec tries to keep up, but the speed of these strikes is far beyond anything he's ever faced. He desperately swings his blade, yet he feels like he's just a toy in the hands of a god. Alec lunges forward with a roar, still desperately trying to apprehend the monster instead of going for the kill. Kangwoo easily parries the strike, realizing the hero is still holding back despite knowing he's facing a literal demon. Our boy looks on with pure disgust, concluding that this soft-hearted fool has no right to call himself a protector. Meanwhile, the light of the setting sun hits a nearby warehouse as the chaos of the battle continues elsewhere. A trash-tier cultist catches his breath in the shadows, foolishly believing he's finally managed to find a safe spot. Suddenly, a massive blast rocks the wall beside him, cutting his recovery time short as the pressure mounts. He scrambles to his feet with a nervous laugh, mocking Alec for being so persistent in this deadly game. But his smug grin vanishes instantly when he realizes the person standing before him isn't the hero at all. Emerging from the dust, Kangwoo coughs while acting like a confused victim who just stumbled into the wrong place. He fixes the cultist with a sharp look, pretending to mistake the hooded freak for a member of the Guardians. Kangwoo casually walks up and asks about the Guardians, but the cultist just scoffs at his request. Our boy just grins, realizing he will have to beat the information out of this trash-tier bottom feeder. He activates the power of blocking, his hand shifting into a terrifying red demonic claw crackling with energy. Using the power of speed, he closes the gap instantly before the cultist can even process the movement. A heavy blow connects, sending a spray of blood as the cultist's internal organs take the full impact. Despite the pain, the freak flashes a bloody grin, foolishly thinking he has lured Kangwoo into a trap. He prepares a counterstrike with his own claws, mocking Kangwoo for stepping right into his killing range. Suddenly, his demonic energy vanishes into thin air, leaving the cultist completely dumbfounded and feeling utterly powerless. Kangwoo's authority of gluttony begins to feast, stripping the cultist of every last drop of his borrowed power. Slamming him against the wall, Kangwoo asks if he is finally ready to start singing like a bird. The trash-tier cultist still has the nerve to laugh, foolishly thinking his silence is some kind of shield. Before he can finish his defiant sentence, our boy grabs him by the face with zero hesitation. Kangwoo activates the power of subordination, intending to turn this fool into a mindless puppet for information. A system window reveals the soul resisted, and Kangwoo realizes he won't be doing this the easy way. Since the mental approach failed, he stuffs a cloth into the man's mouth to muffle the coming screams. He unleashes the power of hellfire, letting the searing heat cook the cultist from the inside out. Teeth fly and blood splatters as the intense agony breaks whatever mental fortitude the man had left. The cultist collapses into a heap, and Kangwoo coldly asks if he is finally in the mood to talk. Utterly broken and sobbing, the man begs for mercy and promises to spill every secret he knows. Kangwoo demands everything he knows about the Guardians, leaving the cultist confused as to why a Guardian asks. Kangwoo toys with the trash-tier cultist, asking if he's actually craving another taste of that searing hellfire. The broken man explains that the Guardians are a small, elite circle of protectors, numbering only 10. Their leader is a mysterious woman whose sole purpose is using her unique power to track down protectors. Our boy realizes this tracking ability is exactly how Alec managed to find Si-hoon so many times. When Kang-woo demands more names, the cultist desperately claims he knows absolutely nothing about the other members. The man begs to be spared, and Kang-woo gives a chilling nod while mentioning a catch. With a demonic grin, Kang-woo explains that a proper trade requires both parties to offer something of value. The cultist is left dumbfounded and trembling, realizing he has nothing left to buy his own life. Kang-woo threatens to end him right now if he doesn't find something useful to say very quickly. Utterly shattered, the cultist bows his head and promises to spill every single secret he has left. The cultist finishes spilling the beans, hoping his cooperation finally bought him a ticket out of this nightmare. Our boy just looks down with a cold smirk, clearly not feeling the same sense of mercy. While the trash-tier cultist begs for his freedom, Kang-woo casually admits the intel he provided was actually decent. The mood shifts instantly when Kang-woo asks why he'd bother letting a source go who has nothing left. The realization hits the man like a truck as he realizes he was just a disposable tool all along. Kang-woo doesn't waste another second and ignites his hellfire, ignoring the man's desperate cries as he's called a demon. He leaves the warehouse in a blaze of glory, walking away from the inferno without looking back once. Having secured the cultist's mask, our boy confirms that everything is finally falling into place for his next move. With a wicked grin, he prepares to start the real show now that he has the perfect disguise. He reflects on Alec's predictable nature, knowing exactly how to manipulate the hero to fit his grand design. Kang-woo decides to end the charade, telling the hero to stop his pointless assault. Alec is clearly unimpressed, finding the masked man's presence more of a boring chore than a threat. Suddenly, our boy moves like a blur and catches the hero's throat in a vice-like grip. He lifts the world ranker effortlessly, mocking him for all the high and mighty talk he's been spewing. Kang-woo wonders why every top-tier player he meets is a complete idiot compared to someone like Chan Mu-jin. He laughs at the hero's tragic backstory, calling his refusal to kill a pathetic movie-tier sob story. Alec trembles with rage as Kang-woo asks if ignoring reality makes the world's problems magically disappear. The pressure mounts as he brings up the innocent life Alec failed to save earlier that day. When the hero finally snaps and swears, our boy just grins, enjoying this glimpse of a real person. He finishes by calling Alec's pacifism nothing more than a self-serving lie to protect his own ego. Kang-woo tightens his grip on Alec's throat, deciding it is finally time for the real star to arrive. Suddenly, a massive shockwave rocks the area, leaving the humiliated hero wondering what else could go wrong. Right on cue, Si-hoon bursts onto the scene with his blade drawn, desperately calling out to his comrade. Our boy's apprentice demands to know who this masked intruder is, his breath hitching from the intense pressure. Kang-woo realizes he needs to mask his voice to keep the charade going before answering the kid's question. He starts a theatrical monologue, claiming to be the embodiment of death and the father of all fury. With a terrifying grin, he introduces himself as Satan, fully leaning into his role as the ultimate villain. Si-hoon is visibly shaken, asking if he is truly a demon, while our boy just playfully confirms the suspicion. He keeps Alec pinned like a helpless doll, telling the young hero that his titles do not matter now. Kang-woo mocks Si-hoon's obvious anxiety, asking if this trash-tier hero is actually someone he cares about. Si-hoon grips his sword tight, his mind racing as he wonders where his mentor could be. He remembers the frantic call from our boy, warning him that the demon cult had ambushed the hero. Since his master was also under fire, the apprentice realizes he is completely on his own now. Looking at the battered Alec, he knows defeating an opponent this strong is practically a suicide mission. Even so, he refuses to back down and launches himself forward with everything he has left. He unleashes the Blue Dragon Rush, a high-tier technique meant to pulverize anything in its path. To his horror, the masked demon blocks the strike effortlessly, leaving the young hero completely dumbfounded. The villain mocks his pathetic effort, forcing the kid to swallow the bitter pill of his own weakness. Driven by pure desperation, he prepares to push his limits with another strike of his dragon style. He pours his soul into the first form of his ultimate technique, hoping to finally draw blood. Si-hoon lunges at the masked demon, but the gap in their power is just too massive to ignore. Kang-woo just stares back, acting like he doesn't understand why this kid is still trying so hard. He tells our boy that he should really start feeling the crushing weight of their power difference. Despite the mockery, the apprentice refuses to quit and swings his blade with everything he's got left. The demon questions why he's risking his life for a human like Alec, who means nothing to him. Our hero snaps back, asking if wanting to save a stranger is really such a strange concept. The villain just smirks and calls that kind of thinking even dumber than he originally thought. Deep down, Kangwoo is thrilled, seeing that his student is already showing much more potential than Alec. He realizes the kid has stopped holding back, finally unleashing a strike meant to end a life. As the steel flashes, he recognizes a perfect killing technique that serves no purpose other than absolute slaughter. Kangwoo muses that if the hero and his apprentice fought now, the kid would definitely lose. He knows it's purely a matter of raw stats, as the level gap is simply too wide. Even though the boy just hit level 60, he's still a babe in the woods compared to rankers. There's no way a rookie could land a hit on someone with the power of a level 100. Yet, our boy sees the spark in his student and knows he's destined for even greater heights. With the heavens-sent sacrum and the martial god's soul, his potential is honestly terrifying. Having a master like the Sword King only sharpens that talent into a lethal weapon. As they trade blows, the Demon King searches for the one thing his apprentice is still missing. He realizes there is only one final piece needed to complete this masterpiece of a warrior. Suddenly, the villain's gaze sharpens, preparing to teach his student a lesson he'll never forget. Sehun is absolutely dumbfounded as he watches the monster before him mock his every effort and failure. The masked devil holds the hero Alec like a piece of trash-tier meat, claiming he's helping Sehun. Our boy screams in pure agony as the weight of his helplessness finally breaks his fighting spirit. Kangwoo just laughs, calling his student a mere bug who has already reached his pathetic limit. Slumped against the rubble, the apprentice desperately tells the villain to shut his mouth and stop talking. He is so broken that he begs for the end, unable to bear the psychological torture any longer. But the Demon King isn't done, admitting that watching this struggle is far too much fun to stop. While tightening his grip on Alec's throat, he tells the boy that his resentment is actually quite thrilling. The battered hero looks at his student with pity, impressed by the fire still burning in his eyes. As the dark aura intensifies, the hero uses his last breath to tell the boy to run away. Sehun stares blankly as the psychological trauma finally takes root, his mind fracturing under the weight of despair. His voice trembles as he tries to force out a name, his body shaking from the sheer intensity of hatred. With a sudden burst of desperate energy, our boy lunges at the masked villain, screaming the name of his tormentor. He pours every ounce of his remaining strength into a final, rage-filled strike against the man he believes is Satan. But his body finally gives out, and he collapses face first onto the cold ground, completely spent and broken. Even while pinned to the dirt, his eyes burn with a new, dark purpose fueled by pure resentment and greed. Kangwoo looms over him like a god of death, telling the boy that this very anger will be his salvation. The Demon King whispers that the boy must use this hatred to grow stronger and remember his enemy's face. Once the apprentice finally passes out, the villain lets out a long sigh of relief that the performance is over. Taking off the mask, our boy cringes hard, realizing just how trash-tier and edgy his scripted lines actually were. Kangwoo looks at his unconscious apprentice, hoping this brutal lesson finally gives the boy the desperation he lacks. He knows that without a true sense of crisis, the fated hero will never reach his full potential. Ever since his old bullies were locked away, our boy has been coasting without any real fire under him. Looking toward the future, the Demon King wonders if the other guardians are just as soft-hearted as Alec. The hero lies broken in the dirt, a pathetic example of what happens when pacifism meets a real monster. Suddenly, a system notification pops up, reminding Kangwoo that he still needs to break past his own power ceiling. Turns out, slaughtering a guardian was exactly what he needed to trigger his 7th awakening and jump 10 levels. He is dumbfounded that his new limit is only 69, since the usual wall shouldn't hit until 89. The realization hits him that the system is literally forcing him to hunt down more guardians to grow stronger. With a twisted grin, he prepares to put his mask back on and continue his dark, manipulative performance. Our boy wonders if he really needs to go on a killing spree and hunt every guardian down. Looking at the broken Alec at his feet, he realizes that mass murder might be a bit overkill. He shakes his head, deciding that reducing Earth's total defense force is actually a pretty trash-tier move. If he hadn't needed to get Alec out of the way for Sehun's sake, he'd have passed. Turns out, Alec's pacifist ideals were just a bad influence that needed to be scrubbed from the world. With the trash taken out, our boy finally pulls up his system window to check his new rewards. He is dumbfounded to see his 7th awakening granted him an SS rank attribute called Reaper of Souls. This new power lets him fully absorb demon souls, finally making his gluttony way more efficient than before. As he digs deeper into the system, he notices something even more interesting hidden in the fine print. It seems he's found the path to becoming a true demon god, though the final conditions remain mysterious. Our boy wonders how his creation attribute fits with his new body, but he's starting to see the connection. He realizes the Reaper of Souls power is likely the key to unlocking the true potential of a demon soul. With a hungry grin, he decides it's finally time to go hunting and test these new toys on some fodder. Meanwhile, Yeonju wakes up with the absolute chills, completely unaware she's about to be dragged into his next scheme. He puts the attribute talk aside for now, focusing instead on the raw power surging through his veins. The Seventh Awakening did more than just give him skills. It actually cracked the seal on his massive demon core. By mixing in some high-level martial arts, he starts condensing that chaotic energy into something he can actually use. His body feels like a perfect vessel now, acting as a unified dantian that can swallow anything he finds. Even though the energy quality is still trash tier due to a deeper seal, he isn't about to complain yet. If he keeps draining the core like this, his path to becoming a literal god is basically guaranteed. Kangwoo realizes his entire body is transforming into the 10,000 demon core to draw power from the abyss. He pushes himself further into the darkness, feeling the weight of countless demonic spirits swirling around him. As the power peaks, he starts manifesting a terrifying aura that threatens to consume his very humanity. But our boy knows when to pull back, realizing that losing control now would ruin everything he's built. He shuts down the flow of energy instantly, deciding that this is enough progress for a single session. Wiping away the sweat, he sees the system confirm that his raw demonic energy stat just jumped by 8. He's satisfied with the progress, thinking he's finally managed to unlock a decent chunk of his sealed potential. However, when he checks the final numbers, something feels off and leaves him momentarily dumbfounded. He does the math and realizes his stat should be higher, yet it's stuck at a flat 120. It turns out he's hit a massive wall, likely a hidden requirement or a physical limit he hasn't surpassed yet. Kangwoo sees the system notification that his stats hit 120, unlocking explosive quality but hitting a hard equipment cap. He realizes his current legendary gear is basically trash tier now, since it can't push him any further. Our boy is surprised this crucial info about stat caps hasn't been leaked to the public yet. Then it hits him with a smirk that the reason is simple: nobody else is strong enough to know. Looking down at the defeated Alec, he realizes even world rankers are only at this pathetic level. Watching the flames dance, he wonders if it's finally time to head back and wrap things up. It's been 6 months since he returned to Earth, and he's already reached this monstrous height. He reflects on that half-year journey, feeling the weight of the time he spent reclaiming his throne. Deciding he's done enough for now, he turns his back on the fire and prepares for the next phase. A few days pass, and the focus shifts to the towering headquarters of the Red Rose Guild. Blades clash repeatedly as the training hall echoes with the sharp sound of high-level martial arts. Si-hoon lunges forward with everything he has, but Cheon Mu-jin deflects every strike like it is child's play. The Grandmaster watches his students form closely, noting the raw desperation leaking into his every movement. With a sharp flick of the wrist, Si-hoon's sword is sent flying, leaving him grit-toothed and wide open. Cheon Mu-jin decides to call it a day, though the young hero is clearly not satisfied with stopping. He is quietly impressed by the kid's tenacity, realizing Si-hoon is cut from a much tougher cloth. Despite his body screaming in pain, Si-hoon can only think about the massive gap he still needs to close. His eyes burn with a terrifying focus, proving his obsession with power is reaching a dangerous boiling point. Cheon Mu-jin feels a chill, worried that this incredible growth pace might eventually come at a soul-crushing cost. Suddenly, our boy Kangwoo chimes in from the shadows, suggesting they take the dragon sword to an S-rank gate. Kangwoo sets his sights on Shanghai, knowing the city holds the key to the next stage of training. He believes an SS rank gate is the only environment where Si-hoon can gain actual, life-or-death experience. To ensure there are no distractions, our boy decides they will go in without any communication devices. Watching the hero gasping for air, Kangwoo concludes that simple sparring has lost its effectiveness. He approaches the exhausted kid, realizing that a little extra psychological motivation is exactly what is needed. Suddenly, he reaches out and grabs Si-hoon, ready to play the part of a grieving, broken brother. Kangwoo starts sobbing, masterfully claiming that Alec's tragic death was entirely due to his own pathetic weakness. He tells the boy they must both get stronger to ensure they can finally avenge their fallen friend. Si-hoon is totally dumbfounded by the raw emotion, his respect for his mentor reaching an all-time high. Fueled by guilt and inspiration, the young hero resolves to push past his limits and achieve true power. Kangwoo smirks while embracing the boy, satisfied that his manipulation is working exactly as he intended. With the hero heading off to Shanghai for training, the stage is set for the next phase. Our boy is left bored at home, itching to use his soul-reaping powers but finding no cultists. Suddenly, his phone buzzes, breaking his dull routine and catching his sharp, demonic attention. Yeonju calls in a panic, telling him he needs to see what is happening on the news. He grabs the remote, wondering if the trash-tier cultists finally decided to make a public appearance. His eyes narrow as he realizes the Demon Order is finally making a move that cannot be ignored. The screen shows a massive invasion in Vladivostok, where a sea of monsters is swarming the streets. Turns out the cult has summoned a literal army of demons, creating the perfect buffet for him. Kangwoo literally starts drooling at the sight, knowing it is finally time to feast on high-quality souls. Our boy is literally salivating at the thought of the massive buffet the cult has prepared for him. He wastes no time and heads straight to the Red Rose Guild headquarters to get more intel. Inside, Yeonju is buried under a mountain of paperwork, looking completely drained by the sudden global crisis. Her sharp eyes snap toward the door the moment she senses a familiar presence entering her office. Kangwoo strolls in with Seola and Lilith, casually asking for the lowdown on the Russian massacre. The background office is a total mess, as staff members scramble to organize a counteroffensive against the demons. Lilith peeks over the desk, wondering why everyone is so stressed about a few trash-tier monsters. Yeonju sighs and admits that hundreds of demons have already appeared alongside an endless sea of monsters. Hearing that the numbers might reach 1 million, our boy covers his mouth to hide his predatory grin. He feels genuinely proud of the cultists for finally serving up a feast fit for a king. Kangwoo asks about the death toll, but Yeonju notes that while casualties are low, the real problem is movement. Seola looks visibly shaken when she hears the monsters are already on the move toward a new target. Looking at the tactical layout, Yeonju worries that if the horde shifts toward Korea, a massive war is inevitable. Since the north has already fallen, our boy realizes the monsters have a straight shot into the south. Turns out China isn't playing around and requested an alliance to crush the threat in the Manchu fields. Yeonju sighs, explaining they need to catch a flight to Harbin for a high-level strategy meeting immediately. She glances over, wondering if bringing a kid like Lilith along is actually a good idea for this mission. The little demon just tilts her head, looking completely clueless while clutching a book like she's on a field trip. Seola worries about their small team, but Kangwoo explains that Sihoon is busy grinding through his closed training. Touching his ring, our boy knows that despite the danger, he is the only one who can handle this. Kangwoo acts like a total show-off, confidently claiming he alone is more than enough to handle the upcoming mess. The squad finally arrives at the player support center in Harbin, which looks surprisingly fancy for a disaster zone. Walking through the pristine halls, our boy notices the place is way cleaner than any trash-tier dungeon he's visited. He thanks Hyeon for her previous backup, realizing she's actually a reliable ally instead of just another obstacle. She just gives a playful smile, reminding him that keeping her word is simply part of her martial code. Turns out she's swamped with work because her father, Moojin, is too busy to handle the sect's daily business. She admits she's worried because her uncle is filling in, and the guy is notoriously difficult to deal with. This uncle is the legendary Sword Ghost, a top-tier martial artist who apparently has a massive grudge against Korea. Kangwoo tries to play it cool, but a thunderous roar from down the hall ruins the peaceful vibe instantly. They find the massive Muhyun himself, already causing a scene and making everyone around him look completely dumbfounded. Young Hyunjo is already losing her cool after being called an auntie by the other guildmasters. She suddenly stops her rant when she notices a familiar face approaching the tense scene. Yeonju arrives on the scene, wondering why these high-ranking players are just loitering outside the doors. Hyunjo explains that the higher-ups are acting crazy and refusing to let them join the strategy meeting. Yeonju isn't about to take that trash-tier treatment and demands the massive guard get out of her way. The guard doesn't budge, coldly stating they'll just have to wait for the results like everyone else. He even threatens to scrap their alliance, making Yeonju so livid that Haeyeon has to physically restrain her. Hyun steps up with a piercing gaze, reminding him they're here to help stop a literal demon invasion. The guard remains stubborn, insisting that Muhyun's word is law, while the sect leader is away. Just as things reach a breaking point, our boy Kangwoo finally shows up to handle the situation. Kangwoo steps into the fray, casually telling the group he has everything handled, while his footsteps echo with authority. Our boy looks tiny compared to the massive guard, but he just offers a smug grin to the giant. With a dark aura beginning to swirl, he wonders what would happen if they simply decided to enter anyway. The guard snaps and launches a glowing fist, threatening to guide him to a hospital bed for his insolence. A thunderous blast erupts as the entire doorway is reduced to rubble and splinters in a flash of power. The sect elders inside are caught completely off guard, their faces twisting in shock at the sudden, violent interruption. They stare in disbelief as their private meeting is turned into a construction zone by an unknown intruder. Through the thick haze of dust, the sound of calm, rhythmic footsteps signals the arrival of the real boss. Kangwoo strolls in with his crew, leaving the unconscious guard face down in the dirt like a piece of trash. One of the elites inside kicks his chair back in a rage, wondering which insect has the death wish. The guard is sent flying like trash as the sacred meeting gets a violent and sudden wake-up call. Our boy doesn't waste a second, and immediately grabs one of the elders by his shiny, bald head. With a bone-shattering thud, he slams the old man into the floor, showing zero respect for his status. The other high-ranking players can only watch in pure horror as their colleague is treated like a mob. The elder lies there dumbfounded, his dignity crushed along with the cratered floor beneath his face. Kangwoo casually strolls past the wreckage, wondering what they think they're doing with such pathetic security. He decides the old man makes a perfect chair, sitting down with the ultimate trash tier level of disrespect. Flashing a sharp demonic grin, he tells the stunned room to just keep going with their little chat. Cheon Mujin tries to maintain his composure, suggesting that having too many people involved will only ruin their plans. The martial arts master narrows his eyes, telling the intruder to read the room and stop yapping arrogant nonsense. Our boy decides to educate the room by telling a little story about the man sitting beneath him. He spins a tale about two brothers, where the younger one lived in a constant shadow of jealousy. This pathetic younger sibling was desperate for a win, wanting to prove he wasn't just some second-rate talent. Muhyun watches as Kangwoo uses the map to expose how a traitor would intentionally sabotage a defensive line. By moving the support forces to the back, the younger brother ensures the main force fails miserably. Kangwoo grins, calling him a total loser who can't even handle being surpassed by his own blood. He looks Muhyun dead in the eye, confirming that this trash-tier story is actually his pathetic life. Muhyun grits his teeth in pure rage, realizing his deepest, darkest insecurities are being broadcast to everyone. The vice sect leader slams the table, but Kangwoo just sighs. Already bored of his predictable, cliched reaction, he dismisses the whole drama with a flick of his finger, finding their lack of individuality completely exhausting. Kangwoo taunts the vice sect leader, practically begging him to stop holding back and just attack already. Muhyun is pushed to his limit, his face contorting as he decides to stop wasting time and kill. Outside, the massive crowd of players waits in silence, completely unaware of the absolute chaos brewing inside. Yeonju grips her megaphone, her nerves getting the better of her as she realizes how insane this plan is. Our boy just laughs at her anxiety, teasing her for being so high-strung when everything is going perfectly. She glares at him, blaming his reckless mouth for putting them in this high-stakes, life-or-death mess. Kangwoo turns back to his prey, flashing that trademark demonic grin while beckoning the old man forward. The vice sect leader finally snaps, kicking his chair back with enough force to shatter the floor. Muhyun summons a massive blue dragon aura, swearing to silence the arrogant brat once and for all. Even as a lethal blade descends, Kangwoo stays seated on his throne of unconscious guards, completely unfazed. Muhyun loses his mind, his eyes bloodshot with a murderous intent that would terrify any normal player. He is completely blinded by rage, unable to hear anything over the sound of his own racing heartbeat. A massive shockwave erupts as the clash begins, but our boy just stands there enjoying the show. Kangwoo flashes a smug grin, suggesting they just split up and handle their business like professionals. Turns out the vice sect leader was just trashed here, ending up as a bloody mess on the floor. Yeonju isn't having any of his games, grabbing his collar as her patience finally hits rock bottom. She screams through her megaphone, demanding to know why he is dumping the command responsibility on her. Minjeong and the Onuri Guild watch the drama unfold, feeling the weight of the impossible task ahead. Hyunjo just smirks at the chaos, thinking how annoying it is to clean up after his mess. Even the elite Hwarang Corps are left dumbfounded, realizing they have to follow Yeonju into this nightmare. Kangwoo tries to slip away, claiming he has other business, while Yeonju fumes at his blatant desertion. Our boy keeps his true intentions a secret, knowing he can't exactly tell them he's off to feast. The bickering stops instantly, as Yeonju senses the arrival of the enemy forces on the horizon. Everyone turns their gaze toward the dust cloud, realizing the scale of the threat heading their way. A massive demonic beast leads the charge, signaling the start of a nightmare they weren't prepared for. The players start panicking, feeling like they've been thrown back into the horrific days of the first cataclysm. Yeonju roars into her megaphone, reminding the trash-tier cowards that they actually have the power to fight back. She starts barking orders at the mages and tankers, trying to organize a defense before they get steamrolled. However, her overly complex tactical jargon leaves the frontline players completely dumbfounded and more confused than before. Kangwoo just laughs at her struggle while she blushes, realizing her attempt at being a commander is failing miserably. Yeonju finally admits she is totally trashed here at giving complex orders and decides to step down as commander. She shoves the megaphone toward Hyunjae, dumping the headache of leadership onto his shoulders so she can fight. Freed from the burden of command, she flashes a predatory grin, ready to talk to the troops her way. She strolls through the ranks, telling the players to stop being dumbfounded and treat this like a bonus event. Her words spark a fire, as she promises they will all walk away with more experience than they imagined. The players actually start laughing, finding comfort in the idea that this life-or-death struggle is just a game. Hyunjae takes the lead with a sigh, telling everyone to move out despite the chaotic mix of guilds. Our boy Kangwoo watches with interest, impressed by how she flipped their terror into a hunger for power. Her signature red chains begin to manifest as she prepares to dive headfirst into the upcoming bloodbath. She makes it clear that while they are hunting for levels, she won't tolerate a single person dying today. Yeonju dives into the fray, claiming every scrap of experience for herself. The trash-tier demonic horde surges forward, completely oblivious that they are just fodder for her chains. A sinister red eye tracks the chaos, pulsing with a dark and ancient energy. Turns out, this gaze belongs to a man who has witnessed the fall of many worlds. Anton Sidorovich, the apostle of evil, smiles as he confirms his dark plans are finally working. He watches the Gaia system flicker, knowing the planet's protection is crumbling under their pressure. Standing before a literal mountain of muscle, he prepares for the next phase of the invasion. Anton tells the massive beast to stay hidden, as the time for its reveal isn't here. Utar, a terrifying demon from the fifth hell, can barely contain his hunger for human flesh. He asks if he can at least slaughter a few pests to keep his subordinates satisfied. Anton shuts down the demon's boastful claim about proving human inferiority, telling the beast to hold his horses. The old man insists there is a much more pressing matter they need to attend to first. He pulls out a photo of our boy Kangwoo, the supposed hero who single-handedly saved Japan. Anton recalls the vision of the demon order being slaughtered during their ritual, a sight that truly intrigued him. His demonic eye pulses as he remembers the sheer intensity of the person who ruined their plans. He describes the terrifying lunacy in the player's eyes, realizing this man only cares about one thing. Anton realizes they are cut from the same cloth, and decides to bring him into the demonic fold. Since the target is already partaking in the war, Anton tells the massive demon they'll meet him soon. Utar snarls in rage, clearly not used to taking orders from a mere human, no matter the plan. Anton offers a shallow apology, but warns the beast to refrain from any hasty actions that might ruin everything. Utar scoffs at the idea of restraint, questioning why a lowly human thinks he can stop a demon's hunger. Anton remains unfazed, reminding the beast that his primary duty is to follow the demonic order's grand design. Infuriated by the disrespect, Utar demands to know how a mere mortal dares to command a high-ranking demon. He lunges forward with a murderous swipe, intending to tear the old man's throat out for his sheer arrogance. Suddenly, a crushing weight of dark energy slams down with a heavy thud, leaving the beast completely dumbfounded. The massive demon finds himself pinned to the floor, unable to move under the weight of this overwhelming power. Anton looks down at the struggling monster, his expression cold as he asserts his dominance over the trash-tier attitude. He calmly asks if the beast is finally ready to listen, or if he needs another painful lesson in humility. Closing his ritual book, Anton sighs about how unfortunate it is that some creatures only understand the language of force. The surrounding mob of demons watches in silence, realizing their human leader is far more dangerous than he looks. The surrounding trash-tier demons are absolutely dumbfounded as they realize the terrifying gap in power between them and Anton. Anton just gives them a bone-chilling grin, making it clear that everyone will obey his every command. Meanwhile, a horde of mindless beasts charges forward, unaware that they are about to be turned into scrap metal. Suddenly, sharp flashes of energy tear through the air, shredding the front line of the demonic mob instantly. Our girl Yeonju dives into the fray, her chains dancing with lethal precision as she clears a path. A massive werewolf lunges for her throat, but she does not even flinch as the beast closes the distance. Before it can land a scratch, a high-ranking elite steps in and cleaves the monster in two with ease. Her teammates tease her about her reckless speed, leaving the red-haired guildmaster looking completely flustered and annoyed. However, Hyunjae's expression quickly turns grim as he senses something far worse approaching from the horizon. Turns out the nightmare is just beginning, as an endless sea of demons emerges to drown the world. Red Rose Elite jokes about needing help, but Yeonju snaps that they don't need that brat around. Our boy Kangwoo watches from the sidelines, noting that the players actually seem to have things under control. Seola and the Samurai Guild are doing their part, providing solid support to keep the front line stable. With the other major guilds tearing through the trash-tier mobs, victory seems almost too easy for them. But Kangwoo knows better than to relax, sensing a massive problem lurking just beneath the surface. He realizes the hundreds of demons Anton Sidorovich summoned haven't even shown their ugly faces yet. Sensing a shift in the air, he calls Lilith over to give her a vital secret mission. Lilith gleefully accepts, promising her master that she'll protect Ciola and keep her safe from any harm. Suddenly, the ground begins to shatter as Kangwoo decides to ditch the waiting game and force a confrontation. Lilith is left dumbfounded as a massive surge of dark energy erupts, signaling a sudden change of plans. A mysterious hand scrawls a message in the air, using dark energy to bridge the distance. Anton Sidorovich watches through his connection, waiting to see if his target will take the bait. Kangwoo smirks at the invitation to a feast, knowing the big boss is finally ready to talk. Back at the enemy camp, the old apostle confirms that his message was successfully delivered to the king. Utar is itching for a fight and demands to know which trash-tier human he gets to slaughter. The red demon complains about waiting, claiming his kind lives only for the taste of fresh blood. Anton Sidorovich's gaze turns cold as he asks the beast if it failed to understand his simple orders. Suddenly, the massive demon realizes he's messed with the wrong human and freezes in pure terror. Utar hits the dirt and begs for mercy, while Anton Sidorovich casually asks if anyone else is feeling brave. The rest of the mob demons are completely dumbfounded and frantically insist they are perfectly happy staying put. Anton plots to isolate our boy, figuring fear is the only way to keep these beasts in line. He decides a hostage is the easiest path and targets the woman currently living under Kangwoo's roof. Just as he prepares to move, the old apostle freezes when a sudden, overwhelming presence spikes nearby. Even Utar is left shaking as Anton spins around, sensing something far more dangerous than a mere human. He stares at the horizon, wondering if the king actually tracked him down this quickly. A massive shockwave tears through the sky, leaving the apostle baffled at how his hidden location was compromised. The impact levels the area, and Anton decides that any refusal will be met with immediate death. As the dust settles, Anton finds himself face to face with the very man he was planning to kidnap. Kangwoo casually brushes off the debris and shocks the old man by responding in perfect, fluent Russian. Our boy flashes a predatory grin, making it clear that the real games are finally about to begin. Looking at the coughing creatures, our boy realizes they are just low-ranked trash from the fifth hell. Anton tries to keep his composure, offering a special privilege that only the demonic order can provide. Kangwoo acts slightly dumbfounded, listening as the old man describes a secret gift for the worthy. The apostle rants about the tragedy of human mortality, claiming that power and wealth are ultimately meaningless. He reveals that his cult possesses the forbidden power to turn a mere human into an immortal demon. Seeing a familiar glint, Anton assumes Kangwoo is driven by a simple hunger for supremacy and eternal life. He promises that becoming a demon will free him from the pathetic restrictions of a human lifespan. Reaching out a hand, the old man invites him to join their cause and escape his mortality. He insists they are cut from the same cloth, believing he is the only one who truly understands him. Our boy can't contain himself and bursts into laughter, finding the offer to become a demon absolutely peak comedy. Kangwoo finds the offer of becoming a demon so hilarious he literally can't catch his breath. The surrounding trash-tier monsters are completely dumbfounded, watching this human laugh in the face of their master. He mocks the apostle, wondering how a mere human could ever promise him the very power he already owns. Our boy clutches his face in a fit of manic glee, finding this entire situation to be peak comedy. Suddenly, his laughter dies down as he warns the old man for daring to pretend they are the same. When their eyes meet, Anton feels a crushing weight of terror, realizing he's staring into the abyss itself. The earth begins to buckle and crack as Kangwoo starts venting a fraction of his true, kingly authority. Hellish energy surges from the depths, splitting the ground apart as the environment itself begins to reject the cultists. A massive demon loses its footing and plunges into the searing heat, screaming as the abyss claims its own. Towering pillars of light blast upward, leaving the apostle and his remaining mobs shaking in absolute despair. Anton stares in disbelief, his mind racing as he tries to process the sheer scale of the power. The very foundation of the world tremors, as if the earth itself is screaming in terror. Yeonju and Hyunjae feel the violent vibrations, immediately realizing that something massive is going down nearby. Her eyes widen as she senses a presence so dark it makes her blood run cold. She shouts in a panic, demanding to know what kind of ominous monster is causing this chaos. Despite her own fear, she can't help but worry if our boy is caught in this nightmare. The apostle is left speechless, his arrogance completely shattered by the sight of a literal hell unfolding. Molten lava surges through the cracks, turning the battlefield into a landscape from the deepest abyss. He tries to rationalize it as a high-ranker's trick, but his gut tells him this is far worse. Looking closer, he realizes this isn't just some flashy skill, it's a terrifying reality he can't escape. Anton realizes that no human should have the power to reshape the world into jagged mountains. Turning a peaceful flatland into a boiling lava plateau is a feat reserved for the devils. He looks up in terror, finally spotting the monster responsible for this absolute hellscape. Our boy Kangwoo stares down with glowing red eyes, looking every bit like the true king. The apostle stops questioning his opponent's identity, deciding that his survival is the only priority left. He clutches the Book of Nightmares, desperate to use its forbidden power to turn the tides. Feeling the dark energy surge, Anton convinces himself that even a world ranker can be easily apprehended. He snaps back to reality and glares at his frozen subordinates, demanding they stop being so pathetic. Anton screams for Utar and the others to charge, ordering them to kill the man on top. With a sharp sound, the first strike is launched as the final confrontation begins in earnest. The ground trembles as the first wave of trash-tier mobs finally makes their move. A swarm of grotesque demons lunges forward, screaming about slaughtering the puny humans standing in their way. Our boy just lets out a tired sigh, looking completely unimpressed by the circus act before him. His eyes glow with a lethal red light as he realizes how pathetic their strategy actually is. He easily reads their movements, knowing exactly how these monsters plan to continue their desperate assault. Anton frantically chants from his cursed book, convinced that changing the terrain will somehow save his skin. Kangwoo just flashes a demonic grin, mocking the old man's belief that his tricks will actually work. Suddenly, a pillar of hellfire erupts, turning the battlefield into a literal furnace that leaves Utar speechless. With a simple gesture of his hand, our boy prepares to end this meaningless performance for good. The very foundation of the area begins to buckle and collapse under his overwhelming demonic pressure. The intense heat sends the trash-tier mobs plummeting straight into the boiling lava below. One of them looks up in absolute terror, realizing his pathetic life is ending in the most painful way. Massive boulders crash into the magma, sealing the fate of any survivors left in the pit. The drowning demon desperately begs for a savior, but his cries only fall on deaf, demonic ears. His head is suddenly crushed under a heavy boot, as a much stronger demon decides to silence him forever. Out of the smoke leaps Lakumba, a loud-mouthed warrior from the 6th Hell looking for a fight. He starts bragging about his 4 arms being the ultimate weapons, clearly overestimating his own trash-tier abilities. Our boy effortlessly glides through the battlefield, treating these high-ranking demons like they are nothing but annoying flies. More self-proclaimed kings like Skarta join the ambush, convinced that their combined strength can actually hurt him. Kangwoo remains completely unfazed, stopping a mountain-sized club with a single hand like it weighs absolutely nothing. Kangwoo gathers his energy, ready to remind these hellish bottom-feeders who truly rules this domain. He releases a devastating shockwave, effortlessly clearing the immediate area of any trash-tier demons. With a cold, red-eyed stare, our boy remains completely unfazed by the overwhelming numbers surrounding him. He notes that the enemy is mobilizing every single soldier, realizing they are truly desperate now. Even the most pathetic demons are being forced into the fray, hoping to overwhelm him through sheer quantity. Kangwoo decides to get serious, gripping his weapon as he prepares to thin out the herd. He manifests a massive blade of darkness, intending to use its raw power as his main offensive tool. A sharp burst of energy signals the start of a technique designed for total battlefield suppression. Plunging the blade down, he plans to cycle through 4 distinct authorities to ensure no one survives. Dark lightning erupts across the field, leaving the remaining mobs dumbfounded as they are instantly vaporized. A trash-tier demon is completely dumbfounded as a blade of light suddenly tears through his defense. The battlefield turns into a slaughterhouse as dozens of mobs are impaled by the relentless onslaught of blades. One survivor tries to crawl away, suddenly remembering a terrifying legend about a monster who conquered hell. He recalls the story of 1,000 blades that once encroached upon the land during the Great War. It was the same demon king who wiped out Belphegor's entire army without even breaking a sweat. Kangwoo just smirks, thinking there's no way he'd let these precious stats escape his grasp. With a predatory glint in his eye, our boy reveals his true nature as the absolute symbol of hell. The demon elder realizes he's in over his head and desperately tries to flee the nightmare. He remembers losing his arm the last time he tried to cast a spell against such overwhelming power. Even his waist was nearly severed when he attempted a second spell, proving resistance is utterly futile. The demon elder stares at the mountain of blades, realizing the legend he's facing is terrifyingly real. Our boy Kangwoo just gives him a predatory grin, enjoying the sheer terror radiating off his prey. Trembling, the elder clutches his blood-stained grimoire, desperately trying to convince himself this nightmare isn't actually happening. Suddenly, a heavy boot slams down, shattering any hope the old man had of finding an escape. He is pinned to the dirt like a common insect, feeling the weight of a true king's presence. Gasping for air, the elder realizes that no matter how much he prays, this living hell is reality. Kangwoo mocks him for pretending to know him when he doesn't even know the taste of kimchi stew. The old demon is completely dumbfounded, unable to process why the King of Hell is talking about food. In a final act of desperation, he pours every ounce of his mana into his forbidden spellbook. He screams for Kangwoo to die, as he unleashes a swarm of dark shadows to end the nightmare. The elder watches the smoke, desperately hoping his desperate gamble actually managed to take out the King of Hell. His hope is instantly crushed when a familiar, mocking voice repeats his words back to him with chilling calm. Suddenly, the dark shadows are torn apart as massive purple energy blades erupt through the elder's ultimate spell. Our boy steps out of the chaos, casually reminding the trash-tier demon that uttering death flags is a mistake. Realizing he is completely outmatched, the elder drops his grimoire and begs for a mercy he never gave others. Kangwoo looks down at him, noting that the elder's massive demonic energy was built on a mountain of corpses. The old demon can only tremble as he realizes his own hypocrisy is being used as his death warrant. Kangwoo laughs and admits he feels a weird sense of kinship since they really are cut from the same cloth. With a terrifyingly bright smile, he confesses that just like the elder, he has never let an enemy live. A final burst of power levels the area, leaving nothing behind but the scorched remains of the elder's ambition. A massive wave of purple energy sweeps through the battlefield as the harvest finally begins. Our boy activates Soul Reaper, greedily absorbing over 200 demon souls in a single, satisfying breath. He feels his very class evolving, a predatory grin spreading as the power of the fallen fuels him. Kangwoo licks his lips, savoring the taste of a great meal that just boosted his demonic energy. Looking over the requirements for godhood, he realizes this path is tied directly to his 7th awakening traits. Even if the total number of souls needed is a mystery, the method to get them is simple. Checking his stats, he sees his demonic energy has finally hit the 120 mark. He grumbles about his gear being legendary rank junk, barely impressed by the small boost his coat provides. Since his soul's rank has officially climbed, he places a hand over his heart to feel the change. Closing his eyes, he lets the new power settle, eager to see what has actually changed within him. Kangwoo searches for any physical changes but finds nothing obvious at first glance. Suddenly, he senses that the seal on the Myriad Demon Palace has actually started to weaken. Even though the deep energy remains stable, our boy realizes his Soul Reaper trait is working wonders. He figures if this prevents him from leveling normally, the trade-off better be worth the effort. Without wasting a second, he decides to convert all that released demonic energy directly into raw stats. He channels the swirling purple essence, forcing the chaotic power to submit to his will. A single point increase might seem small, but he knows it represents a massive jump in quality. He wears a predatory grin, feeling the exponential weight of his newfound strength settling in. Since the local trash-tier mobs are nearly wiped out, he prepares to head back to the group. He sighs at the tedious nature of the grind, though he's clearly satisfied with the fruitful results. Kangwoo surveys the scorched landscape, deciding it's finally time to wrap things up and hide his tracks. The brutal cleanup in Manchuria concludes, leaving nothing but the rotting carcasses of the demonic vanguard behind. Our boy's hidden efforts allow the local players to celebrate a victory they didn't even fully earn. Media outlets scramble to cover the event, hailing it as a major turning point since the Great Cataclysm. Civilians everywhere stop in their tracks, glued to the screens as hope starts to flicker back to life. Tae-soo watches the news with pride, feeling the weight of Korea's rising status in the global rankings. The Demonic Order's first major play ends in a pile of scrap, proving they aren't as invincible as feared. However, the momentary peace is just a mask for the next wave of chaos brewing beneath the surface. A massive SS rank gate suddenly ruptures the atmosphere, threatening to plunge another city into total darkness. Kangwoo and Lilith stand before the Crimson Vortex in Vladivostok, perfectly poised to hunt whatever crawls out. Our boy looks absolutely drained, playing up the exhaustion after single-handedly turning that gate into a demonic graveyard. Yeonju sprints toward him, her heart racing as she demands to know why Head pulls such a reckless stunt. He just hovers there with his purple wings, playing it cool by saying he only swatted a few flies. With a predatory grin, he corrects her by stating the exact count of 237 kills. Yeonju is left speechless, her thoughts drifting to the wounded warriors in China and the mysterious Cheon Moo-hyun. Touching down, Kangwoo's expression hardens as he prepares to pivot from the slaughter back to the bigger picture. He tasks her with monitoring Korea, suspecting the Demonic Order might be hiding more than just one nest. Yeonju agrees while hiding a blush, realizing that even after a bloodbath, she still wants to spend time together. She tries to invite him to an internet cafe, but her courage fails her just as a familiar voice interrupts. Lilith arrives with Seola in tow, loudly celebrating her successful mission and completely shattering Yeonju's chance at a date. Kangwoo tells the group he's heading to Vladivostok, leaving Yeonju completely dumbfounded by his sudden change of plans. However, Lilith freezes in pure terror when she hears him mention bringing forth another demonic summon. She starts bawling her eyes out, terrified that her master is finally planning to replace her with someone better. Seola tries her best to comfort the sobbing succubus, reminding her that our boy isn't that heartless. After some head pats and reassurance, he ends up dragging the now cheerful Lilith along to the ritual site. They arrive at the source of the incident, where a massive, ominous magic circle stains the ground. Looking at the swirling red energy, he wonders if the trash-tier cultists really pulled off such a massive summoning. To get some answers, he activates his power of insight, calling upon spectral eyes to analyze the area. Even with his god-tier vision, he's shocked to find the complex magic completely resists his attempts to decode it. Ultimately, he just shrugs it off, since more demons appearing just means more experience points for him to harvest. Kang-woo suggests they dive straight into the swirling red gate to see what's waiting for them. A massive trash-tier insect demon immediately tries to jump our boy the moment they step through. Lilith isn't having it, and coldly warns the beast to keep its distance from her beloved master. She follows through with a brutal punch that paints the floor with the monster's internal organs. Seeing her skip around happily, he realizes that killing things is the fastest way to her heart. With his guard duty covered, he focuses his energy, deciding it's time to perform his own task. He begins manifesting a rift, intending to summon a subordinate that's actually worth the mana cost. He knows that no matter how strong the demon is, absolute obedience to the king is what matters. Since he provides the very foundation of their strength, he expects nothing less than total submission. He weighs his options among ancient legends, wondering if Ouroboros or Volcatus would make suitable pets. Kang-woo hopes for a legendary servant, but the myriad demon palace's energy forces the rift even deeper. The Gaia system glitches out, unable to block a connection to a realm far beyond Earth's reach. Our boy is dumbfounded when the portal connects to Eleanor, a world he has definitely seen before. The summoning ritual completes as skeletal feet step onto the floor, radiating a chilling, ancient pressure. Turns out he pulled a jackpot, summoning Valzahark, an SS-rank demon king, to serve as his newest pet. Meanwhile, Seola thanks Yeonju for the ride, though the guildmaster insists they are close enough to drop formalities. Yeonju admits her schedule is packed with guild work, yet her mind is clearly elsewhere tonight. She wonders if Kang-woo is actually safe, unaware that worrying about that monster is a total waste of time. While they chat, Kang-woo stands before his new subordinate, ready to see if this king can follow orders. Kang-woo and Lilith watch as the portal pulses with green energy, signaling a high-tier arrival from another world. Our boy is sweating bullets because his expected summon, Halcyon, is nowhere to be found in the rift. Instead of a legendary beast, a confused skeleton steps through, leaving Kang-woo feeling totally ripped off by the system. He keeps his cool and demands the bag of bones identify himself before he loses his patience entirely. The undead entity begins flexing his grand titles as the Master of Magic and the legendary Demon King Valzahark. Kang-woo thinks the guy sounds like a total poser, but Lilith looks like she has just seen a ghost. He asks his subordinate if she recognizes the name, and her terrified nod confirms the lich is no joke. Lilith explains that this skeleton is a legendary nightmare from the northern land of death back in Eleanor. Valzahark wonders if he is still home, but Kang-woo bluntly informs him that he has been summoned as a servant. Kang-woo confirms he summoned the lich because he needs a reliable pawn to do his dirty work. When the skeleton asks if he's really being treated like a common familiar, our boy just gives a smug grin. Valzahark finds the audacity so ridiculous that he bursts into a fit of bone-rattling maniacal laughter. Kang-woo starts worrying that his new servant might be a total headcase, which would be a massive pain. The lich's amusement vanishes instantly, replaced by a cold, murderous glare as he realizes the human is serious. He erupts in a wave of dark energy, absolutely livid that a mere mortal thinks they can boss him around. Kang-woo casually brushes off the human label, admitting his true nature is way too complex for a quick chat. He promises to reward absolute loyalty, reflecting on the ironclad rules he brought back from the depths of hell. Recalling Balak's suffocating devotion, our boy realizes that even annoying loyalty is better than none at all. Our boy recalls the trauma of Lilith invading his bedroom, making him scream in pure, unadulterated shock. Back in hell, he always made sure to reward the suffocating loyalty of subordinates like Balak and Lilith. He understands that a true monarch must balance iron-fisted rule with the proper distribution of rewards. Valzahark slams his staff down, laughing at the sheer audacity of a human demanding his eternal service. The lich ignites his mana, weaving complex necromantic circles to prove he isn't some trash-tier familiar. As the skeletal army manifests, the system warns that the summoning contract is dangerously close to shattering. Lilith trembles in fear while our boy stands calm, even as the room fills with hostile, clattering bones. The former king of Eleanor demands they tremble before his might, his dark energy flooding the entire hall. Surrounded by a literal wall of undead soldiers, Kang Wu realizes this negotiation just got a lot more violent. Kang Wu snaps his fingers, unleashing a shockwave that sends the clattering bones flying, while the Lich looks on dumbfounded. Valzahark can't believe a mere human possesses such overwhelming strength, his hollow eyes glowing with sudden realization. Refusing to back down, the Lich ignites his staff, determined to prove his status as a former demon king. He summons his elite Death Knights, hoping these trash-tier skeletons can finally put our boy in his place. As the riders charge, Valzahark screams for them to slaughter the human who dared to mock his royal name. Kang Wu just sighs and asks Lilith if she wants to handle this warm-up, making her jump with excitement. Seeing a rare chance to show off, she prepares to unleash her true power just to earn a compliment. She whips up a massive dark vortex, trapping the charging knights in a whirlwind of pure demonic energy. Lilith finally reveals her massive draconic form, slamming into the ground and turning the elite knights into literal dust. The Death Knights charge in, but they have no idea they're just fodder for Lilith's grand debut. Lilith roars in her draconic form, making Valzahark realize he's dealing with more than just a mere hatchling. Even with his minions gone, the Lich remains smug, claiming it's pathetic that he actually has to step in. Valzahark starts boasting about his power, but suddenly senses a presence that makes his non-existent skin crawl. Kang Wu appears behind him, mocking the Lich for the cringy way he refers to himself in the third person. Our boy thrusts Gungnir forward, but Valzahark manages to deploy a purple barrier just in time to stay alive. The Lich thinks he's safe since even legendary heroes couldn't break his shield, but he's clearly underestimated his opponent. With a sickening crack, Kang Wu shatters the ultimate defense, leaving the former Demon King completely dumbfounded and exposed. Utilizing the power of speed, Kang Wu vanishes and reappears, ready to teach this trash-tier skeleton some much-needed manners. Valzahark is absolutely fuming that he's being treated like some low-level summon while dodging Kang Wu's relentless energy blades. Our boy doesn't let up for a second, sending Gungnir whistling through the air to finish the job. The Lich barely manages to react as the sheer force of the attack sends him reeling back in terror. Kang Wu closes the distance in a flash, his predatory grin making it clear that this skeleton is completely outclassed. Realizing he's about to be turned into literal bone meal, Valzahark starts sweating bullets and looks for an exit. Desperate to survive, he clutches his glowing red catalyst, deciding it's time to reveal his final, most dangerous trump card. A massive purple fissure tears through reality, as the Lich calls upon an ancient entity from the deepest abyss. Even Kang Wu admits the energy pouring out feels dangerous, comparing the pressure to when a god like Susanoo descended. Suddenly, a booming voice echoes from the darkness, catching our boy off guard as something truly monstrous begins to emerge. The legendary Doom Guard of the Ninth Hell finally steps through the rift, radiating pure, destructive energy. Garcus scans the battlefield and initially assumes the massive white dragon is the opponent he needs to crush. However, Valzahark quickly corrects him, pointing his staff toward the human standing nearby instead. The massive demon locks eyes with his target, fully prepared to turn this puny human into a smear. Just as he is about to strike, Garcus catches a glimpse of the man's familiar, overwhelming aura. He freezes mid-swing, his massive fist trembling as a realization hits him like a freight train. The terrifying beast instantly turns into a blushing fanboy upon recognizing his true master, the King of Hell. Kang Wu just offers a casual greeting, while the demon celebrates their reunion like a loyal, overgrown puppy. Valzahark stands there completely dumbfounded, realizing his ultimate weapon just joined the enemy's side. The atmosphere in the Grand Hall remains tense, as the weight of a long-overdue reunion settles over the room. Our boy casually asks how things have been in the Ninth Hell since he decided to take a vacation. Garcus is practically blushing with joy, reporting that the infernal realm is just as miserable and chaotic as ever. However, the massive demon leans in to mention that some of the residents have been acting out lately. He explains that Halcyon and the other ancient powerhouses are aggressively expanding their territories across the desolate plains. Kang Wu wonders if these trash-tier legends are finally trying to snatch the empty throne he left behind. While Garcus mentions Balak is already investigating, the skeletal Lich starts screaming for his subordinate to take action. The Lich demands that the human be erased immediately, clearly failing to realize he's barking at the wrong master. Garcus doesn't even let him finish the sentence before delivering a massive hook that sends the skeleton flying. The impact is absolutely devastating, leaving the former king's skull shattered and his ego completely crushed into dust. Garcus stands over the broken skeleton, warning him to never disrespect the human standing behind them ever again. With a fierce look, the giant demon proudly proclaims that our boy is his one and only true king. Just as the tension peaks, the massive hand of the Doom Guard begins to flicker and dissolve into mana. Turns out his time on Earth is up, and he calmly explains the summoning duration has finally reached its limit. Even as he vanishes, the loyal guard flashes a goofy grin while bidding farewell to his beloved monarch. He offers to send the regards of a fellow subordinate, but Kangwoo looks annoyed and tells him not to. Watching the last sparks fade, Kangwoo remembers how his other minions used to bully Garcus for acting too soft. However, our boy notices something strange and shifts his gaze back toward the pathetic pile of bones on the floor. He finds the once arrogant Lich groveling, leaving Kangwoo completely dumbfounded by the sudden change in the skeleton's attitude. Realizing who he is dealing with, Valzahark worships his new master as his loyalty suddenly hits an all-time high. Valzahark tries to act like he recognized his master instantly, but our boy knows he is totally capping. Kangwoo watches the skeleton pretend to shed tears of joy, wondering how a pile of bones even functions. Shifting to business, Kangwoo asks how a trash-tier lich managed to pull someone from the 9th hell. Valzahark presents a crimson artifact called the Evil God's Blood, claiming it was the key to his summoning. The skeleton identifies this deity as Lucifer, the legendary source of all evil within the continent of Eleanor. Kangwoo immediately connects the dots, realizing Lucifer is actually one of the powerful 7 princes of hell. He deduces that hell tools were used to bridge dimensions, allowing demonic souls to revive on other worlds. If a prince of hell crossed over like he did, they might be regaining their former peak strength. Our boy flashes a predatory smirk, knowing a fully recovered Lucifer would be a massive pain to handle. Luckily, his Soul Reaper ability is the perfect counter, turning these legendary princes into a gourmet soul feast. Our boy is already drooling at the thought of devouring these legendary princes to fuel his own growth. He asks the skeleton if this Lucifer guy is currently ruling over the Eleanor continent. Valzahark drops a bombshell, revealing that the so-called evil god has actually been missing for a long time. Kangwoo is genuinely dumbfounded, wondering how a literal god-tier entity could just up and vanish without a trace. Suddenly, Lilith pops up behind him, looking like she is about to blow a fuse from being ignored. She throws a total tantrum, sobbing about how he completely forgot her while playing with his new pet. Our boy quickly pulls her into a hug, desperately trying to soothe his possessive and emotional little subordinate. Once she finally stops leaking from her eyes, he asks her to spill the tea on those old myths. Legend says the archangels themselves descended from the heavens just to seal away the rampaging evil god. Lilith admits the timeline is fuzzy, but Lucifer has been a terrifying plague on Eleanor for ages. Kangwoo realizes the timeline of the Hell Tool, appearing on Eleanor, doesn't match his own return to Earth. He looks over the city, certain that someone else must be pulling the strings behind the scenes. Shifting focus, our boy asks if any archangels are still hanging around the Eleanor continent. Lilith sniffles and explains that the celestial warriors vanished right along with the evil god after their war. Deciding they've seen enough, Kangwoo asks Valzahark if he has any magic to hide his skeletal mug. Before the former king can finish bragging about his shadow powers, a heavy thud echoes through the room. Kangwoo clocks him across the skull, reminding the trash-tier skeleton to watch his arrogant tone. After the beatdown, he curiously asks if a pile of bones like him is even capable of eating. When Valzahark confirms it's possible, our boy beams and decides it's finally time for some legendary kimchi stew. Peace returns for a while as 3 months fly by, leaving the world in a deceptive state of calm. Kangwoo spent 3 months hunting the demonic order and searching for a new coat, but both missions failed miserably. While he's stuck in a rut, our boy feels a bit salty seeing how much everyone else has improved. Cha Yeonju finally broke through her limits, reaching the 10th stage and solidifying her status as a world-class ranker. Even Baek Hwayeon and Koo Hyunmo didn't slack off, both successfully hitting their 9th stage awakening recently. The rest of the squad, including Taisu and Seola, managed to shatter their own walls to reach stage 8. Little Eunbi is even throwing tantrums for more levels, but Kangwoo knows this rapid growth is essential for survival. He can't help but wonder if Sihoon has also reached a new level of power during this peaceful hiatus. A soft knock at the door breaks his focus as Seola checks to see if he's finally awake. He invites her in, playing the part of the perfect leader by saying he always has time for her. His eyes flash red with a predatory glint, sensing that the quiet days are finally over. Kangwoo notices Seola looking incredibly tense and asks her what is bothering her so much. She clutches her chest tightly, clearly struggling to find the right words for this delicate situation. Before speaking, she makes sure to lock the door, signaling that this conversation is strictly private. Sitting before him, she reveals that reaching the 8th stage of awakening brought an unexpected side effect. Our boy already knew about her level up, but she insists something has felt off ever since. Suddenly, she begins to lower her clothes, leaving him completely dumbfounded by her bold move. As the fabric slides down, The tension in the room reaches a breaking point for the Demon King. Kangwoo panics and covers his eyes, shouting that things are moving way too fast for his liking. He peeks through his fingers when she explains that a mysterious pattern has manifested on her skin. She turns around to reveal a massive, intricate wing-like crest etched across her entire back. Kangwoo is sweating bullets, desperately telling himself to keep it together, despite the unexpected view in front of him. Even though Seola is just looking for advice, that pale back and mysterious crest are testing his demonic patience. Our boy's eyes widen as he realizes this isn't just some random tattoo but something far more significant. He plays it off as blurry vision, while Seola explains her 8th stage gave her the wings of light. She admits nothing else has happened yet, but the mere existence of that pattern is enough to cause worry. When he reaches out to touch the mark, Seola jumps, her heart racing from the sudden physical contact. Kangwoo scolds himself for losing focus, knowing he needs to take this situation seriously, for her sake. Looking at those angel wings, his demonic energy flares as he connects the dots to the heavenly realm. He recalls the legends of archangels, realizing he can't just ignore a divine mark appearing on his ally. To keep her safe from whatever is coming, he activates his power of protection to shield her soul. Our boy places a demonic seal over her wings to monitor her condition and provide a sturdy barrier. Maintaining this mark eats up his demonic energy, but he knows it's the only way to ensure her safety. He tells her to stay alert and report any weird shifts in her body or the mark itself. Kangwoo emphasizes that even a simple nightmare shouldn't be ignored, showing a side of him that's actually protective. Seola clutches her covers, her heart fluttering as she realizes just how much he truly cares for her well-being. Swept up in the moment, she looks at him with eyes full of affection, ready to pour her heart out. Suddenly, Lilith strolls in yawning, catching them in a position that looks way more scandalous than it actually is. The little succubus is still half asleep, completely oblivious to the romantic tension she just absolutely nuked. Kangwoo and Seola scramble to act natural, with our boy desperately trying to explain they weren't doing anything suspicious. The mood is officially dead as Lilith demands food, forcing a flustered Seola to go start on breakfast. The crew enjoys a quiet meal, while Valzahark hums along, fully embracing his new role as the housemaid. Our boy just wants to eat in peace, though the sight of a skeleton doing laundry is still jarring. It has been 3 months since the former king of Eleanor traded his dark magic for fabric softener. He was so impressed by Seola's stew that he practically begged her to teach him the domestic arts. Seeing a legendary necromancer rocking a pink bunny apron leaves Kangwoo completely dumbfounded and questioning his sanity. Their weirdly peaceful morning is interrupted by the doorbell, making Seola and Lilith wonder who is visiting. Kangwoo figures it must be Yeonju, but he still heads over to check who is actually at the door. The whole gang gathers at the entrance, only to find a very familiar face waiting for them outside. It is Si-hoon, and Kangwoo immediately notices that his inner energy has evolved significantly after his intense training. The young hero looks at his mentor with teary eyes, clearly overwhelmed by the weight of his journey. Si-hoon tackles Kangwoo in a massive hug, crying about how much he missed his mentor. Lilith just watches while munching on snacks, judging our boy for being way too soft on the hero. Seola's jealousy hits trash tier levels as she grips a knife, wishing she was the one hugging Kangwoo. Suddenly, Si-hoon's expression shifts into total seriousness as he senses a dark presence lurking in the kitchen. He screams that it is dangerous and shoves Kangwoo aside, ready to protect him from the perceived threat. With a burst of speed, the hero draws his blade to strike down the monster, invading the home. He lunges straight for Valzahark, who is just standing there minding his own business in his maid gear. The skeletal necromancer is completely dumbfounded that a mere human would dare to attack him during his chores. The blade whistles through the air, aimed right at the legendary former king's ridiculous pink bunny apron. Valzahark roars in fury that a mere human would dare interrupt him while he is folding the laundry. Kangwoo panics as he realizes a clash between these two will definitely leave his home in ruins. Even worse, the thought of losing the kimchi stew Seola prepared sends him into a total frenzy. He bellows at the top of his lungs for them to stop their mindless destruction immediately. Our boy Si-hoon instantly loses his edge, looking completely dejected after realizing his massive mistake. He offers a deep apology for the confusion, while his master plays it off as a simple misunderstanding. When the topic shifts to training, the hero admits he hasn't reached his desired level of strength yet. Kangwoo finds his greed amusing, knowing he is the one who shaped the kid into this power-hungry warrior. Things get serious when Si-hoon reveals that a mysterious figure in a white mask sought him out. It turns out the Guardians were the ones visiting, and Si-hoon seems quite proud of his progress. He adds a final cryptic note, suggesting that the visitor is someone his master knows very well. Kangwoo's eyes widen as he hears the name Grace McCubbin, a name that clearly carries some serious weight. She is America's top-tier powerhouse, but turns out she's been hiding her true identity as a secret guardian. Our boy just smirks, finding the idea of a hidden elite player like her to be absolutely fascinating. When Sehun mentions he received a formal invitation to join their ranks, Kangwoo's curiosity is piqued even further. The hero pulls out a high-tech device, explaining that this is the reason they came to the roof. Kangwoo looks completely dumbfounded, wondering why his disciple is suddenly brandishing what looks like a metallic ostrich egg. Sehun carefully sets the gadget down, preparing to activate the piece of advanced technology he was given. Suddenly, the device unfolds and rips open a swirling portal that looks straight out of a sci-fi flick. They both stare at the rift, wondering if the legendary guardians are really waiting on the other side. Kangwoo just hopes this organization isn't filled with trash-tier personalities like that annoying blonde guy, Alec. Our boy decides to take the plunge, figuring he will only get answers by meeting them face to face. He and Sehun step through the blinding light, entering a hall that reeks of high-tier authority and power. A calm voice welcomes them, instantly putting Kangwoo on high alert as he scans the massive, ornate room. They find two women waiting at a grand table, clearly the ones pulling the strings in this organization. The seated woman greets them warmly, revealing that she is the one leading the legendary guardians. She introduces herself as Gaia, her gentle expression hiding whatever true power she might actually possess. As they stand before her, Kangwoo can't help but feel the weight of the massive hall surrounding them. The name Gaia rings a bell, reminding him of the system that once sealed his precious demon core. He spots Grace standing nearby, and realizes the leader herself must have a massive interest in their arrival. Our boy wonders if Sehun is truly that important, or if there is a deeper game being played. Kangwoo wonders if the Guardians are truly desperate as Gaia brings up his bond with Sehun. Our boy confirms their non-related brotherhood, though Gaia finds such a close bond rare in this era. Sehun gets overly emotional, declaring his master is more important than family, while Kangwoo just stands there dumbfounded. Gaia finds his passion amusing, chuckling at how hot-blooded the young hero seems to be. She continues praising Sehun's beautiful soul, leaving the poor guy completely flustered by the sudden attention. Suddenly, she strikes a chord by mentioning the heavy burden he carries and his willingness to sacrifice everything. Reaching out, the leader offers her full support, promising to stand by his side through his struggles. As Grace assists her, Kangwoo watches the interaction closely, his predatory instincts scanning for any hidden traps. He notes her blindness and wheelchair, realizing these injuries aren't natural but likely tied to her divine status. If she's linked to the failing Gaia system, her broken state makes perfect sense to our analytical protagonist. Kangwoo cuts through the emotional atmosphere, telling Sehun to focus so they can finally get some real answers. He bluntly asks the leader what she's really after and why she wants to recruit his disciple so badly. Grace keeps a sharp eye on them, while the fragile leader admits that our boy has a valid point. They all take a seat as she prepares to reveal the truth behind the world's current chaotic state. The room goes quiet when she brings up the Gaia system, a name that immediately triggers Kangwoo's suspicion. While Sehun mentions a mysterious message about supplementing the system, Kangwoo wonders just how deep her connection goes. She denies sending any messages and instead asks if they believe in the existence of entirely different worlds. It turns out the monsters and demons plaguing Earth are actually invaders pulled from a completely different dimension. These gates are nothing more than dimensional tunnels, connecting their world to places far more dangerous than they imagined. She describes the system as a protective barrier, which makes Kangwoo sweat as he recalls how much it hurt. Gaia clarifies that she isn't the system itself, but rather a fragment or an avatar of its power. She admits her influence is limited, and using it drains her, leaving Sehun more than a little confused. It turns out she was the one who sent that mysterious message during the demon cult incident in Korea. Our boy wonders if she can unseal his core, but quickly realizes she lacks that kind of high-tier power. While they discuss the Guardians replacing the system, Kangwoo remembers how trash-tier Alec's goals were compared to this. Suddenly, the mood shifts as she mentions the Guardians are actually hunting for something much more specific. She takes a deep breath, preparing to drop a bombshell about their organization's true, ultimate purpose. Their main mission is to find and kill the legendary demon of prophecy before it destroys everything. She reveals that this grim revelation came to her 5 years ago during the height of the cataclysmic day. As they sit in silence, she warns that this prophesied demon will eventually descend upon their world. Gaia drops the title of the World Ender, calling him the King of Hell, which leaves our boy completely dumbfounded. She elaborates on this monster, possessing the demonic sea and 666 authorities to wipe out humanity. As she concludes her grim revelation, Kangwoo can barely keep his poker face from crumbling into pure chaos. It turns out the legendary demon of prophecy is none other than our boy himself, confirmed by a system notification. To prove the urgency, Gaia asks Grace McCubbin to manifest a visual representation of the world's current state. A holographic map of Earth appears, showing the Gaia system's protective barrier flickering and covered in ominous red cracks. Kangwoo observes the crumbling defense and wonders if there's any way to patch up this trash-tier security system. Gaia believes the system will only stabilize once the prophecy demon is dead, unaware the target is sitting right there. Sihoon realizes the gravity of the situation, asking if Gaia's physical health is tied to the system's steady decay. Grace McCubbin confirms that because Gaia is the system's avatar, she's literally dying as the world's protection falls apart. Sihoon hesitates, wondering if there's really no other choice but to face this inevitable tragedy head-on. He desperately asks if there's any way to save Gaia, and she calmly confirms a solution exists. Grace McCubbin cuts through the fluff, insisting that the specific reasons don't matter as long as they succeed. She declares that killing the demon of prophecy is their only hope, while our boy internally screams in panic. When asked if they should wait for the demon to show up, Grace's cold gaze says it all. She reveals the monster is already walking among them, leaving Sihoon shaken to his core by the terrifying news. Grace pinpoints the exact date of his arrival, which Kangwoo realizes is the day he first met Seola. He clenches his fist, worrying that his unnatural strength will blow his cover before he can find a way out. Sihoon is visibly shaken, his mind racing as he tries to process the identity of the world's greatest threat. Sihoon finally connects the dots and names Satan as the demon of prophecy, leaving Kangwoo completely dumbfounded. Our boy is internally screaming as Grace describes him, restraining Alec in a fake flashback. Grace presses for Alec's current location, putting on a perfect performance to sell the lie. Gaia confirms the tragic news of Alec's passing, her tears making the fabricated story feel painfully real. Sihoon nearly flips the table, absolutely livid that Satan would dare to eliminate their allies like trash. He demands to know if it's true, his heart breaking for the comrade he thinks he lost. Realizing he needs to blend in, Kangwoo clenches his fist and prepares to put on an Oscar-worthy performance. He erupts in a fake rage, slamming the table to prove he's just as disgusted as the others. Sihoon is dumbfounded by his passion as Kangwoo asks if only guardians are allowed to join the fight. Gaia sighs and admits that the rules are secondary when the world is facing such a dire threat. Kangwoo clutches his chest, knowing he must infiltrate them before they realize he's the actual demon. Kangwoo doubles down on his act, declaring his burning desire to join the Guardians and hunt Satan down. Gaia is taken aback by his sudden intensity and asks our boy to hold on for just a second. She turns her attention to Sihoon, questioning if he ever got a good look at the demon's true face. Sihoon admits the darkness made it hard, but he's certain the monster wore a mask from the demon cult. He recalls how effortlessly Satan crushed Alec, moving with a speed that made him seem completely untouchable. Gaia mentions a scream heard from a rooftop, hinting at a darker secret behind the tragedy they all witnessed. She closes her eyes in grief, preparing to reveal the painful reality of Alec's past that no one knew. Turns out, during a mission against the cult, Alec was forced to strike down a high-ranking member in combat. The mask shattered to reveal his own lover, a woman brainwashed into serving the very evil he fought against. That trauma broke him, leaving Alec obsessed with non-lethal combat and creating a weakness that ultimately cost his life. Grace mentions the risks of being a guardian, shocked that Satan would stoop so low as to weaponize trauma. Gaia is completely overwhelmed with grief, firmly stating that such a vile monster can never be forgiven. Sihoon fumes over the cruelty, while our boy Kangwoo shamelessly agrees that Satan is a total piece of shit. Moving past the tragedy, Gaia asks Grace to bring out the special equipment they have prepared for the team. Kangwoo hears approaching footsteps and wonders what kind of high-tier loot these guardians are about to reveal. Grace returns with a polished silver briefcase, as Gaia prepares to gift them something essential for their upcoming hunt. The case opens to reveal 2 masks, necessary for the stealthy operations required to dismantle the demon cult. Gaia explains these masks are the symbol of their order, before turning her focus towards Sihoon. She asks if he is truly ready to protect the world and help them slay the demon of prophecy. Sihoon stares at the mask, his resolve hardening as he prepares to step into the role of a hero. Sihoon reaches out and accepts the mask, officially stepping into his role as a protector of the world. Gaia welcomes him to the order, while Sihoon expresses his gratitude for the chance to fight back. Suddenly, his eyes glow as he senses an incredible surge of power flowing directly from the holy artifact. Seeing his disciples' shock, our boy Kangwoo asks what's wrong while secretly gauging the quality of the gear. Sihoon realizes this is the strength Alec mentioned, while Gaia confirms these masks are far from ordinary items. With the hero settled, Gaia turns her attention toward Kangwoo to offer him the same deal. Grace presents the second mask, though Kangwoo is likely just thinking about how to exploit this new connection. Gaia admits she's recruiting him, because his protective anger for Sihun proves he has a true guardian's heart. Kang Woo plays along perfectly, claiming he'll do anything to protect his precious little brother from the demon's reach. When asked to help slay the demon of prophecy, Kang Woo readily agrees to help them hunt himself down. System alerts flood in as our boy joins the Guardians, causing his demonic energy to spike violently. Even though the blessing's effect is nerfed since he lacks the proper class, Grace is still totally dumbfounded. A small stat boost is just a bonus for Kang Woo, who expected this kind of holy power-up. He realizes that without his specific energy masking attribute, the sheer volume of his rising power would expose him. With this new surge, he's confident that even high-tier threats like Garcus would be light work now. Gaia is clearly impressed, mentioning that she can feel his immense strength just by standing near him. She officially welcomes him to the fold and promises to reach out once the real mission begins. Kang Woo plays the part of the humble recruit, nodding along while planning his next move behind the mask. A swirling portal opens up, signaling it's time for our boy to head back to his own turf. Stepping through, he lets out a tired yawn, surprised at how quickly the day vanished during his recruitment. Sihun thanks Kang Woo for coming along, while our boy secretly enjoys being praised for his own manipulation. Sihun pulls out his new guardian gear, looking at the artifact with a newfound sense of purpose. As he grips the device, he admits that today gave him a brand new reason to keep fighting. Kang Woo watches him curiously, wondering what kind of nonsense his disciple has cooked up this time. Turns out, the dense hero has actually fallen in love at first sight with their new silver-haired leader. He pictures Gaia as a fragile soul struggling against fate, completely unaware she's a powerful system fragment. With a blush on his face, Sihun decides his ultimate destiny is to protect her from any harm. Then he drops the bomb about killing Satan, leaving the actual Demon King standing there totally dumbfounded. Kang Woo breaks a sweat as Sihun blames Satan for Gaia's blindness and the world's current suffering. Our boy can only listen in silence, internally justifying that he couldn't exactly just rot in hell forever. Kang Woo is fuming internally, thinking about the 10 millennia he spent rotting in hell with Lilith's obsession. Sihun is fully committed now, swearing to protect the silver-haired leader and bring back her smile. He reaches out to his master, admitting that having Kang Woo by his side is his greatest source of strength. Our boy is sweating bullets as his disciple vows to slaughter the demon of prophecy to save the world. Realizing there is no stopping this train, Kang Woo just gives up and accepts the handshake with a mental shrug. He flashes a predatory grin, mockingly agreeing to help the hero protect everyone from the hands of Satan. As the sun sets, the Demon King reflects on how absurdly his peaceful life on Earth is unfolding. Back at the house, a pot of delicious kimchi stew is simmering, though the intended guest is already gone. Seola is bummed out because she worked hard on the meal, only for Sihun to rush off to training. Kang Woo and Lilith prepare to dig in, with our boy secretly agreeing that Sihun needs all the strength possible. The mere mention of Satan brings back memories of the 9th hell, as our boy eyes his dinner. He remembers that nasty demon kneeling in the dirt, exhausted but clearly plotting something absolutely devious. It turns out Satan's greed didn't stop at ruling the 9 skies. He wanted much more. His ultimate goal was always Earth, planning to dismantle the Gaia system and rule the human realm. While Lilith happily stuffs her face, Kang Woo realizes this Satan guy is making his life a living hell. He chugs the remaining stew straight from the pot, fuming over how his peaceful retirement is being ruined. Slamming the empty pot down, he decides he can't forgive anyone who messes with his food or reputation. Our boy vows to protect Earth and his kimchi from Satan's grasp, looking like a true hero. He officially decides to join the Guardians, and just like that, a whole week of preparation flies by. Meanwhile, Sihun is back to the grind, honing his blade under the strict supervision of Chong Mu-jin. Yeonju is drowning in paperwork as her team brings in even more reports regarding the demon cult's recent movements. Meanwhile, Kang Woo arrives at a massive, ornate hall to meet with the leader of the Guardians herself. Our boy notices the vibe is totally different here, realizing this isn't just some standard guest reception room. Turns out, this grand palace is the actual heart of their organization, tucked away from the rest of the world. Gaia welcomes him to the Hall of Protection, a place that serves as the literal core of their defense system. She tells him he's always welcome, but Kang Woo cuts to the chase and asks why she called him in. When she mentions his first official mission, our boy can barely contain his excitement at finally getting some real action. However, the mood shifts when Gaia reveals that the system protecting their world is rapidly falling apart. Kang Woo listens closely as she explains that the deterioration is happening way faster than anyone ever expected. If this barrier that seals away otherworldly threats fails, the entire human realm is basically a sitting duck. Our boy is internally panicking because Gaia somehow knows the demon of prophecy is already breaking his seals. He's relieved when she blames the demon cult, realizing they are the perfect cover for his own activities. Kangwoo wonders why the cult is active in Korea again, but agrees to head out immediately for investigation. He politely refuses any backup, knowing that having other guardians around would just complicate his secret interrogation plans. Gaia is totally charmed by his fake selflessness and tells him she'll be waiting for his successful return. Once he's back at his home base, the weight of the upcoming mission starts to settle in. He realizes that bringing along any extra baggage would only hinder him from getting the answers he needs. Suddenly, Lilith peeks out from the door, looking completely distracted by the snacks she's currently devouring. She proudly shows off her rice cake skewers, clearly enjoying the perks of living in the human world. Our boy just laughs and wipes her face, hearing how his subordinates are busy learning human cooking recipes. Kangwoo calls for his servant, and a dark, swirling shadow immediately manifests to answer the master's summons. Our boy looks on with a sharp, red-eyed gaze, ready to give out his next set of orders. Has nearly dumbfounded when Valzahark appears in a trash-tier pink maid outfit, claiming he's mastered human culinary arts. Lilith doesn't mind the ridiculous look at all, happily charging toward the skeleton for another round of snacks. Kangwoo just smirks and mentions how they must be feeling suffocated being locked inside the apartment for so long. He pulls out his silver guardian mask, announcing that it is finally time for them to start a mission. Lilith is completely mesmerized by the cool gear, her eyes practically turning into stars as she watches him. The target is Daegu, a city that fell into ruin after 3 A-rank gates appeared during the cataclysm. Since the demonic energy is thickest in this area, he decides to investigate the source of the corruption personally. The whole squad gears up, with Lilith even finding a cute cat mask to match the group's new aesthetic. Kangwoo finds the source of the corruption, confirming his suspicions about the pulsating fissure hidden within the cave. The rift expands as the group approaches, with Valzahark still rocking that ridiculous trash-tier pink maid outfit. Our boy just smirks, knowing the Demon Order wouldn't leave such a massive energy source completely unprotected. Suddenly, massive demonic sentinels loom over them, serving as the ultimate gatekeepers for this cursed site. These aren't your typical mana-breathing monsters. They are purely fueled by the thick, suffocating demonic energy of hell. Kangwoo senses a presence and wonders who exactly is hiding in the shadows, watching their every move. A mysterious hooded cultist emerges, assuming they must be high-ranking hunters from the Red Rose Guild. The cultist reveals a grotesque, mana-infused hand, clearly overconfident in his ability to wipe out any intruders. The massive beasts lunge forward, but Kangwoo doesn't even flinch as he prepares for the inevitable clash. He asks Lilith if she's ready to play, and she happily agrees while wearing her adorable cat mask. Lilith puffs her cheeks, gathering every ounce of her draconic power for a move she definitely saw online. She lets out a legendary shout that would make any dragonborn proud, sending a massive shockwave forward. The sheer force of her breath blast slams into the demonic sentinels, completely shattering their physical forms. As the dust settles, the once intimidating guardians are reduced to a pile of worthless, severed limbs. Valzahark suddenly steps in, reminding everyone that wasting perfectly good high-tier corpses is a total sin for a necromancer. He begins weaving his dark mana, using purple threads of energy to stitch the mangled remains back together. Our boy Skeletal Maid isn't just for show. He is masterfully recycling the trash-tier leftovers into something far deadlier. The remaining sentinels stand dumbfounded as they watch their fallen comrades get repurposed by the former Demon King. With a final surge of power, Valzahark completes his masterpiece, birthing a massive, soul-bound flesh golem. He commands his new creation to slaughter the remaining beasts, proving that in hell, even death isn't an escape. Kangwoo unleashes a devastating strike that tears through the battlefield like wet paper. The cultist is left completely dumbfounded, wondering how things went south so fast. Panic sets in as he realizes he is no longer the hunter, but the prey. Valzahark towers over him atop his grotesque flesh golem, ready to end this trash-tier resistance. Desperate to survive, the cultist prepares his final trump card by activating a dark demonic seal. He screams for his hidden chrysalises to emerge and slaughter everyone in their path. Suddenly, a massive green surge of energy collides with the golem, shaking the very cavern. Even Valzahark is caught off guard as his masterpiece takes a heavy hit from the shadows. Our boy Skeletal Maid can't help but feel a bit impressed by the unexpected counterattack. A colossal green blade of mana slices through the air, threatening to turn the tide once more. Kangwoo is genuinely surprised to see the cultists actually manage to summon the legendary monsters known as chrysalises. These beasts are covered in thick, black scales that act like natural armor against any standard physical attacks. Their bodies are filled with potent acid instead of blood, making every wound they take a deadly hazard. Seeing the purple seal, our boy realizes the cult has somehow gained control over monsters from the 8th hell. As the beast lunges forward, Kangwoo calls out to his loyal subordinate to get ready for the real fight. He casually tells Echidna to go help Valzahark finish off the rest of the trash-tier cultist survivors. He steps forward, reflecting on how the weaklings he devoured recently did nothing to satisfy his demonic hunger. The creature lashes out with a massive claw, but our boy dodges the strike with effortless, predatory grace. He delivers a crushing blow that sends the monster crashing into the ground, shattering the stone like glass. With a twisted grin, he decides this high-tier snack might actually be worth the effort of eating. A beam of energy slams into the earth, but it's not enough to stop our boy. Kangwoo stands his ground as the massive chrysalis looms over him like a nightmare. He watches the green light bounce off the walls, unimpressed by the flashy but useless display. Even as a web of energy surrounds him, he mocks the beast for its erratic, desperate movements. He tracks the beast's tail, noting that its next move is painfully obvious to someone of his caliber. As the monster lunges, our boy just smirks, fully aware of every weakness this trash-tier creature possesses. He reaches out and catches the massive tail mid-swing, stopping the beast's momentum dead in its tracks. With a surge of demonic power, he begins to swing the overgrown lizard around like a cheap toy. The monster lets out a pathetic shriek, suddenly realizing it is nothing more than a bug to him. He prepares to finish it, wondering how a mere beast ever dared to bare its teeth at him. Kangwoo weaves through the incoming strikes, his focus shifting toward the source of this pathetic display. The hooded cultist stands there dumbfounded as the dust settles, unable to believe his beast missed. Our boy just watches with a cold gaze, questioning how such a weakling could ever command a demon. He stays in the shadows while the man desperately screams for the monster to get back up. Deciding to end the mystery, he activates his authority to see exactly what he is dealing with. It turns out the guy is just a trash-tier level 63 player named Park Youngshan. He analyzes the glowing magic circles, realizing the connection between the master and the beast is failing. A smug grin spreads across his face as he anticipates the beautiful chaos about to unfold. The beast suddenly stops its assault, turning its predatory eyes toward the terrified cultist instead. He realizes the control was only temporary, and now the master has become the prey. Park Youngchan desperately screams for the beast to obey, but the connection is already completely severed. Suddenly, the monster lashes out, tearing through the very magic circle that was supposed to bind it. The cultist stands there dumbfounded, unable to process that his own summon has turned into his executioner. Our boy just watches from the sidelines, mockingly noting that the trash-tier cultist has finally reached his limit. The man tries to deny the reality, claiming an apostle's magic shouldn't have such a pathetic time limit. Kangwoo ignores the pathetic whining and asks if the guy even knows the nature of the beast he summoned. A predatory grin hides behind his mask as he prepares to drop some terrifying knowledge on the loser. He explains that since it is a small monster, it uses a specific tactic to neutralize larger prey. The beast lunges forward, and the cultist screams in pure agony as his lower half is targeted first. Turns out, it destroys the reproductive organs before finishing the job by taking the head. Kangwoo can't help but feel a bit nauseous watching the beast's gruesome and messy dinner habits. The monster's maw is dripping with blood, looking like a total nightmare after its latest meal. Our boy finally steps in and ends the beast's life before things get even more out of hand. He takes a moment to compose himself, ready to get some real answers from the remaining trash. Lilith and the skeletal butler finish their work, standing over a pile of pristine corpses for their master. Kangwoo casually takes a seat on the dead monster, mocking the cultist for his pathetic state. The dying man is a complete mess, barely able to breathe through the overwhelming pain and terror. Realizing the guy might die too soon, our boy decides to intervene with a little demonic magic. He uses the authority of concentration to force the cultist's mind to stay awake and focused on the pain. This buff is purely positive for the user, but for a victim, it means feeling every second of agony. Kangwoo decides he has no choice but to force the information out of this pathetic, drooling mess. The cultist's eyes snap wide open as a jolt of demonic energy drags his consciousness back to reality. Sitting on his monster-sized throne, our boy demands answers while the trash-tier cultist gasps for air. The guy is completely dumbfounded, unable to comprehend how a mere human could slaughter his high-tier summon. Kangwoo realizes the idiot doesn't even recognize his mark, making his secret identity feel like a waste. He tosses the mask aside, annoyed that he even bothered hiding his face from someone so low-ranking. Grabbing the guy's head, he senses a soul-binding restriction meant to keep the cult's secrets safe. Our boy counters with the authority of subordination, forcing his own dominant will into the cultist's soul. He observes the cult's crude soul shackles and finds them impressive, yet still inferior to his own power. The system confirms the ritual is a success, turning the terrified cultist into his newest loyal familiar. Kang-woo lifts the soul-binding restriction, finally giving the trash-tier cultist the ability to speak freely. The broken man reveals that the Korean branch is falling apart after their previous leader was taken out. Our boy listens as the guy explains that the cult is now obsessed with monitoring Korea's every move. Despite the chaos in Russia, the cultist insists that Korea is currently their most vital strategic territory. Kang-woo points to a glowing stake, asking if these fissure seeds are part of their localized takeover plan. He deduces that the cult is using these seeds to slowly rot the Gaia system from the inside. Realizing the scope of the threat, he understands why this low-level pawn was sent as a backup card. If this is a planetary-level crisis, our boy knows he can use the Guardians as his personal shield. He also has heavy hitters like Yeonju and the Old Master, ready to back his play when needed. Unfortunately, the cultist has no clue where the rest of these dangerous seeds are being planted across the world. Kang-woo realizes this trash-tier cultist is useless for finding the seed's creator, so he takes matters into his own hands. Our boy decides that if he wants real answers, he'll have to dig them out himself. He activates the authority of insight, letting his demonic power scan the very essence of the fissure seed. The system confirms he's learned to handle the seeds, but at first, it seems like a total waste of time. Suddenly, he notices something crucial. These seeds are designed to rot the world's protective system from the inside. A wild idea strikes him, making him wonder what would happen if he applied that corrosive power to himself. Without hesitating, he crushes the seed, letting the dark energy wash over his own body. The sensation is immediate and strange, catching even the former king of hell off guard. He clenches his fist as the realization hits him that this might be the key he's been looking for. It turns out the seed's corruption is actually weakening the seal on his 10,000 demon core. Our boy is feeling blessed, thinking about how the demon cult is basically a 5-star catering service. Park Young-chan desperately begs for his life, and Kang-woo smoothly promises to be grateful for the intel. He tells the trash-tier cultist he'll free him from his burdens, while dark energy begins to swirl. The demonic power sinks in, but it's definitely not the kind of freedom the poor guy expected. As the cultist starts screaming, Kang-woo suddenly remembers he forgot to turn off a certain painful ability. Turns out the authority of concentration is still active, making every second of agony feel like an eternity. Seeing the guy suffer, our boy decides to be a hero and put him out of his misery. He plunges a dark blade through the cultist's chest, claiming he can't stand seeing a benefactor in pain. The dying man can only curse him, realizing too late that has been played by a true monster. Kang-woo just looks down coldly, noting that the guy should blame the cult for his pathetic end. Kang-woo puts on a pathetic show of grief, vowing to avenge the trash-tier cultist he just slaughtered. He immediately drops the act, letting his demonic power feast on the remains of the fallen monster. Our boy is dumbfounded to see his demonic energy only tick up by a measly fraction of a point. He realizes that with his stats already so high, immediate growth from these weaklings is becoming nearly impossible. Shifting gears, he pulls out the Guardian's communication device, ready to play his role as the perfect hero. The device hums to life, proving it can bypass the gate's interference just as the higher-ups promised. Gaia appears via hologram, and Kang-woo smoothly reports that the situation in Daegu has been completely handled. He catches her attention by mentioning he's uncovered some critical information regarding the cult's secret plans. As he explains the concept of fissure seeds, the gravity of the situation begins to sink in. When Gaia suggests destroying them immediately, Kang-woo stops her, already spinning a new web of manipulation. Kang-woo argues that tossing away such rare materials is a waste, suggesting they should be stockpiled for study. He smoothly lies, claiming his research proves these seeds lose their corruptive power once they are uprooted. Gaia is still hesitant, wondering why they shouldn't just play it safe and burn everything to the ground. Our boy tells her to look at the big picture if they ever want to truly defeat the cult. He points out their lack of progress in gathering intel, making her realize how desperate their situation actually is. Completely played, Gaia thanks him for the guidance and agrees to follow his lead like a loyal student. He ends the call with a smirk, promising to gather every single seed for the supposed good of humanity. As the portal closes behind him, he celebrates another successful day of treating the Guardians like total puppets. But the peace doesn't last long because Yeonju starts blowing up his phone the second he hits the surface. She reports that more cultists are crawling out of the woodwork, much to our boy's growing annoyance. Yeonju is absolutely dumbfounded when our boy casually mentions he already handled the mess in Daegu. She tries to process the speed of his work, while he pivots to a brand new request. He needs her to hunt down cross-shaped items inside the gates, keeping the details close to his chest. Not stopping there, he tasks her with coordinating the Hwarung squad and the Thousand Sword Gate. After hanging up on a suspicious Yeonju, he realizes he needs to tap into his Japanese connections next. He hesitates to call Yuri, still traumatized by that grotesque squid dish she sent him as a gift. Despite the culinary nightmare, her intelligence network is too top-tier to ignore during this critical phase. He's startled when she picks up the phone instantly, not even giving the line a chance to ring. Our boy plays it cool, offering a belated thanks for her gifts to smooth over the awkwardness. He finally gets down to business, standing before a ruined building as he prepares to expand his web. Kang-woo instructs his contact to gather the fisher seeds the cult is planting across the various gates. He figures that spreading rumors about Satan will actually make him look less suspicious to the public. When he tells Yuri the cult serves Satan, she immediately agrees to help out with the seed collection. Our boy thinks the job is done, but Yuri stops him with a sudden, personal request. She clarifies that this isn't about the mission, but something she's been curious about for a while. Suddenly, she asks if he has any interest in the Cthulhu mythos, catching him completely off guard. Turns out her unique abilities have led her down a rabbit hole of investigating various ancient mythologies. She finds the eldritch horrors fascinating, even as she casually handles a grotesque, tentacled creature. Kang-woo forces a smile, realizing that if these gods are real, he probably needs to start studying up. He hangs up, feeling totally dumbfounded, unable to wrap his head around her bizarre personality and creepy gifts. Kang-woo hangs up, satisfied that he has set enough traps to keep his schemes running smoothly. He wears a predatory grin, knowing that soon enough, all his hard work will finally start paying off. 10 days pass, and the scene shifts to the Hall of Protection, where the heavy hitters are gathering. Sehun and Gaia are already waiting, looking pretty stressed about the current state of the world's defenses. Our boy strolls in like he owns the place, immediately asking for a status report on the demonic barrier. Gaia explains that while the system's damage has finally stabilized, the barrier is still significantly weaker than before. She gives Kang-woo all the credit, thanking him for stepping up and preventing a total global collapse. He plays the hero perfectly, but his real goal is finding out exactly where those precious seeds are hidden. Gaia turns to Grace, asking her to lead the way to the high-security storage area. She tells the group to follow her, unaware she is leading the wolf straight to the sheep's pen. Grace starts the tour by explaining that the Hall of Protection is the literal heart of the Guardians. She points out the massive gates that allow them to zip back to their original arrival points instantly. The facility is packed with everything from high-end residences to specialized training rooms for rapid player growth. Turns out, these portals connect to global hubs like Japan, keeping the world's anti-demonic forces tightly linked. Grace shifts her focus to their actual destination, while still carrying the exhausted Gaia like a protective shield. She leads the group toward a swirling portal that supposedly guards the legendary fisher seeds they've been hunting. As they approach the threshold, the air hums with the kind of security only the elite can afford. Suddenly, a blinding radiance hits them, forcing our boy to shield his eyes before he loses his sight. Gaia just giggles about the beautiful sunrise, leaving Kang-woo fuming that she didn't give him a heads up first. He finally blinks through the glare, realizing the Guardian's secret vault is hidden within this strange, glowing sky. The group reaches the Grand Canyon, a landmark so famous it seems like a trash-tier hiding spot. Sehun is losing his mind over the view, but Kang-woo is just waiting for the catch. He questions the location's security, but Grace notes that normal people can't even touch this restricted zone. Gaia seems refreshed, playfully suggesting they quit stalling and head straight for the secret vault. They march through the sun-drenched canyon, moving toward a destination that doesn't technically exist on any map. Grace stops the party, announcing their arrival, while Sehun stares at a dead end in total confusion. He sees nothing but ancient rock, unaware that he's currently staring at a master-level concealment spell. Gaia calls out to a guardian named Juge Xuan, triggering a massive shift in the surrounding reality. A colossal mechanical gate shimmers into existence, revealing the hidden entrance to the Guardian's inner sanctum. Sehun stands there dumbfounded as the heavy vault doors finally begin to hiss open. The group finally steps across the threshold as the heavy vault doors seal the outside world away. A refined man with a long purple ponytail greets the new recruits, specifically acknowledging our boy and Sehun. He offers a formal greeting, clasping his gloved hands together with the practiced grace of a high-tier guardian. This is Zhuge Xuan, the mastermind behind the complex magic keeping this entire facility hidden from the world. He leads them deeper into the corridor, warning everyone to stay close or risk triggering the lethal automated defenses. Grace admits that while Zhuge Xuan is a genius, even he is struggling to unlock the seed's true secrets. They stop at a massive reinforced door, which serves as the primary storage unit for the recovered fisher seeds. Kang-woo plays it cool, casually asking just how many of these precious items the Guardians have managed to hoard. When he hears there are over 100, his predatory instincts flare up as he imagines the massive power boost. He quickly masks his greed, while Sehun worries if the demon cult might try to raid this literal gold mine. Sehun is visibly sweating, worried that the demon cult might actually be able to track these powerful seeds. Zhuge Xuan just smiles and activates a massive yin-yang seal, radiating confidence in his own defensive magic. He boasts that his spells are impenetrable, claiming even the legendary demon of prophecy couldn't break through. Grace backs him up while carrying a relaxed Gaia, though the researcher insists he is great at combat. As the genius laughs about wanting a real fight, our boy Kangwu just smirks at the irony. The group eventually reaches the extraction point, where a glowing portal waits amidst the jagged canyon walls. Kangwu raises his hand to stop them, suddenly coming up with a plan to further manipulate the group. He casually invites the whole squad back to his place for dinner, leaving Sihun completely dumbfounded. Gaia seems hesitant due to her heavy responsibilities, but Kangwu insists that everyone needs a break sometimes. Grace encourages the goddess to finally relax, while Gaia struggles to find an excuse to turn him down. Gaia pouts, realizing she fell for a trash-tier emotional trap that leaves her with no choice but to agree. Kangwu declares the matter settled, then shifts his focus to how long Grace has been carrying the goddess. He insists that Grace needs to conserve her energy, suggesting Sihun should take over the task instead. Suddenly, the young hero finds himself bridal, carrying the avatar of the world, much to his own shock. Both of them are completely dumbfounded, turning bright red as they struggle to handle the sudden physical proximity. While Grace finds the situation hilarious, our boy secretly lets a drop of his demonic essence hit the floor. He urges the group to keep moving, leaving behind a hidden shadow sentinel to monitor the extraction point. As they step through the portal, he mentions how Seola is eager to make up for a missed meal. The dark fragment slithers into a crevice, ensuring the King of Hell has eyes on every corner of this world. Meanwhile, a strange biological specimen remains locked in a containment tank, leaving the researchers totally baffled by its nature. Zhuge Xuan admits he's genuinely impressed that the trash-tier demon cult actually managed to create such a grotesque specimen. Surveying the massive laboratory, he feels relieved that they have more than enough samples to conduct their research. He recalls how the new recruit suggested gathering fisher seeds, though he still thinks our boy looks pretty clueless. Suddenly, he spots something abnormal in one of the tanks and immediately realizes that something is very wrong. He tries to focus his mana to assess the situation, but the sudden surge of energy leaves him completely dumbfounded. Attempting to suppress the chaos with his own magic, he finds himself caught in a violent, blinding explosion. As the smoke clears, he stares in disbelief, unable to comprehend how things spiraled out of control so quickly. A massive vortex of purple energy erupts before him, radiating a level of power that he has never felt. Emerging from the darkness, the demon known as Satan reveals himself with a chilling, predatory grin on his face. Zhuge Xuan is paralyzed with fear when their eyes meet, wondering how this monster managed to infiltrate their stronghold. Zhuge Xuan gets blasted back by a sudden surge of power that shatters his defenses instantly. He hits the ground hard, gasping for air as the sheer weight of the demonic energy crushes him. Hess completely dumbfounded that the monster shattered his high-tier magic with nothing more than a cold stare. Gritting his teeth, he refuses to let despair take over because he still has one last desperate plan. He notices a detail he missed before, realizing the intruder didn't bring any backup to this fight. If Satan is truly alone, he might actually have a chance to kill the demon of prophecy right here. He sprints toward the vault's inner sanctum, intending to hijack the dozens of lethal spells hidden inside. Reaching the control room, he knows this is the only place where he can turn the tide. He eyes the specialized headgear, a piece of tech optimized perfectly for the complex magic he needs. He remembers being expelled by his family, fueling his resolve to prove those stubborn old fogies wrong. Zhuge Xuan settles into his command chair and cranks the vault's defense system up to level 2. Realizing the intruder is no ordinary threat, he immediately orders the system to jump straight to level 4. Through his high-tech visor, he scans the area, desperately trying to pinpoint exactly where Satan is hiding. The monitors flicker as the security protocols finish loading, preparing the ultimate trap for the demon of prophecy. Meanwhile, our boy Kangwu is just casually strolling through the wreckage like he's taking a walk in the park. He flashes a predatory grin, clearly amused that anyone thinks these trash-tier security measures could actually stop him. Zhuge Xuan watches the feed and scoffs, wondering how long the demon can keep up that arrogant, carefree attitude. With a final tap on the console, he initiates the elimination sequence to prove he's the true master here. Massive magic circles erupt throughout the hallway, weaving a complex web of lethal energy designed to vaporize intruders. As the light fills the room, the researcher gloats that within these walls, he is the only true king. The vault's security system kicks into overdrive, igniting ancient fire runes to incinerate the intruder. Dozens of these magic circles manifest at once, saturating the air with blistering heat and lethal intent. Our boy just stands there as a literal rain of fire descends, looking completely unbothered by the spectacle. With a casual flick of his wrist, he releases a wave of dark, demonic energy to meet the flames. The inferno clashes against his aura, but it's clear these traps are just trash-tier toys to him. Realizing fire isn't enough, the system pivots to frost magic, summoning massive, jagged ice shards from above. The elements collide in a chaotic burst of steam as the vault tries to freeze him solid. Sharp icicles slam into his protective barrier, shattering into harmless fragments upon contact with his power. Kangwoo remains the calm center of the storm, letting the purple energy swirl around him like a cloak. His eyes glow with predatory intent, as even more complex seals lock onto his position for the next round. Our boy descends like a nightmare, his purple aura cutting through the vault's pathetic attempts to stop him. He wears a predatory grin under that red mask, clearly enjoying how easily he's dismantling these high-tech defenses. With a single heavy stomp, he releases a shockwave of pure demonic energy that rattles the entire facility. The floor shatters like glass beneath his feet, proving that no amount of reinforced stone can contain his power. He stands at the center of a violent explosion, letting the debris fly as he forces his way deeper. Back in the control room, Zhuge Xuan watches the monitors in total disbelief as his life's work is trashed. Cold sweat pours down the warden's face as he realizes the monster on screen is far beyond any player. He watches the dark energy pool across the floor, trembling as he recognizes the terrifying nature of this power. Looking at the screen, he finally realizes he's facing the demon of prophecy himself, the legendary Satan. Desperate to survive, Zhuge Xuan frantically overrides the system to crank the vault's defenses up to level 5. Zhuge Xuan finally snaps, deciding that if this monster wants a real fight, he's happy to provide one. Massive pillars of light erupt around Kangwoo as the facility's ultimate defense system finally kicks into gear. From the glowing circles, heavy mechanical constructs begin to rise, designed specifically to crush any high-tier intruder. These armored sentinels represent the peak of Guardian technology, built to withstand even the most chaotic energy. Our boy finds himself completely surrounded by the hulking machines, yet he doesn't look even slightly worried. Zhuge Xuan pushes his mana to the breaking point, ignoring his bleeding nose to keep the spells active. One massive golem roars and brings its heavy fist down, desperate to end the prophecy right here. Instead of dodging, Kangwoo just readies his hand, preparing to show them the weight of a real king. A violent burst of purple demonic energy explodes outward, meeting the mechanical assault with pure, unadulterated malice. The shockwave is so intense that these trash-tier constructs are sent flying like they are made of paper. Zhuge Xuan panics and orders the vault's automated systems to immediately jump to defense level 6. He triggers the complex mana arrays, desperately trying to stabilize the vault's crumbling security perimeter. It is too late though, as our boy has already turned the elite sentinels into a pile of scrap. Zhuge Xuan unleashes a massive energy blast, convinced that this strike will finally vaporize the intruder. Kangwoo just laughs in the face of the light, completely unfazed by the supposed ultimate weapon. The beam shatters against his dark aura, leaving the researcher dumbfounded by such an overwhelming power gap. Zhuge Xuan slumps over with a bleeding nose, realizing he might have severely underestimated this demon's strength. Even with his body breaking, he clenches his teeth, refusing to let his mission end in failure. He remembers the family elders who discarded him and knows he must prove his worth to the Guardians. Pushing his mana to the absolute limit, he activates level 7 to repay Gaia for her kindness. Zhuge Xuan cranks the vault's defenses to the absolute max, desperately hoping to hold the line. He screams that hell stake his very life to activate the legendary Guardian's sword. Our boy Kangwoo just watches the energy swirl, deciding he's finally had enough fun playing around. Suddenly, the entire room erupts as the researcher's ultimate defense is torn apart like wet paper. Before the man can even process the failure, a terrifying shadow looms directly behind him. Zhuge Xuan hacks up a mouthful of blood as a brutal impact shatters his remaining composure. Kangwoo lunges forward and pins him down, making sure he feels every ounce of true despair. He mocks the researcher, asking if he really thought such a trash-tier toy could stop him. Looking like the literal personification of death, the Demon King declares that this is the end. Zhuge Xuan can only stare in horror as the embodiment of wrath prepares to finish him. Kangwoo leaves the researcher with a chilling reminder that the name Satan will be his final nightmare. The dust settles over the desolate landscape as the real show is just about to begin. Grace rushes in carrying a weakened Gaia, cursing their luck for arriving just a moment too late. They step into the ruined corridor, dumbfounded by the sheer scale of the destruction left behind. A battered Zhuge Xuan coughs up blood, immediately apologizing to the goddess for his pathetic failure. He hangs his head in shame, admitting that he was completely powerless against the Demon King's might. Despite his injuries, The researcher's sharp instincts kick in as he narrows his eyes in sudden suspicion. He directly questions where our boy and Sihun were while the entire vault was being turned to scrap. Luckily, Grace and Gaia provide the perfect alibi, insisting the two were right by their side. Kangwoo just smirks to himself, realizing his little game of deception is going even smoother than planned. Kangwoo reflects on how his authority of cloning performed its job perfectly while he was busy playing villain. He explains that while the clone only handles simple tasks like eating, it provided the ultimate cover. Recalling the delicious shock on his friends' faces, he knows the timing of his secret move was flawless. As the researcher apologizes for his doubts, our boy discreetly cancels the skill through his ring. He puts on a humble front, internally celebrating that his perfect alibi is now officially set in stone. With everyone fooled, he's confident no one will ever link him to the demonic entity known as Satan. The mood shifts when the hero asks about the status of the fissure seeds they were guarding. The researcher hangs his head in utter disgrace, barely able to look the group in the eye. He admits every single seed was stolen, leaving the entire team completely dumbfounded by the enemy's efficiency. While they wonder how one demon moved so much loot, Kangwoo just remembers how tasty those seeds were. The fissure seeds weren't just snacks. They actually boosted his demonic energy and loosened his core's seal. Gaia is absolutely devastated, blaming her own weakness for the loss of the precious seeds they gathered. While Grace holds the sobbing goddess, our boy hides a predatory smirk, enjoying the chaos he caused. He quickly switches back to his hero persona, telling Gaia that everyone shares the blame for this failure. He steps forward with purpose, preaching about how they need to learn from this bitter mistake. He reminds the group that Satan is a monster who preys on trauma, keeping them on high alert. Grace nods in agreement, realizing that they truly need to reach a new level of power to survive. Sihun's resolve hardens, fully committed to the idea of preventing another tragedy like the recent loss. The prophecy of the Demon King looms over them, fueling their desperate need to hunt down the fake Satan. Kangwoo clenches his fist and vows to protect the world, playing his role as the ultimate hero perfectly. Valzahark reminisces about his glory days as Balzac, the legendary peak lich who ruled the land of the dead. He once commanded a massive undead legion and rode a skeletal dragon that struck fear into every living soul. As the symbol of terror on Ernor, he looked down on the world with absolute authority and cold indifference. Even the most elite hero parties were nothing but trash-tier obstacles that he crushed single-handedly without any effort. He clenches his skeletal hand, feeling the bitter sting of how far he has fallen from his former throne. Instead of conquering worlds, the former king is now stuck in a pink maid outfit, drowning in household chores. His eyes flare with a sudden spark of resolve, deciding that he won't tolerate any more sloppy mistakes today. He marches toward the door with a sense of purpose, unable to keep his mounting frustration bottled up anymore. He bursts in on a dumbfounded Kangwoo, looking like a domestic nightmare, ready to drop some serious truth bombs. He fumes about how Kangwoo keeps putting socks in the wash inside out, ruining the efficiency of his laundry. Kangwoo can only offer a weak apology as Valzahark storms off in a pink, domestic huff. Our boy is left completely dumbfounded, wondering how his terrifying subordinate became so obsessed with laundry efficiency. Yeonju can't help but lose it, finding the sight of a legendary undead wearing an apron absolutely hilarious. She finally wipes away a tear and decides to let the absurdity slide so they can focus on business. The mood shifts as she explains that the demon cult has been suspiciously quiet despite her constant surveillance. Kangwoo knows the Gaia system is weakening, but he's caught off guard when she asks about Satan's appearance. He visibly flinches when she mentions her plan to track down exactly whose human form the demon stole. Luckily, she assumes the big bad is hiding abroad, giving our boy a much-needed moment to breathe. She heads out with a final reminder to stay alert, leaving him to manage his double life alone. As the door clicks shut, he realizes just how thin the ice he's walking on has actually become. Yeonju points out that his growth is insane, and his 5-year disappearance is way too suspicious. She stares him down, wondering if he is actually the demon of prophecy everyone is so afraid of. Our boy nearly has a heart attack before she laughs it off as a total joke. She finally heads out to work, leaving him alone with his racing thoughts and cold sweat. He realizes he completely lost his cool, proving his poker face isn't as bulletproof as he thought. Suddenly, his communication device starts buzzing with an urgent alert that catches him off guard. He picks up the call, wondering what kind of mess the Guardians have stumbled into now. His eyes widen when he hears about a massive anomaly currently affecting the entire Gaia system. Over at an S-rank gate in Suwon, the world itself seems to be shifting in a dangerous direction. Sihun stands ready at the gate, prepared to face whatever nightmare is about to crawl out. Our boy arrives at the shore, finding the Guardians already gathered and waiting for his expert assessment. He narrows his eyes, sensing a familiar and unsettling pressure radiating from the distorted air ahead. A jagged green fissure hangs over the water, looking exactly like the dimensional tears he encountered in hell. Suddenly, the crack ruptures into a massive dark vortex, crackling with an energy that feels completely alien. The group watches in shock as the anomaly stabilizes, realizing this is far beyond a standard gate appearance. Sihun and Grace immediately draw their weapons, stepping forward to protect the fragile Gaia from any potential strike. A heavy metallic clank rings out as a mysterious figure finally steps through the swirling green portal. It turns out to be a warrior in pristine white armor, looking far too noble for this gritty world. He begins reciting something in a strange, ancient tongue that sounds like gibberish to everyone on the beach. Sihun is left completely dumbfounded by the foreign speech, unsure if this newcomer is friend or foe. The mysterious warrior uses a translation spell, asking if they can finally understand his noble tongue. He introduces himself as Reinald, the third prince of a distant land known as the Arnon Empire. While Gaia is just confused, our boy Kangwoo immediately recognizes this guy and realizes he is in deep trouble. Turns out this blonde hero is the same pest who crawled out when Kangwoo first summoned his subordinate. As Reinald explains his origins, Kangwoo frantically decides he needs to hide his face before he is outed. Reinald's gaze shifts toward Gaia with a sharp, knowing grin, as if he has finally found his prize. He identifies her as the goddess, his own deity mentioned, confirming she is indeed the legendary incarnation. Dropping to one knee, he claims their meeting is destiny, and that he traveled worlds just for her. He boldly takes her hand, leaving the rest of the group standing there like total background extras. Sihun is left completely dumbfounded, watching this smooth-talking prince move in on his precious master. Reinald plays the fate card while reaching for the goddess's hand with a charming, practiced smile. He remains glued to one knee, insisting that his entire journey across worlds was solely to find her. Kangwoo breathes a massive sigh of relief, realizing he donned his mask just in the nick of time. He knows the blonde knight would recognize him instantly, making this mask his only current lifeline. While Reinald mentions the Eleanor continent, our boy tries to deduce his true motives for crossing dimensions. The party stands dumbfounded in the sand as they listen to the prince describe his strange, twin-species world. Gaia finally asks the big question, prompting the knight to reveal the dark reason for his sudden arrival. He declares his mission is to slay the legendary demon king Valzahark, who supposedly fled their world. Kangwoo is internally screaming, because it seems like every newcomer has a personal history with his skeletal servant. Little does the hero know, the dreaded Valzahark is currently rocking a pink apron and prepping dinner. Reinald explains how the skeletal king sold his soul to a trans-dimensional demon, while Kangwoo plots to hide his servant. Our boy nearly has a heart attack when the knight mentions the supreme ruler of the demonic sea. He realizes he's not the prime suspect yet, but he can't afford to let his guard down for a second. The blonde hero suddenly declares his intention to join forces with the legendary warrior known as Satan. Sihun nods along, confirming that only a monster like Satan could be responsible for such chaos. Our boy is internally cheering as his disciple unintentionally helps him maintain his perfect heroic cover. Reinald shifts the mood, claiming that meeting the system's avatar in this world was a stroke of divine fate. He admits he can't take down the Bone King alone, and proposes a grand alliance with the Guardians. As the chosen disciple of a literal god, he carries a weight of responsibility that matches his flashy armor. Gaia is left completely dumbfounded when the prince suddenly offers to become her personal shield. A divine golden light washes over the group as the prince solidifies his place among the Guardians. Gaia feels a strange resonance deep within her soul, sensing a power that feels like home. She finally understands the situation, her expression softening as the weight of the moment sinks in. Sihun is caught off guard when she reveals that the god Tyrion has personally sent her a revelation. She explains that the divine will has commanded her to stand side by side with this new golden hero. Reinald is practically glowing with pride, insisting that their meeting wasn't just simple luck, but absolute fate. Our boy watches this whole theatrical display and wonders how he's supposed to handle this overly enthusiastic knight. He compares the prince to the trash-tier Alec, realizing he can't just kill a legitimate disciple of a god. Sihun looks troubled, sensing that the power balance in their group is shifting in a very strange direction. Behind his mask, our boy lets out a predatory grin as he realizes this new variable is actually perfect. Our boy watches Reinald with a female mage, wondering why he's flirting with Sihun's first love. He decides he has no choice but to play along with this ridiculous situation for now. He realizes that if he doesn't act, he won't have the right to call himself a friend. Gaia introduces him to the Golden Knight, praising his just heart, despite not being a chosen protector. Reinald introduces himself while our boy resolves to get his hands dirty for Sihun's happiness. He puts on his best hero face and introduces himself, telling Sihun to just believe in him. The group moves to the massive training room within the Guardians Hall to begin their next phase. Sihun notes that they never needed to visit this place before since they usually traveled through gates. He looks over at our boy stretching and asks if it's really okay to leave the night alone. Kangwoo just smiles and assures him that Reinald was actually the one who requested this specific arrangement. Reinald decides that starting tomorrow, the priority is hunting down Valzahark to track the demon of prophecy. He explains that if the Lich is Satan's tool, finding one leads straight to the other, while Gaia apologizes. Gaia is dumbfounded when the knight claims he has a secret method to pinpoint the undead king's location. Reinald reveals that Tyrion's blessing grants him a daily revelation whenever the sky glows with golden light. Gaia is overjoyed, realizing this divine cheat code is exactly what they need to dismantle the demonic order. To ensure the revelations aren't interrupted, Gaia suggests the Golden Knight moves into the Guardians' Hall immediately. Reinald happily agrees, unaware he's walking right into the lion's den, where our boy can keep watch. Meanwhile, Kangwoo decides it's time for a little field test to see if they can actually handle Satan. Our boy manifests the demonic swordgram, his eyes gleaming with the predatory intent of a true king. Sihun watches in silence, feeling the weight of destiny and wondering what it truly means to be chosen. Kangwoo tells Sihun there is no need to feel small since he possesses the soul of a god. Taking the words to heart, Sihun draws his blade, ready to prove he is cut from the same cloth. The two face off for their first duel, with our boy casually resting the massive gram over his shoulder. Gaia agrees to step back so she can verify if Sihun's energy matches the divine power of Tyrion. Our boy flashes a predatory grin, admitting his real goal was separating the group from that annoying knight. He then activates a secret communication device, a nifty invention from his loyal servant that works through will. Back at the house, Valzahark receives the signal, confirming he is ready to execute the next phase. Lilith is practically vibrating with excitement as she assures her master that all the necessary preparations are complete. A sudden burst of mana signals the start of the fight as the atmosphere turns heavy with intent. Sihun lunges forward with a strike, while Kangwoo prepares to give his disciple a lesson he won't forget. Reinald sits at the round table, focusing his mind to receive a holy revelation from Tyrion. He feels the divine energy surge, hoping it will finally lead him to the elusive Demon King. Suddenly, his expression shifts to pure shock as a horrifying vision begins to manifest before his eyes. He sees Valzahark standing before a lightning-charged cage, looking every bit like a villainous monster. Inside the cage, Lilith puts on an Oscar-worthy performance as a terrified child begging for help. The vision erupts with a scream, making it look like the demon is ruthlessly torturing the girl. Reinald slams the table in a blind fury, unable to believe the cruelty unfolding in his mind. He grits his teeth, his hatred for the skeleton reaching a breaking point as he watches the scene. Valzahark issues a dark challenge, telling the knight to come alone if he wants to save the girl. Our boy's butler is fully committed to the trap, despite the hilarious pink bunny apron under his robes. Valzahark waits at the designated spot, scoffing at the knight he is about to bait into a trap. Lilith is not exactly enjoying her role as the damsel, complaining about how uncomfortable this whole charade feels. Our boy's butler tells her to endure it, reminding her that their target is almost within striking distance. Suddenly, a brilliant flash cuts through the dark sky, signaling the arrival of the self-righteous holy knight. Valzahark knows they cannot afford a single slip-up, or the knight might actually see through their ridiculous play. A massive pillar of holy light slams into the earth, announcing the hero's dramatic entrance to the battlefield. Reinald sticks the landing, looking every bit the trash-tier hero as he prepares to face the evil demon. Lilith lets out a piercing scream on cue, instantly triggering the knight's hero complex and fueling his rage. The knight sees the skeletal monster holding the terrified girl, exactly as the fake vision had promised him. Lilith turns on the waterworks while the butler taunts the hero, perfectly executing the most deceptive trap ever. Lilith fakes tears while the butler taunts the hero, asking why he is just standing there instead of attacking. Reinald grits his teeth in fury while the butler mocks him for getting so worked up over one girl. Driven by pure rage, the holy knight lunges forward, calling the skeletal monster a bastard for his cruelty. A massive purple magic circle erupts from the ground, signaling that the real show is finally beginning. Wearing his ridiculous bunny apron, our boy's butler commands his army of the dead to rise and feast. The heavy thud of armored boots echoes through the air as the summoned legion steps from the shadows. These undead knights charge forward, ordered to rip through the living and treat the hero like cattle. Reinald stands his ground against the incoming wave, dumbfounded that anyone would dare take a girl hostage. He grips his golden sword until his knuckles turn white, vowing that he won't let this evil slide. With a roar, the hero unleashes a holy strike, cutting through the trash-tier skeletons in a desperate rescue. Reinald gets rocked by a sudden blast, realizing this skeletal freak isn't just some low-level trash-tier mob. Two armored skeletons close in, their hollow eyes promising nothing but a cold, painful death for the hero. He retaliates with a burst of holy light, desperately trying to clear a path through the endless undead horde. Valzahark just laughs, finding it hilarious that he's crossing blades with this hero in a completely different world. Our girl Lilith plays her part perfectly, nervously asking if the butler can actually handle this holy powerhouse. The butler admits the hero's divine blessing makes him a threat, but having a hostage makes things much easier. Channeling the dark energy gifted by his master, Valzahark prepares to end this one-sided beatdown once and for all. Just as Reinald tries to move, a skeletal hand erupts from the shadows to lock his foot in place. More bony fingers claw their way out of the purple sludge, dragging the hero down into a living nightmare. Pinned and helpless, Reinald can only watch as the butler tells his companion to stay back and enjoy. Reinald thinks he still holds the upper hand, but the crushing weight of the undead horde says otherwise. A sudden explosion of dark energy tears through the battlefield, leaving our boy's vision fading into total blackness. Floating in a cold void, he hears the distant, echoing voice of the hero god Tyrion calling his name. Hess, drowning in guilt, realizing he completely miscalculated how much stronger the butler became under Satan's dark influence. Visions of burning cities flash by as he laments his recurring inability to protect the innocent or the hostage. The divine voice reminds him of his core conviction to save the weak, asking if he's really ready to quit. The golden deity manifests in his mind, warning him that collapsing in a dump like this is beneath him. Reinald's eyes glow with a divine spark as he realizes there is still a chance to save the girl. Despite the heavy price of such power, the god prepares to lend his strength to his struggling child. A massive pillar of holy light descends from the sky, obliterating the darkness in a display of pure power. Reinald's soul ignites as massive golden wings sprout, signaling the arrival of a true hero. He ascends above the battlefield, offering his absolute conviction to the light while the shadows begin to retreat. Valzahark realizes things just took a turn for the worse, sweating as he senses the abnormal energy shift. Our boy is fully restored, exuding a golden aura that proves he's finally received the blessing of Tyrion. Sensing the danger, the skeletal butler knows this is bad news. As the hero prepares to strike, Reinald vanishes in a flash of light, leaving the undead butler frantically searching for his target. He senses a presence behind him, realizing too late that the hero's speed has reached a whole new level. A massive holy strike shatters the ground, forcing the butler back as the hero makes his move. Lilith plays her part perfectly, looking up with wide eyes as if her savior has finally arrived. Reinald weeps with joy while holding the girl, thanking his god for the strength to protect the innocent. Lilith is internally fuming, disgusted that a mere human would dare lay his filthy hands on her. Her demonic instincts scream for blood as she finds this entire rescue mission utterly repulsive and Valzahark warns her to stay calm and maintain her cover, forcing her to feign gratitude toward the hero. Reinald tells her to wait safely while he heads off to settle the score with the undead butler. He unleashes a blinding holy strike that carves through the canyon as Lilith watches his every move. Once the hero is distracted, she drops the innocent act and prepares to contact her true master. She activates her hidden earbud, checking if the King of Hell is ready for the next phase. Massive explosions rock the canyon walls as the Holy Knight pours his divine energy into the assault. The skeletal butler plays his part perfectly, collapsing into the dust while still wearing that ridiculous bunny apron. Reinald hovers triumphantly over his fallen foe, completely unaware he is being played like a cheap fiddle. Reinald feels the borrowed power of Tyrion fading, realizing he is dangerously close to his absolute limit. He decides to end the fight quickly, but is suddenly interrupted by a familiar voice calling his name. Our boy Kangwoo appears in his masked persona, acting completely shocked to find the hero fighting alone. Kangwoo feeds him a lie about a hostage situation, making Reinald believe the skeletal butler is even more devious. The hero stumbles from exhaustion, but reassures his friend that the blessing of Tyrion saved the girl. Reinald feels a sense of relief now that his ally is here. Thinking they can finally finish this, he turns his back to search for the hidden hostage, trusting his life to the man behind him. Just as he asks for help, a cold sensation cuts his sentence short as something sharp pierces his armor. A dark blade erupts through his chest, while Kangwoo wears a predatory grin that shatters the hero's reality. Kangwoo drops the act and calls him an annoying bastard, finally revealing his true, trash-tier nature to Reinald. Kangwoo mocks the fallen hero, telling him to go play pretend in some other story. Metal screams against metal as the real fight finally kicks off in the ruins. Our boy Kangwoo doesn't hold back, meeting Sehun's blade with a grin that screams pure malice. They dance through the air, neither side willing to give an inch in this clash of monsters. Sihun grits his teeth and channels every bit of his inner chi into his next desperate strike. A massive blue dragon manifests behind the disciple, representing the peak of his martial arts soul. He lunges forward with the weight of a god, determined to put an end to this nightmare. The dragon roars as it descends, threatening to swallow the fake demon king whole. Dust and debris choke the air, but a sinister red light flickers through the thick smoke. Sihun is dumbfounded when his ultimate move is shredded by a sudden, overwhelming burst of demonic power. Kangwoo keeps up his villainous act, thinking he just needs to keep Sihun busy and away from the night. He realizes Sihun is growing at a monstrous rate, already surpassing his old master and eyeing the 7 princes. Our boy flashes a predatory grin, deciding it is finally time to see just how far his disciple can go. He prepares to unleash the tempest of Gungnir, but a sudden transmission from Lilith cuts through his focus. Lilith sounds completely panicked through the earpiece, asking for urgent orders as their carefully laid plan hits a snag. Kangwoo tells Sihun to stay put while he checks on Valzahark, who is apparently getting bullied by the knight. Activating his surveillance authority, he peers through his summon's eyes to see Reinald radiating a terrifying holy aura. A massive explosion of light rocks the battlefield, making Kangwoo wonder how a trash-tier knight is actually winning. Reinald charges forward with renewed vigor, his soul burning with a divine power that defies all demonic logic. As the knight overwhelms Valzahark, Kangwoo grumbles about how some lucky bastards just get free power-ups by breathing. Valzahark is getting thrashed while wearing a ridiculous bunny shirt, making our boy realize he might actually lose his butler. Kangwoo abruptly ends the sparring session with Sihun, claiming the knight must have received a divine revelation by now. Gaia and Grace agree it is time to move, completely unaware they are dancing right into his palm. The group gathers in the hall, but the atmosphere shifts when they realize the hero has vanished. Sihun stops in his tracks, his senses tingling as he notices the sudden absence of their guest. He looks around, dumbfounded, wondering where the hell the knight went in such a short amount of time. A massive crack in the floor reveals the knight used high-speed vibrating steps to launch himself toward the battle. Our boy feigns shock, suggesting the demon cult or his own butler must have lured the hero away. He activates his power of speed and bolts toward the exit, telling the others to follow with the goddess. As he races off, he feels a sense of relief that his risky gamble with the knight actually paid off. Kangwoo realizes his gamble was nearly fatal, as he almost let his loyal butler get wiped out. He stands over the broken knight, mocking the idea of such a weakling being a main character. Lilith skips over with a bright smile, asking if she can finally stop playing the victim. She snaps at the knight, telling him that her master is a far better person than he'll ever be. Clinging to our boy, she demands he punish the hero for acting so friendly with her earlier. Kangwoo warns him to vanish before the others arrive, leaving the knight trapped in a living nightmare. Valzahark emerges in his ridiculous pajamas, confirming he's still functional despite the heavy holy damage he took. The knight watches in horror as the skeleton obeys his master, realizing the entire kidnapping was a sham. The pieces finally click together as he sees the demon, the girl, and the masked man are one team. He trembles and asks if he's actually Satan, but Kangwoo just plays dumb to keep the act alive. Kangwoo feigns innocence, asking the knight if he really thinks he's some nasty demon out for world ruin. Reinald can only stare in pure disbelief as the man he trusted begins to peel back the facade. Our boy finally drops the act, revealing his true predatory nature while mocking the hero's slow wit. The realization hits the knight like a truck, and he screams in rage at being played like a fiddle. But the physical toll is too much, and he can only choke on his own blood in agony. Kangwoo just watches him crumble, casually reminding him that a body with a hole in it shouldn't overexert. He reaches out, telling the dying hero that this is the price for trying to live so comfortably. In a twisted display of mercy, he holds Reinald and claims the hero should actually be grateful to die. As dark energy surges, the knight spits out one last curse at the monster standing over him. With a cold promise to remember his name, our boy watches as the hero finally fades into nothingness. Sihun and the others finally arrive, calling out to our boy as they rush onto the scene. They stop dead in their tracks, absolutely horrified by the sight of the carnage before them. Sihun can hardly believe his eyes, while Gaia trembles at the sheer weight of the tragedy. Kangwoo puts on a masterclass performance, weeping and begging the gods to explain why this happened. Sihun blames himself for the duel, his face pale as he watches his mentor's supposed grief. Gaia tries to comfort him, insisting that none of this blood is actually on his hands. Turns out, our boy is just holding back a laugh, his predatory grin hidden from their tearful eyes. In his mind, he mocks the idea of responsibility, since Satan is the perfect scapegoat for his crimes. He decides it's time to wrap up the show as the light finally leaves the hero's eyes. They mourn the loss of another hero, completely unaware that the real monster is standing right beside them. Gaia stops Kangwoo, insisting that their mission to protect the world's light is far from over. Grace places a comforting hand on his shoulder, urging him to look up at the starry expanse above. She explains that heroes are like stars, lighting up the darkness as long as they continue to fight. Our boy is internally dumbfounded by the sheer cheesiness of her speech, struggling to keep a straight face. He forces a fake tear to fall, solemnly agreeing that the light has not yet faded from this world. Putting on a masterclass performance, he declares that they can never allow that hope to be extinguished. While Gaia feels a surge of trust, he's secretly gloating about how perfectly his villainous persona is working. He looks down at the fallen hero's sword, thinking about how to milk the upcoming funeral for more influence. Suddenly, the ground shakes as the discarded blade erupts with a violent surge of holy lightning. The hero god Tyrion manifests in a blinding flash, screaming in fury at the sight of his fallen disciple. Tyrion is absolutely losing it, demanding to know exactly which bastard dared to murder his precious disciple. Our boy is sweating bullets because this divine intervention was definitely not part of the original plan. He is certain he severed their spiritual connection earlier, so seeing the god manifest now is a curveball. He recalls his own fake performance where he wailed for the gods just to bait a reaction. While Gaia tries to play peacemaker, the golden deity demands the truth from the mortals standing nearby. Suddenly, Kangwoo notices a massive opening because it turns out the god is actually clueless about the killer. Realizing he is not about to be smitten on the spot, he breathes a massive mental sigh of relief. He knows his butler Valzahark did the dirty work, but the god cannot seem to track that energy. Looking at the glowing holy blade, the group waits as Tyrion struggles to process the impossible situation. When the god finally blames the mysterious Satan, our boy realizes he can turn this mess into a win. Tyrion finally understands the situation, processing the news that an evil demon ended his disciple's life. Looking down at the cold body of his champion, the god's grief quickly turns into a white-hot fury. He roars the name of Satan, directing his divine wrath toward the phantom villain our boy cooked up. Kangwoo can barely hide his smirk, realizing his little deception with the Satan coin worked like a charm. The golden deity turns his intense gaze toward the group, questioning if they truly stand against the demonic forces. Our boy puts on his best poker face, swearing that their entire purpose is to bring Satan down. Gaia backs him up, telling the god that Kangwoo is the most righteous hero she has ever met. Deeply moved by the fake grief, Tyrion asks for the name of the man who mourned his fallen child. In a shocking twist, the god offers the divine relic Del Lime, commanding Kangwoo to wield its holy light. The blade pulses with energy as Tyrion prepares to dump his divine power into his new, unsuspecting champion. System warnings pop up everywhere, because Tyrion is breaking the absolute rules just to help our boy. The golden deity roars in pure agony as he forces his divine essence into the mortal realm. Kangwoo watches the show, realizing the system cannot stop a god determined to play favorites with him. Our boy plays his part perfectly, desperately begging the god not to throw his life away for mortals. Tyrion just gets more stubborn while coughing up blood, exactly as Kangwoo planned with his reverse psychology. The god insists Kangwoo is the only one worthy, while our boy struggles to hide his internal laughter. Gripping the holy blade, Kangwoo puts on a masterclass performance by swearing a fake oath to Gaia. He vows to slay Satan and Valzahark, finally triggering the system to grant him the god's ultimate blessing. Tyrion finally kicks the bucket from the strain, leaving Kangwoo with a shiny new pair of divine wings. As the god fades, he suddenly senses something is off, feeling a massive surge of demonic energy within. Tyrion's eyes widen in pure shock as he finally detects the foul stench of demonic energy. He looks out at a literal sea of blood, realizing the magnitude of the evil standing before him. The dying god stares at the man he just blessed, his voice trembling with a sudden, horrific realization. Our boy just leans back with a smug grin, admitting they both figured it out way too late. Kangwoo laughs, calling Tyrion an absolute fool for handing over his divinity to a literal demon king. He promises to keep his word about killing Satan, though it's all just a cruel, twisted joke. Purple energy claws dig into the god's essence as Tyrion desperately wonders who this monster actually is. Kangwoo doesn't care about the god's warnings and demands every last drop of his remaining holy power. Tyrion's existence begins to shatter, his divine light being swallowed whole by the bottomless pit of predation. Back in reality, Sihun and Gaia watch in horror as Kangwoo is engulfed by a violent surge of energy. Kangwoo grits his teeth as the divine energy burns through him, realizing Tyrion tried to sabotage the absorption process. The holy power is unlike anything he has ever tasted, and for a second, our boy actually loses control. But he is not about to let a dying god get the last laugh after coming this far. He activates the power of gluttony to force the mana down, even as his system warns of a mismatch. Ignoring the risks, he demands the conversion continue, forcing the pure, holy light to turn into demonic energy. A violent explosion of power rocks the area as his body violently expels the impurities he cannot use. Grace tries to rush in to help, but Sihun holds her back, sensing the volatile nature of the transformation. The hero explains that his master is currently evolving, and any interference could cause irreversible damage to them. When Kangwoo coughs up black blood, Sihun claims he is purging toxins, though Kangwoo knows that is just normal. Gaia wonders if they should heal him, but Sihun insists his body is simply rebuilding itself into something greater. Sihun tells the others they can only cheer him on while Gaia desperately prays for a healing spell. Our boy is barely hanging on, his vision blurring as he curses the agonizing pain of the conversion. System notifications flood his mind, confirming his demonic energy is spiking and unlocking deeper paths within the palace. Days later at the Grand Canyon, a massive surge of green energy tears through the fabric of reality. A heavy, taloned foot crushes the earth as something ancient and powerful finally makes its move. 3 massive avian entities emerge from the rift, their presence alone enough to make any trash-tier hunter crumble. The lead beast scans the horizon, realizing they have finally reached the world Lucifer spoke of. Looking over the vast canyon, they confirm this is the same earth that was once protected by gods. Sensing the lingering traces of Tyrion's power, the creature concludes that the pathetic hero god is truly dead. They decide to hunt down the children of Gaia, certain those humans know exactly who finished Tyrion off. The avian demons wonder if they can slaughter the humans, considering them nothing more than divine leftovers. One beast questions if Gaia's high rank matters, but the leader scoffs at the idea of fearing a half-dead god. Dismissing any lingering hesitation, the lead demon prepares to move, confident that no one on Earth can stop them. They take to the skies, eager to begin their hunt and find the one who truly ended Tyrion. As they soar, they admit killing a god was impressive, which is exactly why this target is worth finding. The leader realizes that finding this mysterious Satan will be the key to fulfilling Lucifer's grand design for this world. A week passes since Reinald's tragic end, and the Guardians are desperately trying to maintain order amidst the chaos. Our boy Kangwoo is caught off guard when he's suddenly asked to head all the way to South America. He questions if anyone even survived the monster takeover, while Gaia confirms the situation is far more dire. Gaia explains that indigenous tribes are being slaughtered by monsters, and they simply don't have the manpower to help. Kangwoo isn't exactly thrilled about playing babysitter for indigenous tribes, but he knows he's stuck with the job. Hez mostly annoyed because his power growth is hitting a wall without any trash-tier demons left to devour. Despite his internal griping, he officially accepts the mission, while Gaia promises to handle his travel arrangements. Before he leaves, the goddess mentions that his star pupil seems off lately and needs a serious pep talk. Meanwhile, at a high-tech training facility, the air is thick with the scent of sweat and pure desperation. Our boy Sihun is pushing his body to the absolute limit, barely catching his breath during Stage 2 training. He stands alone in the simulation, surrounded by surging mana as he prepares for the next brutal level. The system cranks up the heat for Stage 3, manifesting a pack of holographic monsters to test his resolve. These digital beasts charge in for the kill, but they're clearly not cut from the same cloth as him. With a single focused strike, he carves through the simulations, determined to reach a level where he can help. Sihun is drowning in self-loathing, his face twisted in a snarl as he reflects on his own nature. He remembers the crushing weight of his mother's apologies, back when she regretted even bringing him into existence. Though those days are gone, the trauma of being unwanted still clings to his soul like a shadow. He carves through the digital werewolves, knowing his current strength is just a gift from his master. Our boy desperately wants to be a hero like his savior, hoping to finally outrun his pathetic past. But as he grips his blade, a dark realization begins to poison his resolve and cloud his vision. He stands over the digital corpses, admitting to himself that hell never truly be cut from the same cloth. When the hero Reinald fell to Satan, Sihun didn't feel grief. He felt a sickening sense of relief. Seeing the bond between the Holy Knight and Gaia had filled him with a toxic, trash-tier jealousy. He clears the 3rd stage, yet feels like a monster for finding comfort in a comrade's brutal end. Sihun finishes his session, still drowning in the thought that he will never be like his master. Suddenly, a familiar voice calls out his name, snapping him out of his deep self-loathing. Our boy is dumbfounded to see Kangwoo standing there, wondering what brought him to the training room. Kangwoo just gives him a predatory grin and suggests they find a more comfortable place to chat. Up on the roof, Kangwoo asks if all this intense training was just to outrun his past trauma. He pushes further, asking if Sihun feels like trash for being glad a rival like Reinald is gone. Sihun breaks down, admitting he cannot tolerate himself because his selfish heart will never match his master. Kangwoo internally calls him an idiotic brat, thinking he would have actually danced on the Holy Knight's corpse. He shifts his weight, preparing to address the hero's naive concerns with his own twisted logic. Kangwoo stares at his disciple, realizing he can never relate to a pushover who thinks like this. Kangwoo realizes he's getting soft, reaching out to pat his disciple's head with uncharacteristic warmth. Our boy is completely dumbfounded when Kangwoo claims he was actually cheering for him with a pure heart. He starts aggressively ruffling the hero's hair, deciding to toss aside his usual cold calculations for a moment. Kangwoo finds the situation surprisingly pleasant and tells a flustered Sehun that it is time to head out. With a predatory smirk, he leaves his confused disciple questioning where their sudden journey will lead them. The narrative shifts to a remote village in Venezuela, a place currently drowning in misery and chaos. The local villagers are paralyzed by grief, watching their world crumble as they pray for some kind of miracle. A tiny infant screams in agony, its stomach torn open and bleeding from a horrific, life-threatening wound. Seola steps in with her divine light, instantly mending the flesh and silencing the child's pained cries. Joined by Tae-soo, she hands the healed baby back to its mother, confirming the danger has finally passed. Tae-soo is blown away by Seola's healing prowess as the mother finally smiles, cradling her perfectly healthy baby. The pair suddenly senses a familiar aura, realizing that their reliable comrade has finally returned to the base. Our boy Sehun walks in looking totally awkward while the grateful villagers treat him like a literal god. Tae-soo insists he's a hero for saving hundreds of lives, though Sehun finds the praise way too much. He humbly deflects the credit, claiming he only provided guidance while the real warriors did the heavy lifting. He thinks of Chon, Mujin, and Soyeon, who are currently turning high-tier monsters into nothing but red stains. Even the heavy hitters like Hwayeon, Yeonju, and Hyunmo are out there absolutely shredding massive trash-tier cyclops. Meanwhile, Kangwoo scours the landscape with Lilith, hunting for any sign of the cult from high above. Tae-soo refuses to let him be modest, though Sehun is more focused on the American reinforcements arriving tomorrow. Their conversation is cut short when the village chief screams for Sehun, leaving the duo completely dumbfounded. Kangwoo suddenly stops, his predatory instincts screaming that something is very wrong in the village below. A panicked silhouette races across the dirt as a dark, swirling void begins to manifest out of nowhere. The village chief runs for his life, while the ominous purple orb looms over him like a death sentence. He desperately begs for Sehun to save him, just as the dark energy starts crackling with destructive power. Our boy Sehun appears instantly, looking around at the sudden chaos with a completely dumbfounded expression. He doesn't hesitate for a heartbeat, lunging forward to protect the innocent people from the encroaching darkness. Multiple void orbs manifest around him, trapping the young hero in a cage of pure demonic energy. He braces for impact, realizing he has walked straight into a calculated trap meant to test his limits. A massive purple explosion erupts, sending a shockwave through the village that turns the ground into rubble. Sehun emerges from the smoke to check on survivors, while a mysterious observer questions if he is the target. A massive claw looms over Sehun, as the monster senses the divine energy radiating from his body. 3 avian demons descend from the sky, their presence alone sending the remaining villagers into a total panic. Dark energy tendrils rip through the village, proving these monsters aren't here for a friendly chat. The poor villagers are left blinded and broken, caught in the crossfire of a war they don't understand. Sehun stares up at the beasts, realizing their energy feels disturbingly familiar to a past nightmare. He remembers the suffocating pressure of Satan, wondering if these creatures are cut from the same cloth. The lead avian demon mocks him, confirming that our boy is indeed the kin of Gaia they seek. As Tae-soo and Seola rush to help, the demon prepares to capture Sehun to find Gaia's location. The monster decides the others are trash tier and unnecessary, aiming a lethal blast directly at the terrified Seola. Sehun doesn't waste a second, kicking off the debris to intercept the attack before his friends get erased. Sehun jumps into action, screaming for his teammates to prioritize the civilians over the fight. Our boy knows he can't protect everyone at once, so he makes a split-second tactical call. He orders Tae-soo and Seola to retreat toward the American forces while he holds the line alone. Tae-soo doesn't hesitate, grabbing Seola to ensure they move as one unit through the chaos. As they lead the villagers to safety, the winged nightmares above realize their prey is slipping away. One avian demon dives with predatory speed, refusing to let the trash-tier humans escape its clutches. The beast screeches in anticipation, thinking it has found an easy opening to slaughter the fleeing group. Suddenly, Sehun intercepts the strike, his blade cutting through the air to stop the monster's momentum. He stares the demon down, making it clear that he's the only opponent it should worry about. The monster just laughs, summoning dark void portals to prove that its power is on another level. Sehun struggles against a relentless barrage of void energy as the monsters mock him for being Gaia's weak descendant. The dark energy bites deep into his side, drawing blood and proving our boy is currently in way over his head. He collapses to one knee, barely holding his ground, while the demon laughs at his supposedly pathetic display of power. Exhausted and huffing, he realizes his fighting spirit is flagging as the monster continues its cruel verbal assault. The avian demons decide to ignore the escaping trash-tier humans, focusing their predatory gaze solely on capturing the hero's disciple. Memories of grateful villagers flood his mind, reminding him of a heroic title he never actually wanted to claim. He recalls the heavy weight of being called a hero by people who should have just stayed safe. The trauma of his mother's apologies and his own self-loathing resurfaces, calling him a coward stuck in the past. Despite the inner turmoil, he watches the demon prepare a massive void blast while acknowledging his own absurd thoughts. The monster dives in for the kill, telling him to struggle until the very end of his miserable life. The avian demons casually discuss finding a replacement for Gaia's kin if our boy kicks the bucket here. As the purple void energy crackles, Sehun realizes he only has one shot to turn this around. He stands firm against the overwhelming pressure, wondering if he even has the strength to pull this off. Suddenly, a grin spreads across his face because his own survival isn't what truly matters right now. Gripping his blade with everything he has, he admits his deepest desire is to finally be like Kangwoo. He doesn't care about the past, only that his master pulled him out of the mud and gave him purpose. His eyes burn with a new light as he prepares to bet everything on a single, desperate strike. Refusing to run like a coward, he faces the darkness head-on, while his spirit finally begins to ignite. A massive pillar of blue light erupts as he masters the heavenly dragon, single flash in the heat of battle. The monster is left completely dumbfounded as the divine strike carves right through its trash-tier void magic. Halpas lets out a blood-curdling screech as the reality of the situation finally starts to sink in. The demon is horrified to find its arm severed, never even sensing our boy's lightning-fast blade. Despite the embarrassment of bleeding before its kin, the monster refuses to let a human have the last laugh. It lunges forward with predatory speed, convinced that no mere mortal could ever outpace its demonic reflexes. Halpas easily deflects the incoming strikes, mocking how slow and weak the human's swordsmanship appears to be. But the demon's arrogance turns to pure confusion, as it wonders why it is still losing the exchange. Sehun's spirit blazes with blue light as he prepares to end this trash-tier bird once and for all. The light of the divine strike reflects in the monster's eye, signaling the absolute end of its journey. Suddenly, our boy is blasted back by a new arrival, just as he was about to claim victory. Another avian demon named Phoenix appears, mocking its partner for being so pathetic against a simple human. Phoenix orders a humiliated Halpas to retreat and find Malpas to heal his pathetic, trash-tier wounds. The green-feathered demon, Phoenix, hovers over our boy, looking down with nothing but absolute disdain. Without a second of hesitation, the monster crushes Sehun into the dirt, mocking his fragile human body. The immense pressure forces a scream of pure agony from our hero as his bones begin to buckle. Phoenix scoffs at the human's resistance, manifesting several spheres of concentrated purple void magic in the air. A jagged spike of energy suddenly tears through Sehun's shoulder, pinning him down in a bloody mess. The torture doesn't stop there, as more void spikes shred his legs, leaving him completely immobilized and broken. Our boy lies face down in the dirt, realizing his current strength is nowhere near enough to survive this. Malpas watches the slaughter from afar, telling Halpas to take over the search for Gaia once Sehun dies. Phoenix prepares a massive final barrage of void energy, determined to erase the human from the face of Earth. Sehun's vision blurs as he curses his own weakness, terrified of the cold embrace of death. In his final moments, he pathetically begs for his master to save him from this nightmare. Even though he promised to stand tall, the overwhelming void energy makes him realize his journey ends here. The spikes tear through his flesh, proving that all his hard work was seemingly for nothing. He remembers the fallen hero, Reinald, another soul crushed by the weight of this cruel world. The image of Kangwoo's past grief flashes before him, fueling a deep sense of regret and failure. The agony is unbearable, as the void magic continues its relentless assault on his broken body. Falling into the abyss, our boy laments his inability to protect anything or anyone in the end. Suddenly, a massive shockwave erupts, catching the arrogant avian demons completely off guard. Phoenix is left dumbfounded as the certain execution is interrupted by a power he didn't foresee. Our boy Sehun looks up through tears, barely clinging to life as a familiar shadow looms over the battlefield. Kangwoo stands tall between the monsters, demanding to know why his disciple tried to play the lone hero. His eyes glow with a murderous red light as he stares down the trash-tier birds for touching his property. Looking at the mangled body, Kangwoo claims he isn't feeling any human emotions like anger or sadness. He stares at the bloody mess and tells himself that the boy is nothing more than a useful tool. Despite his cold words, he steps forward, acknowledging that the kid's potential is actually worth quite a lot. He questions why Sehun faced these bastards alone, insisting his plans wouldn't change even if he died. He mocks the boy for trying to act cool, while the avian demons stand there completely dumbfounded. He views his disciple as a mere pawn on a chessboard, claiming the boy holds no sentimental value. He roughly grabs the boy's collar, lying to himself that he's just annoyed about almost losing an asset. Kangwoo screams at his disciple, calling him a complete idiot for not running when things got too dangerous. His eyes burn with a predatory light, yet he lies to himself that he isn't actually furious. When Phoenix tries to interrupt his lecture, the Demon King barely acknowledges the trash-tier bird's existence. The avian demon tells him to buzz off, but our boy just gives him a cold, terrifying warning. With a single, effortless strike, he carves through the monster while still keeping a firm grip on Sehun. The other two bird heads, Malpas and Halpas, stand there absolutely dumbfounded by the sudden display of overwhelming power. Kangwoo glares at them, ordering the remaining pests to shut their mouths and stay put while he works. He activates the power of resurrection, watching as the boy's mangled body begins to knit back together. The kid tries to apologize for his weakness, but his master simply tells him they'll finish this later. He tells the exhausted hero to rest, finally letting the boy succumb to a much-needed unconsciousness. Kangwoo lets out a heavy sigh, clearly annoyed by the sheer incompetence of the pests surrounding him. Our boy vents his frustration by repeatedly stomping on the remains of the trash-tier bird he just pulverized. Watching the brutal display, Malpas realizes that this supposed human possesses power far beyond any normal mortal's reach. Meanwhile, in the depths of the demon realm, word of this anomaly reaches the Dark Tower of Lucifer. Malpas reports that the gate to Earth is finally ready, though his mind is still reeling from the encounter. The avian demon hesitates, wondering if the terrifying entity he met on Earth is actually who he claims. He questions if the Satan currently reigning on Earth could just be some high-level fraud playing a dangerous game. Lucifer scoffs at the idea, believing no one is suicidal enough to steal that name, but agrees to help. He describes the true Satan as an impulsive monster who always hides behind a red mask and black cape. To be absolutely sure, the demon lord tells his subordinate to pay close attention to the king's eyes. Lucifer warns that if the king of hell's eyes turn pitch black, it's a sign of pure, unadulterated fury. If Malpas ever sees those black sclera, his only option is to run and never look back. Malpas refuses to believe it, thinking a true king would never lower himself to protect a trash-tier human. He decides our boy is just some random demon with a weird eye condition and launches a lethal strike. Suddenly, Kangwoo lunges through the explosion, his predatory gaze locking onto the terrified bird like a true hunter. The avian demons are left dumbfounded as he moves with a speed that defies the laws of physics. Enraged, Malpas unleashes a sphere of pure destruction, a gift granted to him by the great Lucifer himself. To his absolute horror, Kangwoo simply reaches out and catches the world-crushing energy with his bare hand. Malpas explains that this sphere is designed to suck in and pulverize everything, yet it does nothing. He starts panicking, wondering how a mere mortal could possibly withstand the raw power of a hell prince. Kangwoo catches the strike with ease, making the high-tier demon look like a complete amateur. Malpas is paralyzed with fear, realizing his ultimate move was stopped by someone he considered trash-tier. Our boy stares down the sphere of destruction, completely unimpressed by a gift from a hell prince. With a simple flex of his power, he crushes the energy, leaving the avian demons utterly dumbfounded. He coldly warns Halpas to wait his turn, as he hasn't finished with his current toy yet. Kangwoo seizes Malpas by the throat, asking if he forgot the simple order to stay put. The demon begs for his life as he's slammed down, finally understanding the true hierarchy of power. Our boy starts a twisted game of mental math, pushing the demon toward a total mental breakdown. He begins a brutal interrogation, making it clear that he won't be repeating himself to a subordinate. The bird tearfully screams out the answer, completely broken and desperate to survive this living nightmare. Kangwoo demands the next answer, while Malpas trembles, completely lost in this sadistic game of mental torture. The bird screams out another number, desperate to stop the pain as our boy tightens his grip. Feathers fly as the interrogation continues, with Kangwoo coldly ordering the broken demon to keep the numbers coming. Malpas gasps out more digits while his mind slowly unravels under the weight of this relentless psychological assault. Finally, reaching the end of the sequence, the demon collapses in a heap while Kangwoo offers mock praise. The terror isn't over yet, as our boy casually mentions that everything so far was just a warm-up. He flashes a predatory grin and drops a high-level math problem, turning the interrogation into a literal nightmare. Malpas stares in absolute horror, realizing he has to solve for the maximum value or face more agony. After finishing his work, our boy stretches his limbs, feeling refreshed after a job well done. He lets out a satisfied sigh, clearly finding this brand of torture to be a worthwhile way to spend time. Our boy reflects on how dangerous pure annoyance is for a demon whose emotions are constantly in conflict. He checks his reflection, relieved to see his eyes have returned to normal after the fallout with Mammon. Seeing the resemblance between himself and the prophesied demon Satan only makes the situation more lamentable. Anyway, he strolls over to the downed avian demon, reminding the old bird that this is no place for a nap. He grinds his heel into the creature, demanding to know if these trash-tier invaders are part of Lucifer's family. The bird is dumbfounded that he knows about Lucifer's power, while our boy wonders if a new family was created. If Lucifer is sending goons to Earth instead of fighting angels, things are about to get seriously annoying. He points back at the broken mess that used to be Malpas, asking if the survivor wants the same fate. The sight of his comrade's mind literally melting from a math problem is enough to break any demon's spirit. Terrified of becoming another victim of our boy's twisted games, the bird finally agrees to spill everything. Kangwoo is genuinely stunned when the bird claims their mission is to find the legendary Satan. He grinds his boot down, demanding to know if this supposed Satan is actually roaming the earth. The avian demon confirms that Satan is the monster who supposedly wiped the hero god Tyrion from existence. Our boy lets out a sigh of relief, realizing these trash-tier idiots are actually just looking for him. He catches himself, remembering that he technically is the Satan who left Alec broken and defeated. It clicks that he is the one who ended Reinald's life, playing the role of the ultimate villain. He asks how much the bird actually knows, hearing that Satan is supposedly building a new demonic family. Realizing the bird is clueless, he decides to drop his disguise and deactivates his energy suppression. He bursts into a manic laugh, mocking the creature for not knowing a single thing about reality. The bird is left dumbfounded as he realizes the very demon he is searching for is standing there. Halpas can't wrap his head around why the legendary Satan would ever bother protecting Gaia's pathetic family. Our boy decides those eyes are better off gone if they can't even recognize the king standing right there. He crushes the bird's face with zero hesitation, making sure the creature feels every bit of his overwhelming malice. The realization finally hits the avian demon that has been trying to pick a fight with a literal prince. Kangwoo plays along, asking what kind of trash-tier deal Lucifer is trying to offer him behind his back. When the bird mentions the demonic sea, our boy realizes the stakes are way higher than he initially thought. He lets out a predatory grin, amused that the bastard who once opposed him is now begging for help. Looking down at the shivering mess, he figures Lucifer clearly hasn't learned his lesson after all these years. He recalls the mountain of corpses he left behind while conquering hell, proving strength alone wasn't enough. Grabbing the bird again, he scoffs at how little that loser Lucifer actually knows about the real world. Kangwoo wonders why the hell Lucifer thinks he's the one behind the demonic order's creation. He laughs, knowing the demonic sea is practically his and its power is just waiting to be absorbed. When the bird confirms Lucifer is hiding in Eleanor, our boy realizes things are finally getting interesting. Getting bored with this world, he decides it's time to move on and tightens his lethal grip. He slams the trash-tier demon into the dirt, showing him the true gap in their power levels. The creature can barely breathe, realizing he's nothing more than a bug to the king of hell. Kangwoo orders the shivering mess to tell Lucifer that he's coming for him with his entire crew. Manifesting a sphere of pure destruction, he demands the message be delivered with absolute precision. He unleashes a massive surge of demonic energy, finally revealing his identity as the legendary Satan. Our boy officially declares war, telling those bastards to enjoy tearing each other apart while they still can. A dimensional rift tears open in the air as the messenger prepares to scurry back to his master. Our boy threatens to rip off the bird's remaining arm if he doesn't start moving a lot faster. Terrified, Halpas dives into the portal, carrying the warning that Satan is finally coming for the demonic order. Kangwoo lets out a bone-chilling laugh, eager for the chaos his little message will cause in the hells. He figures letting one bug live is worth it, especially since he has another prize to collect here. Activating the power of gluttony, he prepares to feast on the broken remains of the green-feathered trash-tier demon. The Soul Reaper ability kicks in, tearing the essence right out of Phoenix's dying body with dark tendrils. Dark energy swirls as the high-tier demon is completely erased, fueling our boy's bottomless hunger for more power. He checks his status, wondering how much more trash he needs to eat to reach the demonic spirit stage. Suddenly, system alerts flood his vision, showing he's hit the 8th stage awakening and shattered his level cap. System alerts confirm the path to the Myriad Demon Palace has finally expanded after that high-tier feast. Our boy is hyped to see what kind of insane perks come with his 8th stage awakening. Turns out he needs a demonic energy stat of 130 to unlock the full potential of this stage. He realizes he can raise his level cap without hunting Gaia's protectors, which is a massive win. While waiting for Lucifer to take the bait, he plans to let the demonic order do his dirty work. The only real risk is if the Prince of Hell ever discovers the truth behind his little masquerade. But he isn't sweating it, since the big guy is convinced Satan is the one who ended Tyrion. He gives a mental shout-out to the hero god for being the ultimate, unintentional wingman in this scheme. It's hilarious how the dying god spread the news of a fake prophecy just to help his apostle. Kang Wu mockingly salutes the fallen deity, calling him a true hero for making this deception so damn easy. Kang Wu checks if his disciple is finally awake after taking an absolute thrashing from the avian demons. He warns the boy to stay put because resurrection magic can't fix soul-crushing fatigue or internal injuries. Sihun just stares at the dirt, looking completely dumbfounded and drowning in his own perceived weakness. He wonders what would have happened to the innocent villagers if Siola hadn't been there to save them. Our boy calls him an idiot for trying to play the lone hero instead of buying time to escape. Kang Wu flashes a predatory grin, making the kid realize his master seems way more cheerful than usual. Suddenly, Siola and Tae-Soo come sprinting over, screaming for Kang Wu as they check for survivors in the wreckage. Grace arrives right behind them, carrying a weakened Gaia, both of them desperate to see if Sehun is okay. The whole squad gathers as Yeonju and the high rankers arrive, having tracked the demonic order's foul energy. Cheon Moo-jin watches, as Soyeon rushes back with a bloody piece of evidence she scavenged from the battlefield. Soyeon hauls over a massive, pulsating crack seed found at the altar, catching Kang Wu completely off guard. The lack of dust on the artifact proves the cultists haven't been gone for very long at all. Hwaeon and Yeonju piece together how this foul energy likely drove the local monsters into a murderous frenzy. As Siola mends Sehun's wounds, Gaia confirms that the demonic order is indeed pulling the strings here. Yeonju relieves Soyeon of the heavy burden, realizing their elusive enemies are finally stepping into the light. Hwaeon fears another massive summoning event is coming, but Kang Wu is actually crying tears of absolute relief. He was stressing over how to reach his 8th awakening, which requires his demonic energy to hit 130. To him, the cult isn't a danger. They're a gourmet 3-course meal delivered right to his front door. Our boy starts mockingly praising the cult leader for being the most generous provider of experience he's ever known. Yeonju and Soyeon can only stare in confusion as Kang Wu celebrates his upcoming feast with manic laughter. Yeonju is totally done with Kang Wu's weird behavior, wondering why he's acting like a lunatic again. Gaia is drowning in despair, realizing the demonic order's reach is far worse than she ever imagined. Sehun tries to act tough despite his injuries, insisting he's ready to head straight for the summoning altar. Grace shuts that down immediately, warning the group that charging in blindly is basically a suicide mission. Kang Wu counters her, arguing that giving these trash-tier cultists more time only makes the situation more dangerous. He knows Gaia is paralyzed by the fear of losing more heroes like Reinald and Alec. Our boy puts on his best hero face, claiming they can't protect anyone if they're constantly trembling. Gaia is completely dumbfounded by his resolve, feeling a spark of hope she hasn't felt in ages. To seal the deal, Kang Wu activates his demonic energy, masking his true nature with a righteous aura. He draws his divine blade, reminding everyone that while demons are strong, they are definitely not invincible. Kang Wu stands tall among the flames, preaching about protecting every life regardless of how few remain. Internally, our boy is patting himself on the back for dropping such a legendary, high-tier, heroic line. He wonders if the group is swooning over his charisma as they prepare to move toward the altar. As Gaia looks on, Kang Wu prays nobody realizes how much he is actually overacting his righteous persona. It turns out his manipulation worked perfectly, as the goddess finally decides to shake off her paralyzing cowardice. She fully buys into his act, vowing that they cannot protect the world if they fear death. With morale boosted, Kang Wu orders the veteran martial artist to lead the way toward the summoning site. Suddenly, the red-haired guildmaster approaches him while hauling a disgusting, bloody piece of trash-tier monster loot. She looks like she is about to lose her lunch from the sheer stench of the remains. Yeonju bluntly tells him to dial back the cringe, leaving our boy completely dumbfounded by her honesty. The group pushes deeper into the dark forest where the air itself feels heavy with thick demonic pressure. A pack of high-tier demons catches their scent, salivating at the thought of finally tasting fresh human blood. A beast named Jiraxus steps forward, igniting the blue hellfire of the 8th hell to incinerate the intruders. Before the monster can even blink, our boy lunges forward with a strike faster than any normal human. His gaze sharpens as he taps into his hidden power, his eyes burning with a cold, predatory intensity. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifts as even more powerful entities from the lower hells begin to manifest nearby. Instead of being afraid, a dark, twisted grin spreads across his face because everything is going exactly as planned. The cultists celebrate their successful ritual, thinking they have finally summoned the ultimate doom for their enemies. Kangwoo stands alone against the demonic tide, looking every bit like the legendary hero the world desperately needs. The group watches in awe as Seola explains that he has truly become the divine apostle of Tyrion. Kangwoo shreds through the trash-tier demons, showing everyone exactly what the power of a god looks like. Seola readies her magic, knowing they need to finish the job before explaining the technicalities of their victory. The rest of the squad gears up, realizing they can't just stand around while their leader does everything. Deep in the woods, a terrified kid gets his mouth shut by a dark, sinister hand. A panicked cultist realizes the players have sniffed out his hiding spot, and things are looking grim. He recognizes the woman in the distance as the Red Rose Guildmaster, a total nightmare for any criminal. Yeonju doesn't play games, coldly demanding the coward show himself before she makes him regret breathing. Realizing he's outmatched, the cultist tosses the boy aside like garbage and makes a desperate run for it. He leaps through the trees, praying his agility is enough to escape the inevitable wrath of the rankers. Suddenly, his heart stops as Yeonju's chains close in, proving there's nowhere to hide from the Red Rose. Yeonju's chains snap tight around the cultist's throat, cutting off his pathetic scream before it even starts. She notices another trash-tier coward bolting into the woods, but she's already got one fish on the hook. Just as she prepares to give chase, she stops when she realizes someone else has already intervened. Turns out our boy Kangwoo already secured the hostage, playing the part of the heroic savior perfectly. He stops Yeonju from interfering because he wants the runner to call for backup and lead them to the nest. Yeonju is dumbfounded by his cold logic, wondering why he's so comfortable using a kid as bait. Meanwhile, the rest of the squad gathers around the captured cultists as a devastated Gaia demands answers. She breaks down in tears, mourning the loss of Reinald and Alec while cursing the cult's senseless violence. Grace tries to keep her steady while Gaia screams at the prisoners, demanding to know their ultimate goal. The cultists just look at her with pure confusion, having no clue why she's mentioning Satan's orders. The cultists desperately plead their innocence, claiming they haven't seen Alec and have no clue who Reynold is. Gaia is left completely shaken, her heart breaking as she realizes her allies might be gone forever. Our boy Kangwoo suddenly snaps, decapitating a cultist to stop them from leaking any inconvenient truths. He roars in a fake rage, accusing the trash-tier cultists of murdering his beloved child, Reynold. When they try to question who this Reynold even is, Kangwoo silences them, calling them worthless scum. He summons a massive pillar of holy light, executing the prisoners before they can say another word. Grace is left dumbfounded, wondering why Kangwoo would refer to someone as his own child. Standing amidst the ashes, Kangwoo acts like a man possessed by grief to sell his performance. He subtly shifts the narrative, making it clear that the child he's mourning is actually Gaia's son, Tyrion. Kangwoo warns Gaia not to seek answers from demons, leaving her so manipulated that she actually apologizes. Kangwoo stands over the trash-tier cultist, warning everyone that demons only use sweet words to entice them. He explains that while Tyrion's divinity is gone, he supposedly remains as an empty shell without godly power. Clenching his fist, our boy realizes he won't have many chances to manifest this fake persona again. He doubles down on the act, telling the heroes that listening to demonic voices will only corrupt them. Kangwoo warns that staring into the abyss is dangerous, all while his own red eye glows with malice. Gaia is completely sold on the lie, believing that Tyrion actually descended through Kangwoo's very body. She is shocked to learn Tyrion still exists within him, even if his holy divinity was supposedly extinguished. Internally, our boy panics because he almost got screwed when the cultists started asking those inconvenient direct questions. He scoffs at the dead cultists, calling them shameless for nearly exposing his elaborate web of lies. Gaia feels a sense of awe, realizing that Tyrion has been watching over them this entire time. The battlefield is absolute chaos as the party prepares to face the incoming swarm of hellish monsters. Kangwoo thinks the timing is perfect, hiding a sinister grin while Sihun stays focused on the fight. A sudden flash of light cuts through the darkness as the first strike is landed against the invaders. The trash-tier demons mock their fallen comrade, completely unaware of the monster currently hunting them down. Our boy treats the entire invasion like a food delivery service, tearing through the demonic ranks with ease. He is practically drooling at the sight of all this experience, his inner predator taking full control. One of the cultists watches in pure horror, realizing they have unleashed something far worse than a hero. Kangwoo becomes a whirlwind of death, wondering how these supposedly elite demons can be so pathetic. The cultists realize it is not just one monster they have to worry about as a Cyclops is ensnared. Yeonju proves she is cut from a different cloth, binding the remaining monsters with her glowing red chains. Sihun and Cheonmujin tear through the demonic ranks, making short work of the 4 remaining monsters. One cultist realizes the situation is turning south and fears their summoning ceremony will be completely ruined. He desperately tries to rally his troops to endure just a bit longer against the overwhelming pressure. Suddenly, Kang Wu appears right behind him with a terrifying grin, mockingly asking if he really thinks they can endure. Before the trash-tier cultist can even react, our boy delivers a heavy punch straight to his face. The force of the blow sends the man flying through the air like a discarded ragdoll. He slams into a tree with a sickening thud, coughing up blood as his world starts to spin. Kang Wu casually walks over to the broken man, noting that they are finally alone for a private chat. The cultist tries to act tough despite his injuries, but his trembling voice betrays his absolute terror. Kang Wu manifests the horrifying form of Orobaz, reminding him that immortality is useless if he dies right now. Orobaz looms over the trash-tier cultist as Kang Wu mocks his pathetic sense of awe and demonic loyalty. The man is absolutely dumbfounded, his teeth chattering as the sheer weight of the demonic presence crushes his spirit. His mind begins to fracture under the authority of terror, leaving him gasping for air in pure, unadulterated desperation. Suddenly, our boy snaps his fingers, shifting the mood from absolute dread to a fake sense of hope. Kang Wu puts on his best hero face, swearing on the hero god Tyrion that he will spare the man. Seeing the holy symbol, the cultist realizes he is dealing with a guardian and starts cooking up a plan. He smirks to himself, thinking it is such a cliché for a chosen hero to be this gullible. Believing he can actually survive this, the cultist falls to his knees and prepares to spill every dirty secret. Kang Wu just flashes a sweet, innocent smile, while the fool starts rambling about a secret ceremony they are preparing. A golden radiance begins to wash over the dark forest as a massive recovery spell takes hold. Ciola channels her newfound power through her staff, determined to mend the group's physical and mental wounds. She unleashes a massive wave of light that envelops everyone, instantly cleansing their fatigue and battle-worn spirits. Chon Mujin and So-yeon are stunned, feeling their stress melt away and even their skin looking better. Sehun asks when she mastered this, and she explains it is a gift from her 8th stage awakening. When she offers our boy another heal, Yeonju gets petty and demands some of that magic for herself. Kang Wu realizes that while his stats are through the roof, her buffs still provide a very noticeable effect. He even jokes that the magic is washing away his guilt for brutally silencing that trash-tier cultist earlier. Our boy justifies the kill as a total eureka moment, leaving Yeonju wondering if the battle is over. Yeonju observes the eerie silence and notices the demon corpses are vanishing into thin air, just like before. Sehun describes the black smoke he saw, while Grace admits this phenomenon is completely new to her. Our boy checks his stats, annoyed that devouring these weaklings didn't push him to his level 130 goal. He expects to wait for Lucifer's elites, but realizes the current situation is spinning in a different direction. He recalls Park Young-chan's confession about a ritual designed to summon entities from the 9th hell. Gaia is horrified by the revelation, confirming that the cult is trying to bridge the gap to the abyss. She gathers everyone to share a divine quest, hoping they can stop the impending catastrophe before it starts. A rewardless S-rank quest appears, and Kang Wu internally curses the goddess for being such a massive troll. He is absolutely livid, because stopping the ceremony means losing out on the high-tier snacks he desperately needs. Yeonju thinks Kang Wu's presence is enough, but our boy is secretly plotting to let the ritual finish. Gaia isn't buying it, insisting they must stop the summoning, making Kang Wu wonder why she's suddenly so sharp. When Gaia demands they find the ritual site, Kang Wu steps up, claiming he already knows exactly where to go. He lies through his teeth about sensing dark energy with his holy power, desperate to stall for time. 30 minutes pass as the group wanders through the woods, starting to wonder if they are actually lost. As they trek deeper, Sehun questions the direction, forcing Kang Wu to double down on his fake lead. Internally, our boy is losing it, realizing his reputation is toast if the cultists don't hurry up and finish. Suddenly, a massive pillar of purple light pierces the sky, signaling that the summoning has finally begun. Acting the part of the hero, Kang Wu manifests his wings and charges first toward the demonic energy. Kang Wu senses the sheer scale of the energy, realizing this isn't some trash-tier summoning. The ritual site is a mess of dark mana, pulsing with the arrival of something truly ancient. As the beam shatters the sky, the cultists celebrate their success in finally opening the gate. Our boy crashes the party in his mask, pretending to be the righteous hero stopping their evil. He points his blade at them, playing the part perfectly, while keeping his demonic energy hidden. Sehun and the others finally catch up, dumbfounded by the sight of the masked hero already fighting. The ground trembles as a massive entity from the 9th hell begins to step into the mortal realm. Balak finally emerges in all his glory, confused to find himself on Earth instead of the abyss. The cultists grovel at his feet, desperately explaining they are his loyal servants seeking eternal life. Balak's eyes widen as he recognizes the familiar presence of his master standing right in front of him. Our boy starts sweating buckets, realizing his secret identity is about to be blown by his own subordinate. Without a second thought, the massive demon drops to his knees to show his absolute loyalty and respect. The trash-tier cultists are over the moon, thinking they've finally summoned their lord to conquer the world. Meanwhile, Yeonju and Seola are completely lost, wondering why this terrifying monster is acting so emotional all of a sudden. Balak swears his eternal allegiance, making a massive scene right in the middle of the ritual site. Kangwoo slowly turns around, his mind racing for a lie that can explain away this total disaster. Sihun and the Guardians stand there dumbfounded, watching the supposed hero get worshipped by the enemy. As Balak wails for his king, our boy desperately claims he has absolutely no clue who this demon is. Kangwoo is absolutely losing it, wondering why his most emotional subordinate had to show up right now. He remembers when he summoned Garcus alone, which was way easier to manage than this public disaster. Now, every single ally he has tricked into trusting him is standing right there, threatening his hero reputation. Our boy gulps hard, realizing he totally underestimated the chaos a demon from the ninth hell could cause. Even though the demon army has thinned out, there are still thousands of these idiots who could ruin him. Of all the loyal monsters he could have met, it just had to be the loudest, most hysterical one. He desperately tries to think of a way to signal Balak to shut up, but there is no time. Thinking fast, he claims this is just a trap and points out the demon cannot recognize his mask. Sihun actually buys the lie, thinking the demon is just trying to frame his master with an evil plan. Kangwoo just nods along, acting like a confused victim, while secretly thanking his lucky stars for his disciples' naivety. Kangwoo watches nervously as Balak questions why the humans are calling him a divine being. The cultists try to set the record straight, insisting that the masked hero is actually their greatest enemy. Our boy desperately hopes his old subordinate isn't too slow to realize this is an undercover operation. He practically begs the demon to play along before his entire hero reputation goes up in smoke. Turns out, Balak takes any insult to his master personally, and immediately incinerates the trash-tier cultist. The remaining cultists are completely dumbfounded as their supposed savior starts slaughtering them instead of the hero. Balak looms over them, furious that these lowlifes would dare to deny his master's true identity. He swings his weapon with enough force to level the area, refusing to hear another word of disrespect. Kangwoo is sweating buckets while Yeonju watches the internal demon conflict with a very suspicious gaze. The Sovereign of Destruction lets loose, deciding that anyone who doesn't recognize his king deserves a painful end. Balak continues his rampage, calling the cultists idiotic bastards for failing to recognize their true superior. He demands the humans listen closely, his voice booming with the terrifying authority of a high-ranking demon. The loyal subordinate points right at our boy, announcing him as the true ruler of the ninth hell. Kangwoo desperately begs him to stop, but the demon keeps shouting about his master's legendary conquest of hell. Our boy's soul practically leaves his body as his secret identity is screamed out for everyone to hear. Mujin and Soyeon are completely dumbfounded, wondering why a massive demon is calling a human hero its king. Seola can only watch in stunned silence, her mind racing as she tries to process this impossible revelation. Yeonju and Sihun demand an explanation, while Kangwoo curses his subordinates' over-the-top loyalty and total lack of tact. Realizing they are doomed, a surviving cultist activates a forbidden magic circle to try and salvage the situation. He desperately calls upon a dark power to dominate the demons, unaware that he is way out of his league. The desperate cultists chant with everything they have, pleading for the dark power to finally enslave the demons. A massive purple magic circle flares to life, radiating a binding force that threatens to consume the entire area. Our boy stands there dumbfounded, realizing these trash-tier fanatics are actually trying to pull off a high-level ritual. Balak howls in agony as the jagged energy of the seal begins carving itself into his demonic flesh. Kangwoo recognizes the pattern as the same one used on the chrysalis, but this version is far more volatile. The demon general is absolutely fuming, snarling that these pathetic humans actually believe they can command his soul. He erupts in a violent pillar of hellfire as the cultists panic, screaming for the ritual to be completed. Seeing the chaos, Kangwoo knows Balak is only hurting himself and needs him to stop resisting immediately. The repulsive power of the seal grows stronger with every struggle, threatening to end the demon's life right here. Our boy has no choice but to dive into the fray, planning to knock his subordinate out cold. Balak's eyes glaze over as the ritual's influence takes a firm hold of his demonic mind. Our boy barely manages to block a devastating, fiery blow that sends shockwaves through the entire area. Even with his insane durability, the impact is enough to make Kangwoo cough up a mouthful of blood. Seeing his master injured, Balak snaps back for a second, absolutely horrified by his own treasonous actions. Rather than risk hurting the Demon King again, the loyal general gathers hellfire in his own palm. Kangwoo realizes the crazy bastard is actually planning to end his own life to break the control. Our boy is sweating, knowing Cha Yeonju and the other guardians are watching his every move right now. Tae-soo and the high rankers are completely dumbfounded, unable to comprehend the chaos unfolding before them. The situation turns grim as the demon prepares to self-destruct to preserve his unwavering loyalty. Gritting his teeth, Kangwoo decides to let him go, planning to blame the whole mess on the cult. Balak flashes back to the glory days in the 9th Hell when he stood among the demonic legions. Back then, Kangwoo never hesitated to keep his subordinates in line with a swift and brutal strike. But in the present, the loyal general is caught in a mental trap that threatens his very soul. Kangwoo panics internally, realizing that if his most loyal servant dies here, his entire plan is completely ruined. Tears of frustration and hellfire stream down the demon's face as he struggles against the cult's mental control. Our boy lunges forward, screaming his subordinate's name while preparing to suppress the chaotic energy by sheer force. He delivers a heavy blow, calling his general a useless loser to snap him out of the trance. The massive demon is stunned as Kangwoo orders him to stay still until the ritual finally fades away. Looking absolutely livid, Kangwoo demands to know since when his commands became optional for a high-ranking guard. Balak immediately begs for forgiveness, while Kangwoo prepares to tank the remaining feedback for just a few minutes. Kangwoo realizes he could end this instantly with his secret techniques, but decides it's totally unnecessary for now. Turns out Balak is desperately holding back his true strength while fighting against the cult's disgusting mental interference. Our boy easily tanks the incoming strikes, knowing he can weather this storm until the ritual finally breaks. Nearby, a trash-tier cultist screams in agony as the chaotic energy from the ritual begins backfiring on them. The rest of the cultists are instantly shredded by stray energy, begging for a salvation that will never come. As the dust settles over the forest, the oppressive aura of the forbidden ritual finally begins to dissipate. The glowing mark on the demon's back flickers out, signaling that the mental shackles have finally been shattered. Bodies of the fallen cultists litter the ground, serving as a grim reminder of their failed attempt at control. Exhausted and overwhelmed by guilt, the massive general's knees buckle as he collapses onto the hard stone floor. Balak bows his head in shame, begging Kangwoo to end his life for even daring to raise a weapon. Kangwoo realizes his web of lies is finally unraveling after the chaotic mess with his subordinates. Gaia is physically and mentally broken, barely able to stand as the heavy atmosphere becomes unbearable. Sihun and the others are completely dumbfounded, unable to process the suspicious conversation they just witnessed. Our boy knows his only play left is a massive gamble on the trust he's carefully cultivated. He reaches for his chest, deciding it's finally time to stop playing the role of the saint. With a calm voice, he drops the bombshell that he is actually the ruler of the 9th Hell. He gives them a chilling smile, preparing to reveal the full extent of his dark, twisted history. Sihun stutters in disbelief, while Kangwoo apologizes for keeping his true identity a secret for so long. Purple flames erupt as he deactivates his disguise, showing them the terrifying power of a true demon king. The group immediately draws their weapons, realizing they've been harboring a monster far more dangerous than any cultist. Kangwoo observes the group's hostile stance and realizes his gamble on their trust is playing out perfectly. Seola protectively clutches Lilith, while Yeonju and Sehun prepare for a fight they never expected to have. Our boy remains unfazed, deciding that since they are already on guard, he can finally use his secret method. Gaia trembles in Grace's arms as Kangwoo offers to explain how a mere human ascended to Hell's throne. He recounts the day of Cataclysm when he was suddenly dragged into a gate's dark, bottomless abyss. Sehun and the others listen intently, as he admits he still doesn't know if his descent was fate. In the pits of Hell, a weak human had to crawl over mountains of monster corpses to survive. Driven by pure desperation, he began consuming raw demonic energy and monster flesh to stay alive. Gaia realizes with absolute horror that this was the moment her supposed hero truly shed his humanity. Yeonju is dumbfounded because while only 5 years passed on Earth, Kangwoo claims he fought for much longer. Kangwoo explains that while only 5 years passed on Earth, his time in Hell was incomparably longer. He drops the bombshell that he was actually trapped in that nightmare for 10,000 years. Yeonju is completely rattled, but our boy coldly assures her that her ears aren't playing tricks on her. The entire group stands frozen as he reiterates the impossible length of his agonizing survival. Suddenly, Balak speaks up to confirm that his master truly conquered every layer from the 1st to 9th. Kangwoo tells the demon to shut it, secretly loving how perfectly this witness supports his narrative. Seola and Taesu can barely breathe, realizing the man they trusted is a literal ancient monarch of darkness. Yeonju struggles to wrap her head around the fact that he didn't just survive, he became Hell's ruler. A dark, satisfied grin creeps across his face because his grand manipulation is finally entering the next phase. He stands tall before his stunned allies, preparing to reveal the most critical part of his curated truth. Kangwoo realizes the only way to salvage this mess is to spin a tale about a hellish revolt. He describes a terrifying uprising in the ninth hell led by the most ambitious demon of all, Satan. Our boy knows the best deception is a true lie, mixing reality with just enough fiction to stick. He understands that hiding one small demonic truth inside a sea of heroic deeds makes the manipulation foolproof. He explains to the dumbfounded group that he had to suppress the powerful princes of hell for Earth. Yeonju is completely rattled as he reveals these ancient monsters were desperate to cross over and feast. He names Satan as the prophesied demon who craved Earth's destruction more than anyone else in the abyss. When Gaia asks if he took the throne to save them, he humbly claims he just fought for survival. He admits his vivid memories of Earth's simple comforts, like a warm meal, kept his humanity from fading. Gaia trembles as she realizes Satan actually made it to Earth, and Kangwoo confirms her worst nightmare. Kangwoo puts on an Oscar-worthy performance, gritting his teeth while claiming he lost everything to Satan. He describes how this monster awakened the demonic sea and obtained power beyond any mortal's comprehension. Our boy spins a tale of Satan seizing the throne and ruling the abyss with iron-fisted cruelty. He claims the Demon King tore open the sky to lead Hell's princes straight to our world. The group stands frozen as he explains he only followed the monster here to stop the slaughter. Grace holds a trembling Gaia, while Kangwoo smugly notes that his fake alibi is working perfectly. He knows that even with a good story, the word of a demon is hard to swallow. To seal the deal, he activates his subordination authority to force his disciples' loyalty. Under the dark influence, Sihun suddenly speaks up and declares his absolute faith in his master. The hero defends him to the stunned group, asking why a demon would ever fight for humanity. Seola steps up and admits she trusts him because of the simple joy he found in a basic meal. She recalls the time our boy looked like a starving animal finally finding a home at her dinner table. Looking at his tearful past, she finally understands the crushing weight of surviving 10,000 years in isolation. Our boy plays it cool, claiming he has never been lonely since meeting her while secretly celebrating her defense. Since the mood has shifted in his favor, he decides to double down on the emotional manipulation. He approaches the stunned group, admitting that he has been playing them all for fools since the very beginning. With a heavy heart, he prepares to make a grand exit to solidify his role as a tragic hero. He hands his mask to Gaia, declaring that he is officially resigning from the Guardians to protect their reputation. Bowing low, he promises to disappear forever, leaving the dumbfounded group in a state of absolute, chaotic disbelief. Gaia stares at the mask, her heart torn between the fear of his nature and the sincerity of his sacrifice. Gaia remembers how our boy was the most furious when Satan targeted his precious allies. She recalls him shaking the Guardians out of their complacency and offering hope during their darkest hours. Even when Reinald met his end, Kangwoo was there, mourning his comrade while sabotaging the cult's plans. Touching the mask, she realizes that his actions speak louder than his terrifying demonic origin. Gaia decides to ignore the fear and declares her absolute belief in the man standing before her. She reasons that if Tyrion himself chose him, then his identity as the Demon King is irrelevant. To her, the divine light he inherited proves that his soul is far from being truly corrupted. She pleads for him to remain with the Guardians, admitting they desperately need his strength to survive. Our boy puts his mask back on, thanking her for the trust while his manipulation hits perfectly. A massive surge of power erupts from him, leaving Sihun and the others completely dumbfounded. Gaia embraces the idea of a hero born from darkness, while Grace watches the emotional scene unfold. Kangwoo smirks behind his mask, promising to save the world alongside the Guardians, while his plan unfolds perfectly. Back in private, Balak bows his head in deep apology for nearly ruining his master's elaborate performance. The demon general is utterly dumbfounded that his king is playing the role of a righteous human savior. A few days pass since the chaos in South America, with the fallout of the battle still settling. The trash-tier cultists scramble to escape once they realize their trump card has been thoroughly defeated. Grace stays behind to oversee the reconstruction of Venezuela, ensuring the innocent people are finally safe from harm. Sihun and the others follow Kangwoo through a portal, but the group's foundation feels incredibly shaky. Seola comforts Lilith while Yeonju wonders if they can ever truly treat a demon as a trusted comrade. Our boy even buys a building for his subordinate, despite the demon's confusion over protecting such weak creatures. Kangwoo sits down with Balak to get the lowdown on any trouble brewing back in the ninth hell. Balak mentions that Amon, the magic specialist who defected to their side, is acting extremely suspicious lately. Our boy narrows his eyes, asking for the specific details on what that snake-like researcher is actually doing. Turns out Amon has locked himself away for research, refusing to show his face to anyone at all. Even a powerhouse like Balak couldn't break through the insane magical barrier Amon set up to keep everyone out. Kangwoo is genuinely dumbfounded when he hears that the ancient demonics, including the legendary Behemoth, are finally moving. Behemoth is the absolute strongest of the ancients and the father of the Prince Leviathan, making him a massive threat. Since the beast stayed dormant for 10 millennia, Kangwoo realizes the situation in hell is spiraling out of control. He regrets not wiping out Amon sooner, and knows his only option now is to keep grinding for power. As he takes a drink, he feels relieved. Earth is stable, even if his old kingdom is falling apart. Balak asks where Lilith is, leaving our boy completely confused about what he is even talking about. While Kangwoo takes a gulp of water, Balak mentions that Lilith should technically still be back in hell. Our boy spits out his drink when he hears Lilith actually arrived on Earth way before him. He is left dumbfounded, as Balak explains she left bragging about an invitation Kangwoo never actually sent. The realization hits him like a truck, and he starts sweating as the sheer horror finally sinks in. Balak continues trash-talking her, calling her a wicked snake who only relies on her looks to manipulate others. When Balak warns him not to be seduced, Kangwoo finally snaps and tells him to just shut up. He clutches his head in agony, desperately trying to block out the nightmare of his past mistakes. His mind drifts back to his old life, a time when he could actually sleep in total peace. But even those memories are tainted by the trauma of the obsessive succubus who ruined his quiet days. The memory of that multi-eyed stalker is forever burned into his brain like a cursed brand. He can still feel those cold, slimy sensations crawling all over him even in his sleep. Our boy remembers being smothered by her suffocating affection, a nightmare he thought he finally escaped. The realization that she is actually on Earth makes him physically ill as he tries not to vomit. He finally understands that Fujimoto Ryoma was just a pawn in her elaborate game of infiltration. He thinks back to Kurosaki Yuri, the girl who suddenly started following his every whim without question. Even the weird gift of cooked octopus she gave him finally makes sense in the most disturbing way. A sudden realization hits him that in a human body, she is finally tentacle-free. Despite her terrifying true form, he knows she is a top-tier subordinate who follows orders to the letter. With a newfound plan, he pulls out his phone to call her and put her skills to use. Our boy is genuinely hyped because having a loyal, tentacle-free infiltrator in Japan is a total game-changer. He tries calling her immediately, but the line just keeps ringing, while Balak watches him with silent curiosity. Since she isn't answering, Kangwoo decides to handle this personally, to prevent his demonic general from causing a scene. He tosses a communication device to Balak, ensuring they can stay in touch while he crosses the sea. He knows his target is currently holed up in Tokyo, living inside the heavily guarded Imperial Castle. Activating the power of Sky, he manifests his wings and prepares for a high-speed flight across the ocean. With a sudden burst of speed, he takes off, leaving the room in a whirlwind of mana and dust. The sprawling cityscape of Tokyo soon comes into view as he arrives at the heart of Japan. He circles the massive fortress, pinpointing the exact location where his subordinate is hiding among the elite. The castle guards are completely dumbfounded when a winged man suddenly drops from the clouds right before them. Kangwoo quickly identifies himself as the hero who saved Yuri to keep the tense guards from attacking. Before things get messy, a man named Ito Shinji steps in and orders the guards to stand down. The guards resume their patrol while our boy wonders who this high-ranking member of the Guardians actually is. Shinji explains he's heard plenty about the legendary hero, but this is their first time meeting in person. Getting straight to business, Kangwoo asks if Yuri is currently inside the castle so they can finally talk. Shinji's expression darkens as he pulls out a mysterious letter intended only for the King of Hell himself. Turns out, Yuri has been missing for an entire month, leaving Kangwoo completely dumbfounded by the sudden news. As he takes the envelope, he learns that the Japanese authorities have been searching nationwide without a single lead. Shinji admits they couldn't reach out sooner because Yuri warned the letter would self-destruct if anyone else interfered. Staring at the flowery stationery, our boy realizes his subordinate is definitely playing a much deeper game than expected. Kangwoo starts reading the letter, where Lilith admits she knew Head eventually sniff out her true identity. She apologizes for the deception, explaining that she only hid herself because she was possessing a human vessel. Our boy is completely dumbfounded when she claims she was too ashamed to show him such an ugly form. Apparently, she's been desperately searching for a way to return to the demonic appearance he supposedly loves. The situation turns trash tier when she mentions joining the demonic order, because they promised to help her transform. Kangwoo's heart sinks as she gushes about how excited she is to finally reunite with her beloved king. She plans to infiltrate the cult and spread the word of the true Demon King while recovering her power. Seeing the kiss mark at the end, our boy loses his cool and shreds the letter in pure frustration. Shinji stands there absolutely terrified as the legendary hero starts screaming at the top of his lungs. He immediately grabs the poor guy by the collar, demanding to know why everything is going so wrong. Our boy is absolutely losing it, screaming about why this trash-tier luck is happening to him. He wails in despair, while Shinji desperately tries to calm down the supposedly legendary hero. Kangwoo is genuinely heartbroken, wondering what he could have possibly done to deserve this absolute mess. He finally stops the waterworks and grabs the Guardian, his mood shifting into something much darker. After taking a moment to catch his breath, the atmosphere around them starts to feel suffocatingly heavy. He suddenly demands to see the security footage, leaving the poor guy completely confused by the request. Our boy insists on seeing exactly where Yuri went, ignoring the fact that they already checked everything. With a terrifying glint in his eye, he makes it clear that he isn't asking a second time. As he walks away, a massive wave of demonic energy hits Shinji like a physical weight. The poor guy collapses under the sheer pressure, realizing he is dealing with a literal monster. Shinji's hands won't stop shaking because the sheer weight of the pressure is just too much to handle. He can barely even draw a breath, feeling like the very air is being crushed out of him. Looking up, he realizes this is the terrifying reality of a hero who wields a literal god's power. Even though Head heard the rumors, he finally understands that our boy is nothing short of a monster. To keep his head, he quickly agrees to lead the way toward the high-security monitoring facility. They head inside the palace office where the staff is busy keeping a constant eye on everything. Shinji points out the screens, explaining that this is where they track every single move around the palace. He pulls up the footage from a month ago, showing the exact moment Yuri vanished into thin air. Kangwoo watches intently, relieved to see she was still maintaining her human form back then. Since reverting to her true demonic self is a massive chore, he figures there's still a chance. Lilith is shown sneaking around the palace, determined to find clues, even if it means risking her life. Our boy tells Shinji to stop the playback right there because he spotted something suspicious on the monitor. The footage reveals a mysterious man in a black hood meeting up with Yuri in the garden. When they try to get a better look, they find the man's face is completely glitched out. Kangwoo asks if this weird distortion happens in every video, making Shinji break out in a cold sweat. Shinji urges him to keep watching, as a thick, dark mist begins to swallow the two figures. In a flash of demonic energy, both Yuri and the hooded stranger vanish into thin air. Turns out, the investigators were left dumbfounded when they couldn't find a single trace of them afterward. Shinji assumes the guy has teleportation powers, but our boy knows that's just a trash-tier guess. He realizes it's actually Lilith's illusion magic, meaning she's finally stopped holding back her true demonic nature. Kangwoo realizes he needs to find Lilith fast, mostly to stop her from reverting to her original form. The real problem is her plan to force the demonic order into serving him as their true king. He knows those cultists won't just surrender their power to an ambiguous figure on Lilith's word alone. Yet, he remembers how she expertly built his forces back when they were fighting the Seven Princes. Snapping back to reality, our boy asks if there are any real clues regarding the mysterious hooded man. Shinji points toward the footage, urging him to look at a specific spot on the distorted recording. They spot a distinct scar on the man's chest, finally giving the investigators a physical trait to track. Kangwoo suddenly connects the dots, realizing only one specific person fits every single one of those suspicious conditions. He looks at Shinji and identifies the traitor who contacted Lilith as a man named Ito. Our boy sternly orders them to find this man's location immediately, knowing the clock is ticking. Lilith arrives at the ritual site, her heels clicking against the floor as she prepares to play her part. The local cultists immediately drop to their knees, showing the kind of blind devotion our girl thrives on. She walks past the ranks of trash-tier followers toward the man claiming their grand preparations are finally complete. This guy, Cardinal Akiyama, is a total fanboy who is obsessed with seeing her return to her true form. Maintaining her disguise, she asks for the exact method they plan to use to bridge the dimensional gap. He explains they will siphon energy from the ninth hell to reconstruct a vessel based on her soul's information. It seems the weakening Gaia system has paved the way for these fanatics to perform rituals once thought impossible. Her eyes glow with hidden intent, as she asks if the legendary Satan was one of their mysterious predecessors. Cardinal Akiyama looks dumbfounded and apologizes, admitting that such high-level secrets are way above his pay grade. She just laughs it off with a fake smile, acting relieved while secretly hunting for any real lead. Lilith checks if the preparations are done, while Akiyama questions the existence of the legendary Demon King. She takes a seat on the altar, teasing that he will find out the truth soon enough. Since everything is ready, she commands him to start the ritual to reclaim her true demonic power. She playfully lifts his chin with her boot, keeping the trash tier cardinal wrapped around her finger. With a sinister smile, she promises him a grand reward once the ceremony is complete. The obsessed fanboy is completely dumbfounded by her attention, practically drooling at the thought of serving her. She watches him with amusement, knowing exactly how to manipulate these fools for her own ends. Akiyama can already see her true, terrifying form looming over the vessel she currently inhabits. Overwhelmed with excitement, he turns to the crowd and shouts for everyone to pay attention. He declares that their long-awaited dream is finally coming true, as the ritual begins in earnest. Akiyama is losing his mind with excitement, rallying his followers to chase after their twisted demonic dreams. The sky begins to glow with an ominous light as the ritual's energy starts to manifest. A massive surge of power tears through the atmosphere, signaling that the main event is finally starting. Our boy Kang-woo is currently racing through the air, desperately hoping he isn't too late to stop the chaos. Earlier, Ito Shinji reported that the target is a missing man named Akiyama, who recently bought a massive ship. Turns out this trash-tier fanatic didn't just buy a boat, he loaded it with dozens of cultist followers. Tracking the vessel's path, Shinji confirms that the group is heading straight toward the city of Sapporo. Kang-woo suddenly realizes that Sapporo is the same place where that perverted freak tried to summon Lilith before. He deeply regrets not killing that obsessed bastard when he had the chance, knowing his dream is a nightmare. Just the thought of those disgusting tentacles and the previous trauma makes him want to end this immediately. Kang-woo is absolutely haunted by the thought of reliving the 1,000 years of hellish trauma he spent with Lilith. He remembers how hard he worked to escape that nightmare, yet her shadow still looms over his mind. Our boy pushes his wings to the limit, swearing he will block her descent and end this chaos. Meanwhile, a thick and suffocating wave of demonic energy begins to swirl violently at the ritual site. Cardinal Akiyama leads his trash-tier cultists in a rhythmic chant, their voices echoing through the dark hall. The fanatic is ecstatic, finding it surprisingly easy to manipulate the atmosphere using his newly acquired forbidden knowledge. He is tapping into the status of evil, the legendary ancient beings who lead the entire demonic order. Akiyama is dumbfounded by their depth of knowledge, which even allows him to bypass the world's Gaia system. However, he secretly wonders if the Demon King Lilith described is truly more powerful than these ancient legends. He prepares to spread the scriptures of hell, a book Lilith wrote to herald her true master's arrival. Akiyama stares at the vessel, dismissing everything else as he focuses on the dark orb containing his idol. The creep wonders if Lilith will reward his hard work by petting him, or even stepping on him. He is completely lost in his delusions, even as his trash-tier subordinates begin to buckle under the pressure. Suddenly, the ritual hall descends into chaos as the energy levels spike far beyond what they can handle. The rift begins to crack and glow violently, threatening to explode and take everyone down with it. Akiyama desperately tries to maintain order, telling his followers to keep it together despite the looming disaster. The air becomes toxic with demonic energy, causing the weaker cultists to collapse and cough in agony. His men beg him to stop the ritual and flee before the entire place comes crashing down. Despite the danger, Akiyama grits his teeth, refusing to abandon the ritual when he is so close. He envisions his dream succubus and vows never to give up, no matter how much the world burns. Akiyama tells his trash-tier subordinates to beat it, while he handles the ritual alone. His followers are moved to tears, realizing their leader is willing to throw his life away for the dream. He screams with everything he has got, refusing to let the summoning fail now. One of the cultists finally hits his limit, collapsing as the demonic pressure becomes unbearable. Even with the room falling apart, Akiyama continues the chant alongside his remaining loyalists. They beg him to fulfill their shared dream, putting all their faith in his twisted obsession. The ritual hall is a graveyard of exhausted fanatics as the dark orb pulses with unstable energy. Tears stream down his face, but he promises to see this through to the bitter end. Just as the ritual reaches its peak, the ceiling begins to buckle under a massive external force. Our boy Kang-woo crashes through the roof, absolutely livid that these idiots are still playing with fire. Our boy Kang-woo lands on the scene, scanning the room to see if he's too late to stop the madness. Akiyama nearly jumps out of his skin, recognizing the same guy who ruined his plans once before. The ritual orb starts pulsing with gross tentacles, making Kang-woo realize this summoning is way more cursed than expected. He wastes no time and activates the power of gluttony, hoping to seal that dimensional crack before things get weirder. Akiyama is absolutely livid, screaming that Kang-woo is just a hurdle in the way of his glorious destiny. The cult leader is beyond reason now, claiming the ritual is the only way for any of them to survive. Kang-woo loses his cool and calls him a horny trash-tier fanatic who's going to die before seeing his succubus. That specific insult hits Akiyama right in his pride, leaving him momentarily stunned by the blunt accusation. Our boy is completely dumbfounded as Akiyama starts ranting about being a perverted otaku who's never held a hand. Despite the embarrassment, Akiyama raises his hands to the sky, refusing to let go of his twisted, pathetic dream. Akiyama screams that he won't give up on his dream as the ritual reaches its chaotic peak. Kangwoo is absolutely losing it, demanding the crazy fanatic stop before he blows the crack wide open. As gross tentacles begin to emerge, Akiyama cheers while our boy realizes his worst nightmare is coming true. Desperate to end this madness, Kangwoo triggers the power of gluttony to consume the overflowing demonic energy. He deploys the power of the Iron Wall, reflecting on the lingering guilt he feels toward Lilith's devotion. While activating his next skill, he recalls how her terrifying true form always kept him at a distance. He even admits that he briefly considered sleeping with her, just to repay her loyalty and ease his conscience. But he quickly realized his human senses remained intact, making it impossible to overlook her monstrous appearance. Repulsed by the writhing mass of tentacles, he decides he absolutely cannot deal with this level of freakiness. Kangwoo begins absorbing the crack's energy, swearing hell never let that thing set foot on Earth again. Kangwoo grits his teeth, determined to stop the summoning despite the system warning him about the low-grade energy. He forces the purification to begin, desperate to shut the crack before that tentacled nightmare can fully emerge. Watching his precious ritual get manhandled, Akiyama stands there completely dumbfounded by the sudden turn of events. The Cardinal can't believe his eyes as our boy suppresses a hellish explosion through sheer, unadulterated brute force. He starts questioning if Kangwoo is even human, seeing how he treats high-tier demonic laws like mere suggestions. Regardless of the cost, Kangwoo stays focused on the dark sphere, knowing he can't let this corruption spread. Exhaustion finally starts hitting him hard, but the trash-tier cultist just laughs, claiming the process is already irreversible. The ritual sphere erupts in a blinding flash of malice, signaling that the gate is finally wide open. Akiyama practically begs for Lilith to show her true self, his obsession reaching a fever pitch of pure insanity. With a manic glint in his eyes, he prepares to witness the arrival of his dark goddess on Earth. Lilith steps out of the rift, mockingly thanking the inferior human for helping her regain her true, hellish form. Akiyama stands there completely frozen, while our boy Kangwoo struggles to catch his breath after the intense struggle. Kangwoo glares at the trash-tier cardinal, cursing him for ignoring the warnings and letting this nightmare loose. The cultist is left speechless by the shadow's beauty, even as she calls all human women disgusting. Lilith towers over her summoner in a mass of eyes and tentacles, praising him for his service. She considers giving him a reward, her dark essence dripping with a promise of something far more sinister. Suddenly, she changes her mind because her king is watching, deciding a quick death is more appropriate. With a sickening crunch, the cardinal's obsession ends as his head is pulverized by her demonic strength. Lilith casually steps over the trash-tier corpse, her focus shifting entirely toward the only person who matters. Our boy is absolutely horrified, desperately backing away as his most obsessive subordinate finally reunites with him. Lilith playfully questions his reaction while Kangwoo stands there completely dumbfounded by her sudden, terrifying appearance. Our boy is internally screaming for help, realizing his peaceful days are officially a thing of the past. Lilith strikes a seductive pose, her obsessive nature radiating as she finally basks in her king's presence. She apologizes for the delay, falsely claiming she knew he wanted to see her just as badly. Without warning, she lunges forward with a burst of speed that leaves no room for escape. She tackles him into a suffocating hug, announcing she has finally returned to her original, demonic form. Terrified of the consequences, Kangwoo desperately begs her to switch back to her human vessel immediately. Lilith hesitates, genuinely believing her human appearance is far too hideous to show her beloved king. She eventually admits she can shift forms to avoid unnecessary restrictions while living in the human realm. While she complains about being too beautiful, Kangwoo realizes she actually planned ahead to stay by his side. Kangwoo realizes if he phrases his request perfectly, he might actually survive this obsessive demon's arrival. He feeds her ego, claiming her beauty is too much for humans, and he wants her all to himself. Our boy gets bold, grabbing her waist and making the Queen of Succubus herself let out a startled squeal. He continues the act, insisting that her true form is a treasure he refuses to share with anyone else. When he demands she stay human permanently, she hesitates, still convinced her human vessel is a trash-tier look. He stops her mid-sentence, claiming that her physical appearance is the last thing on his mind right now. Surrounded by a fake romantic aura, he tells her that being Lilith is all that actually matters to him. The manipulation works perfectly as she agrees, while internally, Kangwoo is yelling in triumph at his absolute success. He celebrates finally being free from those suffocating tentacles, thinking he'll never have to deal with them again. Suddenly, the mood shifts as Lilith starts questioning if human beauty standards are just fundamentally different from demonic ones. Lilith smiles creepily, convinced our boy actually prefers her nightmare-inducing true form over the human vessel. She wraps her massive tentacles around him, promising to save this special look for their private moments. Kangwoo panics, desperately lying that she's way prettier as a human, just to escape the literal monster hug. The Queen of Succubus doesn't listen, pulling him closer while whispering about their eternal bond. He lets out a muffled scream as the darkness swallows him, wondering how his life became this trash-tier rom-com. Suddenly, the system chimes in, announcing his demonic energy has spiked and unlocked a new awakening stage. The surge of power clears his mind, making him realize that surviving this ordeal actually made him stronger. With his head finally straight, he coldly orders her to drop the act and return to her human form. She looks dumbfounded by his sudden change in tone, but one stern look from her king shuts her up. As she transforms, he checks his new SS rank skill, Prince Butcherer, which lets him harvest the souls of royalty. Kangwoo realizes he can finally tap into the Seven Princes' powers, something he couldn't do even as Hell's king. Standing over the trash-tier cardinal's corpse, our boy calculates how these souls will trigger his next demonic evolution. He snaps out of his thoughts when his obsessive subordinate announces she has finally finished her human transformation. Lilith looks stunning in her vessel's body, though she's secretly pouting, because this form makes seducing him harder. She explains that the original girl's consciousness is tucked away, ready to be woken up whenever he commands. When asked about her host powers, Lilith admits she can't currently access the girl's interdimensional abilities. Kangwoo decides to delay his soul-harvesting plans, shifting his focus to her recent history with the demonic order. As the torchlight flickers, he prepares to dig into the mess she made while acting on her own. He grills her for almost exposing him, while she desperately apologizes for her dumb mistake of leaking info. Ordering her back to Japan, he realizes the mysterious status of evil is the real threat pulling the strings. Kangwoo reflects on how these trash-tier cultists somehow managed to summon a beast as powerful as Balak. He wonders if human knowledge alone could have orchestrated Lilith's descent into a mortal vessel like Yuri. Our boy learns that his obsessive subordinate has already begun spreading her own twisted scriptures within the Order. This book details the 1,000-year war of the Ninth Hell, keeping the cultists focused on the Seven Princes. Since the Order views those princes as gods, Kangwoo realizes he can use their blind faith against them. Lilith reveals the location of their main distribution hub, leading our boy to a remote, dusty wasteland. He arrives at a cluster of crumbling skyscrapers in the Middle East, where the enemy is hiding in plain sight. Using his omniscient power, he peers through the concrete to uncover the hive of activity, buzzing beneath the surface. He observes the cultists frantically moving crates, realizing the scale of the operation is larger than he expected. Seeing demons and humans working side by side leaves him disgusted, as they are clearly cut from the same cloth. Our boy decides it is time to get a closer look at the shady meeting happening below. He finds himself crawling through a cramped vent, grumbling about how this feels like a trash-tier spy movie. Peering through the grate, he is genuinely surprised to see humans actually wielding demonic energy on Earth. A blue-skinned demon praises a cultist, claiming his mastery over demonic energy is beyond most hellish denizens. The cultist remains humble, insisting his power is nothing compared to the divine family of Prince Lucifer. From his hiding spot, Kangwoo listens as they discuss how Lucifer has ascended to become an evil god. The mood shifts when the demon asks why these outsiders have come to interrogate their local leadership. Things get tense as the demon reveals they already know the truth about what happened to Halpus. Losing his cool, the demon smashes the table and demands they stop making pathetic excuses for their crimes. He roars that they know Satan is responsible for the deaths of both Phoenix and Malpus. The cultist starts sweating bullets the moment the name Satan is dropped, sensing the heavy atmosphere. Our boy watches from the vents, piecing together that Lucifer is desperately trying to avoid a clash. Since demons usually communicate through slaughter, this sudden urge for a peaceful chat is a massive red flag. Kangwoo knows Lucifer is a greedy bastard who would never willingly abandon his claim to the demonic sea. He realizes the situation in the lower hells must be so desperate that Lucifer can't even focus on him. Whether it's the archangels he fought before or some other gods, someone is keeping the big boss busy. Realizing his enemy is currently in deep trouble, a trash-tier grin spreads across Kangwoo's face as he prepares. A sudden explosion of purple demonic energy shatters the room, leaving the cultists and demons completely dumbfounded. The blue-skinned demon can't believe his eyes, as the shockwave sends his carefully planned interrogation into total chaos. He stares in absolute horror, realizing that a much bigger predator has just crashed their little party. Our boy steps forward, confirming the massive demonic energy they feel is indeed his own. Donning his Satan persona, he introduces himself as the true master of the entire demonic order. The surrounding demons are completely dumbfounded, and he wastes no time ordering them to get on their knees. A winged demon named Darkin quickly submits, identifying himself as a humble follower of the great Lord Lucifer. Kangwoo demands to know why they are here, since he already made his intentions clear to their predecessors. Darkin nervously produces a glowing black orb, hoping to offer something that might appease the terrifying king. He explains that Lucifer isn't looking for a fight, but actually wants to have a peaceful conversation. Our boy finds the idea of the greedy Lucifer wanting a chat absolutely hilarious and asks for confirmation. He reaches out toward the communication device, seemingly ready to hear what his rival has to say. Instead of listening, he simply crushes the orb into dust, showing he has zero interest in Lucifer's games. Darkin is completely dumbfounded by the sudden shift in mood, as our boy starts cackling like a madman. He finds the idea of a peaceful chat so ridiculous that he can't even keep his composure. The other trash-tier demons exchange nervous glances, wondering if they just signed their own death warrants. Even the cultists realize that their supposed Lord of Prophecy isn't in a talking mood today. Suddenly, Kangwoo manifests a blade of pure demonic energy, proving he's done playing games with these messengers. Darkin freezes in terror, realizing too late that he shouldn't have brought a message to a predator. With a single, brutal swing, our boy reminds everyone present why he's the undisputed king of this hellscape. He laughs through the carnage, declaring that true devils settle their differences with blood rather than words. The messenger's head rolls as the surrounding monsters realize they are trapped in a room with a monster. Standing over the fresh corpse, Kangwoo makes it clear that anyone else who speaks will follow the same path. A cultist stands there dumbfounded, unable to process the sudden violence erupting before his eyes. The other trash-tier demons scream in confusion, demanding to know why their lord is attacking them. Kangwoo doesn't bother answering with words, letting his dark blade carve through their ranks instead. Our boy stands amidst the carnage, declaring that true devils have no need for useless chatter. He flashes a chilling smile, clearly enjoying the absolute terror he's instilling in these pathetic messengers. One survivor trembles on the floor, desperately begging to know the reason for this sudden hostility. Kangwoo just scoffs, retorting that a king like Satan never needs a reason to start a war. He mocks Lucifer's diplomatic approach as a total farce, while the demon tries to defend his master. With a surge of purple energy, he dares the survivor to prove his master isn't an imbecile. As the dark power grips the demon's throat, Kangwoo reminds him they were only born for slaughter. Choking the messenger, Kangwoo tells him to relay a very specific message back to his master, Lucifer. He mocks the rival king for lacking the courage to show his face outside of his hole. When the demon tries to explain the situation, our boy just laughs and says he doesn't care. He sees Lucifer's struggle as the perfect opportunity to finally seize the rival's soul for himself. However, the news that heaven has finally moved to annihilate the demon race makes him pause. He finds it pathetic that these demons are being defeated by what he considers trivial celestial scum. Tightening his grip, he reminds the messenger that the previous demon king already died by his hand. Since the sea of demons belongs to him now, he claims those angels pose no real threat. He dares Lucifer to stop trembling and face him in battle, to reclaim his lost territory. Kangwoo just laughs at the demon's warnings, fully embracing the path of absolute destruction. Kangwoo asserts dominance, reminding the trash that compromise doesn't exist in the world of devils. The remaining cultists are completely shaken, realizing they are totally outmatched by this absolute monster. He stands over them with a wicked blade, making them wonder if this really is the legendary Satan. Our boy just smirks and decides it's time to reveal a different side of himself to these fools. He switches to his guardian mask, leaving the cultists dumbfounded as they realize they've been played. When one tries to act tough, Kangwoo decapitates him instantly, showing that mercy isn't on the menu. He calmly explains that he doesn't need two people to answer his simple questions. With a chilling smile, he asks which of the survivors wants to be the one to speak up. Later, he sits them down and demands to know how many copies of his fake book are out there. He concludes Lucifer is busy with heaven while his book is a novel with a branch in China. Kangwoo finishes his interrogation, realizing these low-level trash-tier cultists have spilled everything they know about the branch. Desperate to live, the survivors beg for mercy and promise to turn themselves in to the authorities. Our boy pretends to be a righteous hero, claiming he must treat them humanely to maintain his reputation. He summons a blade infused with dark energy, his true nature still lurking just beneath that heroic mask. Suddenly, he tosses the knife down and coldly declares that only one of them is getting out alive. Since he only needs one helper for his next move, he tells them to fight to the death. The cultists are completely dumbfounded, wondering how a supposed hero of light could be this heartless and cruel. Kangwoo just stares them down, making it clear that while they have a choice, they have no rights. Sweat pours down their faces as they realize their former god is far more terrifying than any demon. Driven by pure survival instinct, both men lunge for the weapon at the exact same time. One of the cultists finally snaps and lunges for the blade, desperate to be the sole survivor. He screams in a frenzy, ready to butcher his comrade just to earn another day of breathing. The other isn't going down without a fight, cursing his partner while trying to dodge the strike. They descend into a pathetic, trash-tier brawl, throwing messy punches and biting like cornered animals. Suddenly, they both freeze in place, their energy spent as they realize someone is watching their struggle. Our boy is standing right there, waving glow sticks like a fan while asking why they stopped. They curse him out, unable to believe a hero is treating their life-or-death struggle like a show. Kangwoo just sighs, feeling wronged because he thinks giving them a fighting chance was actually quite humane. He makes a face, worried that anyone watching might actually mistake him for the real villain here. Outside, the desolate city remains silent, oblivious to the twisted psychological games happening within its walls. A violent tremor suddenly rocks the underground facility, sending dust and debris raining down on the panicked cultists. A massive explosion tears through the hallway, signaling that their hidden sanctuary has finally been compromised. The masked members of the demonic order are left dumbfounded, wondering how an attack reached this deep underground. They instantly recall those unidentifiable demons from earlier, fearing that those monsters are the ones behind this chaos. Their branch leader stumbles into the room, desperately telling everyone to run before the entire structure collapses. He reveals the terrifying truth that Lucifer's family is currently staging a brutal ambush against the demonic order. He pleads with his subordinates to escape and inform the rest of the order about this unexpected betrayal. As he coughs up blood, he warns that the demons of Eleanor are about to manifest on Earth. The leader finally collapses, leaving his subordinates to watch in horror as their superior dies right before them. These trash-tier cultists are left shaking, realizing they are caught in a war far beyond their understanding. The cultists scramble away in a total panic, completely buying the lie that a demonic war has started. Once they are gone, the branch leader stops gasping as a familiar voice praises his top-tier acting performance. Our boy Kangwoo strolls over, clearly amused that this trash-tier cultist actually managed to sell the deception. The man desperately reminds him of their secret deal, and Kangwoo gives a chilling smile, promising to keep it. Thinking he is finally safe, the leader begs to be escorted out before the entire structure actually collapses. Suddenly, Kangwoo stops in his tracks and coldly asks why he would ever bother helping him escape. The cultist is dumbfounded, screaming that he betrayed his own men just to secure his miserable life. Kangwoo just whistles and walks away, leaving the desperate traitor to rot in the ruins of his base. Left with no choice, the man pulls out a demonic crystal, a cursed item that grants explosive power. If he does not consume this concentrated energy now, he knows he will never make it out alive. Just as the trash-tier traitor thinks he has a chance, our boy Kangwoo pops up with a mocking grin. He effortlessly snatches the demonic crystal away, leaving the cultist absolutely dumbfounded and reaching for thin air. Kangwoo realizes this little snack won't do much for his power, but it is still better than nothing. As the entire base begins to cave in, he casually thanks the man for the parting gift and leaves. The desperate leader screams his lungs out, cursing the demonic bastard as the ceiling finally comes crashing down. A massive explosion rocks the city, leaving nothing but a giant crater where the secret hideout once stood. Standing safely outside, Kangwoo tosses the concentrated energy crystal into his mouth like it is just some candy. He crunches down on the stone, feeling annoyed that such a rare item barely even tickles his core. If he wants to reach the next stage of godhood, he realizes he needs to hunt a true prince. With the prince butcherer skill active, he sets his sights on summoning Lucifer himself to this world. Kangwoo has already sown the seeds of chaos by using a messenger bird to leak Satan's location. He figures the trash-tier demon he let live has already scurried back to Lucifer with the news. Our boy sits back, knowing the humiliated prince will soon launch a brutal assault against the demonic order. However, he realizes the prince's raw power is no joke, even for the former king of hell. Even if the enemy is exhausted from war, taking him down in a 1v1 is a risky gamble. But if he brings his loyal generals into the fray, our boy knows that victory becomes a certainty. While he waits, he knows he can't just sit around and needs to keep harvesting demonic souls. Looking at the massive crater, he admits that hunting down every hidden hideout in China alone is impossible. He needs the world's heavy hitters to move, but he lacks the authority to just order them around. To get everyone on the same page, he reaches for his mask, knowing it's time for a new plan. Kangwoo enters a grand hall, ready to set the stage for his most ambitious plan yet. He sits with Siola, proposing a global summit to finally deal with the demonic order's trash-tier cultists. Ciola looks worried, admitting that getting world leaders to cooperate on anything is a total nightmare. Our boy just gives a knowing smirk, already calculating how to make them dance to his tune. Meanwhile, a chilling wind sweeps through the jagged, frozen peaks where a far more dangerous threat stirs. Deep within an icy cavern, a hidden gateway hums with a power that could leave everyone dumbfounded. Heavy footsteps crunch against the permafrost as a mysterious figure moves toward the heart of the mountain. Standing before a massive swirling portal, the cloaked man prepares to unleash a force that'll change everything. Back in the hall, Ciola explains that every nation is too selfish to care about the world. Kangwoo listens patiently, knowing that if diplomacy fails, hell just have to force their hand his way. Ciola is practically glowing, thrilled that the legendary hero of light is finally making a move. Our boy just stares at her, wondering if her personality was always this intense or if he's just tired. Even though his plan is moving along, a nagging thought keeps his red eyes focused on the shadows. He worries the demonic order might be trash tier in morals, but way stronger than Lucifer's actual forces. Deep in the shadows, a mysterious woman smirks, sensing that the perfect moment to strike is finally arriving. This high-ranking priestess decides she's done waiting and plans to handle the next phase of the ritual personally. She receives her orders through the frozen air, ready to take on whatever task her master demands. Standing before a glowing crystal ball, she reports that survivors from the Middle East branch have some wild news. The revelation that Lucifer's own kin are involved leaves the mysterious voice on the other side completely stunned. Assuming it's just a misunderstanding, the voice tells her to play nice and convince any envoys to back off. Julia, the high priestess, kneels before a glowing orb to greet the mysterious status of evil. She reports that several major incidents are breaking out across the globe exactly as they planned. Her immediate task is ensuring the status of fire awakens to keep their dark momentum going. Turns out, they failed to control Balak, but the voice thinks his unruly nature is useful enough. The voice is dumbfounded that mere humans could contain a monster as powerful as the legendary Balak. They decide to focus on waking Mammon, while Julia coordinates with the Order's Chinese branch. She bows deeply, swearing that everything will proceed according to the will of her master, Satan. Far from the dark rituals, the story shifts to a luxury hotel in the heart of Washington. Ciola helps our boy fix his loose tie, making sure he looks the part for their mission. She teases that he actually looks like a decent human being when he's dressed in a suit. Our boy feels like a total squid compared to Sehun, while Lilith finds her fancy dress incredibly uncomfortable. He reassures them they look amazing, even if Ciola feels a bit embarrassed wearing something so flashy. Suddenly, Yeonju bursts into the room in a stunning red dress, demanding to know if everyone is finally ready. She's caught off guard seeing him there, assuming he'd already be positioned with the rest of the Guardians. Yeonju warns that his loyal fanboy Sehun is waiting, so they better hurry down to the banquet hall. As she heads out, Kangwoo realizes he's about to be the main attraction, which suits his plans perfectly. This summit is a desperate gathering of the world's strongest, all united by their fear of the Demon King. The Washington banquet is in full swing, serving as a political playground for leaders before the actual conference. The atmosphere shifts instantly as the guests notice the arrival of the legendary heroes they've heard so much about. Kangwoo makes his grand entrance with the Guardians, ready to manipulate the very people hunting for his head. Kangwoo realizes the Guardian's name carries enough weight to level entire nations if they ever felt like it. Even the legendary Gaia is being swarmed by dignitaries who are desperate to get on her good side. Our boy Sehun looks completely dumbfounded as world leaders treat the young sword dragon like a global superstar. Suddenly, the French ambassador Emmanuel Armand approaches Kangwoo, eager to meet the man Sehun calls his brother. Kangwoo plays the part of the humble hero, bowing as they pledge their absolute support to the Guardians. But looking into their eyes, our boy gets a bad feeling about why these guys are so damn eager. Emmanuel goes as far as offering Francis elite special forces just to stay in the Guardians' good graces. Another leader jumps in, promising a cool $100 million a year like it's pocket change for them. Surveying the room, Kangwoo realizes these trash-tier politicians aren't just being friendly. They're planning something mischievous. They laugh off the demonic order as a joke, completely unaware they're talking to the King of Hell himself. Kangwoo can't help but smirk, mentally cursing these arrogant fools for their blatant disrespect. He realizes they view the demonic order as a joke, completely underestimating the true terror lurking nearby. Flashbacks of the chaos in China and South America show how these trash-tier leaders only care about easy victories. Even the mighty Balak was reduced to tears because our boy handled the order's plans a bit too perfectly. Standing between these politicians, Kangwoo knows their support will be as slow as a turtle, without a sense of urgency. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifts as the crowd welcomes someone named Julia, catching our boy's attention. A woman in high heels approaches, and the leaders eagerly prepare to introduce her to the legendary hero. Enter Julia Belkova, the Russian ambassador, radiating an elegance that masks her true, dangerous nature. Kang-woo keeps his cool while greeting her, but internally he's already labeling these bastards as a coordinated threat. Watching how the world leaders defer to her, he realizes this entire encounter was a calculated, systematic setup. Julia mentions a private VIP room, while Kang-woo picks up a scent he has definitely smelled before. She turns on the charm, asking if he could spare just a bit of his time for a private chat. Our boy puts on his best hero smile and agrees, secretly thinking this trap is actually going to be fun. They enter a room stacked with top-tier food and drinks, where the pampering immediately begins with a sweet gesture. Kang-woo plays along as the women swarm him, letting them treat him like some pampered, trash-tier king. Watching from the side, Julia sips her champagne and decides the rumors about the hero were totally overblown. She scoffs at the idea of him being Gaia's favorite, convinced the goddess has zero eye for actual talent. Seeing him flushed and distracted by fruit, she realizes he is way too pathetic to cause any real trouble. Still, she decides to double down on the black magic perfume she has already pumped into the air. This nasty concoction is designed to amplify human desire until even the most devout monk turns into a beast. Julia keeps the perfume scent weak to avoid suspicion, while her own team stays safe with hidden medicine. She leans in, telling our boy that a hero who fights so hard deserves this kind of trash-tier pampering. Kang-woo plays the part of the flustered fool perfectly, letting the women swarm him while he acts totally dumbfounded. When he mentions she had something to say earlier, she realizes he hasn't completely lost his mind to desire. She feeds him a lie about respecting his bond with Sihoon, getting the other world leaders to chime in. To show his gratitude, our boy pulls out a rare bottle of wine he was supposedly saving for later. Julia starts feeling bored, because breaking the world's greatest hero is turning out to be way too easy. As he pours her a glass, she concludes that this guy is nowhere near talented enough to stop them. She assumes her master, Satan, only feared the Demon King's subordinates because he was traumatized by his own defeat. In her mind, the real monsters like Lilith and Balak are the only ones worth actually worrying about. Julia recalls how the Demon King was decimated by the dimensional wall, leaving only the demonic sea behind. Our boy keeps up the act, raising a glass and shouting for everyone to drink to their heart's content. The whole room joins in, toasting to the end of the demonic order and the return of world peace. The world leaders gulp down the expensive wine, completely unaware they are being played by a master manipulator. Julia sips her drink, thinking that while this hero is pathetic, he at least has decent taste in alcohol. Suddenly, a flushed Kang-woo leans in and claims he has a massive secret he needs to share with them. He acts totally flustered by the beautiful women around him, making his drunken state look even more convincing. Julia quickly dismisses the attendants, wanting to ensure no low-level ears hear whatever juicy intel he's about to drop. She figures if he's this worried about privacy while drunk, the information must be a total game-changer for them. The world leaders lean in close, promising that their lips are sealed as they wait for his big reveal. Armand listens intently as our boy leans in to drop a heavy confession on the gathered world leaders. The dignitaries look on in confusion as he mentions the wine they all just finished drinking. With a chilling smirk, Kang-woo reveals that the expensive vintage was actually laced with poison. A glass hits the floor and shatters as the weight of his words finally sinks in. Julia nearly jumps out of her skin, wondering if our boy is cut from the same cloth as Lucifer. She demands to know what he just said, but he clarifies it's something far worse than standard poison. He casually explains that without his regular antidote, they'll all suffer a slow, agonizing death. Armand laughs it off as a trash-tier prank, but Kang-woo just smiles and snaps his fingers. Suddenly, purple veins bulge around the ambassador's eyes as the demonic energy begins to take hold. Armand collapses in pure agony, leaving the rest of the room absolutely dumbfounded and paralyzed with fear. Armand screams as the demonic energy tears through him, proving our boy wasn't bluffing about the poison. The other world leaders freak out, demanding he stop this madness immediately before things get even uglier. Kang-woo casually explains they need a weekly dose of his medicine, or they'll all end up just like Armand. He flashes a trash-tier grin while the ambassadors struggle to process the sheer audacity of his ultimatum. They stand up in a rage, accusing him of starting an international war, but he just wants peace. The leaders threaten to pull all their support, calling the Guardian's supposed hope for humanity a complete joke. One guy even accuses him of being a demonic order plant, making our boy sigh at their chatter. Tired of the noise, he unleashes the power of dread, manifesting a nightmare that chills them to the bone. The ambassadors are paralyzed by a massive, cosmic eye, too terrified to even glance back at the horror. Kang-woo kicks his feet up and gives them a simple choice: follow his lead or embrace a painful death. Julia admits she completely misjudged him, having truly believed he was a righteous hero fighting for world peace. She's baffled why her demonic scent isn't working, since no human should be able to resist such desires. A sudden, terrifying realization hits her as she looks closer at the man she tried to manipulate. Kangwoo mocks her clumsy attempt at temptation, while she assumes he's just suppressing his urges with sheer willpower. He jokes that kimchi stew would have been more effective, making her realize he's a monster among the Guardians. As an ambassador prepares to strike, Julia worries that releasing demonic energy now will alert the other heroes. The enraged leader lunges forward with a desperate punch, screaming insults at the man who ruined his plans. Kangwoo catches the fist effortlessly, wondering why these trash-tier villains always use the same repetitive, scripted lines. Tired of the chatter, he slams the man's head into the table, shattering the banquet's remaining facade. He makes it clear that he's done playing nice and won't be pampering these entitled leaders any longer. Kangwoo mocks the trash-tier extra for trying to steal screen time with his generic, repetitive dialogue. The ambassador tries to flex his status, but our boy just shuts him up with a casual touch. A satisfying thud echoes as the nobody is silenced, proving that side characters only get one good scream. Kangwoo is genuinely annoyed that this idiot's rambling cut into the precious time meant for his allies. The poor guy is left sobbing in total confusion, wondering who this Siola person even is. Turning his cold gaze toward Julia, he decides he's done explaining himself to these pathetic weaklings. She trembles under his pressure, finally realizing that she's dealing with a monster she can't possibly control. The atmosphere shifts as the broken leaders finally realize that cooperating is their only path to survival. A unanimous decision is reached, forcing every nation to pour their resources into supporting the Guardians' cause. Emmanuel Armand steps up to announce that France's elite units are now at our boys' beck and call. China commits Chon Mujin and So-yeon, while Japan offers their top-tier bodyguard division to the growing alliance. Cha Yeonju joins the lineup alongside Korea's elite Hwarang Corps, proving everyone is finally ready to play ball. Our boy watches the contributions roll in, keeping his loyal subordinates close as the world unites in fear. Kangwoo finds the display of self-sacrifice deeply moving, though he is likely just laughing at their desperation. The poisoned leaders are literally crying tears of joy, completely dumbfounded by the trap they have walked into. A mechanical hum fills the room as the spiritual leader of the Guardians finally makes her grand entrance. Gaia thanks the assembly for their cooperation, standing tall with Sihoon as they prepare for the coming storm. She delivers a heavy promise, vowing that no soldier will die a meaningless death in the fight ahead. The reality of the demonic threat looms over them, reminding everyone that numbers won't matter against a monster. Our boy starts clapping with fake tears, mockingly calling her speech beautiful, while hiding his true intentions. Sihoon is totally impressed by Gaia's presence, thinking she is the exact opposite of his own indecisive self. Our boy claps mockingly, thinking Sihoon is completely whipped, while Siola and Lilith watch him with pure suspicion. Siola's mood shifts instantly as she catches the scent of booze and heavy perfume lingering on him. She flashes a terrifyingly sweet smile, demanding an explanation while our boy realizes he is in deep trouble. As the night settles over the Imperial Hotel, the festive atmosphere masks the dark schemes brewing within. Julia slips away into the shadows, heading toward her getaway car to escape the mess Kangwoo created. Speeding toward Dulles Airport, she knows she has to move fast before her entire plan falls apart completely. She realizes there is something dangerously off about Kangwoo, feeling like he has been playing them all. She fumes over how her years of political maneuvering were trashed by a single bottle of poisoned wine. Clutching her stomach, she vows to find an antidote and reclaim her puppets from the Guardian's grip. Julia decides to flee toward the Tibet branch, hoping to develop her power far away from this disaster. As she disappears into the night, Lilith is dumbfounded that our boy is letting such a clear enemy walk. Kangwoo reveals he saw through her disguise immediately, having known she was trash tier from their very first meeting. He explains that while the Order seals their energy inside their hearts, they cannot hide from his senses. It was not about sensing her power, but rather the telltale scent of a demon she could not mask. She used an incense designed to trigger demonic impulses, a move only someone cut from that cloth makes. Our boy remembers the agonizing years in hell where he had to resist that same madness every single day. He has been suppressing those violent urges for so long that his own hand bleeds from the sheer tension. Lilith gently tends to his wound, realizing he did not need to manipulate the poisoned guests to get ahead. He praises her for being so sharp, mocking how a fool like Julia could never hope to match them. Lilith teases him, claiming Julia's seduction failed because he only has eyes for his loyal queen. Our boy ignores her antics, focusing on his bandaged hand as he prepares for the next phase. With the nations finally under his thumb, he gives the order to begin the true preparations. The trail leads to the freezing, desolate peaks of Tibet, where the order hides its secrets. Deep within the mountains lies the hidden stronghold where the cultists are currently regrouping and plotting. Inside, a high shaman performs a ritual to figure out what exactly went wrong during the summit. Amon looks completely dumbfounded, unable to find a single trace of the poison Julia claims is there. He has exhausted every magical and medicinal trick in his book, yet her body seems perfectly fine. Julia can hardly believe it, feeling the phantom weight of a curse that technically does not exist. Even after checking for parasites, the shaman confirms she is healthy, leaving her spiraling in pure confusion. Julia recalls how our boy claimed the wine was laced with a lethal, week-long poison during the summit. She remembers the French ambassador screaming in agony, which seemed like undeniable proof of the toxin's existence. Now, she feels like a total idiot for falling for the words of a supposedly weak, trash-tier human. Desperate for answers, she asks the shaman to examine the specific bottle she managed to retrieve from Earth. This was the very same vintage Kangwoo left behind in the VIP room during their tense encounter. As she uncorks the bottle, a strange purple mist begins to swirl into the cold mountain air. One whiff of the scent is enough to make her realize she has been played by a mere human. Meanwhile, the spiritual leader of the Guardians is visibly shaken by the sudden talk of an all-out war. Kangwoo pushes the agenda, insisting they strike now while Gaia worries they don't even know the enemy's location. With a rhythmic talk-talk of his finger, he reveals that he has already found their hidden base. Kangwoo points to Tibet, revealing it as the secret heart of the enemy's Chinese operations. Julia realizes she's been duped when the bottle she retrieved reeks of blood instead of wine. The world finally unites as news of a massive 47-nation alliance spreads like wildfire. It's a far cry from the cataclysm 6 years ago when humanity was too busy dying to cooperate. This new alliance, the Guardians, is led by Grace McCubbin, with our boy Sehun as her right hand. Of course, some trash-tier world rankers weren't happy about a rookie like Sehun getting such a high position. An arrogant prick named Jason Hemmett even goes as far as demanding a duel to prove his worth. The challenge backfires instantly when his precious staff is shattered into a million useless pieces. Sehun leaves the world ranker face down in the dirt, proving he's in a completely different league. With his victory broadcasted everywhere, the world finally realizes that the Guardians aren't just playing hero. Kangwoo and Seola watch the news, with Seola feeling like Sehun has reached an unreachable level of fame. Our boy reminds her she's part of the same team, making her realize her own growth as a Guardian. The elite Sky Wolf squad is finalized, bringing together heavy hitters like Taesu and the fiery Cha Yeonju. With the world watching, Kangwoo decides it's time to expand their influence beyond just a small circle of protectors. Meanwhile, Lilith is absolutely fuming because the constant news coverage has postponed her favorite trash-tier anime episodes. Kangwoo notices Gaia looking a bit off and asks if she's feeling any discomfort while staying with them. Even as Lilith rants about her missed finale, Gaia remains quiet, clearly burdened by something deeper than television. She tries to brush it off with a weak smile, but her eyes tell a completely different story. Gaia admits she feels guilty for relaxing while Grace and Sehun are out there doing the heavy lifting. Back during the inauguration, hiding Gaia and Kangwoo from the public eye was a calculated move by Grace. Kangwoo knows he is the ultimate wildcard, while Gaia remains their most vulnerable point in this shadow war. While relaxing at home, our boy asks Seola if she has looked into the demonic order's massive Tibet headquarters. He recalls scouting the area, estimating at least 5,000 cultists are gathering for something truly massive and terrifying. This isn't just a skirmish anymore. So Kangwoo asks Gaia if she is really planning to stay sidelined again. Gaia looks visibly shaken, realizing that her absence from the front lines carries a heavy, unspoken price for others. Kangwoo admits that while he could save everyone, doing so would only breed more dangerous, trash-tier complacency in humanity. He remembers those arrogant world leaders laughing, completely oblivious to the demonic threat lurking right under their pampered noses. Even the rookie players have become soft, forgetting that the peace they enjoy was bought with someone else's blood. If they do not face a real wake-up call soon, their lack of caution will lead to total self-destruction. Our boy concludes that they must witness the true horror of hell, even if it requires a little necessary bloodshed. Gaia feels the crushing weight of her guilt, while Lilith remains blissfully asleep, drooling on her lap without a care. Kangwoo explains that simply waking them up isn't enough. They need a reason to transcend their current trash-tier limits. He envisions a future where monsters far beyond his solo reach appear, threatening to turn the world into ash. To survive the coming storm, humanity needs at least 30 world rankers capable of bruising a demon prince's ego. Grabbing Gaia's hand, he reminds her that she once believed their shed blood would eventually light the world's darkness. Our boy's eyes burn with a cold intensity as he declares that this war will finally prove those words true. Gaia finally accepts the grim necessity of the plan, steeling her heart for the inevitable slaughter that must follow. 2 months later, the quiet snow is shattered by the thunderous roar of a full-scale war erupting across the horizon. Greedy hunters charge into the fray, lured by the massive paydays promised for every cultist head they bring back. The demonic order is dumbfounded as the players swarm their hidden base, turning the ritual site into a total slaughterhouse. Garcus and Balak dive into the fray, absolutely thrilled to finally trade the boring mountains for some real carnage. From the snowy peaks, the thunder of war echoes as the ambush on the Chinese headquarters kicks into gear. Watching the chaos unfold, Gaia somberly notes the start of the massacre, while our boy simply confirms the inevitable. Kang Wu remains cold and detached, knowing every death is just another stepping stone toward his ultimate goal for humanity. Over 10,000 elite players swarm the field, proving that even high-tier demons can't stand against their coordinated might. He decides he can't just sit back and watch, unleashing the power of gluttony to join the dark feast. He justifies the carnage by claiming the Guardians will only grow stronger from the blood spilled on this battlefield. As the demons fall, his dark energy begins to harvest their essence for the sake of a better world. System notifications flood in as his Soul Reaper trait expands the passageway, pushing humanity one step closer to survival. Our boy struggles to keep a straight face, realizing he shouldn't be smiling amidst such a grim, necessary sacrifice. The battlefield turns into a meat grinder, as players realize these demons aren't the pushovers they expected. As the bodies pile up, the Soul Reaper trait kicks in, siphoning essence to expand the dimensional gate. Every kill feeds the system, widening the path to the deeper hells, while the world bleeds for it. Our boy is so overwhelmed with joy he can't stop the drool, pretending he's actually crying for humanity. A couple of trash-tier hunters realize they're in way over their heads after getting absolutely wrecked. Palos looms over them, disgusted that these weaklings thought they could interrupt a sacred battle for pocket change. They foolishly thought a high-ranking demon would be an easy payday, but their greed led them to death. Just before the finishing blow, Sihun flashes across the field, his blade cutting through the demon like butter. The sword dragon looks cold and focused, proving why he's the golden boy of the global alliance. With the threat neutralized, the dumbfounded players can only watch as their savior stands over the fallen beast. Sihun snaps, grabbing the greedy hunter before he can finish his pathetic excuse about luck. He tells the man to get lost, his gaze radiating a pressure that makes the weakling tremble. The hunter is tossed aside as Sihun berates him for ignoring the command to stay in formation. Reality hits the trash-tier hunter hard when he realizes losing his status means losing his easy money. Walking past the carcass of Palos, Sihun ignores the desperate pleas of those who underestimated the hells. He grits his teeth, realizing that humanity has become as fragile as greenhouse flowers under their protection. The memory of the Satan persona haunts him, reminding him of the weakness he once couldn't overcome. He barks orders at the survivors, forcing them to face the demons properly instead of acting like cowards. Our boy watches from the sidelines, his red eyes gleaming with satisfaction at Sihun's newfound coldness. He reassures Gaia that the sword dragon is doing well, hoping this trial finally breaks his mental shackles. The battlefield is a refinement process, weeding out the trash-tier players who can't handle the heat of hell. Our boy admits that while making everyone cautious was the goal, just watching from the sidelines is getting boring. He tells Gaia he'll be back soon, leaving the solemn goddess as he heads off to handle business. Tapping his earpiece, he checks in with Balak to decide the fate of the remaining demonic order cultists. The crew is ready, knowing that the only way to deal with evil is to become a greater nightmare. With a sharp, demonic grin, Kangwoo gives the green light to sweep every last one of them away. Meanwhile, deep in a subterranean cavern, the lava begins to churn with an ominous, dark, magical pressure. Forbidden chants fill the air as the ritual begins, fueled by the desperation of those backed into a corner. Julia kneels within the glowing circle, pouring her remaining strength into a prayer for some kind of salvation. A massive orb of purple demonic energy manifests, proving the High Priestess still has one last trick up her sleeve. Julia realizes her back is against the wall, and she has to pull out all the stops. A panicked cultist rushes in to report that their secret headquarters has finally been breached. She's dumbfounded because there's no way the Guardians should have made it past the front door so easily. Her eyes widen as she senses a presence that definitely doesn't belong to any trash-tier human hero. Peering through the magical haze, she sees a nightmare squad led by none other than Balak himself. She's shaken to her core, wondering how the general is alive after supposedly falling to the Guardians. Realizing this is a separate demonic force, she desperately orders her men to pull back the outside guards. She snaps at her subordinate, screaming that they're being torn apart from the inside out right now. Knowing Balak is a monster beyond their level, She prepares to call for backup from the other branches. As she grips her communication orb, the sounds of her dying men echo through the dark halls. Julia desperately reaches out to other branches, but the news she gets back is pure nightmare fuel. She's floored to hear that it's not just humans, but Lucifer's own kin tearing through their defenses. Confusion sets in since the fallen angel was supposed to be busy fighting the heavenly realm's forces. The High Priestess starts connecting the dots, fearing that Balak has finally betrayed them for a new master. As the realization sinks in, the sheer audacity of Lucifer's betrayal becomes clear to the entire order. Instead of breaking, Julia just loses it, her hysterical laughter echoing through the crumbling headquarters. The sheer power of the invaders smashes through their pride, leaving nothing but rubble and blood behind. She grits her teeth in fury, knowing Lucifer is only after the Order's ultimate source of evil power. If the fallen king gets his hands on that essence, the balance of the hells is officially over. With no room left for talk, she realizes that total war is the only language they have left. The ritual site is a total mess, with unstable demonic energy jolting violently over the bubbling lava. Julia realizes the preparations are nowhere near finished, but she has no choice but to force the summoning. She begins her dangerous gamble, chanting the forbidden incantation as the ground beneath her starts to crack. The High Priestess is sweating bullets, knowing that failing this ritual means certain death for the entire order. She pushes her mana to the absolute limit, desperate to wake the status and solve all their problems. As the light fades, she stares in awe at the legendary Emperor of Flames finally making his entrance. The massive Prince of Greed, Mammon, manifests in a burst of purple energy and shattered stone. Our new big guy isn't exactly thrilled, laughing while asking why he was woken up before his time. Julia bows her head in terror, explaining that an internal attack forced her to pull the trigger early. Mammon doesn't care for excuses and strikes her down, reminding her that waking a prince has a price. Julia begs for mercy as hellfire begins to consume her entire being. Mammon laughs at the trash-tier human, furious that his century of absorbing power went to waste. The Prince of Greed rages that his long wait has vanished like bubbles in the water. He stares down with a twisted grin, clearly enjoying the absolute terror he is inflicting. Mammon decides to spare her life, only because he knows Satan has a weird soft spot for her. Since she is too broken to speak, the massive demon decides to find the invaders himself. He grumbles about needing another 100 years of sleep just to recover from this early wake-up call. The beast considers finishing her off anyway, just to stop her annoying whimpering. Ultimately, he realizes that killing such a pathetic human isn't worth dealing with a pissed-off Satan. Stepping into the flames, Mammon prepares to warm up his body by slaughtering whoever is outside. Mammon lets out a sinister laugh, relishing the chaos as he finally steps onto the burning battlefield. High in the frozen mountains, the sounds of steel clashing against demonic hide echo through the thin air. Our boy Sehun stands his ground as a pack of trash-tier demons lunges at him from all sides. With a single fluid motion, he draws his blade and carves through the monsters like they were nothing. Despite the easy kills, he pauses and glances toward the horizon, feeling a strange shift in the atmosphere. Nearby, Yeonju isn't slacking off either, using her signature chains to rip through the demonic ranks with ease. Even the veterans like Hwayeon and Mujin are busy cleaning house, making sure no demon is left standing. The remaining monsters realize the tide has turned, looking absolutely dumbfounded as their numbers vanish at an abnormal rate. Suddenly, Sehun feels a massive surge of power that makes the very air around him vibrate with intensity. He freezes in his tracks, completely caught off guard by the overwhelming energy signature suddenly flooding the area. Taesu and Hwayeon stand firm over the trash-tier corpses, but the battle is far from over. Sehun stares at a massive pillar of purple energy, realizing the demonic pressure is reaching insane levels. He clenches his fist, sensing that this suffocating malice is nothing like the weaklings he just slaughtered. He recalls the overwhelming power of Balak, and knows high-level demons are on a completely different level. The realization hits him like a truck as he suspects the terrifying Satan is finally making a move. Knowing he can't stay, he tells Grace to lead the squad while he handles the real threat alone. Despite the unease gnawing at his gut, our boy leaps into action, leaving the confused monsters behind. He knows he has to reach the source immediately, before the entire battlefield is consumed by this darkness. With his blade drawn, he cuts through the air, focused entirely on the terrifying presence waiting ahead. Deep within the flames, the great Prince Mammon finally begins to stir, ready to bring the heat. A trash-tier demon screams in terror, realizing the hunter has become the hunted in this hellscape, has completely dumbfounded to see Balak tearing through their ranks like they're nothing but paper. Before the coward can even turn to run, a massive tail snakes around his ankle, sealing his fate. Balak yanks him back with violent force, making it clear there's absolutely no escape from his wrath. Balak shuts him up for good with a brutal punch, annoyed by the pathetic demon's constant whining. Surveying the carnage, he wonders if any other trash is left while his underlings keep the perimeter locked. Meanwhile, at the exit, a terrifying Death Knight stands guard, ensuring no ninth hell denizen makes it out. Lilith rushes over, out of breath but proud she didn't let a single soul slip past her watch. Balak tells the young dragon to take it easy, as overexerting herself for the king isn't necessary. She argues that since the system weakened Kangwoo, she must do everything to protect her master's interests. Balak lets out a sinister chuckle, clearly finding the current chaos quite entertaining. He laughs even harder when Lilith mentions their master's powers being sealed by the system. Our boy just gives her a rough pat on the head, telling her not to worry. He explains that she still doesn't grasp the king's true nature, but she'll learn soon enough. Just as he asks about her father, a massive pillar of hellfire erupts from the ground nearby. The sudden surge of demonic energy catches him off guard, making him sense a disgusting presence. A violent shockwave tears through the battlefield, sending trash-tier demons flying like ragdolls in every direction. Sensing the immediate danger, Balak grabs the girl to shield her from the incoming impact. He looks absolutely dumbfounded as the smoke clears, recognizing the massive monster standing before him. Turns out, the Prince of Greed, Mammon, has arrived and is already mocking his former comrade. Mammon laughs and mocks his old comrade, calling him a dog that lost its owner. Balak orders the others to run, realizing a prince is far beyond their current level. He prepares to summon his master, but a familiar pair of boots steps through the darkness. Our boy suddenly appears, casually telling his loyal general that there is no need for a call. Balak is completely dumbfounded as the Demon King himself stands tall before the massive intruder. Kangwoo smiles and notes that this pig-like prince might actually be a decent warm-up. Mammon is rattled, unable to comprehend how a human could possess such a terrifying presence. He starts screaming in total shock, pointing a trembling finger at the man who shouldn't exist. The prince insists he saw the king die with his own eyes back in the abyss. Our boy just looks annoyed, wondering why this trash-tier royal is already trying to bury him. Mammon is losing his mind, screaming about how the Demon King should have died colliding with the system. Our boy just gives a wicked smirk, amused that these fools actually believed he was gone for good. He recalls the moment he crossed to Earth, where the Gaia system sealed his overwhelming demonic palace power. Back then, the other princes only felt his energy fading, and assumed their king had finally met his end. Looking down at the trembling pig, Kangwoo realizes he can actually turn this misunderstanding to his advantage. He cuts straight to the chase and demands that the Prince of Greed join his side immediately. Mammon is stunned, as our boy asks if he has grown tired of the monotonous life in the abyss. He describes their home as a trash-tier shithole, filled with nothing but dry land and suffocating, devastated air. In comparison, Earth is a beautiful prize, and he asks if the demon has ever desired to possess it. Reaching out his hand, the king offers the greedy demon a chance to finally claim and corrupt a world. Kangwoo offers a deal to rule together, thinking this is enough to reel the pig in. Seeing the demon is half convinced, our boy plans to use him before devouring him with gluttony. Suddenly, the cave ceiling begins to crumble as a massive tremor shakes the entire area. Both of them are caught off guard when the environment starts falling apart around their ears. Kangwoo quickly maneuvers out of the way as a giant stalactite nearly turns him into a pancake. He reaches out to stabilize the situation, realizing something is interfering with his recruitment. A massive shockwave erupts, tearing through the cavern and sending debris flying everywhere in a fiery blast. The heavy impact of the explosion forces the greedy demon to brace himself against the trembling ground. Instead of being scared, the Prince of Greed lets out a twisted grin as the chaos intensifies. Our boy realizes things just got complicated and curses his luck as the demon starts laughing like a maniac. Mammon mocks our boy, claiming the power he just felt is a pathetic shadow of his former self. The greedy prince realizes Kangwoo has truly gotten weaker and begins to drool with malicious intent. Kangwoo breaks a sweat, knowing his weakened state is no longer a secret to this trash-tier glutton. He quickly concludes that any hope for a peaceful negotiation has officially gone down the drain. Magma begins to spurt everywhere as the surrounding demonic energy starts agitating the entire volcano. The corruption is leaking from the deepest depths, turning the cavern into a ticking time bomb. Our boy knows that failing to block this chaotic energy will trigger a disaster of epic proportions. If the volcano blows now, both the Guardians and the demonic order will be completely annihilated. Kangwoo commands Balak to take the squad and stabilize the energy, while he deals with Mammon alone. Balak smirks and obeys, fully trusting his master to handle the heavy lifting against the Prince of Greed. Balak and the others retreat to stabilize the volcano, leaving the battlefield to their master's iron will. Mammon watches them flee, deciding he can always hunt down the small fry after devouring the main course. The Prince of Greed salivates at the thought of finally ending his old rival and claiming his throne. His massive, bloated body trembles with anticipation as he prepares to unleash his full hellish power. He mocks the former king, convinced that the once monstrous ruler has become a pathetic, weak human. Kangwoo remains silent while the gluttonous demon realizes this is his golden ticket to seizing the demonic sea. The trash-tier pig bursts into a manic laugh, completely unaware that our boy is just getting started. Kangwoo tells the pig-faced bastard to stop grinning before he wipes that smug look off his face. Our boy just smirks back, asking the glutton if the previous beating wasn't enough to teach him humility. He lunges forward with a burst of speed, ready to remind this pig why he's the true king. Mammon summons his hellfire, thinking he can incinerate the former king with a few simple blasts. He hurls the flames with a sneer, expecting our boy to crumble under his hellish might. Kangwoo doesn't even flinch, his eyes glowing as he taps into the 10,000 demon core. With a sudden burst, he counters the fire, proving his demonic energy still reigns supreme. The resulting explosion rocks the area, forcing the gluttonous pig to feel the weight of true power. Infuriated, the Prince of Greed manifests his burning hatred into a wall of roaring, boar-shaped hellfire. Our boy weaves through the heat, knowing one wrong move could turn him into charcoal. He takes to the air with his purple wings, unleashing a devastating strike from the heavens. The impact shatters the earth, leaving the trash-tier demon reeling from the sheer force of the blow. But the pig-faced bastard isn't done yet, lunging forward with a desperate, heavy-handed counterattack. Kangwoo doubles down on his power, stacking his demonic arts to prepare a final, crushing blow. He unleashes the destroying the sky technique, meeting the greedy pig's brute force head-on. The collision creates a shockwave so violent it threatens to tear the very fabric of hell apart. Our boy manages to break through the trash-tier demon's defense, crushing his massive, gold-clad arm. He doesn't stop there, following up with a brutal strike to the back of the beast's neck. Despite the gore flying everywhere, the gluttonous bastard just grins, clearly hiding a nasty surprise. Kangwoo senses something is off, his instincts screaming that the fight is about to get much messier. Suddenly, a burst of corrosive bile catches him off guard, drenching him in searing, demonic acid. He grits his teeth in pain, realizing his left arm is completely fried and useless for now. To make matters worse, he remembers how the Prince of Greed's disgusting body can instantly regenerate. Kangwoo realizes a battle of attrition is a losing game and decides Gungnir just won't cut it. Our boy knows he needs one massive strike, calling upon the devastating power of collapse to end this. He layers on the power of frost, leaving the gluttonous trash-tier prince looking completely dumbfounded by the sudden chill. A massive frozen vortex erupts, trapping the beast as the temperature in the 9th hell plummets instantly. He recalls the demonic sea key, knowing that juggling 6 authorities at once is absolute suicide for his control. With a crazed look in his eyes, he decides to stop playing safe and bets everything on raw output. He abandons all finesse, pouring every ounce of his demonic essence into a single, blinding beam of pure destruction. The Prince of Greed can only stare in shock as the overwhelming force shatters his arrogant assumptions of victory. The energy stabilizes into the legendary spear Longinus, a weapon far superior to anything he's used before. The ground screams under the pressure as he prepares to deliver a finishing blow that will crack hell itself. Mammon laughs at the tiny spear, completely unaware that our boy is about to end his whole career. Kangwoo plants his feet and tightens his grip, ready to show this trash-tier prince true absolute zero. He lunges downward with Longinus, pouring every ounce of his frost authority into a single, decisive strike. The Prince of Greed finally realizes he messed up as the freezing energy begins to overwhelm his flames. Terror washes over the massive demon's face the moment the legendary spear makes contact with his gut. A massive explosion of ice erupts, flash freezing the entire area in a jagged tomb of frozen demonic mana. Shards of frost fly everywhere, as the temperature in the 9th hell drops to a bone-chilling level. Mammon is left completely encased in ice, while Kangwoo gasps for air, his body trembling from the exertion. He collapses to one knee, realizing he pushed his demonic energy way past his current limits to win. Our boy looks up through the sweat, knowing that blow would have killed any lesser demon instantly. Mammon reveals his secret weapon, the Hell Tool of Greed, proving that freezing him wasn't enough. The Prince of Greed laughs off the frost, mocking our boy for thinking a little ice could end him. Kangwoo realizes he's in deep trouble as the massive demon prepares to unleash the orb's true power. The Hell Tool pulses with overwhelming energy, threatening to consume everything in its path. Mammon can't stop gloating, his disgusting face twisted in a grin, as he tastes total victory. He claims the demonic sea for himself, believing he's finally surpassed the legendary rulers of hell. Just as he celebrates, Sehun arrives on the scene, catching the greedy demon completely off guard. The sword dragon is dumbfounded by the sheer scale of the monster standing before him. He spots Kangwoo standing amidst the flames, looking like he's barely holding on to his life. Mammon turns his gaze toward the newcomer, wondering how a mere human trash tier managed to find this place. Sihun struggles to stay upright while the arrogant prince tells him he's too busy to play. Mammon reaches out with greed in his eyes, desperate to finally consume the Demon King's power. Our boy refuses to back down and delivers a sharp slash to halt the demon's advance. The massive beast is dumbfounded that a mere human trash tier actually managed to make him bleed. Sihun glares at the monster, warning the lump of cholesterol to stay away from his dear brother. He lunges back into the fray, knowing he has to buy enough time for Kangwoo to recover. His blade dances through the air as he tries to find a weakness in the demon's thick hide. Mammon grows impatient and tells the human to move before he loses his temper completely. He realizes his regeneration is failing, and he desperately needs the demonic sea to heal his wounds. Annoyed by the constant buzzing, the prince prepares to unleash a wave of hellfire to end this. Mammon demands the human trash tier get lost while unleashing a wave of oppressive heat and hellfire. Our boy skids across the dirt, struggling to maintain his footing against the prince's overwhelming demonic pressure. He looks down at his El Cuero blade, and is dumbfounded to see it snapped like a cheap toothpick. As the prince prepares more hellfire, Sihun realizes this monster is on a completely different level of power. His body is trembling with fear, yet he knows he absolutely cannot abandon Kangwoo in this hellhole. He decides to bet everything on the Heavenly Dragon's single flash, a technique forged in his previous struggles. Ignoring the searing heat, he charges forward through the explosions to find an opening in the demon's defense. The prince just laughs at his futile efforts, once again telling the persistent human to just move aside. Sihun focuses his mind, desperately trying to recall the raw sensation of power he felt during his training. He finally lets it rip, swinging his broken weapon to unleash a massive, glowing arc of blue energy. Sihun unleashes his ultimate move, but the prince just watches the glowing energy with a bored expression. The demon is actually surprised a mere human could deflect his strike, even for a split second. Our boy realizes his blade is melting, and desperately tries to target the monster's missing limb. Suddenly, the prince prepares a counter, and Sihun feels a wave of pure dread wash over him. A massive explosion of heat tears through his defense, leaving him covered in blood and fresh burns. His melted weapon clatters to the floor, signaling the total destruction of his last remaining hope. Mammon laughs at his agony, mocking him by saying his demonic regeneration makes this struggle pointless. The massive demon towers over him, noting that the human should have run while he still could. He tells the broken hero to stay put and watch as he finally claims the throne. Despite the absolute agony, Sihun's spirit remains unyielding as he reaches for his shattered blade once more. Sihun drives his broken blade into the demon's foot, a desperate last-ditch effort to draw blood. Our boy is completely spent, gasping for air as his vision begins to blur from the sheer exhaustion. Mammon just chuckles at the pathetic attempt, finding the human's struggle more entertaining than threatening. With a casual swing of his massive leg, the prince sends Sihun flying like a piece of trash. He crashes into the dirt, his body finally screaming in protest as he loses his grip on consciousness. Here the massive demon stalks forward, noting that the human is far more annoying than he initially anticipated. A shadow falls over Sihun as the prince prepares to end this little game once and for all. He stomps down with a burst of hellfire, turning the hero's world into a nightmare of searing pain. As the heat incinerates his arm, the demon mocks him for losing the ability to ever wield a sword. Mammon sneers that the boy should have just stayed put and accepted his inevitable demise. Mammon decides it's finally time to put an end to this pathetic display once and for all. Suddenly, the prince stops, feeling something sharp sinking into his leg as he looks down in pure confusion. Our boy Sihun is literally biting the demon's flesh, swearing that he won't let him touch his brother. The massive demon just stares for a second before his face twists into a sickening, drooling grin. He bursts into a fit of maniacal laughter, finding the human's desperate struggle to be the ultimate comedy. The prince raises his massive fist, deciding that if the boy wants to die so badly, he'll oblige. With a thunderous crash, the demon's strike connects, intending to pulverize the hero into the very dirt. Sihun lets out a guttural scream as the sheer force of the blow shatters what's left of his body. Mammon mocks him, saying they wouldn't have wasted so much time if the boy had just stayed down. The sword dragon lies broken in a pool of his own blood, his vision finally fading into darkness. Mammon prepares to end it, granting the human's death wish with a fist wreathed in hellfire. The ground shatters as the prince delivers a blow meant to erase Sihun from existence. He sneers while putting his full weight into the strike, certain that no human could survive this. Suddenly, the demon freezes in confusion as a familiar, suffocating darkness begins to wrap around his massive frame. The shadows coil like vipers, dragging the gluttonous prince down before he can even process the shift. Hez slammed into the dirt by an overwhelming pressure that makes his own strength feel like trash-tier garbage. A cold voice cuts through the air, questioning why the beast dared to touch what belongs to him. Mammon trembles as our boy Kangwoo appears, completely unfazed by the trap that was supposed to hold him. With a flick of his wrist, he activates the second door of the Myriad Demon Palace to finish this. The gates of hell creak open, spilling out a void that promises to swallow the prince whole. Mammon is pinned like a bug, while our boy looks down at the broken sword dragon. Sihoon lies in a pool of his own blood, completely unaware of the monster protecting him. The gluttonous prince realizes he is in deep trouble, as Kangwoo reminds him of their history. He trembles in pure terror, realizing the true king of hell is standing right behind him. Kangwoo grabs the beast's face, demanding to know why a trash-tier demon dared to touch his subordinate. The pressure is suffocating, and the prince can't even find the words to beg for mercy. Sweat pours down Mammon's face as he stares into the abyss of his own certain death. Our boy looms over him with glowing red eyes, questioning why he even bothered to fight. In a desperate attempt to survive, the demon ignites his hellfire to blast himself free. The flames roar, but Kangwoo doesn't budge, keeping the pathetic prince pinned to the dirt. Kangwoo's physical form suddenly dissolves into a pool of dark, viscous energy. Mammon gasps for air, foolishly thinking he managed to blast the king of hell away. He looks down and realizes the body he struck was just a decoy made of black slime. Suddenly, rows of glowing purple fangs manifest from the shadows, making the prince scream in pure terror. He desperately begs the darkness to stay back as the predatory energy swarms his massive frame. The dark maws clamp down on his flesh, tearing through his ninth hell durability like wet paper. Mammon recognizes those nightmare-like lips as the power that devours everything without leaving a single trace. He tries to ignite his flames to resist, but his fighting spirit is already completely broken. The authority of predation shreds his limbs apart, proving this trash-tier prince is no match for our boy. Now a pathetic, limbless heap, the demon can only curse his fate, while bleeding out in the dirt. Mammon shrieks in terror as he realizes the body he just crushed was nothing more than a slime decoy. The trash-tier prince tries to act submissive, offering to serve while secretly gathering his most lethal hellfire. He suddenly unleashes a massive pillar of flame, hoping to incinerate our boy once and for all. Mammon laughs like a maniac, confident that his weapon forged from ninth hell essence has done the job. He believes even a weakened demon king would have his soul extinguished by such a concentrated blast of heat. A group of winged demons suddenly appears, celebrating the fact that their prince has finally awakened his true power. These lackeys from the eighth hell beg for his help, claiming the war against humanity is becoming a nightmare. Mammon just tells them to get lost, too obsessed with confirming his kill to care about their petty problems. He knows the Demon King is a persistent monster, so he refuses to let his guard down for even a second. Staring into the inferno, he feels no demonic energy and wonders if the king is finally dead. Mammon cackles like a madman, convinced the Demon King was just a poser who finally got his due. He tells the trash-tier lackeys he will help them since he is in such a legendary mood. Suddenly, his smug face twists in confusion as a thick black liquid begins leaking from his eyes. He touches the fluid in total disbelief, realizing his body is reacting to something far worse than fire. Mammon violently vomits a torrent of black slime while his subordinates watch their prince fall apart in horror. A massive surge of dark energy erupts from the sludge, sweeping away the mob demons like mere dust. Covering his mouth, he realizes with a cold sweat that this black liquid isn't even his own blood. The slime morphs into predatory maws, tearing through the remaining survivors as the true nightmare begins to manifest. Out of the darkness, our boy rises again, leaving the prince completely dumbfounded by his sudden, terrifying return. Kangwoo towers over the trembling demon, calmly asking why he ever thought he stood a chance against him. A massive explosion rips through the area, instantly turning the trash-tier lackeys into nothing but scorched dust. Mammon screams in absolute frustration, unable to comprehend why our boy simply refuses to stay dead. The black slime morphs into jagged, predatory maws that hungrily snap at the air with lethal intent. He finds himself completely surrounded by these dark manifestations, realizing his escape routes have been totally cut off. In a final, desperate gamble, the prince reaches out to channel the last of his remaining demonic energy. He activates a powerful hell tool, hoping the ancient artifact's energy can somehow repel the encroaching darkness. Even as black liquid leaks from his eyes and mouth, he desperately claims that a weakened king is nothing. Kangwoo just stands there calmly, cycling through his terrifying list of authorities like he is picking a snack. The sheer weight of his stolen powers crushes the prince's spirit as he realizes the true, hopeless gap. With a final, broken laugh, The traitor begins to dissolve into the very slime he tried to escape. Mammon realizes he's messed up big time, as he coughs up blood and calls out to the king. Our boy Kang Woo looms over him like a nightmare, proving the demons were dead wrong about his strength. A massive blast of demonic energy erupts, signaling the absolute end for this trash-tier traitor. It's a hell within hell, as the predatory maws start tearing the prince apart limb from limb. He can't even scream as the purple fangs sink deep, proving there's always a bigger fish in hell. This marks the second time the pathetic prince has tasted total defeat at the hands of his master. The vortex of predation spins wildly, swallowing every last bit of the traitor's essence and stolen power. In an instant, the demon is compressed into nothingness, ensuring a third defeat will never even happen. All that remains are small fragments of his soul floating in the cold, dark void of the abyss. As the predatory maws close in, the traitor is consumed by a crushing sense of lethargy and haziness. Kang Woo feels his senses being suppressed as shadowy claws drag him deeper into the dark abyss. Instead of panicking, our boy just smirks because he's dealt with this trash-tier trickery plenty of times. He finds it insulting that these bottom feeders think they can actually make a meal out of a king. If they keep biting this hard, he's going to have to dish out some serious corporal punishment. The shadows retreat for now, but he knows climbing back to the top will be a massive pain. He questions why overusing his powers always drags him into this unknown sector of the myriad demon palace. A strange pulse from the abyss calls out to him, vibrating with a power he's never felt before. Since he's already here, he decides to dive straight in and see what's waiting at the bottom. The predatory shadows snap at his heels, but they're far too slow to catch the king of hell. He bids the brats farewell as he plunges into the darkness, ready to accept this mysterious invitation. Kang Woo crosses the threshold, his body surging with energy as he enters a realm beyond the palace. He plunges deeper into the void, the darkness swallowing him whole as he descends toward the unknown. Our boy realizes he's finally reached the abyss, a place even the king of hell finds unsettling. Floating in the nothingness, he spots a glowing red horizontal line that looks like a dimensional tear. A mysterious voice questions his early arrival, making him realize that red line isn't a crack at all. His instincts scream in terror as he feels a crushing pressure from a being he simply can't defy. The glowing crack opens wide to reveal a massive, godlike eye staring back at him from the darkness. Even at his peak, he realizes his previous enemies were trash tier compared to this overwhelming presence. The entity cryptically mentions the prophesied time hasn't come yet, leaving Kang Ho completely dumbfounded and sweating. He demands to know who this terrifying being is and why they're living inside his very soul. The entity reveals it is the source of all evil and the literal creator of the ninth hell. It tells our boy that he can simply address this overwhelming, godlike presence as the demon god. Kang Woo is left dumbfounded, wondering why a god is living inside him when he is only halfway to godhood. He points out that while he has devoured trash-tier enemies, he has no memory of ever consuming a god. The entity just laughs, claiming it was already part of him long before he ever fell into the abyss. It mocks his common sense, asking if a normal human could ever naturally possess the power of gluttony. Our boy admits he just figured his broken skills were some kind of starting benefit from the world. The demon god then drops a bombshell, asking if he even remembers the face of the mother who birthed him. It doubles down on the mind games, questioning if he truly believes he has a biological mother at all. The entity explains that all life requires a source, even demons who sprout from seeds of pure energy. The entity keeps digging, asking why our boy never had parents or felt like the other kids. It claims the answer is simple, because from the very start, he was never meant to be normal. While everyone else was busy making friends and dating, he was always walking a lonely, separate path. He couldn't even form basic human bonds, leaving his contact list as empty as his own sense of belonging. The demon god looms over him, insisting he must finally realize just how fundamentally different his soul is. It starts laughing at his confusion, but our boy isn't about to let some ancient spirit rattle him. Suddenly, Kang Woo loses it and starts cackling, finding the whole situation hilarious after 10,000 years of hell. He dismisses the entity's grand revelations as absolute trash-tier bullshit, leaving the ancient being completely dumbfounded. He snaps back, telling the spirit to shut its mouth about his mother and personal life. Our boy makes it clear that his lack of friends is none of its business, shutting down the lecture. The demon god tries to play it off as a joke, claiming he gets the point, but Kang Woo sees right through the act, realizing the entity is just trying to frame him as a villain. He mocks the spirit's predictable plan to steal his body after dropping some dramatic birth secret. Our boy laughs at the idea of him crying over being an orphan or not being human. He calls out the ancient being for acting tough now after hiding away for so long. Kang Woo flips the bird, telling the bastard to get lost because he's not buying the act. This disrespect finally snaps the entity's patience, and it demands to know how he dares covet its power. The demon god lashes out in a rage, summoning a storm of purple energy spikes to skewer our boy. Even as the sharp blades pierce his flesh, Kangwoo just keeps that smug, trash-tier grin on his face. A massive explosion of demonic energy erupts as the entity tries to tear his soul apart. The demon god tries to put him in his place, but our boy just takes the hits. Kangwoo spits blood and asks if a real god would be this desperate to talk down to him. Facing that massive eye, he admits he's clueless about the plan, but knows he's the key. He flashes a trash-tier grin, realizing the entity can't kill the only vessel it has left. He brushes off the pain, focusing on the fact that the entity's power is actually irrelevant now. Clenching his fist, he realizes his fall and the power of gluttony were all carefully planned. He shatters the energy spikes, declaring this a contest of who is more desperate to escape. He points out the entity's obvious goal, knowing it's just dying to escape this eternal prison. Floating above the abyss, he leaves the ancient being dumbfounded by his total lack of fear. He calls the entity a loser, making it clear he won't ever be anyone's puppet. Kangwoo reminds the entity that countless trash-tier demons tried to use his loved ones as leverage before. He recalls how every single one of those fools ended up as nothing more than a memory. Our boy gives the entity an ultimatum to either send him back or face total annihilation together. With a blood-chilling grin, he makes it clear that he's perfectly fine with dragging them both down. Suddenly, the darkness fades, and he finds himself staring up at a ceiling he doesn't recognize at all. Waking up in a daze, he realizes he's finally out of that hellish mental landscape. Lilith is right there to greet him, looking relieved that her king has finally opened his eyes. The sheer strain of opening the door hits him like a truck, causing a surge of agonizing pain. He collapses back onto the bed as she explains they are currently at the Chinese Guardian headquarters. Turns out a man named Xian Mujin provided this private room to ensure his recovery remained undisturbed. Our boy asks how long he's been out. Shocked to learn a full week has already slipped by. Lilith explains that Guardian casualties were lower than expected, thanks to the demons intervening at the perfect moment. Even after taking a beating, Balak is already back to his usual routine, proving he's built different. She reveals she managed to snatch Sihun away from certain death, right as the battle reached its peak. Unfortunately, the guy is still unconscious and currently holds the record for the most pathetic-looking injuries. The news gets even crazier as Lilith reports that Lucifer's forces have officially turned on the demonic order. She managed to intercept a transmission from a cultist named Julia, who was frantically begging for some backup. It seems Lucifer's army didn't waste any time and started raiding other branch offices while everyone was distracted. Our girl didn't stop there, backtracking the signal to pin down 5 more secret locations for their next move. Kangwoo gives her a satisfied look, realizing just how lucky he is to have such a high-tier subordinate. Lilith asks if they should use the Guardians, but our boy decides to leak info to Lucifer instead. She loves the ruthless plan, giving him a look that says she's totally on board with the chaos. Our girl gets surprisingly emotional, admitting she was terrified when he wouldn't wake up after the showdown. Turns out she even knocked out the guards just to have some quality private time with her king. Suddenly, things get weird as she starts rambling about her loneliness while manifesting some very suspicious-looking tentacles. Before he can even protest that he's still a patient, she shuts him up in the most literal way. Our boy is completely helpless, tangled up as she prepares to take her reward for all that work. Dropping the human act, she reveals her true form and suggests they finally spend the night together. The night gets wild behind closed doors, and as another petal falls, Kangwoo isn't getting any sleep. By the time the sun comes up, the dust has finally settled on one very long, exhausting night. Our boy looks like he barely survived a war zone, lying there completely drained after Lilith's aggressive reward. He huffs in exhaustion, ironically celebrating that he somehow managed to keep his dignity intact through that ordeal. Dragging his aching body up, he realizes the after effects are no joke and regrets opening that door. He recalls the nameless god in the abyss, knowing he'd still be trapped if those negotiations had failed. Turning his focus to the gains, he checks the notifications confirming he successfully devoured the Prince of Greed. With Mammon's power now his, he figures dealing with Lucifer just got a whole lot easier. The system alerts him that he is halfway to fulfilling the conditions for a true demonic spirit. Seeing his demonic energy hit 135, he feels his sealed power finally returning to him. He remembers ruling the 9th hell with only a fraction of this energy and aims for even higher. A dark smirk plays on his lips as he realizes he is almost ready to face the top-tier princes. Kangwoo feels confident that he can finally hold his own against heavy hitters like Lucifer and Satan. After checking his stats, our boy decides it is time to track down his missing battlefield loot. Lilith calls to check in, but her teasing about their wild night just leaves him feeling completely drained. He brushes off the small talk and asks her where she stashed Mammon's legendary hell tool, greed. When she reveals the weapon was nowhere to be found, he starts getting a really bad feeling. He wonders if his predation was so intense that he accidentally swallowed the weapon along with the prince. He quickly dismisses the thought, knowing even his broken gluttony shouldn't be able to digest a hell tool. Suddenly, he notices a strange heat coming from the ring on his finger and realizes something is off. Checking the info, he is dumbfounded to see his demonic sea key is actually preparing to digest greed. It turns out his growth-type weapon is even hungrier than he is, saving him the trouble of searching. Kangwoo licks his lips, realizing that if his ring can eat greed, it can eat anything. He imagines the other prince's legendary tools and gets hyped about the massive power boost he'll get. Our boy tells Lilith to stop looking for the weapon, since it's already being digested by his ring. He decides it's time to move and asks for the location of the hospital room where his disciple is. He slides the door open, expecting a quiet visit, but finds the room is already packed with people. Inside, he finds a bandaged Sihun resting, while Siola and little Echidna watch over him in shock. Seeing them rush over, he realizes Lilith kept his recovery a secret, just to have him all to herself. Siola looks like she hasn't slept in days, frantically telling him he's in no condition to be walking around. While Lilith was busy trying to jump his bones, he sees that Siola was the one truly losing sleep. He brushes off his own health and asks for a status report on how Sihun is actually holding up. A healer explains they've been nursing the disciple constantly, yet he remains trapped in a deep coma. Looking at his disciple's battered state, our boy realizes the kid's condition is actually quite serious. He reflects on his old resurrection power, noting it previously only worked on minor, trash-tier external injuries. With his demonic energy now sitting at 135, he prepares to feed the boy his own potent blood. He activates the power of resurrection, letting a massive surge of energy wash over the entire room. As the girls watch in shock, the disciple's shattered arm begins to knit back together and glow. The treatment works perfectly, and the kid finally groans as he slowly peels his eyes open. He sits up abruptly, immediately asking if his master is all right instead of worrying about himself. He reassures the weeping healer that he feels fine and isn't experiencing any lingering pain anymore. Still a bit dazed, he asks about the Prince of Hell and learns that Mammon is finally dead. Kangwoo gives the kid a friendly pat, crediting him for buying enough time to turn the tide. Our boy is feeling pretty smug, realizing his long-term investment in this talented disciple finally paid off. He wonders if the trauma might trigger another awakening, though he knows that kind of luck is rare. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifts as the disciple starts trembling and looks completely dumbfounded by his own body. The kid stammers out his master's name, his face turning pale as he realizes something is horribly wrong. Everyone freezes when he admits he can't feel his hand, sending a wave of panic through the room. Kangwoo's heart sinks, recognizing the classic trash-tier trope where a hero loses everything after a major battle. He watches the boy stare at his shaking fingers, wondering if this is actually a flag for a power-up. In a dark memory, the weight of a blade feels impossible as his hands shake with unadulterated weakness. Despite the crushing fear, he tries to tighten his grip, desperate to hold on to the strength he lost. Our boy Sihun pushes himself to the absolute limit until his sword clatters uselessly onto the cold floor. He curses his own weakness, staring at his trembling hands as the frustration of his injury boils over. A dark voice in his head demands he get stronger, but he desperately tells it to just be quiet. Despite the crushing exhaustion, he reaches out to reclaim his blade, refusing to let his spirit break today. Outside the training hall, Kangwoo stands with a worried Siola, both of them feeling the heavy silence within. She frets over how long he's been inside, wondering if it's truly safe to leave him alone like this. Kangwoo remains firm, telling her that if they don't trust the kid right now, then nobody else ever will. He shuts down the idea of offering comfort, knowing that trash-tier pity only makes a true warrior suffer more. She can only clasp her hands in a silent prayer, still feeling the weight of the uncertainty hanging over them. Suddenly, our boy flashes a confident smirk and reassures her that everything is going to turn out just fine. Kangwoo is certain Sihun will pull through because the kid has never known when to quit. He remembers how Sihun stood his ground against the heaviest hitters in hell without ever backing down. Their own start was pretty rough, with Kangwoo initially dismissing him as just another lucky webtoon protagonist. But watching him now, our boy realizes he started viewing the swordsman as a real little brother. Inside the hall, Sihun is pushing his broken body to the limit, desperate to reclaim his lost strength. Kangwoo tells Siola he's heading out for a bit, promising to return once the afternoon rolls around. He laughs off her surprise, claiming he just needs to go test out some shiny new powers. With a final wave, he makes his exit, leaving the worried healer behind to watch over the training. He knows Sihun needs to hit rock bottom and feel truly miserable before he can be rebuilt. That's when the King of Hell will finally make his move, wearing a grin that spells pure trouble. The training ground is a total wreck after our boy decides to let loose for a bit. Balak is completely gassed, realizing that even a sparring session with the King of Hell is a death sentence. Kangwoo casually manipulates the flames, though he's clearly not impressed with how the new power is settling in. He realizes Mammon's authority is a stubborn beast, making it surprisingly difficult to wield with his usual precision. Balak notes that despite the awkwardness, Kangwoo wasn't even close to tapping into his true, terrifying potential. The loyal general scratches his head, feeling a bit dumbfounded by the sheer weight of the demonic energy. He explains that while the power is incredibly concentrated, it still feels a bit rough around the edges. Kangwoo looks toward the sidelines, asking his other subordinates to weigh in on his current performance. Lilith plays it off smoothly while Echidna cheers, and Amon just stands there looking ridiculous in a bunny apron. Before they can finish, a sudden surge of mana erupts, proving the afternoon is about to get much louder. Lilith breaks the silence, giving our boy a harsh reality check on his lackluster performance with the new flames. She bluntly explains that his current handling of the power is even sloppier than the late, trash-tier Mammon. Kangwoo nods in agreement, realizing that thousands of years of mastery cannot be replicated in a single afternoon. To stand a chance against Lucifer, he knows he must refine this hellfire through relentless, repetitive training sessions. It has been a long time since he felt the need to actually practice, and the thought excites him. He orders the group to prepare for a joint training session, catching his exhausted subordinates completely off guard. When Balak questions the need for extra help, Kangwoo points out that the general is still heavily injured. The red demon flinches as his internal damage flares up, proving he is currently far from being combat ready. Recalling how Balak suppressed a prince's energy, Kangwoo remains skeptical about his subordinate's suspiciously fast recovery rate. Balak tries to maintain his pride, claiming he will be back to his usual self within a few days. Kangwoo offers a drop of his essence, telling his subordinate to consume it for a quick recovery. Balak tries to play it cool, but our boy isn't having any of that trash-tier pride right now. He makes it clear that he needs his general in top shape to help with his own training. Overwhelmed by his master's kindness, Balak completely loses his composure and lunges forward in a tearful embrace. The red demon swears his eternal loyalty, while a dumbfounded Kangwoo desperately tries to shake him off. After finally peeling the clingy general away, Kangwoo realizes he still has one more favor to ask. With Lilith, Amon, and Echidna standing by, he prepares to set his next plan into motion. 3 months later, Sihun is pushing his limits, desperate to reclaim his former glory as a hero. Despite the grueling effort, his sword clatters to the floor as he realizes his progress has stalled. Our boy collapses in total despair, haunted by the fact that his strength hasn't returned at all. Sihun is absolutely losing it, cursing his own weakness as he realizes his hands won't stop shaking. He remembers when Kangwoo first gave him a reason to live, making him feel useful for once. Our boy truly believed he could reach that same peak and stand beside his mentor as an equal. But the reality of his situation is starting to set in like a cold, heavy weight. In his mind, the gap between them is widening, leaving him trapped while Kangwoo walks toward the light. The darkness of failure swallows him whole, manifesting as the terrifying Ouroboros looming over his chained soul. He tries to reach for his blade one more time, but his fingers just won't obey his will. Letting out a gut-wrenching scream, he finally admits to himself that he's hit a wall he can't climb. Gasping for air, he lies broken on the pavement, his spirit completely crushed by his own inadequacy. Suddenly, the screech of tires breaks the silence as a car pulls up and someone calls his name. Our boy is at his absolute limit, tears of frustration finally spilling over as his spirit breaks. Just as he hits rock bottom, Gaia appears before him, gently asking for a moment of his time. The heavy atmosphere shifts as they move into the quiet, sun-drenched woods for a sudden walk. Sihun pushes her wheelchair along the path, his mind still clouded by his recent humiliating defeat. He looks completely drained and apologizes for letting her see him in such a pathetic, trash-tier state. Gaia remains silent for a moment, her own physical limitations a constant reminder of her past struggles. She admits that losing her sight and legs once made her feel like a useless burden to everyone. Sensing his inner turmoil, she reaches out to offer the kind of comfort only she can provide. She gently takes his hand and tells him that self-hatred is a poison he shouldn't swallow. With a soft smile, she explains that she simply can't bear to see him suffer any longer. Our boy Sihun is deeply moved by Gaia's kindness, but his moment of peace is cut short. Suddenly, a violent surge of purple demonic energy erupts, tearing through the tranquil forest path. Sihun is completely dumbfounded as a massive shadow looms over them, signaling a threat he didn't sense. a monstrous demon crashes into their reality, sending a shockwave that blows the trash-tier surroundings apart. Gaia screams out in pure terror as she watches her only protector get caught in the blast. Sihun hits the dirt hard, coughing up blood and realizing his broken body can't even stand up. The beast, Yogg-Saron, towers over them with his skeletal lackeys, gloating that he finally found his prey. He claims to be a faithful pawn of Satan, radiating a murderous intent that fills the air. High above in the trees, Kangwoo watches the entire scene unfold with the cold detachment of a director, actually enjoying the view, thinking this brutal trauma is the perfect setup for Sehun's next awakening. Balak plays the role of a hopeless opponent, while the undead minions make the scene look properly gloomy. Our boy decided that casting the silver-haired heroine as a captive was the best way to sell the tragedy. The plan actually started back at the apartment when Gaia was completely dumbfounded by a very strange request. Kangwoo sat her down and explained that he needed her to act as a hostage for Sihun's sake. She worries about lying to the poor guy, but Kangwoo reminds her of the hero's current fragile state. He explains that while the physical nerves have healed, Sihun's inability to wield a sword is purely mental. Realizing that Sehun needs to overcome this trauma himself, she finally agrees to join the dangerous charade. Back in the trees, Kangwoo watches the show and worries that she might be a trash-tier liar. Suddenly, he's completely dumbfounded when she starts screaming for help with the intensity of a professional actress. She hurls insults at the dirty demon, leaving even Balak taken aback by her surprisingly realistic performance. Kangwoo starts sweating, realizing Gaia's acting is taking a very dark and questionable turn. She screams about the demon's tentacles, making the situation sound like a trash-tier adult novel. Our boy just hides his face in shame, wondering why she had to make it so weird. Gaia continues her masterclass performance, desperately crying out for her hero to save her from the beast. Sehun finally bursts onto the scene, his heart racing as he sees his precious ally in danger. He tries to draw his blade, but his fingers refuse to move, paralyzed by his internal trauma. The sword clatters to the dirt, leaving the young hero completely defenseless before the massive demon. He stares at his useless hand in total despair, feeling like an absolute failure in this critical moment. Yogg-Saron just laughs at the pathetic display, mocking the human for his meaningless attempt at resistance. The demon orders his skeletal minions to finish the job, sending them charging toward the broken hero. Sihun realizes his grip is gone, making traditional swordsmanship a total pipe dream against these boneheads. Since he can't swing a blade, our boy decides to rely on his Blue Dragon Steps footwork instead. He ditches the steel and starts throwing heavy kicks, smashing through the undead with desperate physical strikes. He weaves through the trash-tier mobs, figuring that mixing hits with his movement will keep them at bay. The skeletons finally crumble, but the mental strain of fighting without his main weapon leaves him completely drained. Yogg-Saron isn't impressed at all, laughing at how such a small warm-up already has the hero gasping. The demon drops a bombshell about being sent by Satan, leaving the young hero absolutely dumbfounded and wide-eyed. While the beast mocks his supposedly legendary potential, Sihun watches helplessly as Gaia remains trapped in those tentacles. Clinging to what is left of his dignity, he demands confirmation that the King of Hell truly ordered this. He stares at his blood-soaked fist, cursing his luck for being cornered while he is at his absolute worst. Yogg-Saron claims the King of Hell expects greatness, but notes our boy still lacks the necessary level of despair. The demon sneers with pure contempt, questioning why his master would waste any interest on such a trash-tier human. He dares the hero to stop groveling and pick up his sword to prove he isn't just a complete disappointment. Sihun stares at his trembling hand in frustration, realizing he can't even grasp his weapon while Gaia remains trapped. To force a reaction, the beast tightens his tentacles around Gaia, threatening to crush her right before his eyes. The hero cries out in desperation as the demon tells him to get lost if he can't even swing a blade. A cold, blue aura suddenly flickers around him as his shock turns into a raw, burning sense of fury. He launches a massive flying kick, deciding that if his hands won't work, he'll use every other limb to survive. His eyes sharpen with a lethal focus, showing that he's finally pushed past his mental block for this one strike. Yogg-Saron counters with a heavy fist that smashes the ground, determined to bury the hero under a mountain of rubble. Yogg-Saron is genuinely confused because the hero isn't acting like the powerhouse he was promised. He remembers Kangwoo's warning about this swordsman, but sees our boy charging in completely unarmed. The demon easily brushes off the desperate strike, wondering why the legendary blade remains on the grass. As Sihun stumbles back, the beast questions if he's just hiding his true strength for a surprise. He starts getting insulted, thinking the human might actually be looking down on a high-tier demon. Growing impatient, Yogg-Saron scoffs at the lack of resistance while keeping his hostage firmly in check. Looking at the broken mess on the ground, he concludes that the hero is just trash tier after all. He tightens his grip to silence Gaia's pleas, demanding the hero finally make a real move. Suddenly, Gaia goes limp, and Kangwoo internally panics because his subordinate took the acting way too far. Our boy stands there, trembling, desperately begging his own limbs to move while the demon mocks his failure. Sihoon trembles in shame, realizing a swordsman who can't grip his blade is essentially worthless to everyone. He grits his teeth through the blood, desperately praying for the strength to move just one more time. A violent explosion of blue mana erupts from his broken body, catching the demon completely off guard. He slams his hand down with a final, desperate resolve that leaves the beast looking absolutely dumbfounded. Like a bolt of lightning, our boy lunges forward, putting everything into one last suicidal strike. His eyes burn with a terrifying light as he demands the power to protect those he loves. Perched high on a nearby branch, Kangwoo watches the scene unfold with a cold, calculating gaze. He admits that even for him, watching the hero suffer like this was a bit much to witness. However, he knows that only the deepest despair can force a true hero to finally bloom. With Lucifer's invasion on the horizon, Kangwoo realizes an awakened Sihoon is his most valuable asset. Kangwoo looks on, realizing that if he wants to win, he absolutely needs the hero's growth. He calculates that the kid's ceiling is actually higher than a high-tier general like Balak. Between his divine bones and heaven-sent talent, the boy is evolving at a rate that defies human logic. Even our boy is stunned by that SSS rank ability, a tier he never reached during his own awakenings. He figures that once the kid masters this, he'll easily surpass the strength of a prince of hell. Suddenly, a violent surge of blue mana erupts as the hero finally pushes back against Yogg-Saron. Watching the explosion, Kangwoo is practically glowing with pride that his twisted investment is finally paying off. The protagonist stands tall, ready to fully manifest the martial arts god's power through his own deep despair. But as the kid's eyes turn cold and hollow, even the Demon King starts feeling a bit uneasy. Our boy realizes the hero has finally snapped, losing himself to a power that doesn't care who survives. Kangwoo watches in shock as the hero starts tapping into a dark, demonic energy he shouldn't even possess. The kid is so desperate to save Gaia that he's willing to throw away his own humanity. Our boy is actually starting to get a bit spooked by the sheer intensity of this sudden corruption. His body begins to warp, skin hardening into a jagged, demonic shell that reeks of the abyss. With a massive explosion of mana, the hero fully manifests a form that looks more like a monster. Sihoon has completely transformed, his eyes glowing with a cold blue light as he loses himself to darkness. The surrounding forest withers as the malevolent energy leaks out, tainting everything it touches in its wake. Yogg-Saron stands dumbfounded, realizing the little human he was bullying has turned into a literal nightmare. Exhaling a breath of pure malice, the hero prepares to unleash a power that feels entirely foreign. He feels a destructive and ferocious energy filling his body, a strength far beyond his previous human limits. Sihoon's eyes flare with a cold blue light as a surge of demonic vitality rushes through his veins. He clenches his fist, realizing the tremors are gone, and he can finally hold a blade once more. Even though he knows this path is twisted, our boy doesn't give a damn as long as he's strong. Yogg-Saron can only stare in silence, feeling the sudden shift in the air as the prey becomes the predator. A massive wave of dark energy erupts, signaling the end of the hero's hesitation and the start of the slaughter. With his new monstrous strength, the hero finally has the power he needs to protect what matters most. The demon general tries to process the situation while still clutching the unconscious goddess in his slimy tentacles. In a split second, he sees his own doom reflected in his eye as the hero closes the distance. The corrupted warrior brings down a devastating strike, intent on tearing the trash-tier demon limb from limb. Yogg-Saron is completely lost, unable to comprehend how a mere human could evolve into such a terrifying monster. Our boy realizes that just standing still is a death sentence in this hellish situation. He moves with a speed that defies human logic, leaving nothing but a blur behind. The trash-tier demon tries to use the unconscious goddess as a shield, but it's already too late. With a single, cold-blooded swing, he shreds the monster's tentacles like they were made of paper. He effortlessly dodges the counterattack, his instincts now sharpened by the very energy he once feared. Every step he takes shatters the ground, proving his physical strength has reached a whole new level. He launches himself into the air, looking down at his prey with eyes devoid of any mercy. The demon general can only brace himself, realizing he's no longer the hunter in this twisted game. A flurry of strikes rains down, overwhelming the beast's defenses before it can even blink. He delivers a final, devastating blow, his blue eyes glowing with the cold light of absolute corruption. Balak laughs, genuinely impressed that this human actually managed to draw blood from a high-ranking demon general. He watches our boy land, realizing the kid's combat power has spiked to a level that actually stimulates him. Sehun stands tall while protecting the goddess, radiating a pressure that Balak only ever felt from the princes. The demon general clenches his fist, ready to stop playing around and show the boy true hellish strength. He ruthlessly tears away his own shredded tentacles, deciding it is time to get serious and end this. Suddenly, a cold command echoes through the air, freezing the massive demon in his tracks before he strikes. Kangwoo watches from above, warning his subordinate not to move an inch without his explicit permission. Our boy is internally panicking, cursing his luck because this entire situation is spiraling way out of control. He knows the power of subordination is leaking, making it impossible for Sehun to use pure inner chi. If the kid realizes his master is the source of this corruption, Kangwoo's whole master plan is toast. Kangwoo decides to use his cheat key, ordering his subordinate to follow his script to the letter. Meanwhile, Sehun is drowning in a dark, predatory thirst that begins to override his every human thought. He stares at the unconscious Gaia, struggling to reconcile his vow to protect her with this new hunger. The corruption twists his mind, turning his protective instincts into a sick urge to break the frail goddess. His demonic hand reaches out, nearly closing around her neck as the monster within takes full control. A sudden, mocking laugh from the defeated demon snaps him out of his trance, leaving him shaken. Yogg-Saron grins, leaving our boy dumbfounded by the claim that this entire nightmare was planned from the start. He reveals that the seed of corruption planted by the King of Hell has finally bloomed within him. The goal was always to turn Sehun into a demon, making his body a perfect vessel for hellish power. Sehun realizes the terrifying truth that as a demon, the demonic order can now control his every move. Sehun realizes he's being played, but the demon just laughs, confirming he's now nothing more than a puppet. The monster suggests our boy should finish the job by killing the unconscious goddess with his own hands. He imagines the absolute despair his friends will feel when they see the hero has turned into trash-tier scum. His legs tremble as he fights the rising demonic thirst, desperately trying to reject these dark, murderous urges. This wasn't the path he chose, yet here he is, transformed into a literal monster against his will. Just as he hits rock bottom, Kangwoo arrives and calls out his name, leaving him completely frozen in shock. He slowly turns to face his mentor, his heart sinking as he realizes he can't hide his hideous form. Kangwoo acts perfectly dumbfounded, questioning if this demonic creature is truly the same person he once knew. When asked how he obtained such foul energy, Sehun flinches, unable to explain the darkness consuming his soul. He clutches his monstrous claws in denial, wishing he could just wake up from this waking nightmare. Kangwoo stands over the writhing hero, who lets out a gut-wrenching scream as the corruption takes hold. Our boy desperately tries to cling to his humanity, swearing to purge this nightmarish sorcery from his veins. He attempts to use his inner chi to flush out the filth, but a sinister voice mocks his resolve. The demonic hallucination of Orobas sneers, asking if he really wants to return to being a useless, weak idiot. Even though he knows it's a trap, Sehun hesitates, fearing hell be powerless to protect anyone without this strength. Suddenly, Kangwoo's voice pierces through the darkness, screaming for him to snap out of it before it's too late. He grabs the corrupted hero, begging him not to give in to the seductive whispers of the abyss. Kangwoo promises to help him, reminding Sehun that he once walked a similar path before finding the light. Seeing a glimmer of hope, Sehun reaches out, believing his mentor is the only key to his salvation. Little does he know, he just walked into a trap as the power of subordination finally takes root. Sehun lets out a blood-curdling scream as the demonic corruption finally takes full control of his physical body. Our boy realizes his arm is moving on its own, fueled by a seed of pure hatred and lunacy. His mind is a total mess, and that boiling impulse to destroy is now directed at his own mentor. Kangwoo looks dumbfounded, realizing he cannot bring himself to strike down his precious disciple with his own hands. He tries to reach out, but Sehun desperately begs him to stay away before the monster inside takes over. It is already too late, as a demonic blade flashes through the air with lethal, blinding speed. In a tragic turn of events, Sehun's blade pierces right through the mentor's chest, catching him completely off guard. Our boy coughs up dark blood, the weight of the betrayal hitting him harder than the actual physical wound. Sehun stares in absolute horror, his blue eyes trembling as he realizes he just murdered his only remaining savior. Kangwoo just looks down at the cold steel in his gut, seemingly accepting his fate at his student's hands. Sehun is absolutely devastated, stuttering out apologies while the reality of his actions begins to sink in. Our boy just tells him to get it together, reaching out with a blood-stained hand to comfort his student. Even while coughing up lungs full of blood, he insists that Sehun is strong enough to overcome this darkness. With a final, heartbreaking smile, he thanks his disciple for being the brother he never truly had. The light fades from his eyes as his hand slides away, leaving the young hero completely shell-shocked. When his mentor finally collapses, the sheer weight of the trauma shatters what little remained of Sihun's sanity. He remembers his mother's cursed words, apologizing for his very existence and fueling his lifelong self-hatred. All his life, he fought to deny that nightmare, desperately seeking a reason to believe he belonged. Turns out, the validation he craved most came from the man he just sent to an early grave. Something deep inside him finally snaps, the mental strain causing his very soul to crack under the pressure. Sihun lets out a gut-wrenching scream as the martial arts god's power finally begins to take over his soul. His very physical form starts to crack and reconstruct, meeting the brutal requirements for a complete metamorphosis. A massive pillar of divine energy erupts from him, signaling the birth of something far beyond a mere human. In the midst of the chaos, the image of a serene Gaia flickers through his mind like a distant dream. When our boy finally opens his eyes, that hollow despair is replaced by a cold, piercing blue light. He feels a strange sensation of being reborn, finally shedding the trash-tier weakness that held him back. With Qian Taewang looming behind him, he realizes this new Qi is worlds apart from demonic filth. Seeing Kangwoo still breathing, he decides he must get his mentor to Seola before the man's light fades. Sensing his new resolve, a nearby blade begins to hum with power, waiting for its master's touch. He snatches the sword and unleashes a devastating strike, determined to end this nightmare once and for all. Sehun stands tall, leaving the demon dumbfounded as to how a mere human broke the seed's influence. Yogg-Saron can't believe his eyes, insisting that no mortal should be able to endure such hellish desires. Our boy just stares back, fueled by a burning hatred for the monsters that ruined his life. He activates his Qi sword control, summoning a literal forest of blades that hum with divine retribution. These aren't just ordinary weapons, they are manifestations of his new, purified power. He remembers the trauma of hurting Kangwoo and putting Gaia in danger, focusing all that rage forward. With a cold glare, he resolves to wipe this trash-tier demon off the face of the earth. The glowing blades launch forward like heat-seeking missiles, leaving the monster with nowhere to run. They carve through demonic flesh with ease, shredding the beast's defenses in a beautiful display of violence. The monster lets out a pathetic screech as the holy light of the swords begins to erase him. The trash-tier demon hits the dirt hard, his massive body finally giving out under the pressure. He coughs up blood, cursing the human for daring to interfere with the great Satan's grand designs. A gaping hole in his chest shows just how much damage our boy's divine blades actually did. Even as he fades, the monster glares with pure malice, promising that this nightmare is far from over. Sehun doesn't care about empty threats. He just tightens his grip as his sword hums with lethal energy. With eyes glowing like a true predator, he asks the beast if it really thought he'd let it escape. He unleashes the heavenly dragon single flash, a pillar of light that tears through the fabric of reality. The absolute power of the strike vaporizes everything in its path, leaving nothing but a trail of destruction. Our boy watches coldly as the demon delivers one last warning to never forget who truly rules hell. The monster dissolves into purple smoke, clinging to the delusion that his side will eventually claim victory. Sehun stands amidst the dissipating smoke, completely unaware that he's playing right into the Demon King's grand design. Suddenly, a harsh cough breaks the silence as the adrenaline from the life-or-death struggle finally begins to fade. He spots Kangwoo slumped on the ground and immediately rushes over, fearing the worst for his injured mentor. Relief washes over our boy as he sees a familiar face, thinking the nightmare has finally reached its end. Kangwoo just grins despite the glowing hole in his chest, praising Sehun for a job well done. He tells the panicked warrior to relax, claiming a little hole is nothing compared to his demonic regeneration. Sehun is so moved he practically tries to tackle him in a hug, but Kangwoo quickly shuts that down. Instead, he points toward the trees where Gaia is resting, reminding him who he should really be checking on. She looks pale and exhausted, her voice barely a whisper as she tries to make sense of the situation. As Sehun runs to her side, Kangwoo watches with a satisfied smirk, knowing his master plan worked perfectly. Kangwoo plays the part of the dying brother perfectly, thanking Sehun for their bond to seal the manipulation. With the fake threat gone, Sehun focuses on the rescued Gaia, completely unaware he's being played like a fiddle. Our boy just smirks, knowing that using his loyal subordinates as a cheat key made this charade effortless. Thick smoke billows from the staged battlefield, leaving behind nothing but the stench of sulfur and calculated deception. High above the scorched earth, the true masterminds survey the aftermath of their successful theatrical performance. Kangwoo stands amidst the fading hellfire, his demonic regeneration already making that fatal wound a distant memory. Balak approaches his master, boasting about his own quick recovery after taking a dive for the plot. The red demon admits he was skeptical about the acting, but Sehun's raw power actually left a mark. They both marvel at how much strength a human can gain just by being pushed into a corner. Balak laughs, confident that while Sehun can trash mid-tier demons, the kid is still no match for him. Kangwoo realizes that while Sehun is a beast, he needs a few more high-tier players to stabilize Earth. He knows that without his interference, trash-tier humans would have been nothing more than a snack for Mammon. Still, he admits it is a miracle they have come this far in only 6 short years. Our boy focuses on his next move, knowing he must fully master the soul-extinguishing flames he stole. He envisions merging that hellish fire with his other authorities to create something truly broken. Even if he can't perfectly fuse them yet, he vows to reach that peak sooner rather than later. Turning to his loyal general, he demands they get back to training since there is no time for slacking. Balak is dumbfounded by his work ethic, but Kangwoo secretly laments that he simply does not have the luxury. He dreams of dates with Seola, or gaming with Yeonju, but the world's fate keeps him busy. With a firm step, he decides to stop playing around and finally get serious about his future plans. Kangwoo thinks about finally resting, but Lilith creeps up behind him with a truly ominous vibe. Our boy freezes in terror as she manifests her tentacles, asking if His Majesty really needs a break. He immediately panics, realizing that spending lovely time with her is far more exhausting than any training session. Lilith gets way too excited about their past nights, making Kangwoo vow to work himself to the bone. Luckily, she admits she has other business, leaving our boy feeling like he just escaped a death sentence. The mood shifts when they hear a survivor is seeking asylum from Gaia after the recent battle. Lilith is genuinely surprised, wondering how anyone could have survived the absolute trash-tier slaughter that occurred there. Kangwoo is completely dumbfounded to learn the survivor is a mage hailing from the mysterious Mage Tower. The scorched earth of the battlefield serves as a grim reminder of the power that recently leveled everything. Lilith clarifies that this Tower of Truth is a European organization with a long and prestigious history. Kangwoo is skeptical since players only appeared 6 years ago, making a long history seem like total nonsense. Suddenly, it clicks that some organizations on Earth are actually cut from a much older, more dangerous cloth. He remembers how the demonic order and martial clans trace their roots back thousands of years to ancient powers. If the Tower of Truth is similar, they likely hoard forbidden knowledge passed down from a forgotten era. Lilith confirms the lone survivor is currently being kept under tight surveillance within the prestigious Guardian's Hall. Our boy decides he needs to handle this personally, rather than letting his subordinates do the heavy lifting. He grabs a specialized device to check the survivor's power, hoping it isn't just more trash-tier garbage. They arrive at the grand entrance of the hall, where ancient carvings hint at the secrets hidden inside. Stepping through the dark threshold, he prepares to face whatever secrets this supposed mage is desperately hiding. The survivor is left completely dumbfounded as the King of Hell himself steps into the room to greet him. Kangwoo arrives at the high-security cell, demanding to see the mage who's begging for protection from the world. The Guardian soldier leads the way, knowing better than to keep the most powerful man in Korea waiting. Inside, they've got an old-timer locked in mana handcuffs, looking like he crawled straight out of a fantasy novel. The old man looks up with weary eyes, clearly terrified of whatever has been running from lately. Our boy puts on his best friendly hero face, introducing himself as a simple member of the Guardians. The survivor, a mage named Kadka, explains he hails from a mysterious place called the Tower of Truth. Kangwoo plays dumb, pretending he's never heard of these secret mage towers that hide from the public eye. He shifts the conversation toward the demonic order, asking for the gritty details of the recent slaughter. Kadka's face pales as he recalls the nightmare, his voice trembling at the mere mention of those monsters. He breaks down, describing how those trash-tier demons treated his people like disposable slaves until he finally escaped. Kangwoo watches the old man closely, concluding that his story about being a longtime researcher is actually genuine. Our boy listens as Kadka explains that their ancient magic predates the arrival of players by a long shot. The mage recalls the nightmare when the demonic order suddenly swarmed their tower like a plague of locusts. For over a year, these trash-tier demons treated the mages like cattle, forcing them into a life of servitude. Kadka describes the grueling process of being forced to enchant magic goods against their will for their captors. As he mentions the production of dark jewels and crosses, Kangwoo realizes the scale of the enemy's operation. It finally clicks for our boy that these mages were the source of those mass-produced demonic crystals and seeds. Kadka looks completely defeated, comparing their miserable lives to slaves working in a high-output demonic factory. He clenches his fists in a fit of rage, hating how those bastards used magic for such pathetic tools. Kangwoo plays the concerned hero, asking how he managed to escape the chaos of the demon's internal power struggle. Kangwoo questions why the mages didn't fight back, only for Kadka to admit their magic is useless against demons. Desperate for a savior, the old man grabs our boy's hands and begs him to intervene. He drops to his knees, pleading for the lives of his comrades still being exploited by the demonic order. Kangwoo puts on his best hero face and agrees, though his mind is already spinning with ulterior motives. Kadka is moved to tears, thinking he's finally found a righteous warrior to end their long nightmare. Our boy realizes the mages stayed hidden during the cataclysm, watching the world burn from their ivory tower. They had the power to save thousands but chose to stay silent while monsters tore through the innocent. Looking at the ghosts of the past, Kangwoo concludes these mages are far from being good people. However, their moral compass is irrelevant to him as long as they prove themselves to be useful tools. If they can churn out enchanted weapons and scrolls, he'll gladly take them under his wing for the profit. The elder mage admits he previously thought the average player was just trash-tier garbage, not worth his time. Our boy flashes a sharp grin, promising to help the survivors, while secretly planning their ultimate exploitation. The narrative shifts to the Tower of Truth in Europe, where ancient powers are finally waking up. Legions of hellish monsters stand ready, completely unaware that their easy hunting days are officially over. These bottom feeders are left dumbfounded when they realize a human is actually fast enough to blitz them. Sihun carves through the demonic horde, his blade moving with the grace of a seasoned executioner. He screams for the squad to move, knowing they need to capitalize on this opening immediately. Inspired by his lead, the players launch a desperate assault to reclaim their world from these parasites. A lone figure stands amidst the smoldering ruins, acting as a silent witness to the carnage. The elder mage wears a sinister smirk, glad he decided to use the Guardians as his personal shield. Cha Yeonju leads the charge, but the narrator mocks the Guardians for being nothing more than useful idiots. These naive fools actually believe they are heroes, completely unaware they are just pawns in a larger game. Kangwoo finally steps in, his heavy grip on the elder mage's shoulder serving as a silent, deadly warning. He casually tells the old man to act as their guide once the trash-tier monsters are cleared out. The mage plays along, pretending to care about his comrades while secretly wishing they would all just rot. Kangwoo presses him about the research materials, wondering why this old snake is so obsessed with dusty papers. The mage stammers about researching the truth, specifically a legendary artifact known as the Book of Hecate. This legendary tome supposedly contains the absolute knowledge of Hecate, the ancient titan and god of magic. He recalls the moment his work was interrupted, when a massive demon crashed the party and ruined everything. Kangwoo notes the Guardians could even crush the demonic order, leaving the mage looking absolutely dumbfounded and nervous. The elder mage clenches his fist, feeling like his long-awaited freedom is finally within reach. He can't help but grin, thinking he's about to ditch those hellish demons for good. Our boy Kangwoo watches silently as the old man dreams of snatching Hecate's legendary book. Little does the mage know, Kangwoo is just playing along with a sinister smirk on his face. Kangwoo realizes this trash-tier actor is only good for magic research and nothing else. He tells the old man to head out first, promising to catch up after a short delay. Our boy knows his presence would just steal all the glory and disrupt the flow of battle. While the Sky Wolf squad grinds for experience points, Kangwoo decides to stay back and observe. He wonders about the truth the mage is chasing, though he's mostly just mildly curious. If anyone could actually decipher that complex magical gibberish, it would definitely be a genius like Amon. Our boy holds a glowing orb, thinking he already knows the truth that the others are desperately seeking. Kangwoo reaches out to his top spy, mentioning that the old man's story is actually full of holes. Lilith reports that her preparations are finished, looking as sharp and ready as ever in her human guise. He walks through the debris, realizing the truth isn't complicated. It's just hidden right under their noses. With a sinister smirk, our boy starts channeling his energy, satisfied that everything is falling into place. Engulfed in flickering hellfire, he decides it's finally time to move out and see the drama unfold firsthand. Elsewhere, a clean strike of mana shatters the lock holding the innocent captives in their dark cell. The Skywolf squad bursts into the room, finally reaching the goal of their little dungeon crawl. One of the prisoners looks on in total disbelief, dumbfounded that he's actually being rescued from this hellhole. Sihun watches the emotional reunion with a smile, still clueless that he's just a pawn in Kangwoo's game. Amon puts on a trash-tier acting performance, crying fake tears while thanking Yeonju for the rescue. Looking at the pile of dead demons, he's secretly thrilled that his plan to infiltrate is working perfectly. He hides a smirk behind his hands, playing the part of a fragile, traumatized old man to perfection. The High Shaman pulls his subordinate aside, making sure they stay in character around the gullible heroes. They confirm their secret objective is safe, relieved that these heroes haven't realized they're being played. The Sky Wolf squad cleared the area so fast that Amon barely had time to hide his tracks. While Siola heals the other captives, the demons realize these fools have no interest in their hidden treasure. Suddenly, a familiar set of footsteps approaches, signaling the arrival of the real mastermind behind this mess. Our boy Kang Woo finally shows up, casually asking if they managed to find all the missing colleagues. When Amon brings up their secret research, Kang Woo looks a bit dumbfounded, trying to keep the act going. Amon tells them they need to see the disaster for themselves, maintaining his perfect fragile old man facade. He looks completely horrified as the group enters the room, acting like his world is falling apart. The other disguised demons follow his lead, clutching their heads in a trash-tier display of fake despair. In the center of the room, Hikate's book is burning, leaving the heroes completely dumbfounded by the sight. This legendary artifact was supposed to be impervious to any heat, yet it is burning like common paper. As the last pages turn to ash, the secret knowledge they were protecting seemingly vanishes forever. Amon snaps, his face twisting into a mask of pure, calculated rage to sell the performance. He lunges forward and grabs our boy Kang Woo, acting like a man who has lost everything. The shaman screams at him, demanding to know how a supposed hero could let such a tragedy happen. He calls them all useless weaklings, ensuring the heroes feel like they are cut from the same cloth. Kang Woo grabs the shaman's hands, putting on a masterclass performance of a hero desperate to make things right. He bows deeply and apologizes for failing to protect the research, while the fake fire consumes the book. Amon grumbles in frustration, but our boy quickly pivots, offering to fund a new mage tower in Korea. The old shaman is completely dumbfounded, realizing that his supposed loss might actually be a massive financial windfall. Kang Woo insists that the knowledge inside the shaman's head is far more valuable than any old piece of paper. The old man starts to buy into the lie, thinking that maybe this tragedy wasn't a total disaster. When Amon mentions the astronomical costs of research, Kang Woo just smiles and promises to cover every single cent. The shaman asks what kind of help he needs, and our boy's eyes glow with a predatory glint. He tells Julia and the other cultists they just need to keep churning out magic goods for his use. Amon looks a bit uneasy, but Kang Woo reassures him that their partnership is going to change everything starting now. Kang Woo plans to leverage his ties with Cha Yeonju to ensure these mages get paid top-tier guild wages. Amon and his crew realize that as long as they can continue their research, this deal is basically perfect. Their old tower is a total dump now, completely corrupted by demonic energy, and impossible to call home anymore. Since the sacred book that powered their entire order is half burned, they have nothing left to lose but time. The old shaman officially accepts the offer, and our boy prepares to ship this bunch of nerds to Korea. Amon asks about immediate funding, but Kang Woo admits that securing a massive budget isn't exactly a quick process. Even though they can craft powerful scrolls, our boy warns them that government bureaucrats take forever to sign off. The shaman starts to sweat, realizing they can't wait a year for cash after just escaping certain death. Kang Woo casually brings up a credit loan, a modern financial concept that leaves the ancient mages feeling completely dumbfounded. While Julia and the others worry about their non-existent credit score, our boy tells them to just relax. Kang Woo hands over the paperwork, explaining that third-grade banks are the perfect solution for their financial woes. Amon is completely lost until our boy explains that third-grade banks are actually the elite, highest tier of lending. The old shaman feels a wave of shame wash over him for ever doubting such a generous benefactor. He reflects on how he originally planned to just use this guy as a stepping stone for his goals. All he wanted was to escape his miserable life and hoard the ancient knowledge within the sacred book. He even remembers screaming in Kang Woo's face, acting like a total brat when the book was first damaged. Yet, while the mages sign their lives away, Amon realizes Kang Woo is providing funds despite the previous insults. Overwhelmed by this perceived kindness, the shaman thanks him for introducing them to such a prestigious financial institution. With tears in his eyes, he concludes that he was wrong to look down on such a saintly man. Kang Woo just flashes a bright smile, while the shaman beats himself up for being the true fool. Kang Woo apologizes for his lack of immediate cash, playing the part of a struggling but honest benefactor. He warns them that the local banks he is dealing with are trash tier and come with serious strings. Our boy breaks down the concept of interest, making the old shaman realize loans are not free money. While the mages hope for guardian funding, Kang Woo warns that trashing their credit score is a death sentence. He suggests they start a little side hustle, producing magic goods to cover the costs early on. The mages are dumbfounded by his foresight, thinking he is just looking out for their financial well-being. Amon asks for a moment to huddle up, and Kang Woo graciously gives them the floor to decide. As they whisper about the staggering 20% monthly rate, they realize they are already in too deep. Desperate to stay afloat, the group decides to grind through overtime just to keep the debt collectors away. Amon worries that this heavy workload might distract them from their true goal of restoring the sacred book. Amon questions if the hourly wage is truly comparable to what the elite Korean guild members earn. Turns out the mages are dumbfounded, realizing they have absolutely no idea what the actual industry standard looks like. When comparing global work hours, Amon fears that an 8-hour workday will leave them with no time for research. However, they conclude that even with overtime, having weekends off is a luxury they never had under demonic rule. Once their minds are made up, the group turns back to face their benefactor and deliver their final answer. Amon officially accepts the offer as Kang-woo promises to provide the preliminary research funds upon arrival in Korea. Suddenly, the shaman is deeply moved by the gesture, reaching out to express his heartfelt thanks to our boy. While Amon feels blessed, Kang-woo hides a trash-tier grin, knowing he just secured a group of elite laborers. If they shake on world peace, the dark atmosphere suggests they are definitely not cut from the same cloth. Before long, the factory is established in Korea, where workers begin churning out goods for the unsuspecting Guardians. The new gear is a total game-changer, significantly boosting the power of the Guardians with every enchanted artifact. However, the cost is high, as Kadka collapses from pure exhaustion, his body finally giving out from overwork. The other mages rush to his side, realizing the sheer weight of their never-ending production quota is unbearable. Kadka mutters in terror about the interest rates, fearing they will never produce enough to satisfy their debt. The room goes silent when Kang-woo enters, his dark aura making it clear that break time is officially over. Our boy just flashes a trash-tier grin, reminding the group that they signed the contract of their own volition. When the mages call it a scam, Kang-woo acts dumbfounded, insisting he explained every single detail to them beforehand. Pushed to his limit, Kadka snaps and lunges at his tormentor, hoping to strike down the Demon King. It is a pathetic attempt as Kang-woo catches him by the throat, completely unfazed by the old man's rage. He mocks Kadka for wasting precious mana, coldly reminding him that he still has a massive debt to repay. Kang-woo tightens his grip, telling the old man that the truth is actually quite simple and painless. He explains that unlike immortal demons, humans need food, and food requires a steady flow of cold cash. Our boy just laughs, pointing out that earning money means grinding hard, just like these trash-tier mages. Kadka can only tremble in fear, realizing he is trapped in a nightmare he cannot talk his way out of. Tossing him aside like garbage, Kang-woo warns that only those who work deserve the luxury of a proper meal. The old mage screams about being scammed, accusing him of breaking their promise regarding standard guild working hours. Kang-woo just smirks, citing Yeonjus' brutal 14-hour shifts as the baseline for any respectable large Korean guild. He prepares to leave, casually mentioning that their transition to this new country comes with certain cultural expectations. With a terrifyingly bright smile, he officially welcomes the miserable group to the soul-crushing work culture of Korea. As night falls over the silent mountains, the mages realize their hellish labor has only just begun. Kang-woo stands alone in the desolate canyon, far from the prying eyes of his miserable new employees. He takes a deep breath, calling upon Mammon's consumed soul to ignite the myriad demon palace's fire. Our boy focuses every ounce of that hellish heat onto the demonic sea key, his eyes glowing crimson. The strain is immediate, forcing him to grit his teeth as blood begins to leak from his mouth. These flames are trash-tier at listening, nearly melting his arm as he struggles to suppress their wild nature. Suddenly, the ground beneath him begins to fracture under the sheer weight of the manifesting demonic energy. He doesn't stop there, layering the power of the blade over the chaotic inferno to sharpen his strike. Purple sparks fly as the two opposing forces grind against each other in a violent, unstable dance. Kang-woo lets out a guttural scream, attempting a feat that no demon, prince, or god has ever dared. He forces the prince's authority to merge with his blade, gambling his very existence on this insane fusion. Kang-woo succeeds in the fusion, officially registering the new skill Inferno as his demonic energy finally stabilizes. He is dumbfounded when a system notification reveals a hidden quest regarding the path to becoming a demonic god. Our boy realizes he hasn't even achieved demonic spirit yet, making this high-level quest a total mystery. He gets irritated when the system blocks the details, leaving him with nothing but annoying question marks. Shifting his focus, he notices the blade is trash-tier at maintaining its form after the intense fusion. The weapon literally begins to melt, proving that his current control over this power is far from perfect. He decides to give it a test swing anyway, not expecting much from such an unstable mess. Suddenly, something catches his eye, shifting his attention away from his failing experiment. Worldwide news reports a massive disaster in the Grand Canyon, where lava and flames are consuming everything. Experts are convinced this isn't natural, sensing a massive surge of magic that's about to change everything. Someone clicks off the news report regarding the ongoing investigation into the Guardians after the recent incident. Lilith stands there with the remote, looking quite pleased with the chaos unfolding on the screen. She playfully congratulates our boy on his big TV debut while he lies there looking absolutely trashed. When she asks how he's holding up, Kang-woo admits he's feeling like total garbage after that stunt. Lilith warns him about using such reckless techniques, and he realizes he seriously underestimated the physical toll. Even his resurrection powers couldn't fix this mess, but he's already hyped to see the completed technique. Shifting to business, he checks on the Guardians, and she confirms the magic supply and player levels are climbing. Turns out she's been busy brainwashing bank officials with her tentacles to keep the guild's funding steady. Our boy wants Lucifer and the demonic order to wipe each other out so he can win by default. Unfortunately, Lilith reports that both sides are playing it safe and avoiding a direct, bloody confrontation. Our boy wonders who's actually stronger between Lucifer's crew and the mysterious demonic order. He realizes Mammon was just a trash-tier appetizer, and there's a much bigger fish leading the pack. Sitting up, he tells Lilith that small fry souls won't cut it anymore if he wants to reach the top. He's annoyed that Lucifer is playing it safe instead of charging onto Earth to get devoured. He wishes he could bait the guy into a blind rage like some classic shonen protagonist losing a friend. Lilith confirms that while the big boss is hiding, she's found a new lead to follow. Suddenly, her next words catch him completely off guard and pique his interest. He's dumbfounded to hear that Lucifer might actually have a son roaming around on Earth. Lilith shows him some grainy footage of a brutal raid on a demonic order branch. The attacker is a high-spec demon who openly claims to be the direct bloodline of the big boss. Kang-woo ponders the impossibility of a Hell Prince actually having a biological heir. Most demons just pop into existence from raw energy, making actual propagation a rare feat. Even high-tier legends like Leviathan have parents but have never managed to sire their own bloodline. A wicked grin spreads across his face as he realizes this is the perfect leverage. He asks Lilith if these hellish monsters actually value their offspring like humans do. Lilith is completely stunned, her mind clearly racing in a very different direction. She starts swooning over how perfectly he nails that cold, calculating villain aesthetic. Suddenly, she's blushing like a schoolgirl, wondering if he's suggesting they start a family together. Our boy is absolutely losing it, screaming that she's completely butchered his cool atmosphere. He tries to reel her back in, desperately explaining that he was talking about strategy, not romance. Lilith quickly apologizes for her outburst, leaving our boy standing there completely dumbfounded by her sudden shift. Seeing her look so dejected, he starts worrying that he might have been a bit too harsh with her. He realizes he can't have her sulking, so he steps forward to fix the mood before it gets worse. After all, she is his ultimate asset for intelligence, even if her aggressive side is a bit much sometimes. If her work efficiency drops because she's upset, he knows the consequences will eventually bite him in the back. To keep her motivated, he pulls her into a hug and promises they can discuss their future later. Lilith is so moved she actually starts crying, making him wonder if this simple bait was actually too effective. She agrees to wait, while our boy feels a rare pang of guilt for playing with her heart like that. He quickly pivots back to the mission, asking again if demons actually feel anything for their own flesh and blood. Lilith vows she would die for his child, and a wicked grin spreads across his face as the plan solidifies. Lilith is visibly stunned when our boy orders her to track down Lucifer's own flesh and blood. Kang-woo just smirks, eager to see how the big boss of hell reacts to his little provocation. Suddenly, the human world becomes a literal war zone as massive explosions tear through the city skyline. Lucifer's forces descend like a plague, slaughtering everyone in their path as chaos erupts in the streets. Amidst the carnage, a powerful presence watches the slaughter with a cold, indifferent gaze. This is Lucis, the son of Lucifer, who finds this entire conquest to be nothing but a bore. He mocks the supposed king of hell, calling Satan's subordinates trash tier, compared to his own elite guard. His subordinate, Reiksguard, admits that even after brutal torture, the local leader refused to give up Satan's location. Annoyed by the incompetence, Lucis lashes out with a burst of energy to punish his failing servant. He growls about wasting too much time, clearly losing patience with this hunt for the elusive Demon King. Reiksguard worries about Lucifer's reaction, but Lucis snaps that they aren't returning until they have the Demon King's head. The massive subordinate grinds his teeth in a rage, fuming that a trash-tier bastard like Satan dared declare war. Turns out, Archangel Raphael sensed their presence, forcing Lucifer to hide his power and conserve energy for the archangels. Since his father is currently sidelined, Lucis realizes the heavy burden of protecting the family honor falls on him. He scoffs at Satan's supposed power, certain that, as the demon god's son, losing simply isn't an option. The goal is simple. Take the head of the King of Hell and finally earn the respect he craves. He stares at his own hand, a bitter reminder of the human blood that once made him a mockery. Growing up as a hybrid was a nightmare, surrounded by purebloods who treated him like a sad, weak mistake. Shaking off the past, he orders Reiksguard to move, desperate to prove he's a proper demon through absolute conquest. Suddenly, a mocking voice cuts through the air, unimpressed by the prince and calling his performance a total letdown. The purple energy swirls around as our boy mocks the prince, calling him nothing more than a mere kid. Lucius is completely dumbfounded, wondering who would dare to interrupt his grand conquest at a time like this. The mysterious figure just smiles behind his mask, confirming that he is exactly the person the prince was seeking. Revealing himself as Satan, Kangwoo leans into the role, acting like a literal cheat key in this world. Instead of being intimidated, the hybrid prince just scoffs, finding the sudden appearance of his target absolutely hilarious. He bursts into a fit of laughter, looking up at the floating king with a mix of madness and joy. Calling his opponent a coward for hiding so long, Lucius begins channeling his demonic power for a lethal strike. The prince is thrilled that his prey finally crawled out, his heterochromatic eyes burning with a thirst for blood. Kangwoo just finds his confidence amusing, curious to see if this trash-tier royal actually has the bite to match. Floating high above, the King of Hell questions if the boy truly understands the terrifying gap in their status. Kangwoo mocks the boy, suggesting that if he actually knew anything about princes, he wouldn't be standing there. The hybrid prince snaps, demanding the coward who hid like a rat stop speaking his father's name. Spreading his wings, Lucius claims his father has no need to deal with a total has-been like him. The boy is convinced our boy is just a loudmouth who is far too stupid to realize his situation. Kangwoo is genuinely confused since he can't feel any pressure from this weakling who barely looks like a demon. He bluntly asks if the kid is just a mixed blood, causing the prince to freeze up in shock. Lucius remembers the torment of being called disgusting filth by other demons because of his human-like appearance. Growing up as a social pariah, he became obsessed with proving his worth as a true son of Lucifer. The prince scoffs that since a human beat the 7 princes, they are all just pathetic losers anyway. Kangwoo is absolutely dumbfounded, scolding the brat for insulting his own father with such trash-tier logic. Kangwoo is quickly losing his patience, calling the brat a total hypocrite for his shameless lack of filial piety. Lucius decides he's done with the idle chatter and begins condensing a sphere of pure, dark energy. The prince demands our boy prove his worth with power rather than just hiding behind a mask. He breaks into a fit of arrogant laughter, fully convinced that his royal lineage makes him superior. Kangwoo just smirks, deciding it is finally time to teach this kid exactly who he is dealing with. As the air grows heavy with killing intent, the King of Hell dares the prince to prove his existence. Lucius keeps screaming about his superiority, but Kangwoo is just bored by the endless stream of trash-tier dialogue. Suddenly, multiple orbs of concentrated malice surround our boy as the prince prepares to end the fight. The kid roars that he will show everyone he is a true demon, capable of following Lucifer's path. Kangwoo just facepalms in pure exhaustion, completely done with the brat's cringeworthy and over-the-top villain monologue. Lucius unleashes every ounce of his dark energy, demanding that everyone witness his true demonic heritage. The prince charges forward with a desperate roar, hoping this one attack will finally prove his worth. Suddenly, Kangwoo drops from the sky like a hammer, slamming the brat into the dirt with ease. Garcus watches in absolute horror as his master is flattened by a power he can't even fathom. Our boy keeps his foot firmly on the kid's head, mocking his trash-tier excuses about his bloodline. Kangwoo wonders if the prince is just going through a cringy phase with all this proving-yourself talk. When Garcus tries to help, Balak grabs him by the throat for ruining the king's dramatic moment. Lilith finally emerges from the shadows in her tentacle form, holding the glowing essence they came for. She presents the prize to her master, while the fallen prince lies broken and forgotten in the dust. Kangwoo absorbs the energy and feels completely refreshed, finally done with the brat's annoying shonen manga monologue. Lucifer stares in total shock as the communication crystal finally connects with a low hum, revealing a terrifying scene. Our boy stands casually by a guillotine, keeping the captured prince pinned down while the magical connection finally stabilizes. The King of Hell is completely dumbfounded to see his son Lucius in such a trash-tier, humiliating position. Kangwoo roughly grabs the brat by the chin, forcing him to face the cold reality of his pathetic defeat. He mockingly tells the kid to greet his father, treating the entire hostage situation like a cruel joke. Lucifer's rage boils over as he grips his throne, realizing his family name is being dragged through the dirt. The truth hits him hard that Lucius tried to play hero by invading Earth and got utterly crushed. He reflects on how a true prince of hell should be a monster, not a trembling captive. Disgusted by the weakness, Lucifer calls his own flesh and blood a pathetic bastard for losing so easily. Kangwoo stops the family bickering, reminding the king that the boy's life is currently a very valuable bargaining chip. Lucifer doesn't hesitate for a single second, coldly ordering the immediate execution of his own flesh and blood. Our boy is genuinely surprised by this level of cold-heartedness, realizing the king of hell isn't bluffing. Lucius can only stare in horror as his father dismisses him as a fool who misunderstood the world. The poor brat breaks down in tears when he is called nothing more than a trash-tier mutt. Kangwoo tries to play the morality card, but the king reminds him that blood means nothing to demons. Lucifer scoffs at the idea of fatherly love, claiming that reproduction is a useless concept for their kind. When asked why he even bothered having a kid then, the king looks visibly annoyed by the question. He grits his teeth in frustration, clearly hating that he is being interrogated by a rival like this. Lucifer finally admits that bringing the boy into existence was just a massive mistake he deeply regrets. Hearing that, Kangwoo lets out a dark grin. Knowing he has successfully pushed all the right buttons, Lucifer snaps his fingers, deciding he has absolutely no use for a worthless hostage like his own son. He shuts his eyes tight and tells the boy to stop his pathetic, high-pitched begging for help. The king looks completely dumbfounded, unable to process how his cold-blooded nature is being mocked so easily. Lucius can only let out a hollow, broken laugh as he realizes he is truly nothing to his father. Kangwoo starts howling with laughter, finding it hilarious that the great Lucifer is actually showing a reaction. Our boy roughly grabs the brat by the head, ready to dig the metaphorical knife even deeper. He admits he never had a father, so he is genuinely curious about this whole family dynamic. With a twisted grin, he asks if this agonizing feeling is what they call a father's heart. The poor kid breaks down into a sobbing mess, calling out to his father through the communication orb. He grovels on the floor in a pathetic display of apology, while the king and his guards watch. Lucifer lets out a heavy sigh, clearly losing his patience while asking what the intruder actually wants from him. Our boy doesn't miss a beat, gripping the brat's head while declaring his desire for a total, bloody war. The king stands tall on his throne, seemingly welcoming a conflict filled with lunacy where demons devour one another. He questions if Kangwoo is truly insane, reminding him of the precarious situation all demons currently face on Earth. As he mentions other realms, Lucifer explains that heavenly forces are moving to eradicate every demon linked to hell. His gaze turns sharp as he reveals that the ninth hell is about to be completely isolated from everything. This means if they stay, they will be stranded forever, never able to return to their ancestral home. Kangwoo just gives a twisted smirk, wondering why anyone would ever want to return to that hellhole anyway. Lucifer is genuinely stunned by the disrespect, but our boy just starts crushing the communication orb in his hand. With a final laugh about how they've never been sane, he shatters the connection and leaves the king hanging. Kangwoo stands over the pathetic Lucius, laughing as the boy's screams echo throughout the chamber. Our boy grabs him by the head, daring the king to come and finish the job himself. Lucifer clenches his fist so hard it shakes, his patience finally hitting rock bottom. His eyes burn with a murderous intent that would make any lesser demon drop dead on the spot. A frantic subordinate tries to talk some sense into him, begging the king not to fall for bait. He reminds Lucifer that their ultimate goal is the war against the heavenly realm, not this petty squabble. Driven by pure rage, the king lets out a shockwave of demonic energy that shatters everything in sight. Even with his knuckles bleeding, he doesn't care. Fueled only by the desire to crush the disrespect, he decides to give one final offer, his aura flaring up with a terrifying purple intensity. The true power of the ninth hell finally awakens as Lucifer prepares to settle this once and for all. Lucifer warns that the angels won't stop at Huan, making Satan their next inevitable target. He vows to ensure this outcome, his three eyes glowing with a sinister, world-ending intent. The world itself seems dumbfounded as the very fabric of reality begins to crack under the pressure. Our boy Kangwoo watches the transmission with Lilith, completely unfazed by the King of Hell's desperate threats. He decides that talk is cheap and grinds his heel into Lucius's trash-tier face to send a message. Standing over the broken prince, Kangwoo declares that neither angels nor gods can stop his absolute fury. With a twisted grin, he invites every single one of them to come and face him at once. The Demon King laughs like a true psychopath, relishing the chaos while his influence continues to skyrocket. Suddenly, emergency news breaks out across the globe regarding a massive, mysterious gate appearing in Africa. The anomaly vanishes as quickly as it came, leaving nothing but a trail of death and ecological destruction. Kangwoo watches the news while keeping his hostage close, pleased that his leverage over the ninth hell worked. He wears a dark grin as the world panics, while Lucius just sulks about the interrupted TV broadcast. The little prince looks up, feeling lonely and wondering if the Demon King is too busy for her. She complains that her favorite shows are delayed and regrets that they haven't played together in ages. Realizing his recent power grinding has been taxing, Kangwoo gives her a gentle head pat to calm her down. He proposes a picnic with Seola once the dust settles, hoping to finally get some much-needed rest. Lucis is absolutely dumbfounded by the offer, her eyes lighting up at the thought of a real outing. Our boy starts imagining a domestic life with Seola, finding the thought of a peaceful family surprisingly healing. The domestic bliss hits a snag when Lucis suggests dragging the rest of the demonic subordinates along too. She thinks the terrifying generals are actually nice people and wants everyone to get along like one big family. Kangwoo worries his old subordinates might spill his secrets, so he keeps them at arm's length for now. He prepares to head out for work and wonders where his favorite healer, Seola, has run off to. Lucis mentions that Seola is currently hanging out with the fiery red-haired guildmaster, Yeonju. Our boy finds it hard to believe that a literal angel and a hot-headed devil could actually be friends. He tells the little prince to stay put while he heads out to handle some dark business. The scene shifts to a cold, damp dungeon where the air is thick with the scent of old blood. There hangs Lucis in her true form, battered and bound by heavy chains in a miserable state. Kangwoo notes that her ninth hell durability is no joke after seeing her survive such brutal treatment. When she begs for the sweet release of death, he coldly reminds her that he isn't finished yet. Kangwoo smirks and reminds the prisoner that their life or death is now entirely his decision. Amon bows low and apologizes to Satan because the interrogation isn't yielding the results they expected. Even after using every cursed scroll and black magic ritual available, the prisoner simply refuses to fold. Lucis just laughs, mocking their efforts and claiming the blood of a demon god makes him untouchable. He demands a quick death instead of submission, which is honestly becoming a massive headache for our boy. Kangwoo realizes his usual powers of subordination are useless against someone with the high-tier blood of a prince. Just as he considers switching up his strategy, a familiar set of heels clicks against the stone floor. Lilith arrives and asks if the brat is still being stubborn, and Kangwoo has to admit it's true. She finds it amusing that a trash-tier prisoner could actually give her master this much trouble. Lilith notices our boy looks drained, and asks if that bratty prince is the cause of his exhaustion. She suggests it has been too long since they had private time and starts getting way too close. Suddenly, a massive, wriggling tentacle sprouts out, signaling that things are about to get very weird. Lilith fully transforms into her demonic form, smothering a terrified Kangwoo while offering him some rest. Our boy suddenly remembers they are not alone, and realizes the prisoner is seeing this entire chaotic mess. He hopes the sight of these tentacles will disgust the prince enough to break his spirit and resolve. Instead, Lucis looks absolutely mesmerized, blushing as he calls Lilith the most beautiful woman he has ever seen. The prince cannot believe a goddess like her follows a pathetic loser, leaving Kangwoo completely dumbfounded. Lilith just winks and tells the kid to grow up before trying to hit on a high-tier queen.